3 years ago, my master confined me to Buzhou Mountain because of my bloodlust. At that time, hatred filled my heart, and I wanted to turn everyone who stood in my way into dust. My master saw through my murderous intentions and trapped me on this mountain to force me to reflect. 3 years later, I finally broke out of the formation. It's time to go down the mountain, carrying the 9 marriage certificates that my master had set for me, to find my mysterious life experience and the legendary 10 artifacts. This time, I went down the mountain not only to complete the mission, but also to wake up and take power in the world, and sleep on the lap of a beautiful woman. No matter who you are, anyone who stands in my way can be killed with one sword. And if you are destined to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, I, Xiao Yi, can keep you until 5 o'clock. My dear disciple, while your master is away, obey his wife. A beautiful body lay on the stone bed, and an alluring voice rang in Xiao Yi's ears. No, master's wife, I can't let master down. Xiao Yi was breathing heavily. He wanted to push the beautiful master's wife away, but he touched a large area of snow-white softness. Well, I heard that you have learned all the medical skills from your master. My master's wife's chest hurts so much, can you massage it for her? No, you are my master's wife. Well, good brother, I beg you, haven't you learned the 13 needles against heaven? Hurry and give me the injection. Didn't your master teach you dual cultivation? Can your master's wife teach you? Quick. Okay. Xiao Yi, who hadn't touched a woman for 3 years, couldn't bear it anymore and pounced on her fiercely. Ah! With a cry from the beautiful mistress, everything became indescribable. Click. The boulder cracked, Xiao Yi opened his eyes, and there was no beautiful mistress around him, it was clearly just a dream. You still want to seduce me? I'm an old bachelor, how can I have such a beautiful mistress? It's too fake. After 3 years, I finally broke the old man's illusion array. Just when Xiao Yi was feeling proud, an old man with an immortal look walked over. Boy, what did you encounter in the illusion array this time? The temptation of beauty. Xiao Yi didn't dare to tell the truth, for fear of having his legs broken by the old man. Beauty. With your personality, can you resist it? The old man was surprised. Well, anyway, I didn't go. Xiao Yi changed the subject. Master, you said before that I can go down the mountain as long as I break the illusion array. You won't go back on your word, right? Of course I'll keep my word. Even if you don't break the illusion formation, I'm going to have you go down the mountain early tomorrow morning. Do you remember the 10 great artifacts I mentioned to you? The timing wasn't right before, but now the world has changed drastically and the artifacts have been revealed. This time when you go down the mountain, try to find them. The old man looked quite serious. Of course I remember, things like the one and only one, 3 beads of spring water, 7 orifices, 9 winding corridors. Xiao Yi became excited. He was no longer sleepy after talking about this. What a mess, is that a divine weapon you're talking about? The old man was annoyed. I'm talking about the Donghuang bell, Xianyuan sword, and Pangu axe. Oh, I was distracted. Xiao Yi smiled awkwardly, he had confused the 10 divine weapons with the 10 famous weapons. In addition to searching for the 10 divine weapons, you also have to fulfill your marriage contract. The old man said this and took out a stack of marriage certificates. I remember that you had a dream of having many wives and concubines when you were a child, so I have found 9 wives for you over the years, which can be regarded as helping you realize your dream. 9 wives. Xiao Yi was stunned. Wouldn't this cause his waist to become shrunken due to fatigue? Yes, they are all as beautiful as fairies, and your life experience involves a shocking secret. You will definitely gain something from this trip to Zhonghai. Background, good. Xiao Yi's eyes flashed, and a flattering look appeared again. Master, in the novels I read, when a disciple goes down the mountain, the master will give him some good things, such as a black card worth hundreds of billions, a token to command an army of 100,000, etc. What can you give me? Oh, those are just vulgar things. The old man smiled contemptuously and waved his right hand. A mountain in the distance suddenly cracked apart. A flash of cold light shot up from the crack into the sky, transformed into a stream of light, and fell into his palm. This sword is called 7-Star Dragon Abyss, and it is not much worse than the Xianyuan sword. I will give it to you. The old man gave the sword to Xiao Yi and took out an ancient book. Haven't you always wanted to learn sword controlling? This is the sword controlling magical power that allows you to fly with a sword. And this storage ring, which contains dozens of tons of gold and various priceless treasures, is also for you. Thank you, master. Anything else? Xiao Yi was overjoyed. He was indeed his real master. Well, you have 9 wives. Come, let me give you something good. The old man said this and took out a porcelain bottle. This is a sea dog pill made from 1,000-year-old sea dogs. It is far superior to all the aphrodisiacs in the world. 1 pill can allow you to fight 9 people at the same time. 1 against 9 at the same time. Group sex. Would they be willing to do that? Xiao Yi was very excited. Haha, whether you are willing or not depends on your charm. The old man no longer has the air of an immortal, and looks a bit vulgar. I'll also give you this book, Secret Arts of the Bedroom, Double Cultivation Method. Wow, it's a picture version. This pose, this butt, it's so lifelike. Xiao Yi took it and couldn't wait to read it. The next day, Zhonghai. A flash of sword light appeared and fell to the ground. If the eldest daughter of the Su family is really as beautiful as a fairy, then I will marry her. Otherwise, I will cancel the engagement and go look for the whereabouts of my parents and the 10 divine weapons. Xiao Yi put away the Long Yuan sword and came to a manor. He looked at the white banner on the gate and was stunned. Someone died in the Su family. The old man told me to arrive before noon. Is he worried that I'll be late and miss the feast? Thinking of the old man's instructions, Xiao Yi looked strange. He didn't want to be late, mainly because it was his first time flying with a sword and he was not very experienced, so he was delayed on the way. Sir, just go straight ahead and you will reach the funeral hall. The housekeeper saw Xiao Yi looking exhausted and thought he was here to pay his respects, so he hurriedly said, I won't go to the funeral hall. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the one who died was his fiancée? Well, I'm looking for Su Yan, but she's not. No, she's here, right? Looking for Miss San. She's here. The butler looked at Xiao Yi. Who are you? It's good that I'm here. I'm her fiancé. Xiao Yi breathed a sigh of relief, took out the marriage certificate and handed it over. Wait a moment, I'll notify Miss 3 right away. The butler was skeptical, but he didn't dare to delay and hurried inside. I forgot to ask who died. Never mind. I can love whoever I want, as long as it's not Su Yan. Just when Xiao Yi was wondering, the housekeeper came out with a young woman. Xiao Yi looked at the woman and his eyes lit up immediately. She had delicate features and fair skin, and most importantly, she had big breasts, a thin waist, and long legs. The old man didn't lie to him, she was really as beautiful as a fairy. This marriage will not be cancelled. You said you were my fiancé? The woman asked coldly. Yes, my name is Xiao. Seeing how haggard she looked, Xiao Yi couldn't help but feel distressed. He really wanted to hold her in his arms and take good care of her. Bang. Before Xiao Yi could finish his introduction, the woman threw the marriage certificate in his face. How dare you forge a marriage certificate to get married? The woman's breasts were so full and heaving with anger that the buttons were almost bursting. What? I cheated on you. Xiao Yi was stunned, then became angry. How dare this woman hit him with a marriage certificate? It's a pity that he was tempted by beauty. No, he was kind to her and wanted to keep the marriage. Now, retreat, you must retreat, no matter how beautiful you are, no matter how big your breasts are, how thin your waist is, or how long your legs are, you have to retreat. Uncle Song, kick him out. The woman threw down a few words and prepared to leave. Stop right there. Xiao Yi picked up the marriage certificate on the ground and opened it. You said I forged the marriage certificate. This marriage contract was made between Su Dahai and my master, and it has Su Dahai's signature. Go call Su Dahai out and ask him. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, the woman suddenly turned around and slapped him. Bang. Xiao Yi held the woman's wrist and became even more angry. Are you sick? Let me go. Not only did you forge the marriage certificate, you also dared to insult my grandfather. The woman's voice was cold, but her eyes were red. Boy, let go of the third miss. The butler also shouted and made a move to step forward. The old man has passed away. How can he come out to prove the authenticity of the marriage certificate? Dead? The one who died was Sudahai. I didn't know he was dead. Xiao Yi was stunned, and just as he was about to let go of the woman's wrist, he suddenly frowned and looked her up and down carefully. Shut up! The woman shouted angrily. She hated Xiao Yi so much. If he didn't know that his grandfather was dead, would he dare to come to her house to deceive her into marriage? Not only did he commit marriage fraud, but he also asked his dead grandfather to come out and testify. It's really too much. Don't move. While Xiao Yi was speaking, he placed his right hand on her left breast, which felt soft and elastic. He couldn't help but feel his heart fluttering and secretly praised her for being so good. What you do? The woman's pretty face turned even colder and she struggled hard. Boy, someone, break his hand for me. The butler saw Xiao Yi's actions and shouted angrily. Su Yan, you won't live long. Seeing that the housekeeper had called over a dozen people, Xiao Yi had to let go of Su Yan and spoke quickly. Kill him for me. How could Su Yan believe Xiao Yi's words? She was filled with murderous intent. I didn't lie to you. You really are dying. What's inside your body, huh? When Xiao Yi said this, he suddenly sensed something and looked towards the morning hall. Oh, that's interesting. I want to see who wants to sleep with my fiancée. The next second, he turned into a shadow and ran straight to the morning hall. One bow, two bows. In the morning hall, the master of ceremonies presided over the condolence ceremony. Xiao Yi rushed in from outside, pulled up the old man in the crystal coffin, grabbed his wrist, and poured in his inner energy. This scene stunned everyone. What was he doing? Oh, it's in your body after all. Xiao Yi sneered, took out a sea dog pill and stuffed it into Sudahai's mouth. The time of death is within 3 hours. There is still a glimmer of hope. Let's strengthen our yang energy first. Ah, what are you doing? The scene was instantly in chaos. Everyone, stop right there. If you dare come up, I will destroy his body and make sure you can't hold your heads up in Zhonghai. Xiao Yi shouted loudly, intimidating the people of the Su family. Who are you? What are you going to do? Su Minghui, the eldest son of the Su family, said angrily. I said I can save Sudahai, do you believe me? While Xiao Yi was speaking, he inserted a few more silver needles into Sudahai's head. What? Everyone found it absurd. Sudahai had been dead for almost 2 hours. How could he come back to life? Let my grandpa go. Su Yan's eyes were red. If she hadn't been worried that Xiao Yi would harm her grandfather's body, she would have rushed forward long ago. Su Yan, didn't you say that I forged the marriage certificate to deceive you? I will let Sudahai tell you in person that this marriage certificate is real. Xiao Yi used his true qi to dissolve the medicinal power, and the silver needle began to vibrate. Marriage certificate. Marriage fraud. Su Yan, what is going on? Everyone looked at Su Yan. He came to my house with a marriage certificate and said he was engaged to me, but I didn't believe it. He said it had my grandfather's signature on it, and then he ran in. Su Yan quickly recounted what had just happened. After listening to Su Yan's story, there was an uproar at the scene. The news that the most beautiful woman in Zhonghai is engaged is explosive enough. Then, this person wants to revive the dead Sudahai to prove that the marriage certificate is real. Could he have escaped from some mental hospital? Normal people simply can't do such a thing. Listening to the discussions around him, Su Minghui's face became more and more ugly. If this matter today was not handled properly, his Su family would become a laughing stock in Zhonghai. Nonsense. Someone, take him down for me. Su Minghui shouted. Yes. The butler responded and led his men forward. Wait, Grandpa is still in his hands, we can't act rashly. Su Yan stopped the housekeeper and others. Su Yan, please get out of the way. How can we, the dignified Su family, be controlled by him? That's right. After all, it was you who caused this. If anything happens to Grandpa, it's all your fault. Oh, I doubt it. He was your pursuer, but you rejected him. His brain was stimulated, so he came to the Su family to cause trouble. That's right. Who knows what you two are doing? Why didn't he tell me he was engaged? The younger generation of the Su family shouted. They had long disliked Su Yan, simply because she was too beautiful and too outstanding. In the past, they didn't dare to do anything because the old man protected them. Now that the old man is dead and this kind of thing has happened, it is the perfect opportunity to make trouble. They want to blame everything that happened today on Su Yan, so that no one can protect her. Su Yan was targeted and stood there in a daze for a moment, not knowing how to refute. What are you yelling about? Shut up. Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan who was standing in front of him, then looked at the Su family and started cursing. You little bastard, whose brain did you say was stimulated? You are the one whose brain is stimulated. And you, why didn't you tell me that I was engaged to you? How ugly are you? Don't you have any idea? Hearing Xiao Yi scolding, the younger generation of the Su family became even angrier. Isn't he too arrogant? They looked at each other and rushed forward. With so many people, they can't deal with Xiao Yi. Even if the old man's body was destroyed, it was Su Yan's fault and had nothing to do with them. Swish. Xiao Yi raised his hand and several cold rays flew out. Thump. The three people who were in the front fell to the ground screaming. The people behind were so scared when they saw this that they stepped back one after another. What kind of trick was this? What happened to them? Su Yan's expression also changed. It's just a little trick. If you dare to scold me, I will punish you slightly. Xiao Yi said in a calm tone. Su Yan, I just want to ask you one question. Do you want your grandfather to come back to life? Of course I want to. Then trust me once, how about that? And give your grandfather a chance too. Xiao Yi interrupted Su Yan and raised his hand. Give me 5 minutes. If I can't save him, our marriage will be annulled. I'll leave and you can continue to mourn. Su Yan looked at her dead grandfather, and then thought of Xiao Yi's previous tricks, and nodded. Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can save my grandfather, I will marry you regardless of whether the marriage certificate is real or fake. What? Su Yan, are you crazy? You actually believed the words of a psychopath. The scene was in uproar again. No one expected Su Yan to agree and say that she would marry him if he was saved. Marry me? You wish. Unless you beg me, I will cancel the engagement. Xiao Yi curled his lips. You threw the marriage certificate at me as soon as we met. Do you think I have no temper? Where are the 9 marriage certificates? I don't lack a wife. As for saving Su Dahai, he thought that the old man asked him to arrive before noon, not to let him come for the banquet, but to let him save Su Dahai. As a result, because he was late, Su Dahai died. If he doesn't rescue Su Dahai, he won't be able to explain to the old man. Furthermore, he also wanted to see who was so cruel that he killed the old man and still wanted to sleep with Su Yan. If he slept with Su Yan before he broke off the engagement, wouldn't that be cheating on him? He couldn't bear this, nor could he watch her die. By the way, your grandfather was murdered by someone. Thoughts flashed through his mind one after another, and Xiao Yi said something shocking. What? Killed by someone? Those who came to pay their respects suddenly turned into spectators. Family grudges among the rich. Or is it a plot to usurp the throne? The faces of the people in the Su family also changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Minghui shouted angrily. My father died of illness. I said he was killed by someone, and you seem to have such a big reaction. Xiao Yi looked at Su Minghui with a playful expression. Is it because you are guilty? Bullshit, why should I feel guilty? Su Minghui's expression changed again. Someone beat him out with sticks. Why, are you afraid that your father will come back to life? Or are you afraid that the matter will be exposed? Xiao Yi sneered. Whoever stops me from saving people at this time is the murderer. You. Su Minghui gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll let you save me. If my father doesn't make it in 5 minutes, I'll bury you alive. Oh, I'm just afraid that if Su Dahai wakes up, it won't be me who needs to be buried. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he calmed his mind and tried his best to rescue. Brother, how could you agree to this? Father has been dead for several hours, isn't this just nonsense? Su Lauer said. If I don't let him save me in front of so many people, won't people say that I killed my father? Su Minghui was annoyed. Hey, now that he said that, I also think the old man's death is a bit strange. Suddenly, Su Laosan next to him said. Old third, what do you mean? Do you also suspect that I killed my father? Su Minghui became even angrier. I didn't say that. Su Laosan shook his head, thinking about how to disrupt the situation to benefit himself. Puff. Just when the Su brothers were each harboring their own ulterior motives, Su Dahai, who had been dead for a long time, spat out large mouthfuls of black blood and slowly opened his eyes. Ah. Ghost. He's a zombie, run. Seeing Su Dahai open his eyes, the scene suddenly became chaotic. Even the people from the Su family were so scared that they retreated back. How can a dead person come back to life? Their first reaction was, it was a fake corpse. Even Su Yan, who was fantasizing about her grandfather coming back to life, was shocked, let alone others. He's not faking his corpse, he's alive again. Xiao Yi's voice exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. The panicked people stopped and looked at Su Dahai in horror. Was he pretending to be dead? Really came back to life? Su Dahai, who was sitting in the crystal coffin, was also quite confused. Isn't he dead? How can he still see them? Did you live on your own? Or are they dead too? I saved you. I came from Buzhou Mountain. Xiao Yi said this and picked up the marriage certificate next to him. Come on, prove it first. Are you Xiao Yi? The old immortal's disciple? Before Xiao Yi could finish speaking, Su Dahai became excited. He believed that he was alive again. There was no other reason. The old immortal was someone who could kill people with the king of hell. Yes, I am following my master's orders to go down the mountain. Xiao Yi nodded. Thank you, little fairy, for saving my life. Su Dahai became even more excited and turned over and knelt in the crystal coffin. After listening to the conversation between the two, the people at the scene finally believed that Su Dahai was not faking his death, but was alive. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they were shocked again by Su Dahai's actions. He actually knelt down to a young man. The old man of the Su family is a big shot who can make Zhonghai tremble with just a stomp of his feet. The way they looked at Xiao Yi again was completely different from before. Just now they looked at him as if he were a lunatic. And now Su Dahai is alive, Xiao Yi can really come back to life. This is probably no longer a medical skill, but a divine method. At this moment, many important figures became active in their thinking. They must make friends with such extraordinary people. Father. Grandfather. Everyone in the Su family stepped forward quickly, trying to help Su Dahai up. Quick, all of you kneel down and kowtow to the little god. Su Dahai said loudly. No, I can't bear it. Xiao Yi grabbed Su Dahai and put the marriage certificate in front of him. I saved you because of this. Marriage certificate. Oh, yes, marriage certificate, Xiao Yan, come here quickly. Su Dahai looked at the marriage certificate and his body trembled with excitement. He had forgotten that Xiao Yi was engaged to his granddaughter. Grandpa, you. Su Yan stepped forward and looked at her living grandfather, tears starting to flow again. She felt like she was dreaming, it was unreal. It's better to do it today than to wait for a better day. You should get married today. Su Dahai held his granddaughter's hand and said to Xiao Yi. Ah. Su Yan was confused. Get married? Is the marriage certificate real? Although she had said before that she would marry Xiao Yi as long as he saved her grandfather, she couldn't take it seriously. Even if she admits it, isn't it too fast to get married today? Boss, what are you still standing there for? Quick, take down all these white funeral couplets and wreaths, replace them with bright red ones, and decorate the wedding scene. Su Dahai felt more and more that his idea was good. He couldn't let his grandson-in-law run away. Get married quickly, have the bridal chamber quickly, and give birth to a big fat boy. Then that little fairy will be half a member of the Su family. Not only Su Minghui was stunned, everyone at the scene was stunned. Funeral turns into wedding. Why does Mr. Su, who is alive, seem a little abnormal? Only a few big shots were moved. It seemed that this young man was even more awesome than they imagined, otherwise why would old man Su have such a reaction? Grandfather. Su Yan was anxious. She was not mentally prepared at all. My dear granddaughter, don't worry. Although it's a bit hasty, Grandpa will never treat you unfairly. Second brother, go and prepare 200 million in cash as a dowry for Xiaoyan. Su Dehai sat in the crystal coffin and started to make arrangements. By the way, has the 800 million Banshan manor been sold? Go buy it quickly. It will also serve as a dowry. 200 million in cash. A mid-mountain manor worth 800 million. Everyone was surprised. What a grand deal. The few people who had just targeted Su Yan suddenly lost their minds and became extremely jealous. He gave Su Yan 1 billion with just one sentence. The old man is too partial. Su Yan wasn't happy at all. She didn't want to get married without any reason. But in the Su family, the old man has the final say and no one can change the decision he makes. Not even her. When she looked up and met Xiao Yi's narrow gaze, she couldn't help but get angry. Is this guy watching the fun? Now you believe the marriage certificate is real. You won't accuse me of cheating on you, right? Xiao Yi said with a smile. If you beg me, I will stop your grandfather, how about that? Su Yan wanted to curse. This guy had such a mean expression and looked like he deserved a beating. Hurry up, if you're any later, your grandfather will have to arrange the bridal chamber. Xiao Yi looked amused. I beg you. Su Yan gritted her teeth. Hee hee. Xiao Yi smiled proudly. Little girl, can't I control you? Little immortal, how about arranging the bridal chamber in the Su family manner? Su Dehai turned his head and put on a smile. Su Yan was speechless. They really arranged a bridal chamber. Wait, Mr. Su, you misunderstood. I'm here to break off the engagement. Xiao Yi said in a light tone, it's time for me to show off. What? Break off the engagement. Su Dehai was stunned. The slightly noisy scene suddenly became quiet. All eyes fell on Xiao Yi. There's nothing wrong with him. Let's not talk about the 1 billion dowry, just talking about Su Yan, she is the most beautiful woman in Zhonghai. There are at least 800 people who like her, if not 1,000. There were more than a dozen of them on the scene. When Xiao Yi said he wanted to cancel the engagement before, no one took it seriously. After all, no one knew whether the marriage certificate was real or fake. Now that Mr. Su has arranged the wedding, he will soon marry the daughter of the Su family and reach the peak of his life. He actually wants to cancel the engagement. Which man can resist such temptation? Every man present here cannot do it. Su Yan next to her was angry. She was broken off from engagement. Could it be that she is not worthy of him? She could object, but she couldn't accept Xiao Yi breaking off the engagement in public. If this gets out, how will she save face? You don't want to marry me? Su Yan glared at Xiao Yi. In no mood. Xiao Yi was determined. What if I must get married? Su Yan was furious. Then I won't marry you either. Xiao Yi shook his head. Is your face valuable? You just accused me of cheating on you. I also have no face, okay. Su Yan clenched her fists. This guy was going too far. The people at the scene were confused. How did it become a scene where Xiao Yi refused to marry Su Yan, but she forced him to marry her? Well, little fairy, the engagement was made between me and the old fairy. Su Dehai came to his senses and said hurriedly. My granddaughter is very outstanding. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very capable. It's quite prominent. My black shirt is about to burst. Xiao Yi muttered to himself, and then looking at Su Yan's haggard appearance with red eyes, he felt a little soft-hearted again. Forget it, as a grown man, why should he bother with a little girl? Mr. Su, let's talk about Su Yen and I later. Let's find the murderer who killed you first. What? Su Dahai's face changed. Was he killed by someone? Hey, how could I forget about this? Could it really be someone from the Su family who did this? Seeking power and usurping the throne. Now that Mr. Su is dead, whoever benefits the most will be the most suspicious. The people at the scene suddenly became excited and started talking. This matter is much more serious than breaking off an engagement. Listening to the discussions, Su Dahai's expression changed and he looked at everyone in the Su family. The Su family members noticed the old man's gaze and their hearts trembled. Su Minghui was even more panicked. The old man had died, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would become the head of the family. According to normal logic, he benefited the most and is naturally the most suspicious. Everyone. Su Dahai took a deep breath and looked at the people who came to pay their respects. Thank you all for coming to see me off. I have some family matters to take care of, so I won't keep you here any longer. I will invite you all again on my granddaughter's wedding day. After hearing what Su Dahai said, everyone was a little disappointed. They couldn't watch the fun anymore. But it is understandable, after all, family disgrace should not be made public. Wait, Mr. Su, the murderer may not be from the Su family. Xiao Yi took a step forward. No one can leave until the murderer is found. Someone, close the door. When Su Dahai heard this, he was filled with murderous intent. Just now he was afraid that the family disgrace would be exposed, so he wanted to solve it after there were no outsiders around. But if it was an outsider, he would have no scruples. Anyone who dares to kill him must pay the price. Without waiting for everyone to react, Xiao Yi took out a silver needle and picked up a bug from the black blood that Su Dahai had just vomited. It is the size of a beetle and looks even more ferocious. Old Su, it was this poisonous insect that killed you. Xiao Yi introduced. Insect. Isn't this something from legend? Such a small insect can kill people. Everyone looked at the insect and exclaimed in shock. They originally thought that Su Dahai was poisoned to death or something like that. Now it seems that is not the case at all. Goo worms are relatively rare, and no one in the Su family should know about them, so I said the murderer may not be from the Su family. Xiao Yi said. After hearing Xiao Yi's words, the Su family breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally cleared of suspicion. Especially Su Minghui, he wanted to hug Xiao Yi and give him a kiss. Of course, it could also be that someone in the Su family colluded with outsiders, or hired someone to kill someone. Xiao Yi said again. The Su family, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, instantly wanted to curse. How do we find the murderer? Su Dahai asked in a deep voice. Because the goo worm is difficult to refine, after you die, the murderer will most likely take the goo worm back. As Xiao Yi spoke, the silver needle trembled and the poisonous insect flew out. The murderer has a unique scent of the goo worm on him. Whoever it targets is the murderer. Everyone stared at the poisonous insect in the air, feeling a little nervous. Is this thing reliable? What if it happens to me? How should I explain it? Buzz. The poisonous insect circled in the air and flew straight towards the crowd. Ah! Screams were heard everywhere and many people stepped back in fear. Not only was he afraid of misunderstanding, he was also afraid that the poisonous insect would harm him. Soon, the insect landed on the shoulder of a middle-aged man. He is the murderer. The people around were startled and stepped back subconsciously. Seeing that he was exposed, the middle-aged man looked at Xiao Yi hatefully and rushed out. He planned to run away first, and then find an opportunity to kill this guy who ruined their plans. Still want to run? Xiao Yi sneered and chased after him. He had noticed this guy just now. The insect was looking for its master just to be more sure. Stop him. Su Dahai shouted that the murderer must not be allowed to escape. Whoever stops me will die. The middle-aged man took out a big centipede and roared. I'll let the centipede bite you to death. Those who wanted to stop them no longer dared to do so when they saw this and they all scattered. Go to hell. When the middle-aged man saw Xiao Yi chasing him, he threw the big centipede out fiercely. Xiao Yi looked at the giant centipede flying towards him and raised his hand to punch it. Pop. The giant centipede fell to the ground and became motionless. How is that possible? The middle-aged man screamed, the centipede is extremely poisonous and anyone who touches it will die. How come this kid is okay? Without waiting for him to release the poisonous insect again, Xiao Yi kicked him. Bang. The middle-aged man screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Run again. Xiao Yi stepped on the middle-aged man's chest and sneered. Hurry up and save me. The middle-aged man yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in a suit jumped up and ran straight towards Su Dahai. Grandpa, be careful. Su Yan, who was standing next to Su Dahai, immediately stood in front. Seeing this, the man in the suit put the dagger directly on Su Yan's neck and said to Xiao Yi, let him go, or I will kill your fiancé. He originally wanted to hold Su Dahai hostage, but when he looked at Su Yan, he changed his mind. Perhaps, holding Su Yan hostage would be more effective. Are you threatening me? Xiao Yi's expression turned cold. He hated being threatened the most. Yes, I'll count to 3, and you. Snap. Without waiting for the man in the suit to finish speaking, Xiao Yi stomped hard on the middle-aged man's arm and broke it. Ah. The middle-aged man screamed in pain and tears came out. You, aren't you afraid that I will kill your fiancé? The man in the suit was furious. I'm ready to break off the engagement. Do you think I care whether she lives or dies? Xiao Yi said this calmly and stepped down again. Click. The middle-aged man's other arm was also broken. Ah. The middle-aged man rolled on the ground in pain and screamed even louder. That's too cruel. He breaks people's arms when they disagree with him. He is a ruthless character. The people at the scene looked at the wailing middle-aged man, then at Xiao Yi, and their faces changed. Even some ruthless big shots felt a little scared. This kid can only be friends, not enemies. Su Yan, who was originally very scared, was now staring at Xiao Yi. What did this guy just say? Don't you care about your own life or death? That's too much. She would not marry a man like this even if he knelt down and begged her. Aren't you going to kill her? Why haven't you done it yet? Xiao Yi looked at the man in the suit and mocked. The man in the suit was also confused. How could he not care about such a beautiful woman? Did I hold the wrong person hostage? How about changing someone? Just as the man in the suit looked at Su Dahai, Xiao Yi moved. Swish. A silver needle flew out like lightning and pierced the hand of the man in the suit holding the dagger. The man in the suit felt pain and subconsciously let go of the dagger, which fell. Oh no, I've been fooled. As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Yi pounced on him and punched him. The man in the suit didn't bother to catch Su Yan or pick up the dagger. He blocked Xiao Yi's fist with one palm. Bang. Xiao Yi was surprised. This guy could actually block his punch. Although he only used 20% of his strength in this punch, it was still difficult for ordinary masters to resist. The man in the suit took a half step back and narrowed his eyes. You are indeed an ancient warrior. He couldn't see through Xiao Yi, so he thought it would be safer to take someone hostage, rescue the person and leave first. Now that I can't leave, I have no choice but to kill someone. The peak of the early stage of dark power. Xiao Yi felt the breath of the man in the suit and raised his eyebrows. Listening to the conversation between the two, the faces of many people who could reach a certain level changed. Old Huang, is this person as strong as you? A big shot asked as he looked at the bodyguard he hired with an annual salary of tens of millions. Better than me. Old Huang said in a deep voice. I am in the early stage of dark energy. What is an ancient warrior? What does the peak of the initial stage of dark energy mean? Some of those who don't understand are very curious. Very strong. How strong? Can he be as strong as the king of soldiers and the god of war? Heh, a peak dark energy master can defeat at least a dozen soldier kings and war gods. If he's so awesome, then Xiao Yi is doomed, right? Well, he is too young. Even if he is an ancient warrior, he is at most in the early stage of dark energy. No matter whether it was Lao Huang's ancient martial arts bodyguards or the onlookers, none of them were optimistic about Xiao Yi. Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish. Kill. While they were talking, the men in the suit shouted and rushed towards Xiao Yi. He felt that the punch just now was Xiao Yi's full fighting power. As for the silver needle, it was just something that caught him off guard, so it's nothing. With his strength, he can't beat a young man. Oh. Xiao Yi sneered and kicked out with his right foot like lightning. Snap. The man in the suit had a sunken sternum, vomited blood and flew out, then fell to the ground and became motionless. You could hear a pin drop at the scene, and everyone was stunned. Just as it began, it ended. How is that possible? This is different from the picture they imagined. With just this little bit of strength, you're still going to help me. Xiao Yi shook his head and walked towards the middle-aged man. You, don't come over here. The middle-aged man was scared and shouted in panic. I have also put a curse on Su Yan. If I die, she will not be able to survive. I know. Xiao Yi nodded and said that Su Yan would not live long because he discovered that there was a poisonous insect in her body. It's still the love poison, right? You, how did you know? The middle-aged man widened his eyes in shock. Su Yan's pretty face turned pale. Was there also a poisonous insect in her body? He hadn't lied to her before, nor had he touched her breasts on purpose to take advantage of her. Snap. Xiao Yi kicked the middle-aged man's leg and broke it. Damn it, you want to sleep with my fiancée when you are like this? Ah. The middle-aged man fell to the ground, howling in pain. Little fairy, what's going on? What is love poison? Su Dahai was worried about his granddaughter and couldn't help but ask. You say it. Xiao Yi grabbed the middle-aged man's hair and dragged him in front of Su Yan. Love goo is a type of goo insect. If she doesn't have sex with him after the love goo matures, she will surely die. How dare a middle-aged man not speak up? Su Yan was a little dumbfounded. Isn't sleeping together just, This poisonous insect is a bit shameless. By the way, who are we going to sleep with? You. Or anyone? Xiao Yi thought of something and asked. There are many types of love goo. Some will fall head over heels in love with the person who cast the poison, while others are more simple and brutal, and can only avoid death by sacrificing themselves to the person who cast the poison. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Yan was angry. Well, I have to ask this question clearly. This is the key issue. Xiao Yi coughed dryly. Everyone at the scene pricked up their ears. This question interests everyone, young or old. No, not with me. My love goo is divided into male and female. The one in her body is the female one. Before the male goo has no host, anyone can do it. The middle-aged man said hurriedly. Okay. Su Dahai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Little fairy, Xiaoyan is now in your hands. I will arrange your wedding chamber right away. Grandfather. Su Yan's pretty face changed. Xiaoyan, this is not just for the wedding night, it's also for saving your life. You'll have to have the wedding night sooner or later anyway, right? Su Dahai's face was wrinkled from laughing so much. It's better to have a hole early than late, let's do it now. Listening to Su Dahai's words, Xiao Yi couldn't help but laugh. This old man is quite interesting. Why are you laughing? Su Yan didn't dare to get angry at her grandfather, but she was not polite to Xiao Yi. Well, I think what your grandfather said makes sense. Xiao Yi said with a smile. You. Su Yan glared at him, this guy was going too far. Haha, that makes sense, right? Su Dahai smiled even more. Little god, don't argue with Xiao Yan. She is a girl with a thin skin. From now on, just listen to my arrangements. Then he looked at the middle-aged man on the ground, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. When he looked up at the others, he smiled again. Everyone, the murderer has been found, and this matter has come to an end. Just wait for my news in the next few days, and then everyone can come to the wedding banquet. Good. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone knew it was time to leave. The rest, whether it was the disposal of the murderer or the bridal chamber, were not things they could watch. An important person came forward and wanted to make friends with Xiao Yi. Apart from anything else, his ability to bring the dead back to life and his ancient martial arts skills alone make him worth making friends with. They handed over their business cards one by one and asked for Xiao Yi's contact information. Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment, but still told the number he used 3 years ago. He almost forgot the number himself. I haven't been down Buzhou Mountain for 3 years, which means I've been missing for 3 years. I wonder if there are still legends about Hades in this world. Xiao Yi muttered to himself. Not far away, Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi, who was chatting and laughing with the big guys, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. One after another, people left. Come here, tie them up and lock them up first. Su Dahai said coldly. Take down the morning hall, choose a date, and hold the wedding. And as I just said, prepare the 200 million in cash and the mid-levels manor as soon as possible. Yes. Su Minghui quickly responded. Little immortal, I'm sorry to trouble you with Xiaoyan's poisonous insect. When Su Dahai faced Xiao Yi, he smiled again. Grandfather. Su Yan was anxious. Xiao Yan, Grandpa is thinking about your health. Just think about it, it would be very dangerous if there was a bug inside you. Su Dahai said seriously. Besides, sharing a room, is there no other way? Su Yan didn't give up and asked the middle-aged man. No more. The middle-aged man shook his head. This is another goo worm without a host, otherwise it would only work if it had a host. Su Yan felt a little desperate. Would she die if she didn't sleep in the same room? If we have sex, everything will be fine, right? Su Dahai also asked one more question. After all, it was about the life and death of his granddaughter. Right. The middle-aged man nodded. Xiao Yan, did you hear me? This is the only way to save you now. Su Dahai spoke with deep sincerity. Your engagement with the little fairy was made a long time ago. Grandpa will hold a grand wedding for you in a few days, so that you can marry in style. Today's bridal chamber is just an advanced ceremony. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi, still feeling somewhat unwilling. Just like that, give yourself to a strange man. This is her first time. Come with me. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi, took a deep breath, and made a decision. Right now, it is a multiple-choice question for her. Either have sex or die. She doesn't want to die. Although the first time is precious, life is more precious. Since she was already engaged, she had no other choice. What if she was unwilling? Hearing Su Yan's words, Xiao Yi was a little surprised, and admiration flashed in his eyes. This girl is more decisive and clear-headed than he thought. But even though he admired her, he still wanted to tease her. It was because she didn't give him face in public. Where are you going? Xiao Yi looked amused. You. Su Yan's pretty face turned cold. Xiao Yi, to cure the love poison, all we need is to sleep together. I don't need you. Xiao Yi was stunned. Is this considered a threat to him? Xiao Yan, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Dahai's face changed, fearing that Xiao Yi would be angry. Little fairy, Xiao Yan was just joking, please don't mind it, and don't just stand by and watch someone die. Haha, it's nothing. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I won't stand by and watch you die. Xiao Yi was not angry. Instead, he felt that Su Yan had a strong personality and was becoming more and more irritable towards him. This is not an ordinary vase, it's quite interesting. Quick, Xiao Yan, take Xiao Yi to your place. Su Dahai urged. In his opinion, having the wedding night right away would be a good thing that would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It can not only keep Xiao Yi, but also save his granddaughter's life. Just now Xiao Yi said he wanted to cancel the engagement, and now they have really had their wedding night. How dare this guy cancel the engagement? Grandpa, don't rush. Xiao Yi and I just met and we don't know each other well. Su Yan couldn't stand Xiao Yi's face. What with not helping someone in need, it made it seem like she had to beg him to sleep with her. What's the big deal? In our time, we didn't even meet before marriage, but we were still very happy after marriage. Su Dehai said with a smile. You young people, shouldn't you be more open-minded? I've heard that many young people nowadays just chat online and then book a hotel room. You can still get to know each other after the wedding night. The most important thing is, with such a horrible bug in your body, who knows what will happen over time. If it's not resolved immediately, Grandpa won't be at ease. Hearing this, Su Yan had the image of being bitten by insects in her mind, and her pretty face turned pale. Let's go, I'll go get rid of the love poison for you first. Xiao Yi spoke at the right time. It is indeed better to resolve the issue as soon as possible. Su Yan said nothing and walked out with a cold face. Little fairy, Xiaoyan is just like this. Su Dehai explained. Fine. Xiao Yi smiled. I'll go get rid of the love poison first, and I'll talk to you when I come back. Okay, go ahead. Su Dehai nodded repeatedly, feeling relieved. This grandson-in-law couldn't get away. Father. After Xiao Yi left, Su Minghui stepped forward and wanted to say something. Go and do what I asked you to do first. Su Dehai's smile disappeared, and his cold eyes swept over everyone in the Su family. This matter is not over yet. Everyone in the Su family was shocked, and they all understood what the old man meant. The murderer has been caught, but is there another mastermind behind the murder? On the other side, Su Yan brought Xiao Yi to her residence. This is a single-family villa. Although it is not big, it is quite exquisite. Su Yan had a cold face and ignored Xiao Yi, trying to hide her inner panic. My heart beat faster, especially when I thought about what was going to happen next. She had never thought about what it would be like to be with a man one day, and a stranger at that. In recent years, she has focused on her career and is determined to become a strong woman. Love, marriage, including men, she has no interest in anything. Even the failure of her parents' marriage made her somewhat disgusted with men. Otherwise, she wouldn't have so many suitors and no one would catch her eye. You live here by yourself? Xiao Yi looked around and tried to make small talk. Xiao Yi, didn't you want to cancel the engagement? Why did you agree? Su Yan ignored Xiao Yi's words and asked in a cold voice. I am a kind-hearted person and I cannot stand by and watch someone die. Xiao Yi smiled. I said, it doesn't have to be you. Su Yan's voice became even colder. But your grandfather thinks that it has to be me. Xiao Yi's smile became even wider. You and I are engaged, so it's legal for us to have sex together. But with others, that's different. Su Yan glared at Xiao Yi and gritted her teeth. I promised your grandfather that I would definitely save you. Shall we get started? As Xiao Yi spoke, he began to unbutton his shirt. You, wait. When Su Yan saw Xiao Yi's actions, panic flashed in her eyes. It's better to do it as soon as possible. What if the poisonous insect attacks? After this is over, I still have to talk to your grandfather about breaking off the engagement. Xiao Yi said. What? When Su Yan heard Xiao Yi's words, her expression changed. Sleep with her and then cancel the engagement. Although she was not optimistic about their marriage, but breaking off the engagement after sleeping with him, wasn't that too bad? Get out of here, you scumbag. Let me go. If I go, who will help you get rid of the love poison? Get lost. I'd rather die than let you touch me. Xiao Yi held back his laughter. This girl has quite a fierce temper. What's the matter? You don't want me to break off the engagement with you? Do you still want to rely on me? Who wants to rely on you? Our engagement is not valid. I will never marry you even if I die. Su Yan said angrily. Okay, I was just kidding you, don't be angry. What if you get emotional and anger the insect? Xiao Yi smiled, took off his shirt and threw it on the sofa. If I leave, no matter what, you won't be able to get past your grandfather. Su Yan's expression changed and she gradually calmed down. The poisonous insect must be dealt with. She can't ask her grandfather for help except asking someone else. Besides, who could she turn to? Xiao Yi in front of him is almost the best candidate. After sleeping, you deal with my grandfather and then disappear in front of me. I don't want to see you again. Su Yan gritted her teeth, took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet next to her, and wanted to get herself drunk. She didn't want to experience the process. No, do I disgust you so much? The process is wonderful. Seeing this, Xiao Yi was speechless. Shut up. Su Yan said softly, carrying the red wine upstairs. Come up with me. Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan's graceful back, and he was really moved. After 3 years on Mount Buzhou, even the Sao looks like Diao Chan. Why do you like practicing sword? It's because there are no women in the mountains, so we have to resort to swords and knives. As for breaking off the engagement, it was mainly because they were afraid of someone ugly, which Su Yan obviously was not. Therefore, it is not impossible to cancel this marriage. When he arrived at the bedroom upstairs, Su Yan had already opened the red wine and drank half a bottle. When I finish my drink, we'll start. Su Yan pointed at the bathroom and said coldly. Go take a shower first. A man and a woman alone, red wine and beautiful women, it's inevitable that people will have wild thoughts. Xiao Yi smiled and held Su Yan's wrist. No need to wash, let's just get started. What are you up to? Su Yan was grabbed by the wrist and couldn't help but panic. Haha, didn't you agree to sleep with me? Xiao Yi looked at the beautiful face so close to him and gave a wicked smile. Let me go take a shower first. Su Yan struggled, she was not fully prepared yet. No hurry. We'll be sweating all over soon anyway. Let's take a shower after we're done. Xiao Yi sniffed. This woman smelled so good. He hadn't smelled it for 3 years. Listening to Xiao Yi's words, Su Yan stopped struggling and closed her eyes, then come on. Seeing this, Xiao Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You act like I'm forcing you. What else? You still want me to cooperate with you? Su Yan said coldly. Okay, I'll do it myself then. As Xiao Yi spoke, he unbuttoned Su Yan's shirt, revealing a large area of white skin and a bra with black lace. Su Yan's body trembled slightly and her breathing became much faster. However, she still held back and did not open her eyes. Gulp. Xiao Yi looked at the large area of white skin and swallowed his saliva. It was so tempting. At this moment, he really wanted to throw Su Yan onto the big bed and use the simplest and most brutal method to get rid of the love poison. But he still held back. A gentleman is lustful but not lewd, romantic but not vulgar. He could sleep with Su Yan, but she had to be willing, not like now. I'm going to start. Xiao Yi took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He put his fingers together like swords and pressed them on Su Yan's chest, the large area of white skin. The fingers were soft and elastic, which made him feel excited. Su Yan's body trembled, as if an electric current was running through her body, and her breathing became more rapid. A blush appeared on her fair face. So sensitive. Extreme. Seeing Su Yan's reaction, Xiao Yi swallowed his saliva again and pretended to be dissatisfied. Hey, I didn't strip you naked, why do you react so strongly? Can you please stop moving? I can't find the right position. Listening to Xiao Yi's words, Su Yan felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. Was it her fault that he reacted so strongly? She didn't want to react, but she couldn't control it. And, his pants weren't even taken off, so what position was he looking for? Just as she was wondering, she suddenly felt a slight pain in her chest, followed by a tingling sensation that made her scream out, "Ah! No way! You can even call that?" Xiao Yi's hands trembled. This was really too much of a test of his concentration. You! Su Yan became angry and opened her eyes, glaring at Xiao Yi. The next second, she was stunned to see Xiao Yi holding a few shiny silver needles and stabbing them into her chest. Ah! Su Yan screamed, what was he going to do? Aren't you roommates? Why are you still using needles? Could it be that Xiao Yi is a pervert? I've heard of whips, candles and the like, but I've never heard of using needles. Don't move, if you move, the love poison will run away. Xiao Yi growled. I had so much trouble finding it. Ah. You. Su Yan didn't dare to move anymore and reacted. Are you trying to cure the love poison for me? What else? Xiao Yi asked back with a wicked smile. You don't really think I want to sleep with you? You don't have to have sex to cure the love poison. Su Yan was stunned. No need. It was that guy who said to share a room, not me. As Xiao Yi spoke, he dropped a few more silver needles. Su Yan bit her red lips lightly, trying not to scream out, but the tingling sensation became stronger and stronger. She couldn't help but twist her legs slightly and clamp them together. I regret it. Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan's charming look and suddenly said. Regret what? Su Yan suppressed her strangeness and moaned a little. I regret not sleeping with you. Xiao Yi said seriously. How about I put away the needle and we use the simplest and most direct method to solve the love poison? You dare? Su Yan was anxious. She had agreed before, but there was no other way. If they didn't sleep in the same room, she would die. Now that I know there are other means, how could I agree to it? Well. Xiao Yi sighed and continued the acupuncture. Yes, my grandfather died, and you were able to bring him back to life, so how could you not be able to cure the love poison? Su Yan muttered as she thought of something. I should have guessed it. The love insect is much more troublesome than the insect in your grandfather's body. He is still alive thanks to a little vitality and the tonic of the 1,000-year sea dog pill. Xiao Yi said this and glanced at Su Yan. For a beauty like this, he had to use the 1,000-year sea dog pill, otherwise she would easily be unable to get out of bed. Since you have a solution, why didn't you tell me earlier? Su Yan thought of something again and became furious. You did it on purpose. Hee, you didn't ask me. Xiao Yi smiled. You. Su Yan was furious, feeling aggrieved, and her eyes turned red. Hey, why are you crying again? You have a pretty cold personality, why do you cry so much? Xiao Yi couldn't bear to see women crying, so he hurriedly said. I don't. Su Yan wiped her eyes. She cried more times today than she usually did in a year. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I have trapped the love insect, but it's not easy to force it out at once, and it could easily hurt you. Xiao Yi looked more serious. So, it has to be done in several times, but it's hard to say exactly how many times. Ah. Su Yan frowned. Would she have to be seen naked by Xiao Yi several more times? Even though she was wearing a bra, it was still a bit too intimate. And touching me? Is there no way to solve it in one go? Yes, are you willing to share a room? If you are willing, I will solve it for you right now. As Xiao Yi spoke, his eyes swept across the white arc and he swallowed again. As long as Su Yan dared to nod, he would no longer endure it. 3 years. Who knows how he managed to get through these 3 years? There are more calluses on my hands than 3 years ago. No. Just a few times. Su Yan said immediately. All right. Xiao Yi nodded, grabbed Su Yan's wrist, poured in his true energy, and began to investigate. It might hurt next, just bear with it. Well, why don't you sleep with me? I've already agreed. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi and suddenly asked. She is very beautiful and has a great figure, and she doesn't think any man can resist her body. Taking advantage of others' misfortunes is not the character of a gentleman. Xiao Yi straightened his back and said slowly. Oh. A strange look flashed in Su Yan's eyes, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. I thought there was something wrong with you. What? Damn it, Su Yan, you can scold me, but you can't insult me. Xiao Yi said angrily. Believe it or not, I'm going to prove to you right now that there's nothing wrong with me. Haha, no need. Su Yan smiled. Xiao Yi was stunned. This was the first time he saw Su Yan smile. It was truly a smile that could captivate the whole city. At this moment, he suddenly felt that it was worth it, so he held back and made the beauty smile. If he couldn't hold back, beautiful women might never smile again in this life. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yi left the villa and came to the reception room. Little God, has the love poison been resolved? Su Dehai stood up to greet him and asked impatiently. Solved. I'm exhausted. Xiao Yi sat down on the chair, picked up the tea in front of him and drank it in big gulps. Facing a beauty like Su Yan, he could only look at her but not eat her, which made his blood boil and his throat smoke. Tired. Oh, ha 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 ha, it's good that it's resolved. Su Dahai was stunned at first, then he smiled meaningfully. Xiao Yi looked at Su Dahai. Did this old man misunderstand? Where's Xiao Yan? Su Dahai poured Xiao Yi more tea. She's in the shower. She should be here later. Xiao Yi drank it all in one gulp. Ah, I understand, I understand. Su Dahai smiled even more widely. This grandson-in-law is a sure thing. He is tired, needs to take a shower, and the love poison has been solved. That is enough to explain something. Xiao Yi was speechless. What the hell do you know? It hurts so much, wouldn't you sweat? I'm sweating, so I have to take a shower. Where have you gone wrong, you old pervert? Little fairy. Just call me by my name. Ha ha ha, we're all family now, we should really call each other by our names. Su Dahai's face was full of wrinkles as he smiled. Xiao Yi, how is the old immortal these days? My master is fine. Xiao Yi said this with some curiosity. Mr. Su, how did you get to know my master? And how did you arrange this engagement? When I was in danger, it was the old immortal who passed by and saved me. I didn't expect that many years later, his disciple saved my life again. I and the Su family will never be able to repay him for saving my life twice. Su Dahai sighed. As for the engagement, more than 10 years ago, the old immortal came to the Su family. After seeing Xiao Yan, he liked her very much and said that he had a disciple on the mountain who was about the same age as Xiao Yan. We could make an engagement. I was very happy and agreed immediately. So that's how it is. Xiao Yi suddenly realized and looked at Su Dahai. He wondered if he would still be so happy if he knew that he still had 8 marriage certificates. He held back and didn't say anything. If he did, he would be beaten out with sticks, which would be bad. The old immortal also gave Xiao Yan a jade pendant, saying that she had a bad fate and this jade pendant could protect her. If the jade pendant were to break one day, she would be in trouble within 100 days, with a minor disaster of bloodshed or even death. Su Dahai looked bitter. More than 2 months ago, the jade pendant broke. I contacted the old immortal according to the contact information he left. He said that Xiao Yan was destined to have this disaster and that fate could not be changed. If she can get through it safely, good things will come to her. Hearing this, Xiao Yi frowned. The old man has great cultivation. Not only is he powerful, he is also proficient in the methods of Taoism, including mountain, medicine, fate, physiognomy, divination, and so on. Since he said that, Su Yan will definitely be in big trouble next. Ever since the jade pendant was broken, Xiao Yan's company has run into a lot of trouble. I secretly helped her solve some of the problems. It doesn't matter if her company goes bankrupt. What I'm worried about is her safety. Su Dahai's bitter smile became even more intense. I advised her to stop caring about the company and go back to the Su family to hide, but she built the company with her own hands and put in too much effort, so how could she let it go? She also said that if this disaster was destined for her, it would be useless even if she hid at home. Really? Xiao Yi nodded. As the saying goes, you can die on the mountain but not in the water. Xiao Yi, the old immortal asked you to come to the Su family at this time, but what did he say? Su Dahai looked at Xiao Yi with some anticipation. Well, let me come earlier so as not to delay the feast. Xiao Yi said subconsciously. Ah. A feast. Su Dahai was stunned. Whose feast should he eat? His. Hey, just kidding. Xiao Yi coughed dryly. My master didn't mention Su Yan, he just asked me to bring the marriage certificate to the Su family. Yes, the old man must have asked you to help Xiao Yan. With you here, she will definitely not be in danger. Su Dahai said excitedly. Before Xiao Yi could say anything, Su Yan came in from outside. Xiao Yan, how do you feel? Su Dahai saw his granddaughter and expressed his concern. I'm fine. Su Yan shook her head and did not mention the fact that the love goo had not been completely resolved, so as not to make him worry. Thanks to Xiao Yi, otherwise you would be in danger. What did Su Dahai think of when he said this? By the way, Xiaoyan, have you found the bodyguard I asked you to find before? Not yet. Don't look for it anymore. Let Xiaoyi protect you. He is so powerful. He is much better than those bodyguards. After Su Dahai finished speaking, he looked at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, what do you think? Grandpa, I have already made arrangements. They will interview the bodyguards tomorrow. Without waiting for Xiaoyi to speak, Su Yan hurriedly said. Just cancel it. How can you trust outsiders as much as your own family? I said I wanted to transfer someone from the Su family, but you didn't want to, and you insisted on finding one yourself. Su Dahai was muttering. It just so happens that you two can spend more time together and get to know each other better. Xiaoyi, what do you think? Xiaoyi really wanted to refuse. He still had to find out the 10 great artifacts and his background, so he didn't have the time to be Su Yan's bodyguard. But when he looked at Su Dahai's expectant eyes and thought of the old man's words, his heart softened. Well, just protect her for a while. Not to mention that Su Yan was his fiancée, it was such a pity that such a beautiful woman died like this. Okay, Su Yan's safety is on me. Okay. When Su Dahai saw Xiaoyi agreed, he smiled. Xiaoyan, look how good Xiaoyi is to you. I will hold a wedding for you in a few days. Mr. Su, there's no rush for the wedding. Xiaoyi glanced at Su Yan and said. Let's spend some time together and develop some feelings. Su Yan had a cold face and said nothing. Is that so? Fine then. I'll listen to you. Su Dahai thought about it and decided that since they had already slept together, his grandson-in-law would definitely not be able to escape. Half an hour later, Xiaoyi and Su Yan left the reception room. Why did you agree to my grandfather? Su Yan looked at Xiaoyi with cold eyes. I don't need your protection. My master said, 100 days. That's superstition. I don't believe it. How about this, I'll give you 500,000, and you can do whatever you want, and you don't have to protect me. Su Yan said coldly. If my grandfather asks, just tell him you are protecting me and reassure him. Su Yan, I won't allow you to insult my personality and trample on my dignity. Xiaoyi said seriously. How have I insulted your personality and trampled on your dignity? Su Yan was stunned. You give me money but don't let me do anything. What are you doing? You're supporting me. Xiaoyi was a little angry. How can I, a man of 8 feet tall, live off you? Su Yan was speechless. What kind of train of thought was this? Just 500,000 yuan, and you want to trample on my dignity? Xiaoyi said again. At least 1 million. Su Yan was completely speechless. Does he have any moral integrity at all? After some bargaining, Su Yan kept Xiaoyi for 800,000 yuan. In Xiaoyi's words, if you give me 800,000, I will be yours, and you can trample on my dignity and whip my body at will. Is this what it feels like to be a gigolo? It seems pretty good. In the gigolo world, our price is the ceiling, right? After Su Yan left, Xiaoyi turned on his computer and looked at the extra 800,000 yuan in his account with a happy smile. Although he had hundreds of millions in his account, 800,000 was nothing, but the feeling of money earned from selling one's body was definitely different. After receiving the money, how can I do nothing? If I don't want to struggle and be supported by my aunt, I have to make her happy. Otherwise, I will obey her tonight. Xiaoyi muttered to himself, walked around the neighborhood, and then went back to Su Dahai to brag. Through bragging, he got to know more about the Su family, which was even more awesome than he had imagined. The Su family is one of the top 10 families in Zhonghai, a truly prestigious family. This old man in front of me can make Zhonghai tremble with just a stomp of his feet. Since he wants to find his life experience in the 10 great artifacts in Zhonghai, the Su family should be able to provide some help. Therefore, staying in the Su family is definitely the best choice for him next. Mr. Su, have you questioned the 2 people who harmed you? If necessary, I can help torture them. Xiaoyi thought of something and asked. Haha, this is just a small matter. I won't bother you. I will take care of it. Su Dahai smiled, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Good. When Xiao Yi heard Su Dahai say this, he said no more. Time flies and it's night. Under Su Dahai's instructions, the Su family gathered together, one to celebrate his resurrection, and the other to welcome Xiao Yi. This is my Su Dahai's grandson-in-law. In front of the Su family, Su Dahai announced Xiao Yi's identity again. Two young people want to cultivate their relationship, so the wedding can be postponed, but the necessary preparations should still be made. 200 million in cash and the mid-levels manor should be ready in advance. At this dinner, Xiao Yi also got to know the main members of the Su family, including his future father-in-law, Su Mingyue, the fourth son of the Su family. He discovered a rather interesting phenomenon, that is, the relationship between Su Yan and her father did not seem to be very good. Su Mingyue, on the other hand, treated him well and drank 2 glasses of wine with him. I don't know who among the 4 brothers of the Su family wants to kill Old Man Su. If it was really his own son who killed him, Old Man Su would be very sad. Xiao Yi shook his head slightly. There is no family affection in wealthy families. It is all about interests and calculations. He did not speculate who was behind the incident. No matter who it was up to Old Man Su to resolve it himself. As for the younger generation of the Su family and the side branches, Xiao Yi had no interest in dealing with or getting to know these people who were not worthy of having a name for the time being. After the dinner, Su Dahai talked to Xiao Yi for a long time before letting Su Yan take him back to rest. Xiao Yi was quite excited. A man and a woman were alone in a room. Was there a chance that something would happen? For example, he showed off his style during the day and moved Su Yan, and then Su Yan said to him, "Good brother, I will give myself to you tonight." If that's the case, then he will definitely not refuse. If you reject a beauty like this, not only would you be unmanly, you would also be likely to be struck by lightning. But when he arrived at the villa, he was dumbfounded. "I've asked the nanny to clean up your room in the guest room downstairs." Su Yan's voice was cold. "Good night." "Wait a minute, I sleep downstairs." Xiao Yi called out to Su Yan, somewhat unwillingly. "What else?" Su Yan turned around and looked at Xiao Yi. "Well, you're supporting me for 800,000 yuan, and if I don't do something for you, I'll feel uneasy with the money." Xiao Yi said seriously. "Want to do something for me? Okay, then clean the downstairs again." After Su Yan finished speaking, she went upstairs without looking back. Oh my God. Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan's seductive back and wanted to swear. Cleaning. How could she think of that? Listening to the voice behind her, Su Yan's lips curled up slightly. Finally, this man was humiliated. "Little girl, you're quite interesting. Anyway, I won't leave. I'll play with you slowly." After Su Yan's figure disappeared on the second floor, Xiao Yi gritted his teeth. Of course he didn't really clean the house. He went to the guest room, washed up, fell on the bed, and quickly fell asleep. He was also very tired today. First he flew with a sword, and then he treated Su Dahai and Su Yan, which depleted most of his internal energy. Otherwise, you will definitely be distracted and unable to sleep. No words were spoken all night until dawn. When Su Yan came down from upstairs, Xiao Yi was already waiting in the living room. "Say hello to Grandpa, and we'll go." "Good." Xiao Yi nodded and looked at Su Yan. "Didn't you sleep well last night? You look a little haggard." "I've been too tired these past few days." Su Yan responded by saying that she must not be able to sleep well with a man downstairs. "It's not that I'm worried about what Xiao Yi will do, but I'm not used to it." "Is it because I didn't go up that you can't sleep alone?" Xiao Yi asked with a smile. Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to Xiao Yi and walked out. "Wait for me. Without me, your grandfather can't let you leave the Su family." Xiao Yi chased after him. After meeting Su Dahai, the two drove away from the Su family in a Maserati President. After driving a certain distance, Su Yan stopped the car. "Get off." "What?" Xiao Yi was stunned. "We agreed yesterday that you can do whatever you want after you get the money. I will contact you when I return to the Su family next time." Su Yan said coldly. "During this time, my grandfather called you and you knew what to say." "Next time." You're not coming back tonight. Xiao Yi was surprised. No, I usually live outside and go back about once a week. Su Yan replied. If you don't live in the Su family, where should I live? Xiao Yi was a little dumbfounded. You can live wherever you want. It has nothing to do with me. Get out of the car. I have a meeting. Su Yan urged. If you take the money, you have to follow my instructions. All right. Xiao Yi had no choice but to get off the car. Boom. The Maserati president roared and sped away. Fuck. She left me in the guest room last night and left me on the street today. I've decided to do it tonight. Xiao Yi cursed and waved to stop a taxi. Master, follow the car in front. As he spoke, he took out 2 red bills and stuffed them over. The driver, who was about to ask something, didn't ask a single question, stepped on the accelerator and chased after the car. Half an hour later, the Maserati president drove into a company and the taxi stopped. Xiao Yi got out of the car and looked around. Is this her company? It looks like it's doing well. No wonder she's so generous and gave me 800,000 yuan to support me. Just as he was about to go in, he was stopped by security. When Xiao Yi saw the security guard coming over, the plot of the novel instantly appeared in his mind. The protagonist is stopped, insulted by the security guard, and then they fight or slap each other in the face to show off. If they dare to insult me, I will call Su Yan and slap her in the face. Xiao Yi was quite looking forward to it. It seemed that all the novels he read when he was bored were not read in vain. Hello, are you here for an interview? Just as Xiao Yi was daydreaming, the security guard on the left asked politely. Ah. Xiao Yi was dumbfounded. Why was it different from what he imagined? What happened to the promise of looking down upon me? How can I pretend to be cool and slap someone in the face when you are like this? But he soon realized, what Su Yan and Su Dahai said yesterday was true. Are you going to interview a bodyguard today? Yes, I'm here for an interview. A thought flashed through Xiao Yi's mind, and he nodded immediately. Sign in, the office building in front is on the 7th floor. The security guard took out a notebook. Okay. After registering, Xiao Yi went straight to the 7th floor of the office building. He didn't plan to go directly to Su Yan. He wanted to pass the interview and become Su Yan's bodyguard. When the time comes, let's see how Su Yan can get rid of him. When Xiao Yi took the elevator to the 7th floor, there were already quite a few people waiting there. While filling out the form, Xiao Yi looked at these people. There were at least 30 or 40 of them. Most of them were big and strong and looked like they could fight well. These people are competitors, sizing each other up, bragging from time to time, and trying to put pressure on others. I'm the Dragon Fang Special Forces. Have you heard of me? The Ace Team. I used to hang out with the Mabe god of war, and was one of the 4 kings under him. Amitba, I became a monk when I was 3 years old. I just returned to secular life last year. I won the title of Top 10 Martial Monks. Xiao Yi almost burst out laughing. He could barely accept the idea of Dragon Fang Special Forces and subordinates of the god of war. What the hell are the top 10 monks? My friend, what did you do before? Someone looked at Xiao Yi and asked. Me. I used to hang out abroad mostly, and they called me Pluto. Xiao Yi said with a smile. Pluto. What a coincidence, they all call me King of Hell. The men grinned and didn't take Xiao Yi's words seriously at all. Hee hee. Xiao Yi smiled. He was telling the truth, so it doesn't matter if they don't believe him. Soon, people from the Human Resources Department arrived, and those boastful men fell silent. Welcome to Qingyan, I am Li Min, the Human Resources Manager. The person who spoke was a beautiful woman, about 27 or 28 years old, wearing an OL uniform, with short hair cut to the ears, and looked quite capable. Today's assessment is divided into several parts. There will be 3 people who will enter the final assessment. President Su will personally interview and select one person to become her bodyguard. After hearing this, the men were eager to try, and they all felt that they would be the ultimate winner. Afterwards, Li Min brought a group of applicants to the adjacent conference room. The first test is about professional knowledge. Please answer the questions. The applicants sat down, and Xiao Yi picked up the questions on the table and started reading them. This question is pretty good. After Xiao Yi finished reviewing the questions, he started writing. After about 10 minutes, people handed in their papers one after another. Li Min and others gave scores on the spot. The first test was relatively simple, and almost half of the people passed it. The first round tests your professional skills, and the second round tests your fists and feet. As a bodyguard, you must be strong, otherwise how can you protect President Su? The rest of you will engage in a melee, and the remaining 3 will pass the test. After Li Min explained the rules, the tables and chairs were moved away, and the huge conference room became empty. A big fight, the remaining 3 people will go to see Su Yan. If she sees me, she will definitely not choose me, so, just leave her no one else to choose. Xiao Yi looked at the others and came up with an idea. Start. Following Li Min's order, more than 20 men took action together. The Shaolin monk yelled and knocked the man next to him away. The Dragon Fang Special Forces soldier jumped up and kicked the God of War king in the crotch. Ah! A shrill scream came from the mouth of the king, and he curled up on the ground, covering his crotch. Xiao Yi looked around and ran straight to the king of hell. Pluto, huh? When the king of hell saw Xiao Yi rushing towards him, he smiled grimly and wanted to say something harsh. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Yi slapped him in the face and he fell to the ground. You, the king of hell, can't you take a beating? Xiao Yi smiled slightly, stepped on his body, and rushed towards the Shaolin monk. Bang! The Shaolin monk fell on the table, smashing it into pieces. It's your turn, Dragon Fang Special Forces. Xiao Yi clenched his fist and punched forward. In the blink of an eye, he knocked down several people. His outstanding performance also attracted Li Min's attention. This guy is so handsome. There was a little girl next to Li Min, with stars in her eyes. Stop being a nympho, what's his name? Li Min asked in a low voice. It seems his name is Xiao Yi. This is the form he filled out. The little girl found the form that Xiao Yi had just filled out and handed it over. Served in the military. Li Min's eyes brightened as he watched Xiao Yi's self-introduction. Boss, look. The little girl exclaimed. Li Min looked up quickly and was also stunned. In the conference room, Xiao Yi was the only person standing. The others all fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Why didn't you stop him? Aren't there supposed to be 3 people left? Li Min looked at the little girl and asked. He was so fast, we didn't even have time to react and it was over. The little girl said helplessly. Trouble. Li Min looked at the people lying on the ground, each with a bruised face and nose. How could he go to see President Su? It was agreed that President Su would choose one of the remaining 3 people. What now? Boss, he's so handsome and such a good fighter, Mr. Su should be satisfied, right? Why don't you take him alone? The little girl whispered. Do you think President Su is as crazy as you are? Li Min rolled his eyes at her and rubbed his forehead. There is no other way now. Let's take him to see Mr. Su first. If it doesn't work, we can only recruit new people. Aha. Xiao Yi, come with me. As for the others, arrange subsidies and let them leave. After Li Min finished speaking, he walked outside. Come on. The little girl waved her fist at Xiao Yi, obviously becoming a fangirl. Good. Xiao Yi smiled and followed Li Min. Don't be nervous when you see Ms. Su later. Just answer whatever she asks. Li Min said that he hoped Mr. Su would be satisfied with Xiao Yi. Otherwise, today's matter will be a failure. Okay, Manager Li. Xiao Yi nodded. The 2 took the elevator to the 11th floor, the president's office. Li Min knocked on the door, and Su Yan's cold voice came from inside, Come in. Come with me, and good luck. Li Min said, opened the door and walked inside. Hee hee. Xiao Yi smiled. What would Su Yan's reaction be when she saw him? In the president's office, Su Yan sat behind a huge desk, concentrating on writing something. She didn't take this recruitment too seriously, she just wanted to reassure her grandfather. Now that Xiao Yi is here, Grandpa is relieved, so there is no need for that. If the HR department hadn't said that they had already notified the applicant, she would have cancelled the offer. She has already made up her mind that if someone is really capable, she will arrange for him to be a supervisor in the security department or something like that. The door opened and footsteps were heard. Su Yan put down her pen and looked up. "Boss Su, I've brought you someone." Li Min stopped, not knowing what to say. Su Yan was puzzled. Didn't they say there were 3 people? Why was there only one person? When her eyes fell on Xiao Yi's handsome face, she couldn't help but widen her eyes, with astonishment written all over her pretty face. Why is it him? Seeing Su Yan's reaction, Xiao Yi smiled even more and winked at her. "Boss Su." Li Min also noticed Su Yan's abnormal reaction and felt a little strange. What was going on? This guy is quite handsome, but she is not a crazy fan of this cold female CEO, right? Why are you here? Su Yan recovered and blurted out. "I'm here to apply for a bodyguard position." Xiao Yi smiled. "Are you surprised to see me?" Listening to the conversation between the two, Li Min was dumbfounded. Do they know each other? Applying for a bodyguard job? Su Yan's expression turned cold. "Xiao Yi, I'm very busy and don't have time to play with you." "I'm not kidding. I'm really here to apply for the bodyguard position. If you don't believe me, ask Manager Li. I passed the assessment." Xiao Yi said seriously. "Your assessment doesn't count." Su Yan calmed herself down and looked at Li Min. "Didn't you say there were 3 people? Where are the other 2? Boss Su, he was the only one. The others were all defeated by him." Li Min said hurriedly. "Haha, you have no choice. I'm the only one left." Xiao Yi felt somewhat proud of himself, thinking that he was very smart and had eliminated all his competitors in advance. "You." Su Yan gritted her teeth. She couldn't stand seeing Xiao Yi being so cocky. "Li Min, you go out first." "Yes." Li Min looked at Xiao Yi, didn't dare to ask any more questions, and walked out quickly. "Xiao Yi, what on earth do you want to do?" After Li Min left, Su Yan slammed the table and stood up. "I just said that I'm here to apply for a bodyguard position." As Xiao Yi spoke, his eyes fell on Su Yan's chest, which was constantly rising and falling due to anger. The scale of this was truly spectacular. He was a little worried that the buttons of the white shirt might break due to the pressure. "Leave Qingyan company immediately." Su Yan noticed Xiao Yi's gaze and became even angrier. "Right away, right now." "Oh, then I'll go to the Su family to find Mr. Su." Xiao Yi was not afraid of Su Yan at all, and said with a smile. "Tell him everything about you supporting me and letting me fool him." "You." Su Yan was furious. She supported herself on the table with both hands, leaned forward, and stared at Xiao Yi. A vague feeling of oppression emanated from her. If it were someone else, they might really be suppressed by Su Yan. But Xiao Yi didn't care. His gaze passed through Su Yan's wide-open neckline and fell on the large area of white skin and the black lace. "It seems like you like black lace very much. You did yesterday and you do today." Xiao Yi said seriously. "Xiao Yi." Su Yan yelled, straightening up suddenly. "Don't forget, I gave you 800,000. Just because you gave me 800,000, I can't do nothing." Xiao Yi nodded. "Even if you are kept by someone, you must have professional ethics." Just when Su Yan was about to lose her temper, the phone on the table rang. She glared at Xiao Yi and pressed a key. "Boss Su, Lu Wenguang is here again. He said he won't leave if he can't see you today." The secretary's voice came from the phone. "Drive away." Su Yan, who was already irritable, became even angrier. However, when her eyes swept over Xiao Yi, she suddenly changed her mind. "Wait, let him in." "Yes, Mr. Su." Pop. Su Yan hung up the phone and looked at Xiao Yi. "You want to be my bodyguard, right? Well, the final test is here. As long as you can make Lu Wenguang stop bothering me in the future, I will let you be my bodyguard. Real. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up and he became curious. Who is this Lu Wenguang? Someone as annoying as you. Su Yan said coldly. If you can't do it, leave immediately and do everything I said before. Good. Xiao Yi thought about it and agreed. Just when Su Yan was about to say something, the office door opened and a man dressed in designer clothes with a smile on his face walked in. In his hand, he was holding a bouquet of bright red roses. Xiao Yan, I came here for a few days in a row, but you were not here. Today, I finally saw you. Lu Wenguang raised the rose as he spoke. For you. Su Yan looked at Lu Wenguang coldly without saying a word. She wanted to see how Xiao Yi planned to deal with this guy. Hey, buddy, let me discuss with you, can you please stop bothering Su Yan in the future? Xiao Yi asked in a friendly manner. Who are you? Lu Wenguang was stunned and his face darkened. Who do you think you are to meddle in the affairs between me and Su Yan? Alas, I wanted to talk to you nicely and convince you with reason, but you just deserve a beating. When Xiao Yi heard this, he didn't bother to talk anymore. He walked up to Lu Wenguang, grabbed his collar, and slapped him twice. Bang! A resounding slapping sound rang out in the office. Lu Wenguang was stunned, and Su Yan was also stunned. So, rude and direct. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? The burning pain on his face brought Lu Wenguang back to his senses and he became furious. I don't care who you are. I never ask about someone's identity when I beat them up. As Xiao Yi spoke, he kicked Lu Wenguang to the ground again. Xiao Yi, what are you doing? Su Yan was shocked. Isn't this too violent? Don't worry, no one will die, leave it to me. As Xiao Yi spoke, he picked up the rose that had fallen on the ground and slapped Lu Wenguang hard on the face. I guarantee that he won't dare pursue you again, or even see you again. You bastard, you're looking for death. Lu Wenguang roared and struggled hard. Snap, snap, snap. Xiao Yi stepped on him, not giving him a chance to struggle, and spanked him all over the face. You are the only one pursuing Su Yan. Are you worthy? Xiao Yi beat and cursed at the same time. From today on, don't bother Su Yan again, do you hear me? Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. You son of a bitch, I will kill you. Lu Wenguang held his head and uttered harsh words. Kill me? Then I'll kill you first today. When Xiao Yi heard this, he whipped harder. Don't fight. Stop fighting. I will never come to see Su Yan again. After a few minutes, Lu Wenguang couldn't bear it anymore and tears came out. Well, the assessment is complete, and he said he's not pursuing you anymore. Xiao Yi threw away the bouquet of flowers with only branches left in his hand and said to Su Yan. Su Yan looked at the rose petals all over the floor and Lu Wenguang's face swollen like a pig's head, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Why, you won't regret it, right? Or did it not meet your requirements? Seeing that Su Yan didn't say anything, Xiao Yi picked up the rose branch he had just thrown away and hit it twice. Tell me, do you dare to pursue Su Yan in the future? I don't dare anymore. Lu Wenguang covered his blood-stained face and cried. I won't dare to do it again, please let me go. You swear that if you pursue Su Yan again, your whole family will die. Xiao Yi said again. Otherwise, I will beat you to death today. You. Lu Wenguang was furious. Isn't this too much? Bang bang bang. Xiao Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense and slapped him a few more times. Stop fighting. I swear, if I pursue Su Yan again, my whole family will die. Lu Wenguang cried even louder. Okay, is that all right? That's enough. Su Yan spoke coldly. She was afraid that if she didn't speak up, Xiao Yi would really beat Lu Wenguang to death. Haha, I passed the test. Xiao Yi smiled. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi's smiling face, took a deep breath, and calmed herself down. Although she didn't want to nod, she had already made her promise and it was hard to go back on her word. Passed. Okay. Xiao Yi threw away the branch, looked at Lu Wenguang who was crying miserably, and sighed. This guy is deeply in love with you. I won't let him pursue you. You are crying so sadly. Su Yan curled the corner of her mouth and said, you obviously beat me until I cried. Okay, stop crying. Clean up this place and do what you need to do. Xiao Yi said to Lu Wenguang again. It's people like you who make it hard for me to maintain my gentle and refined image. Su Yan, don't get me wrong, I'm usually very friendly. Lu Wenguang wanted to curse. He was beaten into a pig's head, but he was still friendly. He was fooling around. However, he didn't dare say anything, for fear that he would be beaten again. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. He will endure it first and settle the score later. He swore that he would destroy Xiao Yi, otherwise he would never be able to get rid of the anger in his heart. What are you thinking about? Do you want revenge? If you want revenge, just come, I'll wait for you. Xiao Yi kicked Lu Wenguang again. You are so clumsy that you can't even clean up properly. Get out of here. Hearing this, Lu Wenguang rolled and crawled, staggering out. After running more than 10 meters, he stopped, pointed at Xiao Yi and cursed, you bastard, you dare to hit me. Wait, if I don't kill you, I'll take your surname. Roll. Xiao Yi glared and pretended to chase after him. Lu Wenguang was so frightened that he trembled and ran out, cursing as he ran, you son of a bitch, just wait. And Su Yan, you actually let someone beat me up, you bitch, I won't let you go either. You can scold me, but how can I be happy with scolding my wife? Xiao Yi frowned, bent down to pick up the branch, and was about to go out to beat Lu Wenguang's mouth until it was swollen. Xiao Yi, who is your wife? Su Yan glared at Xiao Yi and sat on the sofa next to him. This is a company, no nonsense allowed. Oh, I see. I can yell when I'm not in the company. Is that what you mean? Xiao Yi was too lazy to pay attention to Lu Wenguang anymore. He sat opposite Su Yan and said with a smile. In the company, call me President Su, and when you are outside the company, call me wife. Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kick you out. Su Yan's pretty face turned cold. No, I've passed the test. I'll be your bodyguard from now on. Wherever you are, I'll be there. Xiao Yi leaned on the soft sofa, took out a cigarette and wanted to light it. No smoking in my office. Su Yan said coldly. Go ahead and take it out. Okay, I won't smoke. I take money from people and I have to obey their orders. Xiao Yi shrugged and put the cigarette away. Su Yan, you look so beautiful when you smile. You should smile more and stop having a cold face all day. Don't bother talking to me. Even though you passed the test, I can still fire you at any time. Su Yan stared at Xiao Yi. If you want to stay in the company, you have to listen to me. No problem, you're the president, I'll definitely listen to you. Xiao Yi nodded. First, you are not allowed to tell anyone about our relationship at the company. Su Yan calmed down. Since she couldn't change the facts, she would try her best to control him. Hee, what's our relationship? Xiao Yi asked with a smile. Are you my fiancé? Shut up. Su Yan, who had just calmed down, suddenly became uncalm again. If you dare to say that, I'll make you get out. No, I promise not to tell you. I'm afraid if I tell them, they'll say I'm a gigolo. I have to save my dignity. Xiao Yi shook his head. There was something he didn't dare to say. Now that I've told you, how can you pick up girls? He had just heard that there were so many beautiful women, but the ratio of men to women was extremely unbalanced, with more yins than yangs, and more meat than wolves. Of course, there are more women than men, so it's hard to say who is the meat and who is the wolf. It's even more terrifying when a woman does that. You have shame. Ha! Su Yan sneered. Second, since you have come to the company, you must abide by the company's rules and regulations. Third. Fourth. Xiao Yi felt a bit overwhelmed after hearing this. Why were there so many requirements? However, he didn't dare to say more, for fear that Su Yan would drive him away. Su Yan was also a little surprised. He actually held back. She deliberately made so many demands just to make him unbearable so that she would have a reason to kick him out. Why do you want to be my bodyguard? You get paid $800,000 and are free to do whatever you want, isn't it good? Su Yan couldn't help but ask. Because I want to protect you. Xiao Yi put away his nonchalant look and looked at Su Yan affectionately. Don't worry, no one can hurt you while I'm here. When Su Yan felt Xiao Yi's affectionate gaze, her heart was shaken and she felt an indescribable feeling. I have never felt this way before. Snap. Just when Xiao Yi was about to say a few more affectionate words to see if he could move Su Yan, there was a knock on the door. Boss Su. The secretary is here. Damn it, why didn't you come earlier or later? Why did you come at this time, to ruin my good thing? Xiao Yi cursed in his heart, he had already thought of the words. Ah. Come in. Su Yan came to her senses, not daring to look at Xiao Yi, and stood up and went behind the desk. Boss Su, just now. The female secretary came in, looked at the petals all over the floor and Xiao Yi, and imagined a big drama in her mind. Have someone clean up the mess, and then take him to go through the formalities for joining the company. From today on, he will be my bodyguard. Su Yan interrupted the female secretary and returned to her usual cold attitude. Yes, Mr. Su. The female secretary responded quickly. Give him an office. Su Yan thought about it and then said. Where is it arranged? Outside your office? Or in another department? The female secretary asked. Is there a place in the security department? Let's go to the security department. Su Yan didn't want Xiao Yi to wait outside her door, so she wanted to send him as far away as possible. What? Security. Xiao Yi was unhappy when he heard Su Yan's words. I'm your bodyguard, not a security guard. What did you say just now? Follow all instructions, or leave. Su Yan raised her eyebrows and said coldly. Okay, let's just call it the security department. Xiao Yi lost his temper and pretended to be aggrieved. I'm just arranging your office in the security department, not asking you to be a security guard. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi's aggrieved expression, and then thought of his deep affection just now. Her heart softened and she still explained. The female secretary next to her looked surprised. In Qingyan Company, Su Yan is the queen who has the final say. Why should she explain to anyone? Now, she actually explained to Xiao Yi. This is so unusual. Jiang Ru, take Xiao Yi to go through the employment formalities. Without waiting for Xiao Yi to say anything else, Su Yan gave the order. Yes, Mr. Su. The female secretary responded and looked at Xiao Yi. Mr. Xiao, please follow me. Good. Xiao Yi didn't say any more and followed the female secretary out. Protect me. After Xiao Yi left, Su Yan leaned back in her chair, a strange look flashing in her eyes. Deep down in her heart, it seems that she is not so resistant to Xiao Yi being her bodyguard. Otherwise, she would never agree. When Xiao Yi walked out of the office, he didn't feel aggrieved at all and his face was full of smiles. He also didn't want to be too close to Su Yan. If he was too close, how could he pick up girls? The only thing that made him unhappy was that he went to the security department, which was full of rough guys and boring. If you go to a department full of beautiful women, wouldn't it be like going to heaven? Mr. Xiao, my name is Jiang Ru. The secretary extended her right hand. Please give me more advice in the future. Haha, we all follow Mr. Su, we're one family, you can just call me Brother E. Xiao Yi squeezed it lightly and then let go. Although this girl is pretty and has a good figure, especially her perky butt, which can easily make people have dirty thoughts, she is Su Yan's secretary and should not be provoked easily. What if he hooks up with her and she tells Su Yan right after? Wouldn't that be the end of us? If you are a newcomer, it is better to be careful. Okay, Brother E. Jiang Ru felt that Xiao Yi and Su Yan's relationship was unusual, and was happy to bring them closer. Xiao Jiang, what does our company do? Xiao Yi thought of something and asked. Jiang Ru was a little dumbfounded. He didn't know what Qingyan Company did. Putting aside the fact that he might have some kind of relationship with Su Yan, even if he came to apply for a job, he should at least find out what this company does, right? Well, I came here in a hurry and haven't learned much yet. Xiao Yi coughed dryly. Oh, it's okay. Our company makes jewelry, mainly jade and other gems. Of course, we also make other jewelry. Jiang Ru introduced Xiao Yi. Unlike most brands on the market, our target audience tends to be younger, more fashionable, and more cutting-edge. President Su said that in the future, Qingyan will definitely go abroad, become an international brand and lead the international trend. Xiao Yi looked at Jiang Ru, who had a somewhat fanatical expression, and felt puzzled. He didn't expect that Su Yan, who had a cold personality, was so good at making promises. Look at what she had done to trick the kid. However, through Jiang Ru's narration, he also got to know more about Qingyan Company. When the domestic jewelry market was weak, Qingyan rose against the trend like a dark horse, was loved by many young people, and became a new generation brand. In the past, jade, jadeite, and gold jewelry gave people the impression that they were not suitable for young people and seemed a bit old-fashioned. Qingyan broke people's inherent impression and made young people fall in love with them. Thinking of Su Dehai's words again, Xiao Yi felt admiration for Su Yan because he knew that Qingyan Company was founded by Su Yan alone with almost no help from the Su family. It is not easy for a girl to start a business. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the Human Resources Department. Li Min looked at Xiao Yi with a strange expression. What was his relationship with Su Yan? Just now, Su Yan called and gave me a few specific instructions. This treatment is unique in the entire company. Jiang Ru said hello to Li Min and left. Sister Li, please give me more guidance in the future. Xiao Yi smiled. I don't deserve it. Do you know Mr. Su? Li Min couldn't help but asked. I guess we know each other. As for the rest, you'll have to ask Mr. Su. Xiao Yi pretended to be mysterious. Li Min was speechless. How could she dare to gossip? Forget it, I won't ask any more. Here are the employment procedures and the contract. Take a look and sign if you have no problem. Good. Xiao Yi signed his name without even looking at it. Li Min looked at Xiao Yi's elegant signature and praised him in his heart. After confirming that it was correct, he extended his hand and said, Congratulations, you have become a member of Qingyan. Thanks. Xiao Yi held Li Min's hand and squeezed it gently. This woman's hands were smoother than Jiang Ru's. Come on, I'll take you to the security department. Sorry to bother you, Sister Li. When almost reaching the security department, Li Min thought of something and stopped. By the way, there is something I want to remind you of. Manager Sun's younger brother is also attending today's job fair. Xiao Yi was stunned. Could it be one of the people I injured? Yes. Li Min nodded. Xiao Yi was speechless. Isn't this making enemies? You don't need to worry too much. I'll send you here, which should make him a little afraid. After Li Min finished speaking, he walked forward again. Haha, thank you, Sister Li. Xiao Yi suddenly realized, no wonder she wanted to send him off in person. Although he didn't care about Manager Sun at all, he still owed Li Min a favor. In the security department, a man was covering his cheek and saying something. Brother, I can't swallow this. If it weren't for him, I would definitely become Su Yan's bodyguard. The person who spoke was the King of Hell, who was slapped by Xiao Yi. You're useless. You've practiced martial arts for so many years in vain. Opposite him was a man in his 40s, thin, with a hooked nose and sharp eyes. I was not paying attention at that moment, and he attacked me by surprise. As the King of Hell spoke, he put his hand inside his mouth. Damn it, my teeth are loose. Brother, you have to avenge me. Besides, his presence will affect your plans. Shut up. The man's face changed and he glanced outside the office. What are you afraid of? No one is here. The King of Hell muttered. That won't work either. What if the walls have ears? The man glared at him and then narrowed his eyes. However, what you said does make some sense. He is indeed in the way. Li Min called me just now and said that his office should be arranged in the security department. That's perfect. Now that we're in your territory, you can do whatever you want. The King of Hell was delighted, clenched his fists, and looked ferocious. I'm going to knock all his teeth out. When Xiao Yi and Li Min arrived at the security department, Sun Gaofei had already made arrangements. As soon as Xiao Yi came in, he noticed the strange atmosphere and hostile gazes. He was moved. What Li Min said really came true. He wanted to deal with himself. But he didn't care. If he didn't provoke him, it would be fine. But if he really provokes him, then he would be ruined. He is a great cultivator, how could he allow himself to be wronged? Manager Sun, this is Xiao Yi, CEO Su's bodyguard. Li Min introduced. Xiao Yi, this is Manager Sun from the security department. Haha, Manager Li specially sent it here. I was surprised. Sun Gaofei put on a fake smile and ignored Xiao Yi. You misunderstood. I didn't send it here on purpose. It was President Su who asked me to do so. Li Min said calmly. Oh. Sun Gaofei was surprised. Su Yan told him to do this. Could it be that Su Yan was quite satisfied with this guy? Then we can't let him stay. Manager Sun, are there 2 vacant offices here? After Li Min finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Yi. See which one you like and choose one. This is pretty good. Xiao Yi pointed to a large office in the front left and said. No matter the location or the size, I like it very much. Li Min looked over and twitched the corner of his mouth. You can point, this is Sun Gaofei's office. Sun Gaofei's face turned dark. This guy just arrived and he wanted to snatch the office from him. Why, is there anyone in this office? Xiao Yi asked deliberately. Well, this is Manager Sun's office. The 2 over there are empty. I'll go with you to take a look. Li Min coughed dryly. Manager Li, you are so busy, just leave him to me. Without waiting for Xiao Yi to speak, Sun Gaofei spoke. Since President Su has instructed me to do so, I will definitely do it well. This. Li Min hesitated, feeling somewhat uneasy. Sister Li, go and get busy first. Xiao Yi spoke. Manager Sun is so enthusiastic, he will make proper arrangements for me. Okay. When Li Min heard Xiao Yi say this, he nodded. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. Good. Xiao Yi smiled and watched Li Min leave. Xiao Yi, right. I heard you're good at fighting. After Li Min left, the smile on Sun Gaofei's face disappeared and he asked coldly. Good. Xiao Yi nodded. How good is your fighting ability? Sun Gaofei stared at Xiao Yi with provocation in his eyes. It won't be a big problem for someone like you to fight 4 or 5 people. Xiao Yi met Sun Gaofei's provocative gaze and smiled. You. Sun Gaofei was furious. Isn't this kid too arrogant? Boy, what did you say? Damn it, how do you talk to Brother Fei? Several young security guards nearby stood up and cursed. Why, can't you just tell the truth? Xiao Yi's smile remained unchanged. Oh, I forgot to mention, I hit you 4 or 5 times with one hand. Okay, very good. Sun Gaofei looked gloomy and suppressed his anger. Xiao Yi, although you have become Mr. Su's bodyguard, as the manager of the security department, I think it is necessary for me to assess your skills again for Mr. Su. If he wanted to deal with Xiao Yi, he must find a reasonable reason. Otherwise, it will be difficult to pass Su Yan's test. Okay, you just want to beat me up and avenge your brother, right? Why do you have to find so many excuses? Xiao Yi said playfully. Draw a path for me and I'll follow it. Brother, did you see that? This kid is so crazy. The King of Hell hiding in the office next door couldn't help it and rushed out. So it's you, King of Hell. Xiao Yi looked at his face which was as swollen as a pig's head and laughed. You son of a bitch, I'm going to knock all your teeth out today. Yan Wang was holding a rubber baton and was about to step forward to take action. Wait, there's no rush. Sun Gaofei stopped him and looked at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, you know a lot, don't you? What did Li Min tell you? What is your relationship with Li Min? Why, is that all you have? You don't dare to do anything just because I have a relationship with Li Min. If I tell you that I have a relationship with President Su, won't you be so scared that you kneel on the ground and kowtow to me and call me grandpa? Xiao Yi smiled. Listening to Xiao Yi's words, even though Sun Gaofei was quite cunning, he was so angry that veins on his forehead were throbbing. Xiao Yi, do you really think I dare not do anything to you? Even if I hurt you, President Su won't be able to say anything and will think you are a liar. Stop talking nonsense. Are you guys going to come one by one, or all together? Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows. By the way, your office is really nice. It belongs to me. Hee hee, if you win, I'll give you the office. Sun Gaofei sneered, turned and walked out. If you have the guts, come with me. You don't have to let me. You'll have to go to the hospital and lie down. You won't need this office anymore. Xiao Yi said this and followed. Crash. Several young security guards followed closely behind. They are all Sun Gaofei's confidants. They just received an order to send Xiao Yi to the hospital. Arriving at the gym next door, Sun Gaofei stood still and said, if you lose, get out of Qingyan Company. Okay. Xiao Yi nodded and hooked his finger. Let's go together. Destroy him for me. Sun Gaofei stopped talking nonsense and gave the order. Several young security guards could no longer wait and rushed towards Xiao Yi shouting. Even if Sun Gaofei hadn't explained it, they would still be dissatisfied. We are all young people, why should I be a security guard and you a bodyguard? Not only do you make more money than me, but you also have a beautiful lady like Ms. Su to look after. You bastard, you dare to hit me in the face. The King of Hell was not idle either. He raised his rubber baton and hit Xiao Yi hard on the head. Bang. Xiao Yi kicked a security guard away, and instead of retreating, he advanced and came in front of the King of Hell. Pop. As the rubber baton missed, Xiao Yi slapped Yan Wang hard on the other side of his face. Only one side is swollen. How asymmetrical. I'll give you another one. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he kicked out a few more times. Bang, bang, bang. Several security guards flew backwards, screaming in pain. Seeing this scene, Sun Gaofei's face changed. Is this kid so powerful? It's your turn, Manager Sunday. Xiao Yi looked at Sun Gaofei. Am I afraid of you? Sun Gaofei shouted and made a starting move. Bajiquan. And you're a martial artist? Xiao Yi was a little surprised. Swish. Sun Gaofei rushed forward with swift and powerful movements, which was quite impressive. Brother Fei is awesome. Brother Fei will do him. Pot, give me, revenge, my teeth fell out. The security guards and the King of Hell all shouted, looking forward to the scene of Xiao Yi being beaten up. It looks impressive, but it's actually just empty talk. Xiao Yi shook his head, held Sun Gaofei's fist with his right hand, and pushed upward suddenly. Ah! With a scream, Sun Gaofei, who was about 1.8 meters tall, flew up. He first hit the roof and then fell heavily to the ground. Puff! Sun Gaofei spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned as pale as paper. The gym, which had been a little noisy just now, became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Manager Sun, this Bajiquan is too hard for you to practice. Xiao Yi looked at Sun Gaofei lying on the ground and laughed. With your skills, you can only fight in kindergartens and nursing homes at best. Hearing Xiao Yi's ridicule, Sun Gaofei became so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood and became listless. Xiao Yi ignored Sun Gaofei, bent down to pick up the rubber baton on the ground, and walked towards Yan Wang. You, what are you doing? Don't come over here. If you come over again, I'll call the police. Beating someone is against the law. The King of Hell was frightened, staggered back, and fell to the ground. What did you say? You want to knock all my teeth out, right? Xiao Yi looked down at the King of Hell and asked calmly. No, no, I was just kidding, I am a person who values fairness the most. If you want to knock out all my teeth, then I will knock out all your teeth. Xiao Yi interrupted Yan Wang and hit him hard with the rubber baton. Bang. A dull sound was heard, and the King of Hell covered his mouth and screamed. Blood oozed and dripped from between his fingers. Soon, he opened his mouth and spat out a few bloody teeth, shaking with pain. The security guards nearby watched this scene and were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they trembled. This is a ruthless person. Don't mess with me. Xiao Yi didn't make things difficult for them. He beat everyone into the hospital as soon as he arrived, and he couldn't explain to Su Yan. He walked towards Sun Gaofei, holding a rubber baton and said, "You just said you wanted to destroy me." "No, I didn't." Sun Gaofei was so frightened that he sat up. The end was right in front of him. He said he would knock out all of Xiao Yi's teeth, and then Xiao Yi knocked out all of his teeth. If he admitted it, wouldn't he be deposed? But I heard it. Xiao Yi smiled and slowly raised the rubber baton. No, Xiao Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been your enemy. Please let me go. Sun Gaofei looked at Xiao Yi's smiling face and felt a chill in his heart. I'm the manager of the security department. If you kill me, what will President Su say? As long as you let me go, I will follow your lead in the future. Hearing Sun Gaofei's cry for mercy, Xiao Yi put down the rubber baton he had raised. Okay, I'll let you go this time. Move your things out right now. I'll take your office. Yes, I'll move my things right away. How could Sun Gaofei dare to refuse? He nodded quickly. By the way, you won't retaliate against me, right? Xiao Yi thought of something and asked deliberately. No, I won't. How dare I do that? Sun Gaofei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced an ugly smile. Even if you give me 100 guts, I still wouldn't dare to do it. Very good. Xiao Yi nodded with satisfaction, threw away the rubber baton, and walked out. Huff, huff, huff. When Xiao Yi left the gym, Sun Gaofei collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. He felt that if he had not begged for mercy just now, Xiao Yi would really dare to destroy him. Pot, ooh, it hurts, all my teeth fell out. The king of hell covered his mouth, tears mixed with blood dripping down his cheeks, looking extremely miserable. Brother Fei. The security guard stepped forward and helped Sun Gaofei and Yan Wang up. Xiao Si, take Guo Hao to the hospital. Sun Gaofei calmed himself and gave the order. Everyone else, come and move the things with me. Ah. Several security guards were stunned. Did Brother Fei really give in? Pot, we're beaten, like this, and we're just, giving up like this. My teeth are all falling out, woo, I'm talking like a jerk. The king of hell was anxious. Forget it. How can I just let it go like this? Sun Gaofei covered his chest, gritted his teeth, and looked ferocious. It's just that a wise man won't suffer a loss in front of him. As long as the Green Mountains are there will be no shortage of firewood. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge this. Okay, okay. As the king of hell spoke, he began to cry in pain again. Just do what he says first. I swear, it won't be long before I make him kneel before me and sing conquer. Sun Gaofei was furious. In a few days, my senior brother will come to Zhonghai. By then, Humph, I will repay you 100-fold for today's humiliation. I'm also going to knock out his teeth. The king of hell spoke with a lisp and his words were unclear. There's not a single pot left. Good. Sun Gaofei nodded. Go to the hospital first. I will let you take revenge in person when the time comes. Woo. The security guard helped Yan Wang away, and Sun Gaofei also took the remaining security guards back to the security department. When he saw Xiao Yi already sitting in his office chair, he gritted his teeth and walked in. I'll give you 10 minutes. Hurry up. Xiao Yi put his feet on the desk, smoking a cigarette, leisurely. Good. Sun Gaofei responded and led people to move things out, fearing that he would be beaten again if he was slow. In less than 10 minutes, all of Sun Gaofei's things were moved out, and this office completely belonged to Xiao Yi. I'm really good. I got a job in the office right after I came down the mountain. Xiao Yi was very happy. He turned on the computer on his desk, found a game and started playing. The game wasn't even over yet when Jiang Ru showed up. Brother Yi, why are you in Manager Sun's office? Jiang Ru said in surprise. Oh, Manager Sun is so enthusiastic that he gave me his office. Xiao Yi smiled. I didn't want it, but he insisted. I couldn't refuse his kindness, so I agreed. Ah. Jiang Ru was stunned. Is this true? Is Sun Gaofei so kind? Little Jiang's sister, why are you here? Xiao Yi turned off the game and asked. Oh, Mr. Su is looking for you. Jiang Ru thought of the important matter and spoke hurriedly. She asked you to go to her office immediately. Looking for me? Okay. Xiao Yi nodded and left the security department with Jiang Ru. Soon, he came to the president's office and met Su Yan. My grandpa called and said he wanted to video chat with you. Without waiting for Xiao Yi to speak, Su Yan said. Oh. Haha, is Mr. Su afraid that we are going to cheat him? Xiao Yi was happy. Luckily I'm here, otherwise what would you do? Stop talking nonsense, I'll call him now. After Su Yan finished speaking, she called Su Dahai on video. The video was connected, and Su Dahai smiled when he saw Xiao Yi. After chatting for a while, Su Dahai mentioned the two people who were captured. Xiao Yi, you are the one who captured them. I have to tell you, they are dead. Dead. Xiao Yi was stunned. Grandpa, how did they die? Have you found out who was behind it? Su Yan's pretty face changed and she asked hurriedly. No, I went to see them this morning after you left, and I found them dead. Su Dahai sighed. Forget it, let's just leave it at that for now. Grandfather. Su Yan wanted to say something, but Xiao Yi touched her arm and shook his head. Xiao Yi, Xiao Yan is now in your care. You must protect her well. Su Dahai said a few more words, and after getting Xiao Yi's assurance, he hung up the video. Why didn't you let me ask? Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi and frowned. If they die and the mastermind is not found, my grandfather will still be in danger. I didn't let you ask because that person might have been killed by your grandfather. Xiao Yi said something shocking. What? My grandfather killed him. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Yan was so shocked that she almost jumped up. Impossible, why would my grandfather kill them? Xiao Yi, don't talk nonsense. Do you remember what I said at the time? The mastermind behind this is most likely someone from the Su family. Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan and said slowly. If it was Su Minghui and the others, or even your father, what would your grandfather do? I guess your grandfather didn't know what to do, so he didn't want to investigate further. Killing those two people put an end to this matter temporarily. This is also a chance your grandfather gave them. I hope they can stop here. When Xiao Yi said this, he felt a little emotional. Su Dahai is a ruthless person who would not even eat his own cubs. He could be cruel and ruthless to outsiders, but he found it difficult to be cruel to his own son. Su Yan was very confused. Was it really as Xiao Yi said? She had long known that family affection was weak. But a son killing his father, this is something that is against the will of heaven, and she still cannot accept it. What a pity. Xiao Yi thought of something and shook his head. He originally wanted to ask those two people why, with so many people in the Su family, they chose to put a poison on Su Yan, and it was a love poison. Is there something going on here? You can't just want to sleep with Su Yan because she's pretty, right? Now that the person is dead, there is no way to ask. Even if what you said is true, that man is not my father. Suddenly, Su Yan said something. Your father? Indeed, I think he is the least suspicious. Xiao Yi nodded. I heard that he is uneducated and doesn't do any serious work. But if you ask him to kill his own father, I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts to do it. Shut up. Su Yan was furious. Although she also looked down on her father, she would definitely not accept others saying so. Also, what you said is just your guess. Maybe things are not as you said. Perhaps. Xiao Yi smiled. He knew that there were some things that Su Yan could not accept. Go back, I have to work. Su Yan became furious when she saw Xiao Yi's smiling face. Okay. Xiao Yi nodded. It would be much better to go back and play games than to suffer here. The girls in the game spoke sweetly and gently, calling him brother all the time. For him, who hadn't heard a woman's voice for 3 years, it made his bones feel numb. Wait, what's your cell phone number? I can't ask Jiang Ru to go to the security department every time I contact you, right? Su Yan said coldly. After Xiao Yi told him the number, he smiled and said, how about I stay in your office? This way, if you miss me, you can see me as soon as you look up. Roll. Su Yan slammed the table. Okay. Xiao Yi waved his hand and left. Son of a bitch. Su Yan gritted her teeth and it took her a long time to calm down. Boss Su, here is a document. Jiang Ru knocked on the door. Come in. Su Yan sat back at her desk, picked up a pen and signed her name. Jiang Ru looked at Su Yan's face carefully. Did she seem to hear President Su scolding someone just now? Xiao Yi is so awesome. He can still stay in the company after offending President Su. He is definitely the best. You just went to the security department, what was Xiao Yi doing? Su Yan put down her pen and asked casually. Ah. He's playing games. Oh, by the way, he's in Sun Gaofei's office. Jiang Ru did not dare to hide it and reported it. He said that Manager Sun was very enthusiastic and wanted to give him the office, and he couldn't refuse the kindness. What? Su Yan was stunned. Was this a lie? Go and ask what's going on, and come back and tell me. Yes. Jiang Ru responded and stepped out. What kind of person are you? Su Yan played with the pen and muttered to herself. She didn't realize that she was curious about Xiao Yi. When a woman is curious about a man, it is often the beginning of falling in love with this man. On the other side, Xiao Yi whistled and returned to the security department. He was not curious about Su Yan. After all, he had seen almost everything about her. He even measured her D with his hands. Well, he measured it secretly when Su Yan was in unbearable pain. He was able to resist sleeping with her, which made him a rare gentleman. How could he not be allowed to take advantage of her? Before playing the game, he took out his cell phone from his storage ring. As soon as Xiao Yi put his cell phone on the table, it started ringing. No way. I just turned on my phone and got a call. What a coincidence. Xiao Yi had no choice but to answer the phone. Boss, you're not dead. An excited voice came over. Fuck, are you cursing me? Xiao Yi's face turned dark. No, I'm just too excited. You've been missing for 3 years. If you don't show up, they're going to make a cenotaph for you. The person on the other end of the phone shouted. What the hell? A cenotaph? You guys are going too far. Xiao Yi was angry. I'm alive and well, and you want to build a grave for me. Isn't this because I miss you? Who told you to disappear without a word? I've been imprisoned for 3 years. That's not right. If any of you have my clothes, how can we build a cenotaph? Silver Fox said she has a pair of your underwear. Boss, who has locked you up for 3 years? Let's go and avenge you. Don't talk nonsense. I just turned on my phone, why is there a call coming? Xiao Yi lit a cigarette and said unhappily. Did you do something to my phone? Are you itching for trouble? Well, Silver Fox asked me to do this. Boss, where have you been for the past 3 years? There's no signal, and I can't locate you at all. I said I went to cultivate immortality, do you believe it? I believe you. If you say you gave birth to a child, I will believe it. What a good brother. Xiao Yi curled the corner of his mouth. Trust will not be discounted. How have you been these 3 years? It's okay. Did you see the big news that shocked the world a while ago? The incident with the chief prime minister of country E was done by us. I didn't see it, so you're just pretending in vain. Xiao Yi talked nonsense and gradually smiled. Fortunately, these guys were all alive. By the way, boss, we went to country E this time and met the princess. She has been looking for you. Let her forget me and find a good man to marry. Xiao Yi blew out a smoke ring, and a white body and 18 postures appeared in his mind. We just met by chance and slept together for 1 night. Why take it seriously? Silver Fox told her the same thing. She said you were accidentally shot and became a eunuch, and you can't give her sexual happiness. This vixen needs to be punished again. Xiao Yi's hands shook and the cigarette almost fell into his crotch. Let's talk about something serious. Help me check the 10 great artifacts. I want all their information. As for the source, it would be best if it were a special department of a powerful country. I think they should know some secrets. Use your underpants to build a cenotaph for me. Damn, they actually thought of that. More than 10 minutes later, Xiao Yi put down his phone and cursed with a smile. If the 10 great artifacts are not legends, then powerful countries should have information about them, especially China. Cyan is a world-class hacker, so it's just right for him to investigate. Xiao Yi lit a cigarette. Next time I go to the Su family, I will talk to Su Dehai and see if there is any news from Zhonghai. Just as he was thinking about it, a burst of shouting and cursing came from outside. Where are you? Damn it, you dare to hit me, I will kill you today. Hearing this voice, Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment. Isn't this Lu Wenguang? Bang. The door of the security room was pushed open and more than a dozen people rushed in. The leader was Lu Wenguang, who had a bruised face and nose. At this moment, he no longer looked like he was fleeing in a panic as before. He was full of energy and walked like a crab. Behind him followed a dozen thugs with tattoos and carrying baseball bats. Hey, you brought people here for revenge so soon. Pretty efficient. Xiao Yi came out of the office with a cigarette in his mouth and said with a smile. You son of a bitch, you're dead today. Lu Wenguang stared at Xiao Yi with his eyes spitting fire. Brother Tiger, it's him. Cripple him and break even his third leg. Boy, you can still laugh at this time. The burly man next to him, who was called Brother Tiger, looked at Xiao Yi and was also a little unhappy. He brought so many people with him, but this kid was not afraid. It's a bit disrespectful to him. What else? Should I cry for you? Xiao Yi looked at Brother Hu was wearing a small vest, revealing his large muscles and tattoos, and a gold chain as thick as his little finger around his neck. The way he was dressed, he looked like a total gangster. Hey, buddy, I'm curious to ask you something. What? Brother Hu was stunned and said subconsciously. If you take a bath with your gold chain, will it float? Or will it fade? Xiao Yi looked amused. When Brother Hu heard this, he got angry. Who was he making fun of? This was a real gold chain. Brothers, get him. Yes. A dozen thugs raised sticks and walked towards Xiao Yi cursing. Damn it, you dare to insult our Brother Tiger. Today I will make you kneel on the ground and apologize to Brother Tiger. That's right, do you know who Brother Tiger is? Fuck him. A gangster rushed forward, swung a baseball bat, and hit Xiao Yi hard on the head. A hideous smile appeared on his face, as if he had already seen the bloody scene of a skull being cut open. Pop. A dull sound was heard, and the swung baseball bat stopped in midair. The gangster's smile froze and his eyes widened. How could it be possible? Didn't you eat? You're too slow, too weak. That's it. You still have the nerve to hang out here. Xiao Yi held the baseball bat that was smashed down and smiled slightly. No. The gangster looked at Xiao Yi's smiling face and screamed in horror. Not only him, but also the thugs who rushed up were frightened and stopped. The scene before my eyes was so terrifying. I've been in this business for so long, but I've never seen anyone catch a falling baseball bat with his bare hands, and hold it firmly. What kind of speed and power does this require? Even Brother Hu's eyelids twitched violently. This kid is a master. Squeak. Sun Gaofei, who was far away, took a breath of cold air. Xiao Yi's strength was stronger than he had imagined. It seems that the plan of killing someone with a borrowed knife will not work. Bang. Xiao Yi kicked the gangster away, took the baseball bat, and with a little force, twisted it into a knot. The uneducated thugs looked at the twisted baseball bat in Xiao Yi's hand and started talking about the quintessence of the Chinese nation. They have seen people bending baseball bats, and Brother Hu can do it. It can be broken into twists. I've never seen one before. One of the thugs turned his head and looked at Brother Hu, meaning, are you okay? Look at the chicken feathers, fuck him for me. Brother Hu was also a little frightened, but when he noticed the look in his younger brother's eyes, he couldn't help but get angry. He brought so many people with him, but he can't handle just one person. If this gets out, how can you survive in the underworld? Fuck him. When the gangsters saw that their boss had spoken, they yelled and rushed towards Xiao Yi again. So what if you have practiced? 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and a good tiger cannot fight off a pack of wolves. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Yi held the twisted baseball bat and kept swinging it. Ah! Screams were heard and the thugs fell to the ground. Seeing this, Brother Hu gritted his teeth and rushed forward. As one of the 4 great Vajras of the Longxing Society, he is very powerful and once set a glorious record of chasing and slashing 11 people with one sword. Although he didn't think he could defeat Xiao Yi, he wouldn't be defeated too badly either. The main thing is that as the boss, he has to command the support of the people. If his subordinates are beaten, he has to fight back. I saw the large muscles on his arms bulging and his right fist punched out fiercely. Bang. Xiao Yi met Brother Hu's fist and punched him. Snap. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Ah. Brother Hu screamed in pain, holding his twisted and deformed wrist, and staggered back. Very good. When Sun Gaofei saw Brother Hu was injured, he cried out inwardly. Although Xiao Yi cannot be destroyed today, he is finished too. The Longxing Society is a big underground force. Now that Brother Hu is injured, will Longxing let it go? Next, Xiao Yi will definitely suffer crazy revenge from the Longxing Society, and may even be hacked to death on the street. Brother Tiger. Lu Wenguang's face changed when he looked at Brother Hu, whose face was covered in sweat from the pain. When he met Xiao Yi's half-smile, his body trembled and he turned around to run. Bang. The twisted baseball bat in Xiao Yi's hand flew out and hit Lu Wenguang on the back, knocking him down. You dare to bring people to retaliate against me. It seems that I haven't defeated you yet. Xiao Yi stepped forward and stepped on Lu Wenguang, saying playfully. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Let me go. Lu Wenguang was terrified. Since you can come and take revenge on me, you can bother Su Yan again. If she uses this as an excuse to fire me, then I will be jobless and become a gigolo, right? Xiao Yi frowned. In order to prevent this from happening, I have no choice but to kill you. Brother Tiger, save me, Brother Tiger. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Lu Wenguang became even more frightened. Brother Hu wanted to curse, I'm already a clay Buddha crossing the river, I can't even save myself, how can I save you? He pretended not to hear and looked down at his broken wrist. He felt very uneasy. Is this kid a top-notch master? Save you? Oh, even if Jesus came today, he couldn't save you. That's what I said. Xiao Yi sneered and broke Lu Wenguang's leg bone with a kick. Ah. Lu Wenguang hugged his legs and rolled on the ground wildly in pain. Brother Tiger, right? Xiao Yi ignored Lu Wenguang and looked at Brother Hu. It's your turn. You, don't mess around, I'm from the Longxing Society. Brother Hu's face changed. Longxing Society? Never heard of it. Xiao Yi shook his head and walked towards Brother Hu. You choose, which leg, the left leg, the right leg, or the third leg. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Brother Hu's face changed drastically and he subconsciously clamped his legs together. Is it okay to break the third leg? Why, adults don't make choices, and just cut them all off. Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows. Okay, I'll help you then. No, brother, I admit defeat, okay. Brother Hu was scared and forced himself to smile. If you say you admit defeat, I have to let you go. Xiao Yi smiled coldly. Then I am not very embarrassed. Brother, I was wrong. Give me a chance. Brother Hu gave in. He actually felt murderous intent from the young men in front of him. I promise not to retaliate. Brother Hu, kill him. It hurts so much. Lu Wenguang was spinning on the ground in pain, his brain seemed to be short-circuited and he kept shouting. Brother Hu was furious and kicked Lu Wenguang hard. If it weren't for this bastard, would he have lost an arm today? Ah. Lu Wenguang screamed in pain and fainted. He, to waste. Brother Hu spat at Lu Wenguang and forced a smile at Xiao Yi. Brother, I promise he won't dare to appear in front of you again, how about that? Can you do that? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Xiao Yi nodded and glanced at Sun Gaofei in the distance. How did you get in? And who told you that I was in the security department? It's him. Brother Hu pointed at Sun Gaofei and said loudly. Sun Gaofei, who was watching the fun, was completely confused. How did it get involved with him? It's you, Manager Sunday. Xiao Yi looked at Sun Gaofei with a fake smile. Want to kill someone with a borrowed knife? No, Xiao Yi, you misunderstood. It has nothing to do with me. Sun Gaofei wanted to explain a few words. Brother Tiger, right? If you break one of his hands, I'll let you go. Xiao Yi said lightly. Okay, okay. Brother Hu was startled, and immediately picked up a baseball bat and walked towards Sun Gaofei with a ferocious look. Brother Tiger. Sun Gaofei's face changed. The development of things was completely beyond his expectations. Before, he was watching the fun, thinking that if Xiao Yi hurt Brother Hu, he would definitely be hacked to death by the Longxing Society. Now, does he dare to hurt Brother Hu? If he hurts Brother Hu, he will be hacked to death by the Longxing Society, unless he runs away immediately. How can we pass this level without hurting Brother Tiger? We can't really cut off one of his hands, right? Sun Gaofei, you and I know each other, but you actually cheated me. Xiao Yi's words, killing with a borrowed knife, also made Brother Hu understand something. You'd better let me cut off one of your hands, or I'll bring people to chop you to death. Brother Tiger. Sun Gaofei wanted to say something else. Put your hands out. Brother Hu roared and hit him with a baseball bat. Sun Gaofei retreated and dodged repeatedly. When there was no way to avoid it, he still fought back. Bang. Brother Hu, who already had a broken arm, couldn't resist and staggered 2 steps. Hit me, I'm going to kill you today. Brother Tiger was furious. Everyone who can move, come here and kill this bastard. Yes, Brother Tiger. The thugs endured the pain and rushed towards Sun Gaofei. Sun Gaofei was not Xiao Yi, and he had been injured before. He was quickly knocked down under the siege of many people. Damn it, you dare to hit me. After Brother Hu finished speaking, he smashed Sun Gaofei's head with a baseball bat, and blood splattered. Click. One of his hands was also broken by Brother Hu. Brother, do you think it's okay? Brother Hu turned to look at Xiao Yi and asked. Okay, you can go now. Xiao Yi nodded with satisfaction. If you want revenge, come find me anytime. But you only get one chance, so be prepared to have 3 legs broken. I dare not. Brother Hu shuddered and shook his head. Take him away. Xiao Yi pointed at Lu Wenguang again and said. Okay, okay, drag him away. Brother Hu shouted, and 2 thugs came forward and dragged Lu Wenguang out. After Brother Hu and the others left, Xiao Yi came to Sun Gaofei, who was lying in a pool of blood, and looked down at him. Are you worthy enough to fight me? Xiao Yi. Sun Gaofei endured the severe pain and stared at Xiao Yi, wishing he could pounce on him and fight him to the death. You guys, take Manager Sun to the hospital, and then clean this place up. Xiao Yi ignored Sun Gaofei and spoke to the security guards. Yes. Several security guards nodded subconsciously, not daring to disobey his words. From today on, I have the final say in the security department. Xiao Yi threw down a sentence and went back to the office to continue playing games. Damn it, you delayed my game with my little sister. Soon, Xiao Yi was immersed in the game, as if what happened just now had nothing to do with him. The security guard outside helped Sun Gaofei up and stole a glance at the manager's office. Something has changed in the security department. Half an hour later, Jiang Ru came to the president's office and reported truthfully. What? Outside thugs. Sun Gaofei was beaten and sent to the hospital. Su Yan frowned. Yes, Mr. Su, I heard that Brother Hu is very powerful in the underworld. If Xiao Yi beats him, he will probably be retaliated against. Jiang Ru nodded. Then there's Manager Sunday. Manager Sun. Su Yan interrupted Jiang Ru and said coldly. Tell Li Min that Sun Gaofei, as the manager of the security department, allowed outsiders to come in and cause trouble. This is a serious violation of company regulations and he must be fired immediately. Ah. Jiang Ru was very surprised. Was he sure it was because of violating company rules and not because of Xiao Yi? Boss Su, if Sun Gaofei is fired, who will be the manager of the security department? Do you have a good candidate? Hearing Su Yan's question, Jiang Ru's thoughts turned rapidly. He first fired Sun Gaofei, and then asked himself, was this asking him to recommend Xiao Yi? Boss Su, I think Xiao Yi can do it. It's only his first day at the company. How can he convince others if he becomes a manager? Su Yan shook her head. Besides, he's a bodyguard, not a security guard. Never mind, let's just leave it at that for now and talk about it later. Okay. Jiang Ru responded, you have the final say anyway. Go get busy. Yes. After Jiang Ru left, Su Yan picked up her phone and wanted to call Xiao Yi, but she held back. She really didn't want to see this guy. She got so angry that her chest ached every time. A bell rang. Sister Yuqing. Su Yan answered the phone. Xiao Yan, what are you doing? At the Su family. A somewhat lazy voice came from the receiver. I'm at the company. Su Yan smiled. When will you be back? Not sure yet, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. Is your grandfather really okay? Well, he's fine. Just go about your business. There's no need to rush back. Resurrection from the dead, what a magical method. When I return, introduce this expert to me. Master. Su Yan curled the corner of her mouth. Is Xiao Yi considered a master? Okay, let me introduce you. Sister Yuqing, have you resolved your issue? Not yet. Anyway, I won't marry. Let's see what they do. Well. Su Yan sighed. She now had the same trouble. Brother's ultimate move is so powerful. Brother, not only is his ultimate move powerful. Listening to the praise from the girl in the game, Xiao Yi teased her. Brother is annoying. The young lady understood immediately and spoke in a sweet voice. Hey hey. Xiao Yi grinned. After staying in Mount Buzhou for 3 years, the Sao looks like Diao Chan. A normal man has suddenly become abnormal and actually thinks swords are more fun than women. If he stayed for another 3 years, his orientation would probably change. Brother is awesome. Just as Xiao Yi was immersed in the game and teasing the young lady from time to time, a loud shout came from the door, which scared him. Xiao Yi's face turned dark, he looked up and saw a burly young man coming in from outside. Who are you? Brother, I'm Su Kai, the head of the security department. The burly young man had a flattering smile on his face. When I first arrived at the company, I heard about Big Brother's heroic deeds. I immediately admired him and came to see him. Then you worship. Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows. What on earth was this guy doing? Was he trying to find a way to confuse Sun Gaofei? Brother, on your first day here, you robbed that bastard Sun Gaofei's office and sent him to the hospital. That's really awesome. Su Kai bowed. You are the head of the security department. That means he should be Sun Gaofei's subordinate, right? Xiao Yi was too lazy to beat around the bush. Do you want to come and hang out with me, or do you want to help Sun Gaofei find a place? Brother, don't get me wrong. Sun Gaofei and I don't get along. He has given me a lot of trouble. Su Kai said hurriedly. If you take care of him, he will be my big brother, and I will follow you from now on. Xiao Yi was speechless. He had a new little brother out of nowhere. He looked at Su Kai and suddenly asked, have you ever been a soldier? Brother, you have good eyesight. I served in the army for several years and was affiliated with the Blue Sword Special Forces. Su Kai replied. Lan Jian. Is he hanging out with Lao Zhong? Xiao Yi smiled. Do you know Captain Zhong? Su Kai was surprised. Yeah, he used to hang out with me. Xiao Yi nodded. Sit down. With you. Su Kai was stunned. Is this guy just bragging? Captain Zhong is such a big shot, why would he hang out with him? Don't believe it. Haha, did you know that there was a bullet hole in Lao Zhong's chest? If it weren't for me, he would have died from that bullet. Xiao Yi took out a cigarette and threw it over. You are the lifesaver that Brother Zhong mentioned. Su Kai's eyes widened, shocked. Xiao Yi's smile became even wider. It's a small world. Since you're hanging out with old Zhong, you can call me Brother Yi. Brother Yi. Su Kai shouted immediately, with respect flashing in his eyes. After getting drunk, Captain Zhong told them the story of the bullet hole in the heart, and mentioned, without this person, there might not be Lan Jian today. That battle was enough to wipe out the entire Blue Sword army. This person not only saved his life, but also saved Lan Jian. If he called him Big Brother just now in a joking manner, then the call of Brother Yi now came from the heart. Hee hee. Xiao Yi could naturally feel the change in Su Kai's attitude and nodded with a smile. I will protect you in Qingyan Company from now on. If Sun Gaofei dares to make things difficult for you again, I will help you deal with him. In previous battles, even though I was suppressed, he couldn't gain much advantage. Su Kai smiled. I never thought that I would meet you, Brother Yi, one day. Brother Yi, are you free tonight? I'll buy you a drink. We'll talk about it then. Xiao Yi did not agree. If he could be alone with Su Yan, who would drink with a rough old man. Okay. Su Kai flattered Xiao Yi a few more times, making him smile. Brother Yi, it's almost time for dinner, shall we go to the cafeteria to eat? Okay, I'm a little hungry. Xiao Yi nodded. You guys, call Brother Yi. After leaving the office, Su Kai greeted him. Brother Yi. Several security guards stood at attention and gave Xiao Yi admiring looks. Brother Yi, they are all my people. Su Kai introduced. If you need anything in the future, just tell them. Good. Xiao Yi smiled and nodded. Doesn't this mean that he has established a firm foothold in the company? On the way to the cafeteria, Su Kai briefly introduced the situation of the security department. In addition to Sun Gaofei, there are 3 other supervisors, and he is one of them. There is a supervisor who is Sun Gaofei's man, and he has a good relationship with another supervisor, so he can compete with Sun Gaofei. Haha, it's a small security department, but there are many struggles. After listening to this, Xiao Yi couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, but Brother Yi is awesome. On the first day he came, he beat Sun Gaofei into the hospital. Su Kai gave a thumbs up. Don't talk nonsense, it wasn't me who beat him, it was that Tiger Brother. By the way, do you know Tiger Brother's origin? Xiao Yi asked casually. Zheng Hu, known as Tiger or Brother Tiger, in the underworld, is one of the 4 great kings of Longxing society, which is a second-rate underground force in Zhonghai and is very powerful in this area. Su Kai introduced. Brother Yi, you beat up Zheng Hu as well, you have to be more careful. Haha, if you are not afraid of death, just come and take revenge. Xiao Yi didn't care. Whether it was second-rate or not, even first-rate, he didn't take it seriously. The 2 of them talked as they arrived at the cafeteria. As soon as he came in, Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. There were so many beauties. Brother Yi, you may not know that in our Qingyan Company, there are more wolves than meat, these wolves refer to women. Su Kai whispered. Besides, the women in our company are generally of high quality. What a great place. We've come to the right place. Xiao Yi grinned. Even if he didn't do anything, he would be happy just being in such an environment. Our company has a ranking of beauties. If Brother Yi is interested, I can tell you about it. Su Kai said again. Tell me in detail. Xiao Yi nodded. He loved hearing this. The most beautiful woman is undoubtedly our President Su. I envy you, Brother Yi, for being President Su's bodyguard. The second most beautiful girl is Jiang Li from the Public Relations Department. She is very coquettish, Brother Yi. This word is not a derogatory word, it means charming and charming. I just like flirty ones. No, I just like charming ones. Xiao Yi smiled and wrote down the name, Jiangli. Just as Su Kai was talking to Xiao Yi, Su Yan came. Her arrival made the cafeteria much quieter. Even Su Kai shrank his neck, focused on eating, and didn't dare to say anything more. This surprised Xiao Yi. Is Su Yan's power in the company so high? Why do you all feel like mice seeing a cat when you see Su Yan? Xiao Yi asked. You are a Blue Sword Special Forces soldier after all, is it that serious? Brother Yi, a woman like President Su is so imposing. Su Kai paused and corrected. It's not like a mouse seeing a cat, it's about respect. There aren't many people I respect, including President Su, and today, you, Brother Yi. When Xiao Yi saw Su Yan enter the private room, he hesitated and didn't dare to say hello. On his first day here, he sent the security manager to the hospital. If Su Yan knew about this, wouldn't she kick him out? He decided to stay away from Su Yan as much as possible in the afternoon and wait until he got off work to face Ji Feng. More than 10 minutes later, the two finished their meal and strolled around the company. Brother Yi, this is the public relations department. There are the most beautiful women here, followed by the marketing department and the human resources department. Su Kai introduced everything to Xiao Yi while strolling around. Manager Su. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard. Brother Yi, she is Jiangli. Su Kai introduced him in a low voice, smiled, and walked over to greet him. Manager Jiang, what's wrong? Jiangli, the second most beautiful girl in Qingyan Company, she is indeed charming and charming. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up slightly. This was a woman who exuded mature charm, like a ripe peach, sweet and juicy. Manager Su, please arrange for 2 people to accompany me to do something. Jiangli said. Why do you need to arrange for anyone else? I will personally accompany Manager Jiang. After Su Kai finished speaking, he winked at Xiao Yi. Brother Yi, do you have time? Have. How could Xiao Yi not understand what Su Kai meant? That's fine, Manager Jiang. Brother Yi and I will go with you. Su Kai said to Jiangli. By the way, I forgot to introduce you to Xiao Yi, President Su's bodyguard. Oh. Are you Mr. Su's bodyguard? Jiangli looked at Xiao Yi and stretched out his fair and slender hand. Jiangli, Public Relations Manager. Hello Sister Li, please give me your guidance in the future. Xiao Yi smiled, held Jiangli's hand, and gently scratched her palm with his fingers. Jiangli raised his eyebrows slightly and revealed a faint smile. This guy is not honest. Haha, you are someone close to President Su, I can't give you any advice. Sister Li, you're joking. I'm just a newcomer. Xiao Yi teased her a little, then didn't do anything else and let go of her hand. Su Kai standing next to him was very envious. Being handsome is good. When he first met Jiangli, he didn't get this treatment, to hold her soft and boneless little hand. Haha, in ancient times, you would be someone close to the empress. Jiang left jokingly. The one around the queen. Aren't they eunuchs? Xiao Yi curled the corners of his mouth. He, I didn't say that. Jiangli was amused so much that he fell backwards and forwards. The trembling arc attracted the attention of Xiao Yi and Su Kai. The latter even swallowed his saliva secretly. I won't talk nonsense with you guys anymore. I'm going to take care of some things first. I'll call you when I get out. Jiangli noticed the gazes of the 2 people, but she was not angry at all. She was used to it. When Jiangli walked away with her hips twisted, Xiao Yi retracted his gaze. All right, stop looking, they've all gone far away. Well, Brother Yi, how does it feel? Su Kai smiled. It's okay, but not as good as Su Yan's. Xiao Yi said casually. Su Kai was speechless. You are really good at bragging. Mr. Su's hand. How could we possibly touch Mr. Su's hand? This woman is a stunner. Xiao Yi said again. It's absolutely tender and juicy when you take a bite. Hey. Su Kai's expression became even more excited. She is the goddess that most people why about in our company. More than President Su. Xiao Yi was surprised. Of course, President Su is like a fairy in the sky, high up in the sky, not descending from the mortal world. How dare we blaspheme? We are all respectful. Su Kai said seriously. Jiang Li is different, Zizi. By the way, Brother E, what kind of woman do you like? Long, wavy hair. Just this one request. No, that's 3 requests. 3. Why 3? Su Kai was stunned. Big waves, wavy hair, long hair. Xiao Yi explained sentence by sentence. Brother E is awesome. Su Kai suddenly realized and gave a thumbs up. Then Jiang Li fits the bill perfectly. When we get out later, maybe you'll have a chance to get to know her better. I know her in all her depths, and she knows my strengths and weaknesses. Ah, Brother E, you are simply the king of filth. An hour later, the 3 left the company. Xinglong Jewelry took over 3 million worth of our goods, but they haven't paid us for more than a month. On the way, Jiang Li repeated the purpose of this trip. We are going there today to get the money back. Hasn't Xinglong Jewelry been cooperating with us for a long time? They paid us on time in the past. Su Kai was driving and asked in confusion. I asked, and now the person who has the final say in Xinglong Jewelry is no longer Chen Hai, but his younger brother Chen Jiang. Jiang Li introduced. We were not aware of this situation when we supplied the goods previously, so problems arose. So that's how it is. Paying for goods is only natural. Su Kai frowned. Whether it's the sea or the river, you have to give us money. It's not easy to take this money. Jiang Li was helpless. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been allowed to go to the PR department. When we get there, don't be impulsive and follow my lead. Clear. Su Kai nodded, thinking of something. Brother E, please be patient and don't do anything. What nonsense. Am I the kind of person who would just do whatever I want? I have always convinced people with my virtue. Xiao Yi was not happy. Besides, I came here to protect Sister Li, not to beat anyone up. Hee hee, are you so good at talking? Jiang Li smiled. Tell me, how did you get Mr. Su to do this? Was it just because of your eloquent mouth? How is that possible? I make a living by my looks, not my mouth. Xiao Yi said seriously. Hee hee. Jiang Li laughed even louder, what a funny guy. 20 minutes later, the 3 arrived at Xinglong Jewelry and met Chen Jiang. Mr. Chen, I'm here this time to pay for last month's goods. After the greetings, Jiang Li smiled. Before. There's no need to talk about what happened before. Now I have the final say. Chen Jiang, who was originally smiling, stopped smiling and interrupted Jiang Li. Business has been bad recently, please wait for the payment. Mr. Chen, we at Qingyan have been cooperating with Xinglong for a long time, and it has always been. I said, the past was the past, and the present is the present. Chen Jiang leaned forward slightly, his eyes first falling on Jiang Li's pretty face, then moving downwards, becoming more and more presumptuous. Of course, if Manager Jiang wants the payment, it's not impossible. How about having dinner together tonight? I'll pay you the payment tomorrow morning. Jiang Li's expression changed slightly. The meaning of these words could not be clearer. We'll have dinner together tonight and pay for the goods tomorrow morning. Something must happen this evening, right? To put it bluntly, this guy wants to sleep with her. How about a few million for one night? Chen Jiang looked amused and became more straightforward. Female celebrities are not worth this price. Mr. Chen is joking. Jiang Li kept smiling and wanted to say something. Are you kidding? If you don't agree, you won't get a dime today. Chen Jiang's voice turned cold. Why are you pretending to be innocent? What does the PR department do? Don't you have any sense? Isn't it just sleeping with people? Mr. Chen, you can insult me, but you can't insult my profession. Listening to Chen Jiang's words, Jiang Li's smile disappeared and his voice became a little colder. You may have some misunderstanding about public relations. Misunderstanding? Oh, what did I misunderstand? Chen Jiang sneered. Jiang Li, you made me happy tonight, so I'll pay you tomorrow. Otherwise, forget about it. Since Mr. Chen said so, we can only take legal action. Jiang Li said in a deep voice. When the time comes, take legal action. Ha ha ha, who are you trying to scare? Do you think I was brought up by being scared? Chen Jiang laughed wildly. You want to scare me, right? Okay, I've changed my mind. I heard that the CEO of your Qingyan company is very good. If I want the payment, not only do I need you to accompany me, but I also need her to accompany me for some fun. Mr. Chen, please respect yourself. Jiang Li said angrily. I respect you and hope you. Why should I respect such a scumbag? Sister Li, leave it to me. Before Jiang Li could finish speaking, a faint voice sounded. The next second, Xiao Yi took a step forward, picked up the heavy glass ashtray on the table, and smashed it hard on Qin Jiang's head. Bang. Blood splattered. Ah. The severe pain came and Qin Jiang let out a shrill scream. Xiao Yi. This bloody scene frightened Jiang Li so much that she stood up, her pretty face turning pale. Sister Li, please step back so that the blood doesn't splash on you. Xiao Yi smiled at Jiang Li and slapped the ashtray in his hand again. Bang. This time, the ashtray hit Qin Jiang's face, and his relatively straight nose was broken instantly. Ah. Qin Jiang's screams became louder. How cruel. Sukai's eyelids twitched when he saw Qin Jiang's miserable appearance. What happened to the promise of winning people over with virtue? This is convincing people by force, right? These 2 blows are because you insulted President Su and Sister Li. Xiao Yi grabbed Qin Jiang's hair with one hand and held an ashtray with the other, his tone calm and composed. Next, let's talk about the money we owe you. Ah. I'll kill you, cough cough. Chen Jiang struggled, blood rushed into his mouth, and he coughed. Mr. Chen. The people outside heard the noise and rushed in. When they saw Qin Jiang with blood all over his head and face, they were shocked. What happened? Kill him. Kill him for me. Quickly. Qin Jiang roared when he saw his men coming in. Sukai, stop them, is that okay? Xiao Yi turned his head and asked. No problem. Sukai responded, clenched his fists, and walked forward with a grim smile. Quick, call security. Soon, 7 or 8 security guards rushed in with rubber batons. However, they were no match for Sukai. There is also a difference between security guards and security guards. Sukai was a special forces soldier and has strong individual combat capabilities. Seeing Sukai stopping them, Xiao Yi looked at Qin Jiang again and asked with a smile, Mr. Chen, let me ask again, will you pay for the goods? I'll paralyze you. Qin Jiang was also a ruthless man. He opened his mouth and spat out a bloody tooth. Okay, you're a real tough guy. I admire tough guys like you. Xiao Yi smiled even more, held Qin Jiang's left hand and pressed it on the table. I hope your bones are harder than an ashtray. Bang. The ashtray was smashed down hard, blood splattered out, and the whole place was covered in blood. Ah. Qin Jiang rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Xiao Yi. Jiang Li was horrified. Although she was a woman who had seen the world, this scene was something she had never seen before. Don't worry, Sister Li. No one will die. He will pay us for the goods soon. Xiao Yi smiled. Jiang Li looked at Xiao Yi's smiling face, then at Qin Jiang who was covered in blood, and it was difficult to connect the two together. Mr. Chen, will you pay for the goods? If not, it's time to get your right hand. Xiao Yi weighed the blood-stained ashtray in his hand. I have to remind you that if your right hand is disabled, it will be inconvenient to wipe your butt in the future. Give it to me, I'll give it to you. Qin Jiang was terrified. He had no doubt that if he said no, his right hand would be crippled. Haha, it seems your bones are not as hard as this ashtray. Xiao Yi smiled even more and let go of Qin Jiang's right hand. Please transfer the money immediately. Good. Qin Jiang collapsed on the sofa, gasping for breath. Sister Li, it's done. Xiao Yi threw away the ashtray and sat back. Jiang Li regretted bringing Xiao Yi here. After beating Qin Jiang like this, there will definitely be big trouble next. But, you have to admit, she felt pretty good seeing Qin Jiang's miserable appearance. Let her sleep with you. Does he deserve it? Brother Yi, will there be trouble if he calls the police? Sukai also dealt with a few security guards and came back to ask in a low voice. He doesn't dare. If he dares, I will use the ashtray to break all his bones inch by inch. Xiao Yi said lightly. Hearing what Xiao Yi said, Qin Jiang was so scared that he slipped off the sofa and sat on the ground. Even if he didn't call the police, it would be troublesome if you beat him like this. Jiang Li said. Boss Su knows. If President Su knew about this, he would definitely praise me. Xiao Yi said seriously. As President Su's bodyguard, I must not only protect President Su's personal safety, but also maintain her dignity. Jiang Li looked at Xiao Yi, not knowing what to say for a moment. Hurry up and send the money, or your third leg will be crippled. You will sleep with this and that, and you will not be able to sleep with anyone for the rest of your life, do you believe it? Xiao Yi saw Qin Jiang glaring at him and said coldly. Good. Qin Jiang subconsciously tightened his crotch, and with his intact right hand, he took out his mobile phone tremblingly and started transferring money. However, before transferring the money, he sent a message. He didn't plan to call the police. Arresting Xiao Yi would not make him feel better. He must pay back tenfold and break all 4 of Xiao Yi's limbs. No, all 5 of them. Right there. When the message came back, Qin Jiang breathed a sigh of relief and closed the transfer page directly. Transfer. Just transfer the money. They didn't even want to take a penny. Why don't you transfer the money? Xiao Yi noticed something unusual and raised his eyebrows. Boy, you, who are you? Qin Jiang gained confidence and asked through gritted teeth. You dare to hit me, your day is over. Oh. Haha, are you calling for help? Xiao Yi was happy and stood up and walked in front of him. You don't seem to be very smart. You dare to be so arrogant before the person you are shaking has even arrived. What are you talking about? If you don't transfer the money, I'll destroy you right away. Xiao Yi stopped smiling and picked up the ashtray again. No, don't hit me, I'll turn around right away. Qin Jiang looked at the blood-stained ashtray, feeling terrified, and picked up his phone again. What's the account number? Sister Li, tell me your account number. Ah. Oh. Jiang Li was a little overwhelmed. Things had developed to this point and she didn't know what to do. Now, I can only listen to Xiao Yi. After Jiang Li reported the account number, Qin Jiang did not hesitate and transferred the money quickly. He was afraid that if he turned too late, the ashtray in Xiao Yi's hand would fall on his head. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. If you transfer the money earlier, you won't be beaten, right? Xiao Yi curled his lips and threw away the ashtray. Bang. The ashtray hit the table with a dull sound, which scared Qin Jiang so much that he shivered. He gritted his teeth and waited for someone to arrive before he could destroy this guy. The money must be transferred back to him double. Xiao Yi, when shall we leave? Seeing Xiao Yi crossing his legs and showing no intention of leaving, Jiang Li asked hurriedly. The money has arrived, why don't you leave quickly? What are you waiting for? No hurry, didn't he call for help? I'll wait for them to come. Xiao Yi smiled. It's better to solve this trouble all at once. Ah. Jiang Li was stunned. Waiting for someone to come. What if a lot of people come? Su Kai looked at Xiao Yi and said nothing. He felt that since Xiao Yi dared to stay, he must be confident. He also wanted to see how strong Xiao Yi was. Boy, you are very brave. Qin Jiang leaned back on the sofa and gritted his teeth. If I were you, I wouldn't talk too much before the person shows up. If you talk too much, you'll get beaten up easily. Xiao Yi picked up the cigarettes on the table, passed one to Su Kai, lit it, and put it in his pocket. Qin Jiang didn't dare to say anything more, hoping that the person he called would come quickly. Before I finished my cigarette, I heard a noisy sound outside. Then, a group of people came in with sticks. Brother Tiger, hurry up and destroy him. Chen Jiang looked at the big man in the lead and shouted at the top of his voice. Xiao Yi looked up and laughed. This world is really a small place. Zheng Hu. Su Kai's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road? The next second, his eyes swept across the ashtray on the table. If a fight breaks out, he will use this thing as a weapon. Mr. Chen, who are you going to kill? As soon as Brother Hu finished speaking, he saw Xiao Yi sitting with his legs crossed, and his eyes widened. Why was he here? When he thought of something, his face changed. No way. Him, Brother Tiger, hurry up and destroy him. Chen Jiang pointed at Xiao Yi and yelled. Break all his limbs and throw him into the river beside us. Brother Hu's face twitched. Is he really going to deal with Xiao Yi? Brother Hu, we are destined to meet each other so soon. Xiao Yi said with a smile. Why, are you bringing people to seek revenge on me? No, it's not. Brother Hu shook his head quickly. No. Oh, so you're standing up for someone else? Xiao Yi's smile became even wider. You are really dedicated. Even though your arm is broken, you don't even go to the hospital to rest. Is it because you broke too little? How about breaking another one? Listening to Xiao Yi's words, Brother Hu forced out an ugly smile. Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. Brother Tiger. Chen Jiang was dumbfounded. What was going on? Zheng Hu is one of the 4 great warriors of the Longxing society. Few people in this area dare to mess with him. I've handled 2 people for him before, and I did a great job both times. Why does he seem scared when facing Xiao Yi? Tiger, you are paralyzed, do you want to kill me? Brother Hu cursed angrily. He really didn't dare to be an enemy of Xiao Yi. It wasn't because of the broken hand, but because of this young man, which made him feel cold in his heart. The cold gaze and murderous intent from before made him have no doubt that Xiao Yi dared to kill him. Besides, Xiao Yi is too strong. At least he has to be a first-rate strong man and must not be provoked. Brother Yi, I know what to do, leave it to me. Brother Hu pointed at Qin Jiang and gave his younger brother an order. Go, break both of his legs. Brother Tiger, you. Qin Jiang was frightened. Why did the person he was shaking want to destroy him? This is completely different from what he imagined. What he imagined was that Brother Hu came, broke Xiao Yi's 5 limbs, and made Xiao Yi kneel down and kowtow in front of him. Then, throw Xiao Yi into the river. If he dies, it's just his bad luck. Su Kai and Jiang Li were also a little uneasy. What was going on? Especially the former, he knew Zheng Hu's status in the underworld. Just now he thought that Zheng Hu would come and seek revenge, and a big war would break out. But what he didn't expect was that Zheng Hu didn't dare to be an enemy of Xiao Yi at all. Just because Zheng Hu's hand was crippled. Impossible. Zheng Hu is an old gangster. If he is so timid, he will never achieve anything. There must be something unknown here. Ah. The younger brother who came with Brother Hu was also quite confused. Wasn't he here to help Boss Chen beat up someone? Just now on the road, Brother Hu said that Boss Chen is a big money sponsor and will give us 300,000 yuan, so we must do a great job. Ah, what? Break both of his legs. Brother Tiger shouted. Yes. The younger brother reacted and walked towards Qin Jiang with a stick in hand. Hee. Xiao Yi smiled. This Brother Hu is quite interesting. If Brother Tiger does this, it is indeed a misunderstanding. I don't deserve it. You can just call me Tiger or Little Tiger. Brother Hu breathed a sigh of relief and forced a flattering smile. The younger brothers were dumbfounded. Brother Hu didn't even try to please their big brother from the Longxing society so much, right? Ah. 2 screams came from Qin Jiang's mouth. Both of his legs were broken. Brother Hu, if we beat him like this, will he call the police? Will he get into trouble? Xiao Yi glanced at Qin Jiang and said lightly. No, absolutely not. If he dares to call the police, I will sink him into the river. Brother Hu said hurriedly. Besides, this has nothing to do with you. We were the ones who did it. Hee hee, come on, have a cigarette. Xiao Yi smiled with satisfaction. This guy is so sensible. Thank you, Brother Yi. Brother who took it with both hands, respectfully. Then I'll leave this to you. Xiao Yi stood up. I don't want any trouble later. Understood. Leave it to me. I promise there won't be any trouble. Brother Tiger assured. Very good. Xiao Yi nodded. If you have any troubles that you can't solve in the future, come find me at Qingyan. Ah. Brother who was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Yi to say that. I don't like owing favors to people. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Li. Sister Li, let's go. Oh. Jiang Li felt a little strange. Who is this guy? It was incredible that even the famous gangsters in the area were respectful to him. Brother who personally sent Xiao Yi and the other two out, his face full of joy. The promise of a top-notch strongman is of great value. Today's injury is worth it. After Xiao Yi left, Brother who returned to the office and looked at Chen Jiang, who was groaning in pain, and put away his smile. Mr. Chen, it's not that I won't help you today, but I can't afford to offend Xiao Yi. You are a smart person. You know what to do and what not to do. Take my advice and don't think about taking revenge on him. I can't afford to offend him, and neither can you. Oh, by the way, he also broke my hand this morning. Hearing the last sentence, Chen Jiang was extremely shocked. Xiao Yi crippled Zheng Hu's hand, but Zheng Hu didn't dare to retaliate. And he was respectful to him. This is a bit scary. On the way back, the car was quiet and the atmosphere was a little weird. Sister Li, why are you staring at me? Xiao Yi looked at Jiang Li and smiled. Even if I'm handsome, you can't look at me like that, right? It'll make me embarrassed. Jiang Li was speechless, and his tense heart gradually relaxed. You won't be scared by me, will you? I'm actually a very gentle person. If he hadn't gone too far, I would definitely not have done anything. Xiao Yi said again. Sukai knows that I like to convince people with reason. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Sukai's hands holding the steering wheel shook and he almost drove the car into the guardrail. It's a good way to convince people with reason. I've seen it today. Jiang Li had a strange look on her face. She had believed Xiao Yi's words before and thought he was really convincing. To deal with that kind of scum, simple and rough methods are most effective. Xiao Yi smiled and took out a cigarette. Do you mind if I have one? Give me one. Jiang Li stretched out his white hand. Ah. Sister Li still smokes. Xiao Yi was surprised and handed one over. Occasionally. Jiang Li took it, held the cigarette between his bright red lips, and moved forward. Borrow another light. Hee hee. Xiao Yi lit a cigarette for her, threw one to Sukai, and lit one for himself. Call. Jiang Li moved skillfully, exhaled a puff of smoke, and his whole body was visibly relaxed. Xiao Yi looked at Jiang Li. She had her eyes half closed and had a lazy look on her face. Combined with her pretty face, she had a unique charm. Sister Li's actions don't seem to be accidental. Hee hee. Jiang Li smiled and blew out another smoke ring. Xiao Yi, thank you for what I just did. Xiao Yi was startled, then reacted. You are being polite. I told you when I came here that you must protect Sister Li. If he dares to insult Sister Li, I will definitely not let him go. Brother Yi, what's going on with Zheng Hu? Why is he so afraid of you? Sukai couldn't help but ask. He's probably afraid that I'll destroy him. Xiao Yi said casually. This guy is quite interesting. He is very smart. Before, I was worried that he would retaliate against you, but now it seems that there is no need to worry at all. He doesn't have the courage to retaliate against you. Sukai smiled. Brother Yi is awesome. Won't Chen Jiang take revenge? Jiang Li looked at Xiao Yi, feeling a little worried. Didn't Zheng Hu say that we should leave everything to him? Xiao Yi was smoking a cigarette. Of course, the cooperation with Xinglong Jewelry is probably over. Boss Su will definitely inquire about this matter. I'll explain it to her when the time comes. Jiang Li thought about it and said. Xinglong Jewelry is not a big customer, so I'm sure President Su won't care too much. Xiao Yi was a little overwhelmed. Would Su Yan take advantage of the situation and fire him? Any one of the things he did today could get him fired. Don't worry too much. You have also maintained President Su's dignity. Jiang Li saw Xiao Yi frowning and said. Yes, Sister Li, you must talk about this. I acted out of anger for President Su. Xiao Yi said hurriedly. Good. Jiang Li smiled and nodded. It's only because President Su is not here. If she were here, she would definitely be touched to see you defending her like this. Sister Li, are you touched? Xiao Yi blushed. Are you so moved that you want to marry me? Ha ha ha, I am touched, but I am not willing to give myself to you. Jiang Li burst into laughter. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? No. Xiao Yi said without even thinking. He felt that he was not lying, he had 9 fiancées and no girlfriend. Would you like me to introduce you to someone? Jiang Li's eyes lit up slightly. Who? Sister Li is not going to introduce herself to me, right? Xiao Yi asked with a smile. If so, then I would definitely like to. Awesome. You're going to attack the second most beautiful girl in Qingyan right now. Su Kai secretly exclaimed in his heart, and glanced at Jiang Li through the rearview mirror, wanting to see her reaction. Want to pick me up? Jiang Li raised his eyebrows. I don't like small ones. I'm not small. Xiao Yi blurted out. Puff. As a man, Su Kai understood immediately and burst out laughing. Jiang Li was stunned for a moment, then realized what was going on, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I was talking about age. Ah, age. Then I'm younger. Xiao Yi acted as if he was surprised. Except for my age, I am not young in any other way. Really? Jiang Li blinked. Not bragging. Bragging. If you don't believe me, you can try. Xiao Yi said seriously. Jiang Li was defeated. How could he respond to this? Just give it a try. Brother Yi is really awesome. To pick up girls, you really have to be bold and thick-skinned. Su Kai was full of admiration. Chatting all the way, the 3 of them returned to the company. As soon as she got off the car, Jiang Li received a call from Jiang Ru, and Su Yan asked her to come over. Boss Su asked me to come over. Do you want to come with me? Jiang Li looked at the 2 of them and asked. I won't go. Xiao Yi shook his head. He didn't want to get close to Su Yan at this time. If Brother Yi doesn't go, I won't go either. Su Kai said hurriedly that he was also scared when he saw Su Yan. Okay, I'll go see President Su myself, and I'll let you know if there's anything going on. After Jiang Li finished speaking, he went straight to the president's office. Manager Jiang is amazing. He actually recovered the payment for the goods. Jiang Ru looked at Jiang Li and praised. What's so great about me? I didn't collect the payment for the goods. Jiang Li smiled bitterly. Ah. Jiang Ru was stunned. Who is that? Xiao Yi. After Jiang Li finished speaking, he knocked on the door and went in. Brother Yi. What happened? Jiang Ru was stunned. Wasn't he a bodyguard? And was he asking for debts? In the office, Jiang Li reported everything in detail. Xiao Yi beat up Qin Jiang and got the payment back. Su Yan was also quite confused. How did Xiao Yi get involved? Yes, Mr. Su, but Xiao Yi is doing this entirely to protect your dignity. Jiang Li said seriously. From now on, we will terminate our cooperation with Xinglong Jewelry. Su Yan's expression was cold. Okay, Mr. Su. Jiang Li nodded, not surprised. Queen Qingyan is a person who does not tolerate any injustice. Chen Zhang's words were so rude that it would be strange if Su Yan would cooperate with him. You go back first. Su Yan looked at Jiang Li and said. Boss Su, don't blame Xiao Yi. Jiang Li hesitated. He said that as your bodyguard, he not only has to protect your personal safety, but also your dignity. He really said that. Su Yan had a cold face, but her heart was filled with turmoil. Jiang Li nodded. I understand. You go ahead and do your work. After Jiang Li left, the coldness on Su Yan's face melted and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Did he beat Qin Jiang just for himself? This is too violent. From yesterday till now, he has beaten so many people. Su Yan said this, but she didn't mean to blame him at all. She picked up the phone on the table, dialed a few numbers, thought about it, and put it down again. It's better not to let him cause trouble for yourself. After returning to the office, the two boasted for a while, and then Su Kai went on patrol. Continue playing games with the young lady. Just when Xiao Yi was about to start the game, Jiang Li came in from outside. Why are you here, Sister Li? Please take a seat. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up and he instantly forgot about the gaming girl. The internet is all fake. Even if the girl speaks nicely and calls him good brother, it's useless because you can't touch or kiss him. Jiang Li is different. After a good chat, the possibility of getting intimate with her is very high. If we look deeper, it's not impossible. I was afraid you might be worried, so I came to tell you. Jiang Li sat down. President Su has decided not to cooperate with Xinglong Jewelry anymore. Oh. She's not angry. Xiao Yi took out a cigarette and handed one to Jiang Li. Jiang Li was startled, then smiled and took it over. No, I specifically said that you did it to protect her. Thank you, Sister Li. Xiao Yi felt relieved, as long as he wasn't angry. He was really afraid that Su Yan would get angry and find an excuse to fire him. This company is very good, he likes it very much and doesn't want to leave. What did you say before? Isn't it too formal to say thank you? Jiang Li leaned back on the sofa and looked around the office. I heard that you beat Sun Gaofei into the hospital. No, that's all rumors. I'm such a gentle person, how could I be so rude? Xiao Yi refused to admit it. What if people misunderstood him as having violent tendencies? How could they get to know him better? Really? Then how did this office become yours? Jiang Li blew out a smoke ring and asked with a smile. That's because Manager Sun was too enthusiastic and insisted on giving it to me. I couldn't refuse his kindness, so I could only agree with reluctance. Xiao Yi was talking nonsense. I refused, and he said if I refused, he would jump off the building. I thought, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, how can I just watch him die, right? Ahem. Listening to Xiao Yi's words, Jiang Li choked and coughed, tears coming out. This guy is really good at talking nonsense, isn't he? It's quite interesting, though. Haha, Sister Li, slow down. Xiao Yi smiled. It's all your fault. Jiang Li rolled his eyes with a hint of anger, which was quite charming. How can you blame me? I'm telling the truth. Xiao Yi said seriously. Just like when I praised Sister Li for being beautiful, it was absolutely from the heart. Haha, you have a very sweet mouth. You know how to make women happy. Jiang Li was shaking with laughter. Sister Li, how do you know I have a sweet mouth? Do you want to try it? Xiao Yi attacked. Still no, it smells like smoke. Jiang Li smiled even more. Considering her personality, this joke was not too much. Of course, it depends on the person. She had quite a favorable impression of Xiao Yi. When Xiao Yi taught Xinjiang a lesson, her heart skipped a beat and she felt protected. Women all desire to be protected. So does she. Brother Yi, I. Just as Xiao Yi was about to give chase, Su Kai came in from outside. Depend on. Xiao Yi cursed inwardly, why did he come back at this time instead of earlier or later? Manager Jiang is here too. What did President Su say? Su Kai didn't notice Xiao Yi's unfriendly look and walked forward to ask. Haha, that's what I came here to talk about. President Su has decided not to cooperate with Xinglong Jewelry anymore. Jiang Li glanced at Xiao Yi and stood up. Okay, you guys chat, I have something else to do over there, so I'll go get busy first. Manager Jiang, take care. Su Kai walked him a few steps, and when he came back, he saw Xiao Yi staring at him, and felt a little scared. Brother Yi, why are you looking at me like that? If you hadn't come back, I might have kissed you on the mouth. Xiao Yi was not happy. Ah. Kiss. Who? As Su Kai was talking, he suddenly realized what was happening and his eyes widened. Jiangli. Nonsense, if not with her, then with you. Xiao Yi stared. Brother Yi, although I respect you very much, I have my bottom line, and my sexual orientation is normal. Su Kai said embarrassedly. Get lost. My sexual orientation is also normal. Xiao Yi cursed. Then I feel relieved. Su Kai sat down and handed Xiao Yi a cigarette. Brother Yi, is what you just said true? Is it developing so fast? It's okay. I don't quite believe it. Jiangli has a lot of suitors, but I haven't heard of anyone winning her over. If you don't believe it, forget it. XIN, Brother Yi, would you like to have a drink tonight? Su Kai brought up the old matter again. After drinking, I'll invite you to have some fun. Happy. Tell me in detail. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up slightly. Hey. Su Kai smiled a smile that all men understand. I know a good place, Before he could finish, Xiao Yi's cell phone rang. Come here, beep. The phone was answered and Su Yan's cold voice came. After saying a word, she hung up without waiting for Xiao Yi to say anything. Oh my God. Xiao Yi wanted to curse. How could this woman have any manners? Boss Su's call. Su Kai asked. Well, go on, what's a good place? Xiao Yi threw his phone on the table. Boss Su is looking for you, and you still dare to delay. Go quickly, Boss Su is the most annoying one who delays. Su Kai said hurriedly. Let her wait. Xiao Yi didn't care. Brother Yi, this is not good, right? What if Mr. Su has something to ask you? Su Kai advised. When you come back, I'll explain it to you in detail. Okay, I'll give you some face. Xiao Yi nodded, put out his cigarette, and went to the president's office. Arriving at the president's office, Su Yan threw something the size of a coin on the table without waiting for him to speak. Look, what is this? Xiao Yi recognized him at a glance and was a little surprised. A bug. Where did it come from? It really is a bug. Su Yan's expression became even colder, and her eyes were as sharp as knives. Xiao Yi stepped forward, picked up the bug, and looked at it carefully. There is a signal being transmitted, which can be eavesdropped remotely. Was it found in your office? It's under my desk. If I hadn't dropped my pen on the floor, I wouldn't have found it. Su Yan gritted her teeth. Can you find someone who installed it? It's not a big problem. Xiao Yi fiddled with the bug and nodded. This thing is out of power. If this person wants to continue eavesdropping, he will definitely come back. As long as he comes back, we can find him. Let me remind you, it is very likely that he is from the company, because the eavesdropping range of this thing is not too large. Someone from the company. Su Yan was shocked and angry. Find him. Okay, leave it to me. Xiao Yi agreed. Doesn't your office have a combination lock? Many people know the combination. Besides me, only a few people know about it, and they are all trustworthy people. Su Yan's pretty face changed slightly. You doubt them? Can you trust me? Haha, the human heart is hard to predict. Xiao Yi smiled. Everyone is suspicious. Maybe the person you think is the least likely is the one who placed the bug. The most unlikely person. Su Yan stared at Xiao Yi. You. Me. Haha, if it was me, you wouldn't have a chance to find out. Xiao Yi smiled. Find him as soon as possible. Su Yan said coldly. No matter who it is, I will make him pay the price. You didn't call the police. Xiao Yi thought of something and asked. No. Su Yan shook her head. Wouldn't it be too easy for him to call the police? It's good that we didn't call the police. Otherwise, if the police came, it would easily alert the suspect. Xiao Yi took out a cigarette and lit it without waiting for Su Yan's reaction. If you want to find him as soon as possible, I have another way. What? Call over those who know your office password and question them in person. Didn't you just say that we shouldn't alert the enemy? Besides, who would admit it if we asked them face to face? This is a warning to them. If we throw the bug in front of them, they will definitely panic. Unless they have a very good mental state, it will be easy for them to show abnormalities. If it is one of them, I am sure I can find her. Xiao Yi said seriously. Of course, it's possible that she's not one of them. It's not that only those who know the password can get in. They're not the best. Su Yan's eyes turned cold and she spoke slowly. I believe they will not do such a thing. Make a decision. Wait a minute, didn't you say he would come back? Well, wait then. By the way, wasn't our conversation this morning eavesdropped on? Su Yan thought of something and her expression changed slightly. A flirtatious conversation. Xiao Yi grinned. Shut up. Su Yan stared. Will it be eavesdropped? How would I know? If the power went out in the morning, then I wouldn't be able to hear it. But if the power just went out, then I would definitely be able to hear it. Xiao Yi shrugged. We didn't say anything this morning. It was just about our relationship. No matter who it is, they won't take the initiative to spread the word, don't worry. Hearing him say this, Su Yan felt a little relieved and slowly sat down. If I want to catch someone, I have to install a camera. Xiao Yi also sat down. In my office? No way. Su Yan refused without hesitation. How do I catch him? I can't stay here 24 hours a day, right? Xiao Yi was speechless. I don't care. It's your job to arrest people. The cameras can't do that. Su Yan said coldly. If you can't catch anyone, then you are not qualified as a bodyguard. Get out now. Well, I won't install the camera in your office, but outside, okay. Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan. You didn't install this bug yourself, did you? Just to get rid of me. Am I sick? A little bit. You have a cold constitution and you have stomachaches every month. I'll treat you when I have time. Su Yan frowned slightly, but when she thought of Xiao Yi's medical skills, she felt relieved. He had the power to bring people back to life, so it was normal for him to see that she had a stomachache. She couldn't understand why Xiao Yi, who was such an excellent doctor, wanted to stay in Qingyan to waste his time. Is it really just to protect her? Well, I think I need to explain to you about Manager Sun going to the hospital. Xiao Yi hesitated and said. No need to explain, and he is no longer the security manager. Su Yan said calmly. I fired him. Ah. You fired him. Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Xiao Yan, I know you treat me well. You even fired a manager for me. You think too much. He violated the company's rules. No, you don't have to deny it. I understand your love for me. Xiao Yi's face was full of emotion. Xiao Yan, you've been so good to me. I have no way to repay you, so I can only repay you with my body. Get out of my office. Su Yan pointed at the office door and said coldly. Beating is love, scolding is love. Your attitude towards me is nothing more than a cover-up for the ardent love in your heart. I understand. Xiao Yi said with a smile. If you don't get out of here, I'll fire you. Su Yan used a killing move. I'll leave right away. Xiao Yi didn't dare to say anything more and left the office. Only after Xiao Yi left did Su Yan relax and lean back in her chair. When her eyes fell on the bug, she squinted. Who could it be? What was the purpose of installing a bug in her office? Commercial eavesdropping? Or something else? I forgot to ask who knows the password. I won't ask publicly, and I can hypnotize them individually. Forget it, let's just use conventional methods. Xiao Yi returned to the security department and asked Su Kai to buy a camera. Miniature. Yes, pinhole ones are best. Ah. Brother Yi, Who are you going to take pictures of? Who am I secretly photographing? I'm not a pervert. I have serious business to attend to. Real nonsense. Do you have any channels? If not, just stay away. Yes, yes. You even have such a channel. Are you a pervert? How is that possible? Security guards can't avoid dealing with this kind of thing. Then go buy one quickly, don't delay my important matter. Okay. Sukai didn't ask any more questions and left quickly. It shouldn't be this guy. After all, he is a soldier under Lao Zhong, and his character is fine. Xiao Yi thought about it for a while, then stood up and went to the monitoring room next door. The security guard in the monitoring room saw Xiao Yi coming and said weakly, the monitoring room is a restricted area, no outsiders are allowed in. Am I an idler? I am Mr. Su's bodyguard. Xiao Yi was not happy. Which one is the surveillance camera of the office building? This. The security guard didn't dare not answer and pointed to a screen. Okay, go out and wait. Xiao Yi sat down and started reading. The security guard wanted to say something else. Forgot who has the final say in the security department. Get lost. Xiao Yi's voice turned cold. Yes. The security guard was frightened and rushed out. It feels good to make people go away. No wonder Su Yan likes to say that. Xiao Yi muttered to himself, found the surveillance camera near the president's office, and watched it at several times the speed. Time passed by minute, Sukai came back, and Xiao Yi hadn't finished reading yet. Brother Yi. Sukai, are you trustworthy? Xiao Yi looked at Sukai with a serious expression. Of course, you are trustworthy. Sukai was a little nervous because of Xiao Yi's serious look. Okay, I'll trust you this time. President Su's office has been bugged. We have to find this person. Xiao Yi whispered. What? Sukai's eyes widened. Is this true or false? What do you think? The camera I asked you to buy is used to catch people. Xiao Yi took the black bag from Sukai's hand, opened it and took a look, then nodded with satisfaction. I have another piece of news for you. Sun Gaofei has been fired. If you do this job well, the position of security manager will be yours, right? Sun Gaofei was fired. Sukai was even more shocked, and then showed excitement. Brother Yi, I will definitely do this well. Sun Gaofei's dismissal gave Sukai hope of promotion. He was like a chicken with blood injected, full of energy. Stop grinning like an idiot and come help me. Xiao Yi was not happy. Oh. Sukai nodded quickly. Brother Yi, from now on, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Do you remember the confidentiality order? This matter must be kept secret. Xiao Yi gave a warning. Check the surveillance first to see if you can find any suspicious people. Yes. Excited, Sukai saluted. The two looked at the surveillance footage and had to give up after half an hour. There are too many people going to the president's office. Managers from all departments, even Sun Gaofei, the manager of the security department, had been there 2 or 3 times. In addition, there are other people, such as partners, etc. It is really difficult to find the suspicious person. When no one is around after get off work, you and I will go install surveillance. Good. When it was almost time to get off work, Xiao Yi went to find Su Yan and told her about the situation. Su Yan agreed, as long as it wasn't installed as her office. By the way, will you wait for me outside the company? Or give me an address? What did Xiao Yi think of? If you leave, how can I go back? Su Yan raised her eyebrows slightly. This guy still wants to live with her. It's not convenient for me, please find a hotel and I'll reimburse all the expenses. No, I have to protect you closely. Xiao Yi refused without even thinking about it. Wherever you are, I will be there. Close to body. Are you kidding? You don't sleep at night. Su Yan frowned. If you don't mind, we can sleep in the same bed. Xiao Yi said with a smile. We've both been in the same room before, are we still afraid of sleeping together? Shut up. Just shut up and tell me the address. Otherwise, I'll go back to live at the Su family. If your grandfather asks, I can only tell the truth. What else can you do besides complaining to my grandfather? Then I can't end up living on the streets, right? Who made you live on the streets? There are so many hotels in Zhonghai, you can stay in any of them. I'm not going. Su Yan was defeated and leaned back in the chair somewhat weakly. Call me when you're done. Okay. Now. Brother Wen. Don't worry, I want to confirm whether there are any bugs or even cameras in your office. What? Camera? When Su Yan heard this, her expression changed. Quick, look for it. Xiao Yi stood up and walked around the office, bending down from time to time to look at the corners. It's a pity that I can't project my spiritual sense, otherwise there wouldn't be so much trouble. I could just scan with my spiritual sense and find it right away. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yi left the president's office. Su Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that there was no camera. This thing was much more serious than a bug. But when she thought of something, her headache started again. How to arrange Xiao Yi? She doesn't live alone. It's not convenient at all if Xiao Yi goes there. Until the end of the get-off-work day, Su Yan still hadn't figured out what to do, so she could only escape. When she left the company and most people had left, Xiao Yi brought Su Kai to install the camera. Brother Yi, your movements are too skillful, aren't they? Are you a repeat offender? Su Kai couldn't help but say. Go away, do you know how to use words? Xiao Yi cursed. In a few minutes, the camera was installed. Not in the president's office, but in the secretary's office outside. Won't it be possible for me to see Miss Jiang anytime? Xiao Yi thought of Jiang Ru and smiled. Brother Yi, your smile is a little vulgar. Su Kai reminded. You bastard, do you still want to be a manager? Xiao Yi was not happy. You are not the only one who can be the 3 supervisors. Brother Yi, I was wrong. I still need you to protect me and whisper in President Su's ear. Su Kai put on a flattering smile. When I become a manager, I will definitely treat you to a 3-day and 3-night party. We will charter a yacht and find 10 yacht babes. Sensible. Xiao Yi was happy. Don't worry, you call me brother, how can I not protect you? As long as you do this well, I promise to make you a manager. Don't get me wrong, I'm not doing this for 10 yacht darlings. Hey, I understand. Su Kai grinned. Brother Yi, now that you're done, I'll treat you to a drink. No, I have something else to do. Xiao Yi refused. He was looking forward to seeing his and Su Yan's love nest. Maybe something would happen in this love nest tonight. The two left, Su Kai went back to the security department to get something, while Xiao Yi walked out of the company. As he walked, he called Su Yan. It rang, but no one answered. If you call again, you will be hung up. This woman has no moral principles. What we agreed on is no longer valid. Xiao Yi stared. Stop calling me. I'll turn off my phone if you call me again. Find a hotel tonight. If you dare to object, I'll fire you tomorrow. If you dare to complain to my grandfather, I'll fire you too. A message came in and made Xiao Yi want to curse. Was this person holding him tightly under his control? If you have the guts, don't come to work tomorrow. You can avoid the first day, but can you avoid the 15th? Let's see how you can shake me off tomorrow. Xiao Yi didn't call again. It's the first time, but not the third time. If he called again, wouldn't it be giving her face? He lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, thought of something, and waited. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Su Kai came out. Brother Yi hasn't left yet. Wait for you to drink. Drinking. Don't you have something to do? Well, I had something to do, so I turned it down. Since you're already hanging out with me, and you want to buy me a drink, I have to give you that face. Xiao Yi said seriously. Su Kai looked at Xiao Yi and didn't believe what he said at all. However, he didn't dare say it out loud. Brother Yi is righteous. Su Kai gave a thumbs up. Thank you, Brother Yi, for giving me this face. Let's go. We won't go home until we're drunk tonight. Hee hee. Xiao Yi smiled. This boy is very sensible and has the potential to be a manager. The two of them did not go to a big restaurant. At Xiao Yi's request, they found a barbecue restaurant and started drinking. Brother Yi, this kidney is really good, would you like to try it? 10 please. Okay. After we finish drinking, I'll take you to have some fun. It'll definitely be exciting. Okay, I'll follow your arrangements tonight. Xiao Yi was eating the skewers, feeling emotional. It's still better to be in a big city. After eating the kidneys, you can still have some fun. However, he just went there to have some experience. He is not a casual man. Okay, I will definitely satisfy a tough guy like you, Brother Yi. Su Kai smiled. Ha ha ha, definitely hard. Xiao Yi burst into laughter. 2 hours later, the two left the barbecue restaurant, took a taxi, and went straight to the place where they were having fun. Brother Yi, how is it, do you like it? When he arrived at the place, Su Kai's face was full of excitement and he clenched his fists. Is this what you call a place where tough guys can have fun? Xiao Yi turned his head and looked at Su Kai, feeling the urge to kill him. Are you kidding me? Bang, bang, bang. Oh. The sound of punches hitting flesh and screams continued to ring out. The atmosphere at the scene was very warm. But Xiao Yi's heart felt cold. Brother Yi, isn't this fun? Su Kai felt a little strange. This underground boxing is not easy to find. Xiao Yi really wanted to punch him. Ah, Brother Yi, I understand. Su Kai looked at Xiao Yi's unfriendly gaze and slapped his head suddenly. You want to find a woman? Go away, who wants to find a woman? Brother Yi, there are plenty of places to find women, but this underground boxing ring is not easy to find. Su Kai said seriously. I wouldn't bring ordinary people here, this is a membership-based system. Isn't it just a fight between black and white? Why is it so mysterious? It's not just black boxing, there are also handicaps over there. Oh. Xiao Yi became a little interested. Is it the boxers here, or can anyone come on? You can make an appointment. I played there and won 100,000 yuan. Brother Yi, if you are interested, I will help you make an appointment. Not interested. Xiao Yi shook his head. He didn't need that little money. He could just sell his body for 800,000. How can boxing be as good as selling your body? Brother Yi, let's watch for a while and then find a club. Su Kai said hurriedly. Forget about the club, let's just go to a bar and have a drink. Xiao Yi took the cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath, and blew out a smoke ring. How do you fight here? Is it just about who's better, not who lives or dies? Of course not. After all, this is Zhonghai. If someone is killed, it will still be quite troublesome. But serious injuries are common. That's meaningless. How about, go? Now that you're here, just watch for a while. I want to see how you're having fun. Su Kai lowered his head and looked submissive, wishing he could slap himself. Why did he think of something else? Bang, 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 the two boxers fought back and forth with great fanfare. Blood kept dripping. As the battle intensified, the screaming became louder. The one with the red shorts is going to win. If you want to buy some, you can go buy some. Suddenly, Xiao Yi said. Ah. He seems to be always at a disadvantage. If you don't believe it, forget it. Believe me, I'll go buy it right away. Buy me 1 million. Xiao Yi said, taking out a card. So much. Su Kai was shocked. How much? If I wasn't afraid that the market would collapse, I would have bought 10 million. Xiao Yi said lightly. Brother Yi is awesome, I'll go buy it right away. Su Kai took the card and walked quickly. A few minutes later, he came back. Brother Yi, I also bought 100,000 yuan. I'm risking it all. Haha, just wait to collect the money. 10 minutes later, a monkey in red pants stole peaches and knocked down the monkey in black pants. There are no rules in underground boxing, all you have to do is knock down your opponent. He actually won. Brother E, did you know he was going to use the monkey to steal the peaches? How would I know? I only know that he is conserving his energy and looking for opportunities. It's a profit, I'll go get the money. Soon, Sukai came back with a rosy face. Let's go. Xiao Yi took the bank card and walked out. Brother E, come on, I promise to arrange a happy place for you. Sukai said hurriedly. Farewell, I'm not that kind of person. Xiao Yi didn't dare to believe it. The two men left the underground boxing ring, found a bar, and asked for a booth. Sukai, who had just won a lot of money, was very generous and even opened several bottles of good wine. Brother E, this bar is very famous in Zhonghai. There are many beautiful women at night. If you have the ability, you can take them away. Sukai smiled gracefully. Last time I was here, I had a date with a black girl. You have such a strong taste. It's just a curiosity, that skin is so smooth, like satin. Xiao Yi drank, his eyes scanning the surroundings like radar. Not to mention, there are quite a few high-quality young ladies. Brother E, what time do you arrive tonight? After drinking for a while, Sukai asked. If it's all night, I'll arrange the next one. No, I'll just have a drink and go back. I have to go to work tomorrow. Okay. About an hour later, Sukai received a phone call and left. The homeless Xiao Yi continued drinking. As time went by, the atmosphere in the bar reached its climax. And Xiao Yi finally found a top-notch item. A woman in a black dress, with long wavy hair, a pretty face and a well-proportioned figure, extremely charming. Especially the temperament, which is extraordinary. After the woman sat down, she ordered some wine and started drinking. What's wrong with you? Do you want to drink to forget your sorrow? Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows and made a guess. Soon, he discovered something unusual, someone was staring at the woman. It wasn't a look of hunting for beauty, he was just simply staring at her. Sure enough, when someone came up to chat with her, the people who were staring at her immediately stopped the person. Northwest One can get close to this woman. Protecting her. Could she be some young lady? Judging from her temperament, she does look like someone like him. She is definitely not an ordinary person. Xiao Yi drank and watched the excitement. After about half an hour, the woman was obviously a little drunk and her body swayed. The person staring at her took out his cell phone and dialed a number. As if they had received some instructions, they stepped forward and surrounded the woman. Get out of the way. Soon, the woman uttered a cold shout. Mr. Su asked us to send you back. A man in a suit said. Why, I can't even go out for a drink. Not to mention that I haven't married him yet. Even if I did, he wouldn't be able to control me. I'm not his canary. I have my own life. The woman said angrily. Mr. Su is worried about your safety. The man in the suit advised. Let's take you back. Worried about my safety? Oh, you're worried about my contact with other men, right? The woman sneered. He sleeps with a young model today and a female celebrity tomorrow. He has a reputation like that. Doesn't he know it? And he still has the nerve to control me. Miss Wei, we'll take you back. The man in the suit said this and reached out to help the woman. Don't touch me. The woman stood up, staggered, and leaned against the bar. Go back and tell Su that I won't marry him. You are drunk. The man in the suit winked at them, and several people tried to forcibly take the woman away. Some people wanted to save the beauty, but seeing the momentum of the few people, they suppressed the impulse. Don't be so hopeless and get yourself into trouble. Let me go. The woman struggled. Didn't you hear her tell you to let her go? Just when no one dared to step forward, a faint voice sounded. Several people paused and looked up. Kid, it's none of your business, don't meddle in other people's business. The man in the suit looked at Xiao Yi and said coldly. Beauty, do you know them? Do you want to go with them? Xiao Yi ignored the man in the suit and looked at the woman and asked. I don't know them. The woman struggled. She said she doesn't know you, let her go and get out. Xiao Yi said lightly. What did you say, kid? Hearing Xiao Yi's words, the men in the suit became furious. Deaf. I told you to let her go, get lost. Xiao Yi's voice was extremely domineering. Hit him for me. The men in the suit pointed at Xiao Yi and shouted angrily. Crash. Several people surrounded him and started punching him with their fists. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Yi was even faster and didn't give them any chance to get close. He kicked them one by one, knocking them to the ground. Ah! The screams were so loud that they drowned out the music. The man in the suit's expression changed. A martial artist. He picked up the bottle on the bar and smashed it on Xiao Yi's head. Xiao Yi dodged sideways, picked up the high stool next to him, and slammed it hard on the man in the suit. Bang! The man in the suit fell headfirst to the ground, and before he could get up, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Bang bang bang. Xiao Yi smashed it several times before throwing away the stool and looking at the stunned woman. Okay, no one will bother you drinking now. Ah. The woman came to her senses and stared at Xiao Yi with slightly dazed eyes. Would you like to come over to my place for a drink? Xiao Yi invited. Good. The woman looked at the men in a suit and others who were howling at her feet. A hint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes, and she agreed. No matter what, Xiao Yi solved the problem for her and let her get rid of her anger. Boy, do you know. The man in the suit couldn't help but get anxious when he saw the woman was going to drink with Xiao Yi. I know your uncle. If you dare to say one more word, I'll destroy you. How could Xiao Yi let anyone ruin his good deeds, so he kicked the men in the suit hard. Ah! The man in the suit screamed, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Come, I'll help you, walk slowly. Seeing the woman shaking, Xiao Yi held her arm. The touch was wonderful, like satin as Su Kai had said just now. The two returned to the booth, and several people woke up the man in the suit and asked him what to do. Ms. Wei must not let Mr. Su know that she was drinking with a man, otherwise we will be in big trouble. The man in the suit stared at Xiao Yi with a fierce look. Stay here and wait for them to finish drinking. Then we'll send Miss Wei back. What if they finish drinking and leave together? One of the men asked weakly. The man in the suit's face changed. Leave together. Where to go? You can tell with your butt. If something like this really happened, Su Xiao would definitely go crazy, right? They will not have a good time either. No matter what, we can't let this happen. The man in the suit gritted his teeth and wanted to take out his cell phone to call someone, but he was afraid that the impact would be too great and the message would reach Su Xiao's ears. On the other side, Xiao Yi poured wine for the woman. You are already drunk, drink less. The woman was a little surprised and looked at Xiao Yi. Why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Yi was surprised. Isn't it said that if a woman isn't drunk, a man has no chance? Shouldn't you give me more wine at this time? The woman picked up the cup, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in her blurry eyes. She was drunk, but still conscious. Are you doing this in a bar and saving the beauty without any ulterior motive? She doesn't believe it. Haha, there must be a purpose for saving you. For your body. Xiao Yi smiled. What else? The woman asked back and drank the wine in the glass. A little bit, but I won't force it. Xiao Yi accompanied him with a drink and poured another for the woman. If there wasn't a beautiful lady like you tonight, I would still take action when I have to. Oh, that's quite righteous. The woman didn't really believe what Xiao Yi said. Do you know who they are? If you beat them, you'll get into trouble. When I beat people, I never care about their identities. Xiao Yi shook his head. They didn't leave even after being beaten, which means you are very important to them. They don't dare to leave. If they leave, the masters behind them will take their lives. The woman's tone was mocking, and she took another swig of her drink. Are you in trouble? Are you drinking to drown your sorrows? Xiao Yi lit a cigarette. Would you like to talk? If you are willing, I can be a listener. Their master is my fiancé. The woman drank, leaning back in her chair, her voice low. A marriage contract requires me to marry a man I don't like, no, a man I hate. Isn't that ridiculous? In this day and age, there is still such a thing as arranged marriages. Xiao Yi curled the corner of his mouth and asked, "Are you sure you don't mean anything to me? A marriage contract? What the hell is that? He has 9 engagements. That guy spends his days drinking and partying, but he has his people keep an eye on me, fearing that I'll do something with another man and cheat on him." The woman sneered. "What does he take me for? It's really a bit too much to ask someone to keep an eye on you." Seeing that the woman's cup was empty, Xiao Yi poured her half a cup. "Well, the engagement was arranged by the elders. Didn't you try to talk to him and cancel the engagement?" "Cancel the engagement? Ha, he's always wanted to sleep with me, how could he cancel the engagement?" The woman sneered even more. "Want to get me? Impossible. If you don't marry, will your family force you to marry?" That's really troublesome." "Haha, anyway, I won't marry him, even if I die." The woman said this and hooked her finger at Xiao Yi. "What?" Xiao Yi leaned over. "I give you a piece of advice, leave as soon as possible, otherwise you will be in big trouble." The woman said drunkenly. "Haha, I'm not afraid of trouble." Xiao Yi smiled and took the wine glass from the woman's hand. "Almost. Where is your home? I'll take you back. You want to sleep with me too, right?" The woman stared at Xiao Yi and said. Xiao Yi was speechless. "I sent you home just to sleep with you. What kind of logic is this? He is not the kind of person who takes advantage of others' misfortune. Are you really not afraid of getting into trouble?" The woman seemed to sober up a little and pursed her red lips. This action made Xiao Yi feel a little dry in the mouth. "Isn't it too charming? Walk." Suddenly, the woman stretched out her white hand and held Xiao Yi's wrist. "Go, get a room." "Ah. Get a room." Xiao Yi was stunned. "Is it so straightforward? If you can handle them, I'll go with you. Then, I'm going to take a video and send it to that bastard." When the woman said this, she gripped Xiao Yi's wrist with a lot more force. Taking a video. Xiao Yi was stunned. He had watched many porn movies, but this was the first time he played the leading role. Is this woman having so much fun? I want him to know that I'm the woman he can't have. You want to win me over with just a marriage contract? Impossible. The woman shook her head, trying to make herself more sober. Do you dare? If you dare, I will be yours tonight. If you don't dare, leave now. What's there to be afraid of? But can we not show our faces when we shoot the video? I want to save face. Xiao Yi hesitated. What if the other party got angry and posted the video online? Wouldn't he become a celebrity? When the women heard Xiao Yi's words, they were stunned. Can you not show your face? What is he thinking? It was only because she was drunk, otherwise she might have slapped him in the face. What's the matter? Do you have shame? I have no shame. Seeing the woman's reaction, Xiao Yi realized that he might have thought of something wrong, and smiled awkwardly. Let's go, let's leave here first. The woman looked at Xiao Yi deeply. Fortunately, he was very handsome, so it wasn't a disadvantage, right? It's just one night anyway, and no one will recognize each other tomorrow. Under the influence of alcohol, she burst out with a strong desire for revenge. Wasn't it to marry her? Wasn't it to take her virginity? Then she would rather give her first time to a strange man than to that bastard named Su. Not only will she not give it to him, she will also tell Mr. Su that she has slept with someone else. Then let's see how he can marry her. Anyway, she has no other way to resist, this is the only one. It's her body, she has the final say. Thinking of this, the woman let go of Xiao Yi's wrist and leaned into his arms. Xiao Yi embraced the woman and walked out. Stop, let go of Miss Wei. After walking a few steps, the man in the suit rushed over with his men. Boy, I advise you not to seek death. She is not a woman you can touch. If you touch it, you will die. Xiao Yi looked at the men in the suit and asked calmly. That's right, if you touch it, you will die. The man in the suit shouted that if he let this guy take Miss Wei away, he would also die. Bring Miss Wei back. Court death. Xiao Yi's eyes turned cold, and several cold rays flew out. Thump. Several men in suits fell to the ground, unable to move. What happened to them? The woman was a little sober from the alcohol. A little trick, let's go. Xiao Yi didn't look at the men in the suit again, and walked out with the woman in his arms. When they got outside, the wind blew and the woman's drunkenness, which had just subsided, came back again. She was unsteady on her feet and leaned completely into Xiao Yi's arms. Are you really going to the hotel? Xiao Yi looked down at the woman. Or should I take you home? No. Let's go to the hotel. The woman looked up, her dazed eyes, fair face and seductive red lips made Xiao Yi's heart flutter. Why, you don't dare. I don't dare. There is nothing in this world that I dare not do. Xiao Yi looked up and saw a 5-star hotel not far away. Oh, what are you waiting for? The woman's fair arms wrapped around Xiao Yi's neck, reeking of alcohol. Tonight, I am yours. Xiao Yi looked at the woman, picked her up by the waist, and strode towards the hotel. She said so, how could he still be scared? Besides, she wasn't completely drunk. She was just taking advantage of the alcohol to do things that she wouldn't normally do. I'm just helping her. Well, I just like to help others. Xiao Yi muttered and walked faster. When he arrived at the hotel, Xiao Yi checked into a luxury suite, took the elevator upstairs, and entered the room. Do you regret it? If you do, each of you will have a room. Xiao Yi looked at the woman leaning in his arms and asked. Regret? I never do anything I regret. The woman looked up, a mad look in her eyes. Not tonight, and not tomorrow. When Xiao Yi heard this, he thought, well, what are we waiting for? He lowered his head and kissed the tempting red lips, which felt soft and elastic. This kiss was like dry wood meeting fire, burning fiercely. The woman's body trembled, and she tightly wrapped her arms around Xiao Yi's neck and responded enthusiastically. Xiao Yi's breathing became heavier after receiving a response from the woman. How could a man who hadn't been down the mountain for 3 years resist such temptation? A few minutes later, Xiao Yi picked up the woman by the waist, strode into the bedroom, and threw her on the soft big bed. Without waiting for the woman to react, Xiao Yi pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Following a low groan, Xiao Yi's movements suddenly froze. Is it her first time? Ah. The next second, Xiao Yi screamed in pain as the woman's nails scratched his back. This pain also stimulated Xiao Yi, and he lowered his head and kissed her fiercely again. In the darkness, the woman had tears in her eyes, but she did not regret it. Everything became indescribable. This night was sleepless and crazy. The room didn't become quiet until dawn. No regrets. Xiao Yi looked at the woman and asked softly. I said, I never do anything I regret. The woman's voice was a little hoarse, she had sobered up a long time ago. May I have your name? Xiao Yi thought about it and couldn't help but ask. After a night of joy, I will leave when the day is bright, and we will never see each other again. The woman turned her head and looked at Xiao Yi, who was a little blurry. What's the point of asking my name? Or do you want to rely on me? Xiao Yi was stunned. This woman was really free and easy. It was he who fell behind. True, but the world is small. Maybe we can meet again one day. Xiao Yi was joking. If we meet again, you and I will still be strangers, just pretend nothing happened. The woman shook her head. Besides, this world is neither big nor small, it's not easy to meet someone. All right. Seeing that she said so, Xiao Yi didn't say anything more. His hand slid across her smooth back and landed on a soft spot. The woman trembled slightly. What was he going to do? It had been a whole night. Wasn't he tired? 6 times. The woman thought about it carefully and said something. Haha, I used to have a nickname, called 7 times a night. Xiao Yi smiled and hugged the woman. The woman was speechless. Before she could say anything else, her red lips were kissed. By the way, aren't you going to take a video? Suddenly, Xiao Yi stopped and asked. Wait a moment. The woman said vaguely. Good. Xiao Yi nodded and kissed her again. An hour later, when it was bright, the woman wanted to get up, but her whole body ached and she had no strength. Seeing this, Xiao Yi grabbed her wrist and transferred his true energy to her. "What's this?" The woman noticed the unusual warmth and asked in surprise. "A little energy." Xiao Yi smiled and didn't explain much. Soon, the woman felt stronger and even less painful. "I feel warm all over and very comfortable." This made her even more surprised, and the way she looked at Xiao Yi changed. Although she didn't know what was going on, she had a vague feeling that the man in front of her was definitely not an ordinary person. "Don't look at me like that, and don't fall in love with me. I have a wife," Xiao Yi said. "You just said that after one night, we won't recognize each other anymore. You think too much." The woman withdrew her gaze, sat up and took the phone. "Take a photo with me. The kind without clothes. Again, can you not show your face?" Xiao Yi was serious. "Below the neck, you can shoot as you like. If a woman wants to hit someone who wants to take nude photos." Click. Xiao Yi held the woman's hand and took a photo. "That's all. What else? Do you really want to take nude photos?" The woman was annoyed and stood up to pat the blood-red plum blossoms on the bed sheet. After the filming, she stared at the blood-red plum blossoms in a daze. She had guarded her body for more than 20 years, and just gave it away in such a confused manner. It's not the person you love, but a stranger. But giving it to him is 1,000 times better than giving it to that bastard. Thinking of this, she felt relieved. It was not a loss. At least Xiao Yi was handsome and capable. "Do you regret it?" Seeing this, Xiao Yi asked. "No, I repeat, I never do anything I regret." The woman looked up. "It just doesn't seem real, like a dream." "Haha, you should just continue to feel the pain. When it hurts, it's not a dream anymore, it's real." Xiao Yi smiled. The woman was speechless, but when she thought of Xiao Yi's methods, she still found them very magical. "Do you want to take it away as a souvenir?" Xiao Yi pointed at the blood-red plum blossoms and asked. "Go home and frame it." The woman rolled her eyes, but after thinking it over, she nodded. "I'm going to take a shower, do you want to join me?" Xiao Yi's burning gaze fell on the woman's white body. "No." The woman pulled the quilt over her body. She felt that if she went with him, Xiao Yi's nickname might become 8 times a night. "All right." Xiao Yi was a little disappointed, as his plan to play in the water like a pair of mandarin ducks failed. After Xiao Yi went to take a shower, the woman sent out the 2 photos and deleted dozens of missed call notifications. In less than half a minute, the phone rang. The name was Su Wangba. The woman hung up the call directly and leaned against the head of the bed, revealing a sense of pleasure in revenge. The phone rang over and over again. In the end, the woman was too lazy to hang up, so she turned the phone to mute and threw it on the bed. Xiao Yi came out of the shower and looked at the cell phone on the bed. "So the bastard. Your fiancé. It won't be like that soon. I don't believe he can bear this." The woman said calmly, then stood up and walked towards the bathroom. "It would have been nice to wash together. I could even rub your back." Xiao Yi looked at the woman's back and said. The woman stumbled. "You want to rub my back? I don't know what you want." "Haha, that's interesting. Too bad we'll be strangers soon." Xiao Yi muttered something, lit a cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. The cell phone on the bed was still on. "Not finished yet." Xiao Yi frowned, thought about it, took it and answered the call. He thought that since he had already slept with the other person, he might as well be a good person and send her off to the west. "Wei Yuqing, you." A man's angry roar was heard from the receiver. "She's not here. She went to take a shower." Xiao Yi interrupted the roar and smiled. He could understand the man's roar, no one would remain calm. But this guy went a bit too far. He slept with young models and female celebrities all day long, and even hired someone to keep an eye on his fiancée. This is a typical case of officials being allowed to set fires but ordinary people being not allowed to light lamps. "Who are you?" After a brief silence, the men roared even louder. The men who slept with your fiancé last night. Xiao Yi was smoking a cigarette. She told me about your story. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice, a forced melon is not sweet. Fuck you, you're dead. If you dare, tell me where you are, and I'll get someone to kill you right away. He was furious. He slept with his fiancée and still advised him that a forced melon is not sweet. Isn't this murderous? Why bother? If you two really get together, we'll still be brothers-in-law. Xiao Yi was not angry at all and said with a smile. You two bastards, I'm going to kill you two bastards. Even angrier over there. Asshole, no matter who you are, I swear, I will kill you. Okay, stop bragging. Xiao Yi curled his lips. Do you know why she chose me? Why? Maybe it's because I'm handsome and good at work. Wait, I'm going to Zhonghai to kill you now. We are all civilized people, why curse each other? Buddy, her heart is with me, and her body is with me, do you still want to marry her? Bitch, I'm going to kill you too, you bastards. Wait. Bang, the phone hung up. Young people nowadays are just not stable. Xiao Yi shook his head and put down the phone. He felt that this bastard Su would never marry her again. Any normal man would not accept this. What did you do? The woman came out of the bathroom, frowning slightly. Oh, that Su the bastard kept calling, so I answered the phone. Xiao Yi looked at the woman in a daze. Wet, wavy hair fell on her white shoulders. She had just finished taking a shower and her face was rosy. The bath towel could not hide her white skin and her magnificent breasts. Drops of water dripped from the hair, along the skin, rolling into the seductive curves. What? You answered it. The woman frowned even deeper, noticed Xiao Yi's gaze, and pulled up the bath towel. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Not only have I seen it before, I've also played with it. Xiao Yi muttered when he saw the woman's actions. Who told you to answer his call? The woman stepped forward and looked at the call log. What did you say? I just wanted to help you. He greeted my whole family in a friendly way and said he was going to kill me. Do you think he's joking? He can do it. Haha, there are many people who want to kill me, who does he think he is? Xiao Yi laughed mockingly. Forget it. Remember, once we get out of this door, neither of us will know each other. The woman emphasized. Are you protecting me? Xiao Yi looked at the woman and asked. I'm overthinking. I'm just afraid that you'll rely on me. The woman would not admit it, she said calmly. Haha, I'm afraid you'll rely on me. Xiao Yi smiled. By the way, you should be careful too, he said he would kill you too. I will be careful. After the woman finished speaking, she turned around and started to blow dry her hair. I have to go, it's almost time to go to work. Xiao Yi stood up. You can rest here for a while. The woman paused and said without turning her head, okay. No goodbye hug. Xiao Yi looked at the woman's seductive back and asked. No, leave now. After the woman finished speaking, she went into the bathroom and closed the door. Xiao Yi shrugged, put on his clothes, and his eyes fell on the blood-red plum blossoms. He thought about it, picked up the pen and paper on the table, left his number and a message, if you have any problems that cannot be solved, call me. Before leaving, he knocked on the bathroom door, I'm leaving. Good. A woman's voice was heard from the bathroom. Click. The door closed, the woman came out of the bathroom and saw the message on the bed sheet. Hee hee. The woman looked at the words and smiled. Although she wouldn't call him, she felt a little warm that he stayed. At least this man is not a heartless person who will not admit his mistake just because his pants are pulled up. Being able to leave your number is a sign of responsibility. Of course, he might also want to sleep with her again. Xiao Yi left the hotel, hailed a taxi and went to the company. It's all Suyan's fault. If she hadn't left me behind, would what happened last night have happened? Yes, it's all her fault. Along the way, Xiao Yi was preparing himself mentally so as not to appear timid when meeting Suyan. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of Qingyan Company. As soon as Xiao Yi got out of the car, he saw a Maserati driving over. Is it such a coincidence? Xiao Yi's face changed. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he still felt a little panicked when he saw Su Yan's car. After all, Su Yan was his nominal fiancé, and he slept with another woman last night. The car stopped and the window rolled down, revealing Su Yan's beautiful face. Su Yan, do you still have the nerve to say hello to me? Xiao Yi's face was filled with anger. He wanted to take the initiative. I clearly agreed to call you when I was done with my work, but you ended up abandoning me. Su Yan avoided Xiao Yi's angry gaze, feeling a little uneasy. After all, this was something she did that was not fair. Do you know how I got through this night? I didn't sleep all night. Xiao Yi shouted angrily, trying to hide his inner panic. You didn't sleep all night. I see you look very energetic. Su Yan didn't believe this at all. She felt that Xiao Yi's condition was better than yesterday. Su Yan, you left me in this strange city, and you don't feel a bit guilty? Xiao Yi said loudly. You apologize to me, or I'll go find your grandfather. Okay, I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Su Yan was helpless. Which hotel did you stay in last night? I'll reimburse you 10 times the price, how about that? Don't think you can humiliate me just because you have a few bucks. Xiao Yi said as he opened the passenger door and got in. I'm telling you, money isn't everything. Money can't erase the harm you've done to me. That's enough. Su Yan interrupted Xiao Yi and looked at him coldly. You're not done yet, are you? If you keep going, you won't have to go into the company. Scare me. Shut up or leave. Xiao Yi shut up. Su Yan's lips curled up slightly. Can't I control you? The Maserati slowly drove into the company and stopped. If you find anything about the bug, report it to me right away. Remember to lock the car when you leave. Seeing that Xiao Yi had no intention of getting out of the car, Su Yan threw down a word, opened the door and left. Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan's back, let out a long sigh, touched the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead, and leaned back in his chair. I have passed this level. Fortunately, I was smart and came first to Su. No, I came first to shock her. Xiao Yi muttered, took the car keys, locked the car, and walked towards the security department. He decided that if he had nothing to do today, he would try to stay away from Su Yan to avoid her asking him questions. Brother Yi. As soon as Xiao Yi entered the door, several security guards called out respectfully. Xiao Yi nodded with satisfaction. He was quite sensible and knew who had the final say here. He smoked a few cigarettes and chatted for a while, then suddenly realized, no wonder he was so respectful, it was because he knew the news that Sun Gaofei was fired. Manager Sun has been fired. You must work hard. The company will not treat you unfairly. After Xiao Yi encouraged him a few words, he went back to the office to play games. Brother Yi, do you know? The Human Resources Department has issued a notice to fire Sun Gaofei. Half an hour later, Su Kai came in and said excitedly. Didn't I tell you yesterday? What? Do you think I was fooling you? No, of course not. How could Brother Yi fool me? Come on, Brother Yi, have a cigarette. Su Kai lit a cigarette for Xiao Yi. Brother Yi, what time did you leave last night? Did anything happen? What can happen? He just sat for a while and then left. Xiao Yi would not say much. What if this guy was not careful with his words and Su Yan heard about it, then he would be doomed. Blame me for this. If it wasn't urgent, I would definitely not leave and stay with you. Su Kai lowered his eyebrows and looked pleasing to the eye. Brother Yi, how about I arrange another show tonight? Forget it. I don't want to watch boxing anymore. When Xiao Yi brought up this, he wanted to kill Su Kai. No, I promise to arrange it to your satisfaction. Su Kai smiled a smile that all men understand. No, I have something to do tonight. Xiao Yi shook his head. He had to go back to their love nest tonight to check it out. No matter what, he couldn't let Su Yan get rid of him again. Then give me another chance some other day. Stop talking nonsense and see if there was anything wrong last night. Good. Xiao Yi and Su Kai watched the surveillance video and found nothing unusual. He was not disappointed. After all, it was only the first day, so he could wait a little longer. I spent the whole morning bragging and playing games, which was quite fulfilling. I went to the restaurant to have lunch at noon, and then strolled around the company with Su Kai to admire the beautiful women. Just as he was about to go back to the office for a nap, his cell phone rang. "Isn't it that chick from last night?" Xiao Yi was looking forward to it. He took it out and saw that it was Su Yan's. "Boss Su. Bring me the car keys." Bang, the phone hung up. "Fuck, you have no manners." Xiao Yi cursed and went to the president's office. "You're going out?" "Right. I'll go with you." "What are you going to do?" Su Yan frowned. "I am your bodyguard. I have to protect you closely." Xiao Yi said seriously. "If you don't let me go, then you won't be able to get out without your car keys. Do you think this is my only car? Even if you have 100 cars, you can't get out." "That's what I said." Su Yan was defeated and had no choice but to agree. When the two of them went downstairs, she felt a little upset when she saw Xiao Yi got on the passenger seat. "You want me to be your driver?" "What else? I'm a bodyguard, not a driver." "Of course, it's not that I can't be a driver, but I'll have to pay more." "Roll." Su Yan cursed, got in the car, and stepped on the accelerator hard, thinking it was Xiao Yi. Boom. The Maserati let out a loud roar and rushed out of the company. Su Yan had a cold face and drove very fast. On the passenger seat, Xiao Yi was calm and composed. "I didn't expect you still like to drive fast." "Faster, faster." "Shut up." Su Yan glared at him fiercely and slowed down the car. She originally wanted to scare Xiao Yi, but she didn't see any fear on his face. This made her very disappointed, so she gave up her plan to drive fast. "Where are we going?" "Raw Stone Market." "Raw Stone Market? What's that for?" Xiao Yi was curious. "A place that sells raw jadeite." Su Yan replied and ignored Xiao Yi. "Raw jadeite? Ah, gambling on jadeite, huh? I've heard of it before, but I've never seen it." Xiao Yi looked excited. "I heard that this thing, one sword can lead to heaven, and one sword can lead to hell." "Su Yan, I didn't expect you to be a gambler." Xiao Yi felt that he had a new understanding of Su Yan. This woman is not only a speedster, she's also a gambler. "You are the gambler." Su Yan's face darkened. "Gambling on stones doesn't rely on gambling, but on experience." "Experience?" "Gambling skills at the gambling table are also experience." Xiao Yi curled his lips. "Why do you think it's called gambling on stones and not something else? If you don't shut up, get out of the car now." Su Yan was too lazy to say more, stepped on the brakes and said coldly. Xiao Yi didn't dare to nag anymore. He took out his cell phone and went online to play games with the young lady. Half an hour later, the Maserati stopped. In the distance was a large raw stone trading market with people coming and going, and it looked very lively. "Are you all here dreaming of getting rich overnight?" Xiao Yi looked ahead and asked curiously. "I told you, not all the people who come here are gamblers." Su Yan said coldly. "There are many jade merchants who come here to collect raw materials. No gambling, just acquisition. If you want to maximize your profits, you naturally gamble on the stones, risking a small amount for a big gain, but more often you buy the jadeite that has been solved, which is more stable. Then do you know how to gamble on stones? If you know a little bit, when you buy raw stones at a high price, you will also ask gambling stone consultants to take a look. They are more professional." Oh. As they were talking, they came to a large shop. "Boss Su." At the door stood an old man and a young man. "Mr. Qin." Su Yan smiled. "Thank you for your help today." "Haha, Mr. Su, you're too polite." The old man smiled. "This morning, just after I heard that Shirley had received a batch of old materials from Myanmar, I received a call from Mr. Su. Mr. Su is very well informed. In this business, if you're not well informed, you can't buy good things." Su Yan said. Su Yan, with my grandfather here, I will make sure you return with a great harvest. The young man next to her looked at Su Yan without hiding his admiration at all. Damn, another suitor. Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows. Boss Su, let's go in. Neither the old man nor the young man looked at Xiao Yi. In their eyes, this may just be a driver. Good. Su Yan nodded and walked inside. Ha ha ha, President Su and Mr. Qin are here. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. A middle-aged fat man walked out of the shop and came over to greet me. Boss Sure. Xiao Sure, did you find the best jadeite this morning? After a brief greeting, Mr. Qin asked. Of course. To be honest with you, Mr. Qin, this batch of raw materials all come from old mines and are of very high quality. Boss Sure said seriously. We found 3 pieces of glass this morning. The largest one is as big as a fist. Elder Chen, Elder Lu, and Elder Lu are all here. Oh. These 3 old guys are really fast on their feet. Old Qin chuckled. Haha, the 4 masters of Zhonghai's gambling jade industry are all here today. It's a great honor for Shirley. If he can get a few more top-quality jades, it will definitely be a good story if it gets out. Boss Sure had a smiling face. Haha, I'm not here for myself today, I'm here for President Su. Qin Laodao. Boss Su is amazing. He actually managed to get you to do this. With just one sentence, Boss Sure flattered both of them. Please, come in. Boss Sure, has the glass seed you just mentioned been taken away by someone? Su Yan asked. She came here today not only to gamble on stones, but more importantly, she wanted to buy some top-quality jadeite. The chance of getting top-grade jadeite is very small, even if Mr. Qin is a master of gambling on jadeite. A safer option is to purchase it directly at a high price. Boss Su is late. Someone has already taken it away. Boss Sure said. Haha, you've brought Mr. Qin with you, are you still worried that there won't be top-quality jadeite? Don't worry, Mr. Su. I will guarantee you a piece of top-quality jadeite. Mr. Qin took over. If not, you can pick one from my collection. Su Yan, with my grandfather here, let alone 1 piece of top-grade jadeite, even 3 or 5 pieces, as long as we have them here, there will be absolutely no problem. The young man was bragging. By the way, are you free tonight? Last time I asked you out for dinner, you said you didn't have time. Young people, you should get together more often. Without waiting for Su Yan to refuse, old Qin said with a smile. Xiaozhen has already learned 70% of my true teachings. In the future, Mr. Su can ask him to select rough stones for you, or let him work as a gambling stone consultant in your company. Isn't that convenient? Yes, Su Yan, I will work as a gambling stone consultant in your company. I don't want any salary. The young man's eyes lit up. He thought that old people are always wise. Grandpa's method was great. It would give him the opportunity to get close to Su Yan. This. Su Yan hesitated, wanting to refuse but not being able to do so directly. Of course she knew what Mr. Qin was thinking, and she knew Qin Zhen's plan even more. Mr. Su, don't rush to answer. Let's see Xiaozhen's level first today. Seeing Su Yan's hesitation, old Qin spoke immediately. Xiaozhen, you have to perform well today. This is equivalent to an interview. If you perform well, you can become a gambling stone consultant. No problem, I will definitely do my best. The young man said immediately. Xiao Yi looked at old Qin and cursed the old fox inwardly. On the surface, he did not force Su Yan to express her position, but in fact he was retreating in order to advance. As long as Qin Zhen performs well, how can Su Yan refuse? If I refuse again, it would be a lack of respect. Sure enough, Su Yan could only nod and say, okay, let's just treat it as an interview. As long as Qin Zhen's level is good enough, I will hire him with a high salary. Xiaozhen, did you hear that? Old Qin smiled even more broadly. How his grandson performs depends on him, doesn't it? He gave some pointers and took out a few pieces of jade. Isn't that easy? If Su Yan could ask her grandson to uncover another piece of top-quality jadeite, she would not be able to refuse. Aha! The young man was very excited as he would be able to go to Qingyan Company soon and spend every day with Su Yan. Haha, young Master Qin and President Su are quite a good match. Boss Shi next to him said something to join in the fun. If President Su can really be with young Master Qin, with the help of old Master Qin, it will be even more powerful. Boss Shi, please show us the raw stone first. Su Yan's voice was cold. Oh, okay. Boss Shi responded. He was trying to flatter old Qin, but he didn't dare to offend Su Yan because she was a big money sponsor. A few people walked through the shop and found a different world behind it, a large courtyard. The yard is divided into several areas, with a lot of stones piled up. Are these the raw stones? It's amazing that jade can be cut out of the stones. Xiao Yi looked at these stones and was secretly amazed. Boss Su, Mr. Qin, let's go directly to Area A. The raw materials there are the oldest and best. Boss Shi made a please gesture. Old Qin, you are here. As soon as I arrived at Area A, a few elderly people greeted me. Haha, you guys are here pretty early. Old Qin said something to Su Yan and took the young man forward to greet them. Another suitor of yours? After they left, Xiao Yi asked. Do you want me to help you solve it? I promise that he won't dare to appear in front of you again. Don't mess around. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Yan was shocked and thought of Lu Wenguang who was beaten into a pig's head. She remembered very well how Xiao Yi made Lu Wenguang afraid to appear in front of her. If you hit Qin Zhen, Mr. Qin will definitely be upset. I understand. You still need that old fox to help you gamble on stones today. Xiao Yi nodded. I'll fight again after today. Su Yan was speechless. Isn't this guy too violent? While the two were talking, Qin Zhen came back, as if he had just seen Xiao Yi, and pretended to be casual. Su Yan, is this your driver? I'm Mr. Su's bodyguard. Without waiting for Su Yan to speak, Xiao Yi said. Oh. Qin Zhen felt relieved, as long as he wasn't a love rival. He no longer looked at Xiao Yi. The little bodyguard was not worthy of his attention. Su Yan, can I take you around? Maybe I can help you find the top-quality jadeite without my grandfather's help. Qin Zhen laughed. A while ago, I solved a piece of glass seed. Let's wait for Mr. Qin. Su Yan's voice was cold and she was unwilling to talk to Qin Zhen anymore. If she wasn't afraid of offending Mr. Qin, she would have turned around and left. Mr. Qin, you just said you found a piece of glass seed. How big is it? It should be very valuable, right? Seeing that Su Yan was unwilling to pay attention to Qin Zhen, Xiao Yi spoke. A fist that big, it's very valuable, you can't afford it even if you work as a bodyguard for a lifetime. Qin Zhen frowned. Do you, a bodyguard, have the right to speak here? I can't afford it, but Mr. Su can. Xiao Yi smiled. Boss Su is buying glass seeds. If Qin Xiao has any, why not sell them to Boss Su? Qin Zhen's face turned dark. How could he have a glass-like body the size of a fist? He was just bragging. I believe young Master Qin will definitely be willing to sell it to our President Su. No, our President Su. Xiao Yi's smile became even wider. Today's interview is just a formality. With young Master Qin's ability, he will definitely be recognized by President Su. By then, we will be colleagues. Who is your colleague? You are just a bodyguard. Qin Zhen was annoyed, then smiled at Su Yan. Su Yan, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but the piece of glass seed that I unraveled has already been sold. Next time, I will definitely keep it for you next time. No. Su Yan threw down a sentence and walked forward, obviously not wanting to pay any attention to Qin Zhen. Boy, who are we and who are you? Do you have the qualifications to speak here? Seeing that Su Yan ignored him, Qin Zhen couldn't help but vent his anger on Xiao Yi. Would this have happened if this guy hadn't been so talkative? Haha, you just boasted so much, but you don't even believe it yourself, right? Do you think our President Su is a brainless woman? Can't she see it? Xiao Yi mocked. If you want to pick up girls, you have to have real skills, you can't just rely on bragging. You. Qin Jin's face changed. He was actually laughed at by a bodyguard. Xiao Yi. Su Yan shouted from the front. She was really afraid that if she wasn't careful, Xiao Yi would beat Qin Jin into a pig's head. It's better to keep this dangerous person by your side. Here I come. Xiao Yi responded and came in front of Su Yan. Why, are you afraid that I will hit him? Am I someone who doesn't know his limits? That's good to know. Aren't you interested in gambling on stones? Come with me and I'll tell you about it. Su Yan said as she walked forward. Son of a bitch. Qin Jin stared at Xiao Yi's back, gritting his teeth. He swore that after today, he would definitely deal with this kid. Don't worry, Grandpa is here and will definitely help you capture her. Old Qin came over and said calmly. Qingyan's development has reached a bottleneck. To break this bottleneck, she needs a rare treasure. I can help her. Grandpa, you have to help me today and let me get a piece of top-quality jade. Qin Jin said hurriedly. Okay, you follow my lead. Old Qin nodded. On the other side, Su Yan was explaining gambling on stones to Xiao Yi. The old materials from the old mines in Myanmar are the most valuable and have the highest chance of producing top-quality jadeite. In recent years, the old materials from Myanmar have become less and less. Listening to Su Yan's words, Xiao Yi's mind flashed with a bearded man. Wasn't that guy the king of Myanmar? He had told him before that he had several jade mines. How about calling him and asking him to transport a few trucks to Zhonghai? For most people, gambling on stones is gambling. They want to make a small profit with a big investment, and some people even risk their lives for it. But gambling on stones is also a science that requires a lot of experience. Boss Su is right. Gambling on stones is a science. Old Qin brought Qin Jin over. Boss Su, let's get started. Okay, Mr. Qin. Su Yan nodded. Everything is done according to the old rules. Well, let me take a look first. As Mr. Qin spoke, he took out a small flashlight. What's the old rule? Xiao Yi asked in a low voice. He chooses the rough stones and I pay for them. If we bet on the jadeite, he gets 1 and I get 9. Su Yan explained. Aren't you afraid that he will team up with the boss here to cheat you? Xiao Yi was curious. To do this business, you need to have credibility. Mr. Qin is a master of gambling on stones. He has a golden reputation. How could he destroy his reputation? Su Yan shook her head. This is not the first time we have worked together. Okay, just treat it as my petty intention. As Xiao Yi spoke, he picked up a piece of rough stone the size of a human head and looked at it. Oh, you are such a rookie. It's just a piece of waste stone. Even a fool wouldn't choose it. Qin Jin taunted. Well, so you didn't choose. Xiao Yi smiled slightly, and just as he was about to put down the raw stone, his martial art suddenly started to work on its own. This surprised him. What was going on? Then, he felt a spiritual energy emanating from the inside of the stone and was swallowed and absorbed by him. Spiritual energy. Where does the spiritual energy come from in the stone? Xiao Yi was even more surprised and looked at the raw stone in his hand. What did you say? You are the idiot. Qin Jin understood what Xiao Yi said and said angrily. Xiao Yi ignored Qin Jin. An idea came to his mind. There might be jade in this raw stone. Otherwise, there is no way to explain where the spiritual energy comes from. He released his true energy into the raw stone, and this time his perception was clearer. In the raw stone, there is a ball of spiritual energy, about the size of a fist, extremely pure and rich. Is this jadeite of high quality? Xiao Yi's heart moved and he looked at Su Yan. How to buy rough stones? You want to buy this rough stone? Su Yan frowned. He's right, this is waste rock. I want the waste stone too. Xiao Yi was eager to verify whether his guess was true. If it is true, wouldn't he become a master of gambling on stones? He can tell whether there is jade in the raw stone by just trying it. Heh, Su Yan, don't bother with him. It's hard to persuade a damned ghost with kind words. Qin Jin sneered. I told you it's waste stone, but you still want to buy it. You're such a fool. What would you do if there was jade in it? Xiao Yi looked at Qin Zhen. Is this grandson still not done yet? If there's jade in here, I'll call you Grandpa. Qin Zhen said without even thinking. Call me Grandpa. I don't have an unworthy descendant like you who only knows how to brag. Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows. If he asked Qin Zhen to call him Grandpa in front of old Qin, wouldn't the old man be angry? However, if his guess is true, then it seems that there is no need for this old guy to help with gambling on stones. By then, he will be a master in gambling on jadeite and will be able to easily extract jadeite. You're looking for death. Qin Zhen was furious and rolled up his sleeves to take action. How dare you, a mere bodyguard, talk to me like that? Believe it or not, I will kill you. I suggest you calm down. Su Yan glanced at Qin Zhen and said lightly. Why do you think he became a bodyguard? Hearing Su Yan's words, Qin Zhen froze, rolled up his sleeves, and then slowly put them down. A bodyguard must be very good at fighting. How could he possibly win? If they really fought, wouldn't he suffer a great loss? Su Yan, you are so nice to me. Qin Zhen looked at Su Yan and was moved. Su Yan wanted to curse, it's really unnecessary for me to remind you, just let Xiao Yi beat you to death. Boy, do you dare to bet with me? Qin Zhen looked at Xiao Yi and said through gritted teeth. If you have jade, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. If not, get out of here right now and never show up in front of me again. Since he couldn't defeat him by fighting, he could only think of other ways to deal with Xiao Yi. With this guy around, how can he date Su Yan? Can. Xiao Yi agreed without even thinking about it. You won't deny it, will you? Who am I to blame? How could I be short of 100,000 yuan? That's fine. President Su has to testify for me. Good. Su Yan's voice was cold and she felt a little angry. Couldn't this guy see what Qin Zhen was thinking? When you heard the offer of 100,000 yuan, you were blinded by the money and agreed to it. If you give her 1 million, won't she be sold out? Boss Sure, how much is this rough stone? I want it. Xiao Yi looked at Boss Sure and asked. Well, I'll give it to you. Boss Sure looked at Su Yan and did her a favor. No, if you really figure out the jade, it's hard to explain. I have to buy it. Xiao Yi said seriously. Boss Sure was speechless. It was just a piece of scrap stone. Did he really think he could make jade out of it? This guy is such a newbie. If he knew a little bit, he wouldn't say that. Give me $100. Good. Xiao Yi paid the money and didn't use a stone cutter. He put the raw stone on the ground and slapped it with his palm. Click. The raw stone cracked. Qin Zhen's eyelids were twitching as he watched. If this slap were to land on him, wouldn't he be doomed? Xiao Yi smashed the raw stone, looked up at Qin Zhen with a smile. Qin Zhen took a step back in fear. Why was this guy staring at his head? Pop. Xiao Yi threw away the rubble, spread out his palm, and a touch of green appeared in his palm. Jadeite, the size of a thumb, with extremely high water head. It's not glass type, but it's pretty close. How is that possible? Qin Zhen stared at the green jade in Xiao Yi's hand and screamed in surprise. Impossible. Boss Sure also exclaimed. Su Yan didn't say anything, but her stunned expression was enough to show how shocked she was. A piece of waste stone was actually turned into jade. Moreover, it is not just ordinary jade. Ha ha ha, I'm really an expert at gambling on stones. Xiao Yi laughed out loud. This jade proved his guess and also gave him some ideas about cultivation. The spiritual energy of jade can help him practice. In this age of spiritual energy depletion, it is very difficult to practice. The spiritual energy he just absorbed was equivalent to 3 days of hard practice. If he could find more jade to absorb, wouldn't his cultivation level increase like riding a rocket? The more Xiao Yi thought about it, the more excited he became. He wanted to hug Su Yan and give her a kiss. If Su Yan hadn't brought him here, he wouldn't have been able to find it. Xiao Yi's shout woke up Su Yan and others, and also alarmed old Qin who was far away. Old Qin came over and his eyes fell on the jade in Xiao Yi's palm, showing surprise. When he heard that this jade was extracted from a piece of waste rock, he was also amazed. Mr. Qin, where is the 100,000 yuan you agreed on? Transfer it. Xiao Yi looked at Qin Zhen and said with a smile. At this time, he was not afraid of offending old Qin at all. He is already an expert in gambling on jadeite, so is he still afraid that he won't be able to figure out the jadeite? Isn't it possible to have as much as you want? Qin Zhen couldn't cheat in front of Su Yan, so he gritted his teeth and transferred 100,000 yuan. Mr. Qin is generous. Xiao Yi received the message and his smile widened. Fortunately, I didn't call me grandpa like you said, otherwise you would be calling me grandpa now, right? Qin Zhen's expression changed, and old Qin's face also turned dark. Boss Su, your bodyguard talks too much. Old Qin, it was Qin Zhen who just said that he was the one who unlocked the jade and called him grandpa. Su Yan explained it without thinking much about it, thinking that Xiao Yi was just a blind cat that had caught a dead mouse. She never dared to imagine that Xiao Yi would become a master in gambling on stones. Before coming here, this guy didn't even know what the raw stone market was about. He was a total rookie. Snort. Old Qin snorted coldly and looked at Xiao Yi. Young man, don't think you are great just because you have unraveled a piece of jade. It's just luck. That's right, you're a gambling stone expert, how shameless. Qin Zhen lost money and lost face, so he was naturally very unhappy. Who dares to call himself a master in front of my grandfather? Xiao Yi frowned. What's going on? Are they taking advantage of their age? He just gave Su Yan face and didn't want to ruin Su Yan's plans, so he didn't bother with them. Are you more excited now? Mr. Qin, let's choose the rough stones. Su Yan didn't want to escalate the conflict, so she took the initiative. Good. Old Qin nodded and continued to pick stones. Mr. Su, you need jade, right? Xiao Yi said this and handed over the jadeite in his hand. Su Yan was startled, took it, looked at it carefully, and a look of joy flashed across her face. This piece of jade is not big, but it has a lot of water and is worth a lot of money. Well, I'll buy it. Not for sale. Not selling. Su Yan was stunned again. If I'm not going to sell it to you, why are you talking to me? Yes, I won't sell it. I'll give it to you. Xiao Yi nodded. Send me. Su Yan was surprised. Do you know the value of this jade? It should be worth some money, right? However, no matter how valuable it is, in my eyes, it is not as valuable as you. Xiao Yi said affectionately. It's not even 1/10,000th of yours. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Yan was stunned. Wasn't this too sudden? Confession. Show love. Qin Zhen shouted, isn't he just a bodyguard? What's the matter? After getting a piece of jade, you don't know your identity anymore. Boy, you toad want to eat swan meat. It's none of your business, get out. Xiao Yi was very unhappy. I was just trying to impress Su Yan, why are you talking so much? Su Yan also came to her senses, her pretty face slightly red. She avoided Xiao Yi's affectionate gaze and clenched the jade in her hand. I'll give you money when I get back. Haha, this is just the first piece of jade I give you. There will be countless more in the future. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he walked towards a pile of raw stones in front. He is going to shock the entire rough stone market today. No matter what master of gambling on stones, he must kneel in front of young Master Xiao. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi's back, with a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Sometimes, this man is quite charming. Qin Zhen was shocked when he saw Su Yan's reaction. Could it be that she really fell in love with this poor loser? Just a piece of jade, and you got it. If he had known it was so simple, he would have given it to him. Su Yan, I must give you a glass seed, which is bigger and more valuable than this one. No merit, no reward. Su Yan said calmly. I'm serious. I'll send it tomorrow. Qin Zhen said hurriedly. I said, no. Su Yan looked at Qin Zhen with a slightly cold expression. Qin Jin wanted to curse, why should you accept it when he gave it to you? On the other side, Xiao Yi came to a pile of raw stones and casually pressed his right hand on them. There's none here, and none here either. Xiao Yi's right hand quickly swept across the raw stone, muttering something. After counting more than 10 pieces, his eyes lit up and he stopped. The spiritual energy is quite rich, this is it. Xiao Yi patted the basketball-sized rough stone and smiled. Humph, if you didn't know, you would think you were picking watermelons. Qin Jin was defeated by Su Yan, and took his anger out on Xiao Yi, mocking him. Why, this one is ripe. You know nothing. This is the Xiao family's method of selecting stones. Xiao Yi was not happy. Boy, do you dare to gamble again? He has verified his guess. He is an expert in gambling on stones. There is no need for him to give face to old Qin anymore. Therefore, even the way Qin Jin was addressed was changed. How to bet? Qin Jin naturally didn't want to lose face in front of Su Yan. There is jade in here, you give me 1 million, if there is no jade, I will leave immediately, so as not to hinder you from flirting with President Su. Xiao Yi said. Do you dare? Listening to Xiao Yi's words, Su Yan gritted her teeth secretly. He was not charming at all. He was just irritating. Qin Jin did not agree immediately, but looked carefully at the raw stone in Xiao Yi's hand. It seemed to be a piece of waste stone as well. Although he likes to brag, he still has some vision since he has been following his grandfather since he was a child. Okay, let's take the bet, but I'm really rolling away. Qin Jin made a decision quickly. No problem. Xiao Yi nodded and looked at Boss Sure. How much? 5,000. Okay. Xiao Yi transferred the money without saying anything, and then slapped him again. Click. The original stone cracked and a piece fell off. A hint of red light appeared faintly. Red jade. This time it was Su Yan who exclaimed first. Impossible. Qin Jin was like being struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Click. To outsiders, it seemed that Xiao Yi clapped his hand several times in a row, but in fact, his true energy was like a knife, cutting the raw stone without damaging the jade inside at all. A red jadeite the size of an egg appeared in everyone's sight. The water content is similar to that of the green jadeite just now. It does not reach the glass grade, but its value is not low either. The most important thing is that red jadeite is rarer and bigger. You lose. Xiao Yi looked at Qin Jin and said with a smile. I bought the raw stone for 5,000, and not only did I get a piece of jade, I also won 1 million. It was really a great feeling. After listening to Xiao Yi's words, everyone, including old Qin, woke up as if from a dream. The most restless person was Su Yan. She knew very well that Xiao Yi knew nothing about gambling on stones and was a complete novice. But how do we explain this scene before our eyes? 2 pieces of raw stones were opened in succession, and both produced jadeite of extremely high value. Transfer the money quickly, otherwise. Xiao Yi said this, gently patting a stone with his right hand. Click. The stone cracked. Qin Jin looked horrified and couldn't help but shiver. I'll admit defeat, Xiao Jin, pass it to him. Old Qin spoke slowly, came in front of Xiao Yi and narrowed his eyes. Did I make a mistake? Just luck. Xiao Yi smiled slightly. Wasn't that what the old guy said to him just now? Old Qin's face trembled and he glanced at the red jadeite in Xiao Yi's hand. Would you like to take a gamble with me? Why, the younger one won't work, but the older one will. Xiao Yi looked amused. What if the old one is also ineffective? Wouldn't that be a huge shame? Boy, what did you say? My grandpa will lose. Qin Jin was furious. Stop talking nonsense and transfer the 1 million first. Xiao Yi's expression turned cold. When Qin Jin met Xiao Yi's gaze, his heart trembled and he hurriedly transferred the money. Hee hee. Xiao Yi looked at the extra 1 million in his account and smiled again. Mr. Qin is simply a boy who brings wealth. Puff. Su Yan, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Jin's face looked ugly. Being ridiculed in front of the goddess was totally humiliating. 5 million, do you dare to take a gamble? Old Qin said coldly. Oh. Haha, the whole family is a boy who brings wealth. Xiao Yi was happy. Tell me, how do you bet? You and I each choose a piece of rough stone, and see who can come up with the most valuable jadeite. The one with the highest value wins. Just pick any one. Right. Xiao Yi. Just when Xiao Yi was about to agree, Su Yan spoke. Although it was incredible that Xiao Yi had solved 2 pieces of jadeite in a row, Mr. Qin was a master of gambling on jadeite after all. If you bet with him, you will definitely lose. When it comes to gambling on stones, luck only plays a small part, but more of it depends on strength. Mr. Qin, don't bother with him. He doesn't know how to gamble on stones. Su Yan looked at old Qin. Let's choose the rough stone. Boss Su, my grandson's reputation was thrown to the ground and stepped on by others. As a grandfather, how can I do nothing? Old Qin said calmly. Unless he can kowtow to my grandson and admit his mistake. Mr. Qin, you. Su Yan frowned. Isn't this too disrespectful? Please don't say any more, Mr. Su. If you don't speak up, I might not be able to choose a satisfactory rough stone. Old Qin looked at Su Yan and said slowly. Su Yan's expression changed slightly. Is this a threat? Who are you threatening, old man? Do you think the earth will stop spinning without you? Without you, we can't unlock the emerald. Xiao Yi started cursing directly. You think you're a dish too much? You. Mr. Qin was furious. Boss Su, did you hear that? Fire him immediately, or our cooperation will come to an end. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi, feeling somewhat helpless. She should have known not to bring him along. If this piece of jade is not solved, will old Qin be offended to death? But, fire Xiao Yi. Not to mention that she couldn't get past the old man, even in her heart, she didn't have that idea. She is not threatened. Good. Su Yan nodded. Humph, kid, you're fired. Qin Jin looked at Xiao Yi with a smug look on his face. Get out of here now. You misunderstood. What I said was to end the cooperation. Su Yan said calmly. What? Qin Jin's eyes widened, and old Qin was also very surprised. She actually refused to cooperate for the sake of a bodyguard. How is that possible? Xiao Yi smiled, thinking that his kindness to her was not in vain and he had a conscience. Xiao Yi, let's go. After Su Yan finished speaking, she planned to leave. No, Mr. Su, the matter is not over yet. Xiao Yi smiled. Someone wants to give me 5 million, how can I refuse it? Are you sure? Su Yan frowned slightly. The money is right in front of me, so why would I push it away? Xiao Yi said as he handed the red jade to Su Yan. I'll give it to you. I just said that the jade is the first one, and there will be countless more to come. Su Yan was surprised and looked at Xiao Yi deeply. Is he serious? Isn't it luck that helped to solve the 2 pieces of jade? But he clearly didn't even know what the raw stone market was doing before. It was she who told Xiao Yi about gambling on stones. Old man, I'm making a bet with you. Xiao Yi looked at old Qin and his address became impolite. They are threatening Su Yan and want to fire him, so why should he be polite? Good, you have courage and determination. Old Qin's voice was cold. But, you are just a bodyguard, can you come up with 5 million? He didn't, but I did. Su Yan spoke up. Since she had already offended someone, she was not afraid of offending him again. Very good, Su Yan, it seems that you are ready to never cooperate with me again. The old man stared at Su Yan. Don't regret it. Su Yan, is it worth it for you to have such a lousy bodyguard? As long as you fire him, Grandpa will definitely not care. Qin Jin said hurriedly. Boss sure, you bear witness. The bet is 5 million. Su Yan ignored Qin Jin and looked at Boss Sure. Ah. Mr. Su, you have a good relationship with Mr. Qin. He came here for you. Boss Sure wanted to smooth things over. Is it inconvenient for Boss Sure to be a witness? Su Yan interrupted Boss Sure and asked in a cold voice. If it's inconvenient, I'll go to another store. Shirley isn't the only store here. No, it's convenient. Very convenient. Upon hearing this, Boss Sure hurriedly said. Humph, we'll see who's better in half an hour. Old Qin snorted coldly and left with Qin Zhen. Are you sure? Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi and asked. See how I handle this old man. Xiao Yi smiled confidently. By the way, you can find a truck first. What are you looking for a truck for? Su Yan was stunned. We have unearthed so many jades. How can we bring them all back? Don't we need a truck? I'm serious. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he went to look for the raw stone. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi's back. This guy became so proud after taking out 2 pieces of jade. Return the truck. Do you really think jade is cabbage? The news of Mr. Qin's gambling with a young man quickly spread in the raw stone market. Who is that young man? I don't know. I heard that 2 pieces of jade were found, and they are close to the best quality. Oh. Could it be that he is a disciple of some master? He came to Zhonghai to challenge Master Qin. It doesn't seem like it. He came with Su Yan. Su Yan's bodyguard. What? Bodyguard. As the discussion spread, a large number of onlookers rushed to Shirley to witness the excitement. This one is okay too. A few minutes later, Xiao Yi picked out another piece of raw stone that he was satisfied with. This raw stone is larger and has a richer spiritual energy. Judging from the spiritual energy, it is far superior to the previous 2 pieces. Are there emeralds? Su Yan has been following Xiao Yi, and she feels that Xiao Yi's method of selecting raw stones is just as Qin Zhen said, very much like selecting watermelons. Yes, you can untie it and see. Xiao Yi did not go to bid for it this time. He had limited time and had to find the most valuable jadeite. Good. Su Yan thought about it and nodded. Boss Sure, arrange for someone to help me get him out. Okay. Boss Sure responded and called 2 waiters over. Where to cut from? Su Yan asked Xiao Yi. Here. Xiao Yi gestured and someone immediately drew on it with a marker. Su Yan took the raw stones to the stone-cutting machine, while Xiao Yi continued to select. The stone calendar started up and a harsh sound was heard. Soon, the raw stone was cut open, and a green light flashed. It's gone up. Seeing green. Oh my god, imperial green. Sigh, it's still glass-type imperial green. The onlookers were excited and shouted out loud. Su Yan's eyelids twitched violently. Not only was there jadeite, but it was also top-grade jadeite. She turned around suddenly and looked at Xiao Yi. How did he do it? Xiao Yi, who was in the distance, didn't even look at this side. He was still picking watermelons casually, picking raw stones. The news about the glass-type imperial green soon reached the ears of Old Qin. This made Old Qin feel a chill in his heart. That kid really had some skills. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. If he won the bet with a young man, it would be fine. But if he lost, how could he still have the face to stay in Zhonghai? Grandpa, he must have been a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. Qin Zhen gritted his teeth. Shut up. Old Qin growled, if it weren't for this kid, would it be necessary to do this? Qin Zhen didn't dare to say anything more, and his hatred for Xiao Yi grew even stronger. He thought that after today, he must give Xiao Yi a good beating. Bodyguard. Can you fight? So what? No matter how good your kung fu is, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. He knows a big boss in the underworld and can kill Xiao Yi in minutes. Wait a minute, tell Brother Tiger about this. Qin Zhen made a decision and sent someone to block Xiao Yi. I originally thought that a young man was no match for Mr. Qin, but now it seems that it is still unclear who will win. Well, you can get a glass-type imperial green jade right away. That's really amazing. Do you think he will use this glass-type imperial green to compete with Mr. Qin? Probably not. He's still choosing. With the appearance of imperial green, the atmosphere at the scene became more heated, with discussions rising everywhere. Glass-type imperial green is very valuable. Su Yan came back and looked at Xiao Yi. Oh, it looks pretty. Here it is for you. Xiao Yi took a look and said casually. I told you, it's worth a lot of money. Su Yan said again. Have you forgotten what I said before? No matter how valuable you are not even 1/10,000th as valuable as me. Xiao Yi said affectionately. Su Yan's heart trembled slightly, and there was something strange in her eyes again. Did he say this from the bottom of his heart? Please buy the rough stone I picked out. Time is limited. Xiao Yi did not continue to be affectionate, and said. Oh. Su Yan came to her senses and calmed herself down a bit. Here, draw it with a pen. Okay. Xiao Yi took the marker and kept drawing. Boss Su, do you want to untie it? Boss Sure came over and looked at Xiao Yi again with a different look from before. Those 3 pieces of jade alone are enough to make Xiao Yi famous. If he really beats old Qin today, he will definitely become famous. No, I'll take it back and solve it. Su Yan shook her head. If each piece of jade was really made of emerald, then there was no need to show off here. All right. Boss Sure was a little disappointed. Half an hour passed quickly. Old Qin has already selected the raw stone, which is more than 1 person tall and difficult for 1 person to hug. As we all know, jade can only be big if the original stone is big enough. The bigger the jade, the higher its value. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, picked a piece the size of a basketball, which was very inconspicuous compared to old Qin's big stone. Old man, do you dare to bet a little bigger? Xiao Yi's true energy was released and landed on the big rock next to old Qin. His eyes lit up slightly. Whoever loses will get the jadeite he finds out of it. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, old Qin's heart skipped a beat. Bet bigger. Could it be that he is sure? His eyes fell on the raw stone under Xiao Yi's feet. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like jade. Don't dare. You are a master after all, and you don't even have this much courage. Xiao Yi turned on the taunting mode. You wanted to bet with me just now, and I readily agreed. But now you don't dare. If you don't dare, then don't stay in this business anymore. Find a job as a security guard somewhere else. Is Mr. Qin afraid of fighting? No way. Old Qin is a master of gambling on stones, how could he be afraid? Listening to the discussions of the crowd, old Qin's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and agreed. If he doesn't agree, where will he put his face? Xiao Shi, untie the stone. Okay, Mr. Qin. Boss Shi directed several people to lift the big stone onto the stone-crushing machine. Qin Lao stepped forward and drew a few lines, solve. The stone cutter made a harsh sound and began to cut the raw stone. Old Qin is so courageous. I just looked at this rough stone and couldn't tell the difference. An old man said to Qin Lao. The price is too high, but if it goes up, the value will increase several times. I'm sure. Old Qin stared at the raw stone and said slowly. How much is this stone of his? Xiao Yi asked Su Yan in a low voice. 20 million. Su Yan replied. 20 million. Xiao Yi was surprised. If we can't find the best jade, won't it be a big loss? Well, so, 1 cut to heaven, 1 cut to hell. If it goes up, it will probably reach 9 figures. Hundreds of millions. Xiao Yi was even more surprised. No wonder this old guy hesitated and didn't dare to bet with me. I'll give you 5 million. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi and said. Hey, what do you mean? You don't have confidence in me. Xiao Yi frowned. I haven't even figured out the emerald yet, so I'm doomed to fail. What else? Su Yan was not optimistic about the raw stone chosen by Xiao Yi, even though he had just extracted 3 pieces of jade. It's too small and the value gap is too big. How can a piece worth 20 million and a piece worth 600,000 be compared? If Xiao Yi chose a big and valuable one, then she would still have some confidence. Not everything is better if it's bigger. Xiao Yi blinked. What's the meaning? Su Yan didn't understand. Nothing, just wait and pull the emerald back. Xiao Yi shook his head and looked at the raw stone on the stone cutting machine. Who do you think is good? Mr. Qin. Well, after all, he is a veteran gambling stone master, and few people can match him. He's risking his reputation in this game, so he must be taking it seriously. The onlookers were whispering, and no one was optimistic about Xiao Yi. Click. Large pieces of stone fell off from the original stone, making a sound. Cut slowly. Old Qin also stepped forward and stared at the raw stone. Don't hurt Emerald. A few minutes later, a hint of green appeared before everyone's eyes. It's green. If Mr. Qin takes action, then he will definitely get a green one. The key is how big it is and how valuable it is. It's very translucent. It's probably imperial green. Green, it grew bigger and bigger, as big as a basketball. This has not yet revealed the full picture. Glass seed. Show, a glass-type imperial green the size of a basketball. It's worth at least 100 million. Gasps and various envious sounds were heard all around. Old Qin stepped forward and looked carefully with a flashlight. The green color looked like a pool of green water that was about to burst out. Hee hee. Old Qin smiled. This kind of top-grade imperial green was extremely rare in his career. Gorgeous and tempting, Lao Qin, no need to release it, how about selling it to me for 100 million? Someone immediately made a bid. He also took a bit of a gamble approach and opened the window, which greatly increased the value. However, if it is just a thin slice, the value will be much lower. But if it is bigger and deeper than what is shown now, then 100 million will definitely not be enough. 110 million. I want it. Someone else spoke. There has never been a shortage of wealthy people in the raw stone market. Su Yan looked at the shade of green, her eyes full of desire. Isn't this the top-quality imperial green that she wanted? If there was no bet, she would definitely make a bid and would be determined to win. Now, it is naturally inconvenient to bid. Do you like it? Suddenly, Xiao Yi's voice was heard beside him. Without waiting for Su Yan to speak, he said, I'll take you there later. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi. This joke was not funny at all. Top-quality imperial green, how to win? What can I win with? Have some confidence in me. This piece of imperial green is definitely ours. Xiao Yi smiled. Su Yan didn't respond, but what she was thinking was, if you can win, I will sleep with you tonight. Haha, if you don't want to sell it, don't forget, there is still a bet. Old Qin was in high spirits and glanced at Xiao Yi. He was sure to win. Then solve it and sell it to me. Some people don't give up. I can raise the price. Hey, you got the wrong person. If you want to buy something later, you may have to buy it from me. Xiao Yi raised his voice. Everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Yi's face. What crazy things was he talking about? Do you have the final say on Mr. Qin's things? It's not impossible. If he wins, then he will have the final say over the imperial green, right? Someone suddenly said. When these words were spoken, many people laughed out loud. There is a strict limit on the size of the raw stone. You can only win if the raw stone has only a layer of skin on the outside and is full of jade inside, and its quality exceeds that of Mr. Qin's stone. This possibility is even smaller than winning the first prize in the lottery. Humph, boy, I don't think you'll cry until you see the coffin. Old Qin snorted coldly, hinting at something else. This piece of jadeite was originally owned by someone, what a pity. Su Yan frowned slightly. These words were meant for her. Today, Old Qin came for her. If this matter had not happened, all the selected raw stones would be hers. Don't listen to this old guy. Do you think he can sincerely choose for you? You can be sure that he will not choose for you and will secretly buy it later. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he looked at Mr. Qin. Don't be so proud, old man. I'll make you cry later. Really? I hope your jade is of some value. Old Qin sneered. Half an hour later, a piece of imperial green, which was larger than a basketball, was completely solved. Everyone was shocked, envious, jealous and greedy. At least 120 million. More than one person gave an estimate. So green. When a crowd was surrounding the imperial green and praising it, Xiao Yi blurted out something. He really couldn't think of any other adjective to describe it. It was so green that it was glowing green. Old man, what have you been through to unlock such a green emerald? Xiao Yi asked curiously. Stop talking nonsense, it's your turn. Old Qin's smile froze and his face darkened. It's meaningless. Many eyes fell on the raw stone under Xiao Yi's feet, with some anticipation. Although no one thinks he can win, but judging by the 3 pieces of jade he just saw, he shouldn't be too bad. Let them unravel the stone. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi with some anticipation. It cannot be solved. Xiao Yi shook his head. Ha, kid, are you scared? Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Qin Jin mocked. It's too late to be afraid now. How about this, you kowtow to me and my grandfather a few times, and pay me another 5 million, and then forget about it. Are you stupid? Xiao Yi threw down a sentence, picked up the raw stone on the ground and put it on the stone cutting machine. You guys just polish it, half a centimeter at most. Ah. The stone cutting master was stunned. Just polish it directly. The onlookers were also confused. Could it be that except for the skin, the whole raw stone was jade? Do as he says. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi deeply and said in a cold voice. Good. The stone-cutting master responded and started polishing. Humph, just pretending. Old Qin snorted coldly. He had been in this business all his life, but he had never seen a raw stone that was entirely jade except for the skin. It's green, no, it's purple. Suddenly, the stone-cutting master cried out in surprise. As their eyes fell on the raw stone, they were stunned when they saw a purple glow appear in their sight. Is it true that except for the outer skin, it is all jade? Impossible. Old Qin's expression also changed. You look so ignorant, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a master. Xiao Yi sneered. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, understand? Even if there is an emerald, so what? We are betting on who can find the emerald with higher value. Old Qin gritted his teeth. Wait a minute, I'll make you cry rhythmically. Xiao Yi sneered. He didn't know whether jade was good or not, but he understood its spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy, the higher the value. Violet. Su Yan stared at the purple, her anticipation growing stronger. What is a violet? Xiao Yi asked curiously. Su Yan was speechless and looked at Xiao Yi, trying to make sure he wasn't playing dumb with her. He doesn't even know violet. Well, I've only heard of imperial green, but I don't know anything else. Xiao Yi noticed Su Yan's eyes and coughed dryly. Among the purple jadeite, the royal purple is as famous as the imperial green. Su Yan introduced. There is a saying in the industry, red, green, emerald and purple are the most valuable. There is also a saying in China, purple air comes from the east, which makes the value of royal purple even higher. Oh. Xiao Yi suddenly realized. If the entire piece is emerald, and it's royal purple, then it's possible to win. Su Yan said this and became excited. Be more confident and remove the maybe. Xiao Yi smiled slightly. Today, we are sure to win. Su Yan's heart trembled. She didn't take Xiao Yi's words seriously just now. But now, she has to take it seriously. As the stone-cutting master polished it, more and more purple was revealed, and in the sunlight, it was filled with a soft purple light. There's plenty of water. Royal purple. If it's a large piece of royal purple, how much would it be worth? Such a large piece of imperial green is rare, but I have never heard of such a large piece of royal purple. Have you heard of it? No, not in the whole world. Isn't this a world record? It's possible. The spectators were excited. Although the royal purple was not theirs, it was still a great honor to see the world record with their own eyes. Old Qin's face also turned a little paler. No, it's impossible. He was muttering to himself, and even his lips were trembling a little, which showed how uneasy he was. Losing 5 million is nothing, but if he loses, his imperial green will be gone too. That's imperial green worth 9 figures. After about half an hour, the outer surface of the raw stone was polished clean, and a purple jade the size of a basketball appeared in everyone's sight. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. So beautiful. So noble. Everyone held their breath and admired this miracle in the world. Xiao Yi stepped forward and held up the purple jade with one hand. It was crystal clear in the sunlight. Many people were nervous. They had to hold it firmly. If it broke, the loss would be huge. No, no. Old Qin's face turned pale as paper, and not only his lips were trembling, his whole body was trembling as well. As a master of gambling on jade, he is very clear about the value of jade. Just one glance and you can see that the value of this royal purple exceeds that of his imperial green. Master. Qin Jin's face also turned pale. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that his throat was very tight, as if someone was pinching it, and he couldn't make a sound. Not of this world. Su Yan also stared at Zifei, with only this one thought in her mind. It's so beautiful that it seems unreal, and it doesn't seem like something that should exist in this world. Boss Su, this is for you. Xiao Yi held Zifei and came in front of Su Yan, smiling. What? Su Yan came to her senses. I said I'd give it to you. Xiao Yi is full of tenderness. No, it's too expensive. I can't have it. Su Yan's heart trembled violently. Even though she came from the Su family and even though she was very rich, she was still not at peace. At this moment, the way she looked at Xiao Yi changed. As I said before, no matter how precious the jade is, it is not even 1/10,000th as valuable as you. Xiao Yi said this, looking at Su Yan's fair neck. When you make it into a pendant and wear it around your neck, it will be very beautiful. Su Yan's heart was beating fast and she was very moved, but after hearing his last sentence, she was speechless. Such a big purple jadeite, make a pendant for her. Is this going to break her neck? At the same time, the whole audience was in an uproar. He actually gave away such precious royal purple like that. Women, in particular, are extremely envious. If a man gives them such precious jadeite, they will immediately pledge themselves to him and pose in 180 different postures. This royal purple is so stunning that it makes you unable to close your legs. Qin Jin's face grew paler and paler. He was defeated, completely defeated. He couldn't bear to give away such precious jade. Friend, how about selling it to me for 120 million? Someone couldn't help but make an offer. I've already given it to Ms. Su. If you want to buy it, you have to ask Ms. Su. But she probably won't sell it. Xiao Yi said to this person. The man looked at Su Yan and smiled bitterly. He knew Su Yan, the president of Qingyan Company, who was not short of money at all. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi deeply, stroked Zifei gently, her heart was excited, it belonged to her. However, she didn't intend to take Xiao Yi's purple jade for nothing, it was too valuable. You must give money. And I'll give you the piece of imperial green as well. As Xiao Yi spoke, he was hoping in his heart that throwing 2 pieces of top-quality jadeite at her would probably move her to the point of marrying him, right? I won't sleep tonight. After hearing Xiao Yi's words, everyone reacted and looked at old Qin. Mr. Qin, your grandson has my account, 5 million. Xiao Yi said with a smile. Your family must have been fortune-giving boys in your previous life. Puff. Hearing this, old Qin became anxious and angry. He spat out a mouthful of blood, swayed a few times, and fell to the ground. Grandfather. Qin was shocked and cried out, supporting old Qin. How are you? Hey, I'm fine. Old Qin calmed himself down, a bitter look on his face, he had capsized in a ditch. The value of imperial green is 9 figures. If it were me, I would vomit blood. Indeed, who would have thought that a great master would lose? The onlookers were whispering and felt a bit of sympathy for old Qin. However, Xiao Yi didn't have any sympathy for old Qin. Only if he wins, if he loses, will Mr. Qin let him go. It's impossible. I am so distressed that I want to vomit blood. Even if I vomit blood, I have to hand over the imperial green. Xiao Yi said lightly. Boy, why should we give you the imperial green that we have solved? Is there any written evidence? Qin Jin's heart was bleeding, and he said loudly. Why, you still want to default on your debt? Xiao Yi's expression turned cold. No way. Can't afford to lose. It's worth over 100 million yuan, so it's normal for them to default on their debts. You don't care about your reputation anymore. How are you going to survive in this industry in the future? The discussions around also became louder. Pop. Old Qin raised his hand and slapped his grandson on the face. Just shut up. He knew very well that his reputation was more valuable than this imperial green. I have already lost face, and I cannot lose my credibility again. If I lose it, I will really be doomed. Qin Jin covered his face and didn't dare to speak. The look in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Yi was even more resentful. I am not as skilled as others, so I will admit defeat. Old Qin looked at Xiao Yi and said slowly. This piece of imperial green is yours. Haha, Mr. Qin is still very particular. Xiao Yi smiled and took the imperial green. Boss Su, this is for you. Su Yan felt like she was dreaming, it was so unreal. She came here today just to get a piece of top-quality jade. Now, the 2 pieces of jade worth over 100 million yuan are hers. 5 million has been transferred. After transferring the money, Mr. Qin staggered away. Qin Jin glared at Xiao Yi fiercely and quickly followed. I just heard that 4 gambling stone masters gathered today. Besides Old Man Qin, who are the other 3? I want to learn from them. Xiao Yi, who had tasted the sweetness, looked around and said loudly. The 3 old men's faces changed. This kid beat Lao Qin, and he wants to beat them again. Seeing that Lao Qin suffered heavy losses, they would never gamble again. Don't gamble, don't lose. I have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Well, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do too. The 3 of them made up an excuse and left in a hurry, fearing that Xiao Yi would challenge them. If they don't answer, they will lose face and others will be afraid of them. If I lose, I will lose face. Therefore, among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. Those who knew these 3 people all had extremely strange expressions. Xiao Yi defeated Old Qin and scared away the 3 masters. The limelight is on the rise. On the other side, Qin Jin scolded Xiao Yi and took out his cell phone. The price is easy to negotiate. Just tell me who you want to destroy first. A man asked cautiously on the other end of the phone. It seems his name is Xiao Yi. Qin Jin thought for a moment and said. A bodyguard. Xiao Yi. Bodyguard. If you want to die, don't get me into trouble. On the other end of the phone, the voice suddenly rose and cursed angrily. Qin Jin was confused. What was going on? Damn, Zhonghai is really small. Luckily I was smart and asked in advance. The person on the other end of the phone was still cursing. Brother Tiger, Qin Jin wanted to say something. Shut up, you got kicked in the head by a donkey, you want to provoke him. You idiot. Pop. The phone hung up. Qin Jin was stunned. Why did Brother Hu react like this? Could it be that Xiao Yi is someone of great importance? He pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger. At the same time, Xiao Yi's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Brother Yi, it's me, Xiao Hu. A flattering voice came from the receiver. Who? Xiao Hu. Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Zheng Hu. Yes, it's me, Brother Yi, I just got a call from Qin Zhen. He asked me to kill you, and I scolded him. Qin Zhen. Looking for you. Xiao Yi looked strange. Brother Hu, are we destined to be in conflict? Or is your business too broad? Well, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Brother Yi. Brother Yi, do you need me to cripple that kid? Just say the word and I'll put him in a wheelchair. No need, I'm kind-hearted, let him go. Yeah, Brother Yi is so kind. After Xiao Yi talked for a few more words, he hung up the phone and didn't take the matter to heart. He still has things to do. Not only do you need to select the raw stones, you also need to absorb the spiritual energy. All the rough stones he picked out should be loaded onto my truck. Su Yan said to Boss Shi. Boss Su, he wouldn't pick out all the jadeite raw stones I have, would he? Boss Shi smiled bitterly. I don't give you money. Su Yan looked at Boss Shi and asked. I'll arrange for someone to load the car right away. Boss Shi didn't dare to say anything more. If every piece has jade, it's possible to pick them all. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi's back, her eyes full of surprise. Not only does he have extraordinary medical skills and can bring the dead back to life, he also possesses mysterious skills in gambling on stones. It doesn't seem so bad to obey him. Su Yan couldn't bear it when she thought of the scene where Xiao Yi gave her the jadeite just now. Especially that love word, no matter how precious it is not even 1/10 as valuable as yours. Who can stand this? It's just her. If it were any other woman, she wouldn't be able to close her legs immediately. Xiao Yitzi had no idea what Su Yan was thinking. He devoted himself to his practice, constantly absorbing spiritual energy. I made a lot of money. Just a few moments ago, I made up for 3 months of hard training. Keep going. An hour later, Xiao Yi had absorbed almost all of Shirley's jadeite spiritual energy from his raw stones. At the same time, he also picked out almost all the raw stones with jadeite. Not to mention Boss Shi, even Su Yan was a little uneasy. Can this truck carry all that? Both. Both. Xiao Yi nodded. Good. Su Yan didn't ask any more questions and looked at Boss Shi. Let's pay the bill. After paying the bill and loading the goods, the truck was completely full. Go back. No, the next one. Xiao Yi is addicted to cultivation, how could he leave? Next one. Su Yan was surprised. He wanted to continue. Yes, I want to give you all the jadeite from this rough stone market. Xiao Yi nodded. Su Yan's heart trembled. Is he serious? 2 hours later, the Maserati left the rough stone market, followed by 3 trucks. In the passenger seat, Xiao Yi was very satisfied. He had gained a lot today. He had a feeling that he was about to break through. Do you want to go to Myanmar to find a jade mine? If you practice there, wouldn't your speed be so fast? The more Xiao Yi thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. 300 million, how about that? Suddenly, Su Yan, who was driving, asked. What do you mean by 300 million? Xiao Yi came back to his senses. Royal purple and imperial green, as well as the salary for selecting the rough stones today, I will give you 300 million. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi. Is it enough? Not enough. How much do you want? I can add more. I want you. Su Yan's hands holding the steering wheel shook, and she almost drove the Maserati into the guardrail. I'm talking to you seriously. I'm serious. I'm not short of money. Why would I need your little money? Xiao Yi changed into a comfortable sitting position. What? 3 melons and 2 dates. Su Yan was not calm. No matter how rich he was, he couldn't say that 300 million was just a drop in the bucket, right? If I remember correctly, you've been talking a lot for 800,000 yuan before. How can it be the same? That's the money used to support me. If the price is lower, I won't be able to hold my head up high in the world of gigolos. Xiao Yi said seriously. Besides, I already told you I'd give it to you, so why are you giving me money again? The value is too high. You can give it, but I can't accept it. Su Yan shook her head. I have my own bottom line. I don't want it anyway. Then you can regard these 300 million as money to support yourself. Fuck, you want to support me forever. Su Yan was speechless. Is this what I meant? Tell me the truth, are you in love with me? If you are, don't hold back. I am willing to obey you. Xiao Yi said with a smile. Roll. Su Yan spat out a word coldly, this guy can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. After returning to the company, the raw stones were unloaded and placed in the warehouse. When will the stone be thawed? I'll listen to you. What I can guarantee is that there is jade in every piece. Listening to Xiao Yi's words, Su Yan's breathing became heavier. Just thinking about this scene was very exciting. Keep calm, as long as I'm here, there will be plenty of jade in the future. From today on, you are the company's gambling stone consultant, with a monthly salary of 100,000. Su Yan said immediately. I know you don't think highly of this little money. When you find the emerald, I will give you a large bonus. Gambling stone consultant. It would be better to give me a vice president position. Xiao Yi was indeed not interested in money, so he said this casually. Can. To Xiao Yi's surprise, Su Yan agreed immediately. I'll ask the Human Resources Department to issue a notice right away. After saying that, she turned and left. Is this bitch serious? Xiao Yi muttered something and returned to the security department. Brother Yi, why did you buy so many raw stones this time? Su Kai came forward and asked. How can you interfere with Mr. Su's decision? Turn on all the cameras in the warehouse and arrange for someone to keep an eye on it. Xiao Yi crossed his legs and took the cigarette handed to him by Su Kai. And, from today on, call me Mr. Xiao. Boss Xiao. What do you mean? Su Kai was stunned. The appointment notice from the Human Resources Department will be delivered soon. Xiao Yi was smoking a cigarette, looking leisurely. Boss Su asked me to be the vice president of Qingyan Company. Is this true or false? Su Kai's eyes widened. You've only been here for 2 days. Why, you don't seem to accept that I'm the vice president. No, I accept it. I just can't believe it. Su Kai quickly put on a smile. Your promotion is too fast, isn't it? You came to the company as a bodyguard yesterday, and today you are the vice president. Haha, President Su has a keen eye for talent. She insisted on letting me take the position. What can I do? Xiao Yi chuckled. Alas, sometimes I also worry about being too good. Su Kai pulled the corner of his mouth. You are the one pretending. On the other side, Jiang Ru was also stunned. Vice President. Before, she was thinking that the position of Minister of Security was reserved for Xiao Yi by President Su. Now it seems that her vision is too narrow. Yes, let the HR department notify you. Su Yan nodded. Boss Su, he became the vice president after just 2 days. Will anyone in the company? Jiang Ru hesitated. Do as I say. Su Yan raised her head, her voice was extremely cold. Yes, Mr. Su. Jiang Ru didn't dare to say anything more and walked out. When Li Min heard the news, his eyes widened in shock. She didn't dare to be careless and called Su Yan to confirm. Find him a new office. Su Yan explained coldly. Yes. Li Min put down the phone, feeling very upset. Before leaving get off work, Xiao Yi's appointment letter came. Everyone in the company knew about it and was excited. A bodyguard became a vice president in 2 days, faster than riding a rocket. Why? Just because he's handsome. Do you think he has any relationship with President Su? Various rumors also spread in the company. Brother Yi, they say you are Mr. Su's kept gigolo. Su Kai reported. How did they know? Xiao Yi was startled. Su Kai was speechless and didn't believe the rumor at all. She is the Ice Queen, how could she possibly keep a gigolo? Alas, they only saw my handsome appearance but didn't see my shining soul. Xiao Yi said while playing games. I don't make a living by my looks, but by my talent and ability. Yes. Su Kai was coping, and his talent and ability were not apparent for the time being, but he was quite good at playing games. Brother Yi, you have to protect me from now on. It's no big deal. As long as you do the things I ask you to do well, I guarantee you'll get a promotion and a raise. Yes, Brother Yi, no, President Xiao. After a game, it's time to get off work. In order to prevent Su Yan from sneaking away, Xiao Yi went straight to the president's office. No matter what he said today, he couldn't let Su Yan get away from him again. Why are you here? I'll wait for you to get off work and go home together. Su Yan was speechless. Was he afraid that she would run away? Don't mention it, she really had such an idea. Xiao Yi, it's not convenient for me to stay there. Please find a hotel near the company. No, it costs money to stay in a hotel. I'll stay at Su's house. Xiao Yi interrupted Su Yan. And Mr. Su is here to chat with me. Isn't that better than staying in a hotel? I don't live alone, what's the matter with you going there? Su Yan said helplessly. You still live with a man? Xiao Yi widened his eyes. What nonsense are you talking about, woman? Su Yan was annoyed. Female. I don't mind then. Xiao Yi shook his head. No, is this something you mind or not? Is it us who mind, okay? Su Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're not. Lala, are you? Xiao Yi thought of something and looked at Su Yan. How is that possible? Su Yan almost slammed the table. He just said that she was living with a man, and now he said she was a lesbian. That's too much. Don't get excited. Even if it is, I can accept it. Xiao Yi smiled. Just do what you need to do and pretend I don't exist. Su Yan was so angry that her liver ached. After a great struggle, Su Yan finally gave in and agreed to Xiao Yi's request to live together. A single man and a single woman became a single man and two women. It's exciting just to think about it. Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan, and he was looking forward to it. Anyone who could become Su Yan's friend must also be a great beauty, right? Wouldn't it be wonderful to have two great beauties around? 10 minutes later, Maserati left the company. The office is bugged, but there are still no clues. Just as Xiao Yi was imagining the wonderful life of living with beauty, Su Yan's cold voice rang out. Ah. Not yet. Xiao Yi came back to his senses. For the time being, we can only wait for this person to show up. I'll leave this task to Su Kai. This guy is very hardworking. You want him to be the security manager? Su Yan directly pointed out Xiao Yi's thoughts. Well, people who work hard should be promoted and get a raise. Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan and said seriously. Okay, let's solve this problem and let him be the manager. Su Yan nodded. Next, the security department will be handed over to you. I am the vice president, and I am only in charge of the security department. What else? Even though I founded the company, the internal relationships are actually quite complicated. No one dares to oppose my words openly, but that may not be the case behind the scenes. If you become the vice president, you will definitely touch upon the interests of some people and become a thorn in their eyes. Workplace struggle. Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows. Can I do it? Can't. Okay, I'm not afraid of them even if they talk. Xiao Yi didn't care at all. You know, I'm better at convincing people with reason. Really? I'll wait and see. I am your man, and they dare to object. Some people, relying on their seniority, take advantage of their age. Now that you put it that way, I understand. Xiao Yi smiled. Don't worry, my knife is very sharp. When Su Yan heard Xiao Yi's words, her eyelids twitched. Did he see through it? By the way, I haven't told her about you moving in there yet. Try to maintain your image. I mentioned you to her. In her eyes, you are a master who can bring the dead back to life. Su Yan changed the subject. If she objects, then you can't live there. No, whose house is it? It's not yours. How can she have the final say? Xiao Yi frowned. I am a gigolo of yours, not hers. She's my best friend. Then I'm still your fiancé. I don't care anyway. If I have nowhere to live, I'll just live at Su's house. Can you be a little more promising? Su Yan gritted her teeth and repeated this sentence over and over again. You want to be the vice president, I let you be the vice president, what else do you want? Let's put things in perspective. Now that you've left the company, let's not talk about workplace matters. If you want to live here, just like you are in the company, just listen to me. All right. Xiao Yi took a step back and decided to move in first. Now that you've moved in and experienced how good your brother is, will you still be willing to let him go? I had to cry and beg my brother to stay. Half an hour later, the Maserati drove into a villa. Wow, I love it here. Xiao Yi got out of the car with a satisfied smile. Although it's not as big as the Su family manor, it's more like a home. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Yuqing hasn't come back yet. Then she would call Sister Yuqing tonight and tell her about Xiao Yi moving in. You live in the guest room downstairs. After entering the villa, Su Yan pointed to the guest room and said, You are not allowed to go upstairs without permission. What? At the Su's house, you let me stay in the guest room. Now here, you still let me stay in the guest room. Xiao Yi was unhappy. What else? Su Yan raised her eyebrows. I want to protect you 24 hours a day. No, you can protect me by staying in the guest room. I'm warning you, if you dare go upstairs, leave immediately. No. Xiao Yi was helpless, the imperial green and royal purple and white were given away. However, he did not insist any further and continued, just move in first and talk about it later. Moving in is a victory. There is a long way to go. There are new beddings in the closet. After Su Yan gave a few instructions, she went upstairs. Xiao Yi wandered around the living room, and after getting familiar with it, he went to the guest room. He made the bedding, lay down on the soft big bed, and breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, I have a place to stay in Zhonghai. I swear, one of these days, I'm going to sleep upstairs. Xiao Yi looked at the ceiling and set a small goal for himself. Buzz. There was a roar of an engine and a red sports car drove into the yard. Xiao Yi turned over and sat up. Su Yan's good friend is back. Let me maintain my image as a superior, or should I meet her with a sword on my back? Forget it, she will think I am an actor again. Xiao Yi smiled, which he thought was quite mysterious and friendly, and walked out of the guest room. When his eyes fell on the delicate face of Su Yan's best friend, his smile froze for a moment. Why is it her? At the same time, the woman who came in also saw Xiao Yi, and her eyes suddenly widened. The two looked at each other and could see shock and surprise in each other's eyes. Why are you here? Are you Su Yan's best friend? Almost at the same time, the woman and Xiao Yi spoke at the same time. It's over. After Xiao Yi asked this question, he had the urge to run away. Su Yan, his best friend, turned out to be the woman with whom he had a great time in the hotel last night. Her name seems to be Wei Yuqing. Su Yan. Wei Yuqing looked at Xiao Yi, and a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Could he be the master that Su Yan mentioned? Is this world really that small? Sister Yuqing, you're back. Just as the atmosphere in the living room was gradually becoming tense, Su Yan's voice came from upstairs. Wei Yuqing's face changed, and she immediately winked at Xiao Yi and smiled. Xiao Yi was confused. What did this mean? Before he understood, Su Yan came down and said, Sister Yuqing, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I thought you weren't coming back tonight. You thought I wouldn't come back and just date at home? Wei Yuqing asked with a smile, showing no sign of abnormality. Should I not come back? Or should I leave now? Sister Yuqing, stop making trouble. Let me introduce him to you. He is Xiao Yi, the master who saved my grandfather. Su Yan introduced. Xiao Yi, this is Sister Yuqing, my best friend. It's him indeed. Wei Yuqing said in her heart, but kept no expression on her face, and stretched out her white right hand. Hee, hello Mr. Xiao, I have heard of your name for a long time. Ah. Xiao Yi came to his senses and thought, is he pretending not to know him? Yes, she said before that we would still be strangers when we meet again. Thinking of this, he regained his composure. As long as what happened last night was not exposed, he had nothing to panic about. He smiled, held Wei Yuqing's fair hand, and gently stroked her palm with his fingers. At this moment, the two reached a consensus and pretended not to know each other. After a few greetings, the three of them sat down. Sister Yuqing, there is something I want to talk to you about. Su Yan was in a dilemma. She and Wei Yiqing were living well together, and now it was not very convenient to have another man moving in. This is so exciting. I actually slept with my fiancé's best friend, and we will have to live under the same roof from now on. Xiaoiza was excited and decided not to leave. No matter what, love grows over time. When Wei Yiqing heard that Xiaoyi was going to live here, her expression changed slightly. Sister Yiqing, if you don't want to, I will chase him away. Su Yan saw Wei Yiqing's reaction and hurriedly said. Xiaoyi, who was just having a sweet dream, couldn't help but get anxious. Are you going to drive me away? I won't leave even if you kill me. Wei Yiqing glanced at Xiaoyi with a complex expression in her eyes. It had been a ridiculous night and she thought she would never see him again. Who would have thought that not only did they meet, but Su Yan was also involved? She knew Su Yan too well. The fact that she allowed Xiaoyi to live with her was enough to show that their relationship was unusual. If something really happened between him and Su Yan, how should she face Su Yan? You guys are living together? Wei Yiqing thought about it and asked in a joking tone. Sister Yiqing, don't talk nonsense. He is my bodyguard. My grandfather asked him to protect me. Su Yan hurriedly explained. Bodyguard. Wei Yiqing was stunned. Wasn't this the relationship she had imagined? Yes, I have already made 3 rules with him. He is not allowed to go upstairs. Su Yan nodded. Since it's to protect you, then stay. Wei Yiqing said. Haha, I almost misunderstood. I thought he was your boyfriend. Not a boyfriend. Without waiting for Su Yan to speak, Xiaoyi spoke. I'm her fiancé. Su Yan glared at Xiaoyi. Who told you to say that? Wei Yiqing also opened her eyes wide. Fiancé. My goodness, she slept with Su Yan's fiancé. Xiaoyi ignored Su Yan's anger. He had to make the matter clear first, otherwise it would be even more troublesome when Wei Yiqing found out later. When did it happen? Wei Yiqing calmed herself down and forced a smile. You saved Grandpa Su, and Xiaoyan promised to marry you. No, he came to me with a marriage proposal. Su Yan denied it and told the whole story from beginning to end. Tell me how you resisted. I want to resist too and ask my grandfather to cancel the engagement. Listening to Su Yan's words, Wei Yiqing looked extremely strange. Are you sure you want to know? Cough. Xiaoyi coughed dryly. Su Yan, can you please not ask this in front of me? Also, you are wrong. I came here to cancel the engagement from the beginning to the end. It was you who insisted on marrying me. Who wants to marry you? Su Yan said angrily. The puppy said in front of so many people that she had to get married. Xiaoyi curled his lips. Su Yan became even angrier, but couldn't refute. She did say this, but she was very embarrassed when she saw Xiaoyi breaking off the engagement in public, so she said it in anger. You can't take it seriously. Haha, okay, stop arguing. Wei Yiqing suppressed the complicated feelings in her heart and smiled. Isn't it just right that Xiaoyi lives here? We can get to know each other better. What if you two fall in love with each other? Anyone who falls in love with him will end the engagement with him sooner or later. Su Yan stared at Xiaoyi and said. Xiaoyi shrugged and stopped trying to provoke Su Yan. It would be bad if she kicked him out. Haha, I was away for only a few days and you've already got engaged to the master. Wei Yiqing held Su Yan's hand. Your situation is different from mine. Xiaoyi looks like a good man. Xiaoyi glanced at Wei Yiqing. Was this woman sure she wasn't mocking him? After Wei Yiqing comforted her, Su Yan was no longer angry. Sister Yiqing, have you solved your problem? Not yet. Let's not talk about these terrible things. Let's go out for a big meal to welcome the master to our home. Wei Yiqing said. Okay, but I still have an email to send, so please wait for me. Su Yan said this and got up and went upstairs. After she left, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly became weird again. The two sat opposite each other, speechless for a while. Well, this world is really small. We didn't have to wait for a day to come. We met that day. Xiaoyi was making small talk. I didn't expect that you would be Su Yan's best friend. Since you know I'm her best friend, then you should just keep what happened last night to yourself. Wei Yuqing stared at Xiao Yi with a serious tone. This is the first time we've met. Also, you'd better not have any messed up thoughts, and you're not allowed to bully Xiao Yan. If I find out that you do something to let her down again, I won't let you go. Hey, you seduced me last night. Xiao Yi defended himself. I just want to help others and do good things. Shut up. Wei Yuqing said in a low voice and looked upstairs. Forget everything about last night. Don't worry, I won't let her know. Xiao Yi nodded. Wei Yuqing's expression eased a little. She accepted everything that happened last night, but she felt sorry for Su Yan. Although everything that happened between her and Xiao Yi happened without her knowledge, she still felt guilty. Sister Yuqing, let's go. Before Xiao Yi could say anything else, Su Yan came down from the stairs. Okay. Wei Yuqing smiled. Come on, I'll treat you to a feast. The three of them drove a car, left the villa and found a hotel. The food came and we chatted and laughed. The atmosphere was pretty good. The art of bringing the dead back to life is probably not as simple as medical skills, right? Wei Yuqing looked at Xiao Yi with some curiosity. This man is indeed unusual. Holding her wrist this morning, she no longer felt any pain and regained her strength. It was amazing. It can be considered as medical skills. Mr. Su is still alive, otherwise even gods can't save him. Xiao Yi smiled. Xiao Yi, thank you. Suddenly, Su Yan picked up the wine glass. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my grandfather. Why are you being polite? Your grandfather is my grandfather. Xiao Yi said casually. Su Yan was speechless and quickly suppressed the gratitude in her heart. Come on, cheers. Xiao Yi clinked Su Yan's cup and drank it all. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi and drank it all in one gulp. She didn't finish her words. This thank you was not only for Xiao Yi saving her grandfather, but also for Xiao Yi not taking advantage of the situation. Then there are the royal purple and imperial green, which made her wish come true. That's right, just get along well and don't make a fuss. What if someone calls you? Wei Yuqing smiled. If you two get married, I can attend your wedding. After hearing Wei Yuqing's words, Su Yan glanced at Xiao Yi. She seemed to be less resistant to this man. In this world, is it true that love grows over time? A bell rang. Wei Yuqing took a look, frowned slightly, hung up and muted the call. Bitch, I'm here in Zhonghai, just wait for me. Soon, a message came in. That's Su the turtle. Su Yan asked when she saw Wei Yuqing's expression. Well, never mind him. Wei Yuqing poured the wine. Come, let's drink. Xiao Yi looked at Wei Yuqing and asked, why not help her get rid of this bastard Su? Just as he was thinking about it, his cell phone rang. Su Kai, what's wrong? Brother Yi, the person who planted the bug has appeared. Su Kai's excited voice came from the receiver. Who? Xiao Yi glanced at Su Yan and asked calmly. Brother Yi, you will never guess what this person is. I was shocked when I saw him. It's really. Don't talk nonsense, just say it. Sun Gaofei. He. Xiao Yi was indeed quite surprised, because this guy was the manager of the security department. What's the motivation? Corporate espionage? Or do you have other requests? At the same time, he suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he could not find any clues in the surveillance. This guy was the manager of the security department and was familiar with the locations of all the cameras. It would be strange if he could capture any of them. Is he gone now? Many thoughts flashed through Xiao Yi's mind, and he asked calmly. Well, I've already left. Brother Yi, what should I do next? Su Kai was very excited. This was not Sun Gaofei at all, it was clearly a stepping stone for him to get promoted and get a raise. You'll have 2 hours to find him. Xiao Yi said slowly. If you find it, tell me. Yes, Brother Yi. Let's do this for now. Xiao Yi hung up the phone. Who's calling? Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi and asked. A friend. Xiao Yi did not mention the matter of Sun Gaofei. He planned to find out the truth before telling Su Yan. There's no point in telling her now, and it will only ruin the pleasant dining atmosphere. Come on, let's continue drinking. Cheers. Wei Yiqing picked up the cup. I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. Xiao Yi looked at Wei Yiqing and said, You've drunk too much. You won't run to my room in the middle of the night, will you? If that's true, that would be exciting. Half an hour later, dinner was over, and no one really left home drunk. Su Yan was about to call a designated driver, but Xiao Yi took the car keys. Slow down. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi's sober appearance, and sat in the back seat with Wei Yiqing. Xiao Yan, I'm sorry. As the evening breeze blew, Wei Yiqing felt a little tipsy. She drank a lot tonight and was in a bad mood, so she got drunk easily. Hearing Wei Yiqing's words, Xiao Yi's hands holding the steering wheel trembled and sweat broke out on his forehead. He was really frightened. He was afraid that Wei Yiqing would say something like, I slept with your fiancé. To be honest, that scene was definitely comparable to a car accident scene. Sister Yiqing, how can you be sorry for me? Su Yan leaned back in her chair. You have always taken care of me and helped me. No, I'm sorry. Wei Yiqing shook her head, but fortunately she was still rational and did not continue. Xiao Yi breathed a sigh of relief and stepped hard on the accelerator, thinking about going back quickly to let them rest early. Sister Yiqing, I can't help you with your engagement. If you need me, just ask. Whatever I have is yours. Su Yan said seriously. Xiao Yi pulled the corner of his mouth, Are you serious? She needs me, and you will give me. No, no one can help me with this. I can do it myself. I have already used my ultimate move, I believe it won't take long to resolve it. Wei Yiqing said drunkenly. What ultimate move? Su Yan was curious. Well, Su Yan, you said before that there would be a meeting tomorrow morning and I would need to be there, right? Xiao Yi's forehead was sweating again, and he quickly changed the subject. Yes, you are also a senior executive of the company. It's time to meet other senior executives. Su Yan nodded, and when she wanted to ask Wei Yiqing again, she found that she had fallen asleep. 20 minutes later, the three returned to the villa. Wei Yiqing slept for a while and was obviously sober. I didn't say anything nonsense just now, did I? While Su Yan was pouring water, Wei Yiqing asked in a low voice. I almost said it, luckily I changed the subject. Big sis, I can't drink much, can you drink less in the future? It's easy to get into trouble. Xiao Yi was helpless. Well, I will try not to drink in front of Xiao Yan from now on. Wei Yiqing breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Yiqing, come and have a glass of water. Su Yan came over with 2 glasses of water. What about mine? Xiao Yi asked. No hands. Can't you pour it yourself? Su Yan said this but still handed the other cup to Xiao Yi. Haha, you are so nice to me. I am very touched and I really want to marry you. Xiao Yi took it and said with a smile. Shut up. Su Yan glared. It was fine if he just talked nonsense when they were alone, but he also said that in front of Wei Yiqing. Hee hee, I have a feeling that you two, a pair of bickering lovers, will eventually work it out. Wei Yiqing looked at the two of them and smiled. Whoever succeeds with him, if it weren't for my grandfather, I would have chased him away long ago. Su Yan curled her lips. After the 3 of them chatted for a while, some went upstairs, and some returned to their rooms. An hour later, Su Kai called and gave an address. Brother Yi, are you going to look for Sun Gaofei? Well, talk to him. Do you need me to accompany you? Su Kai asked hurriedly. No, I can go by myself. Xiao Yi was smoking a cigarette. Don't worry, I won't erase your contribution. The manager will definitely be yours. Brother Yi, what are you talking about? I'm just worried about your safety. Haha, you should worry about Sun Gaofei. Yeah, that's right. You better be careful then. He didn't come alone tonight. He came with a man who looks very strong. Oh, then you should worry about this man again. Xiao Yi didn't take it seriously at all. After hanging up the phone, he turned off the lights in the room and left through the window. He quietly left the villa, found a dark corner, summoned the Long Yuan sword, turned into a streak of light, and disappeared into the night sky. Damn it, the navigation keeps telling me I'm speeding. What does that mean? I'm not even on the road. A few minutes later, Xiao Yi stopped in midair, cursing. He looked at the navigation location, then looked down and realized that this should be the place. Swish. The Long Yuan sword disappeared, and Xiao Yi slowly landed in a yard. Through the glass, he saw Sun Gaofei, Yan Wang, and a man in the room. The three of them were drinking and were a little drunk. Brother, once we finish this job, you and I will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of our lives. Sun Gaofei picked up a glass of wine. By then, I can easily buy a few villas and support 100 female college students. I also want to support 100 female college students. The king of hell next to him had a red face and shouted excitedly. If you have money, don't you have plenty of women? Sun Gaofei's movement was a little too big, which affected his wound. He looked in pain, and then his expression became ferocious. Brother, you must avenge me. Since I promised you, I will avenge you. The men nodded. I want him to die. Sun Gaofei gritted his teeth. Yes, let him die. The king of hell also slammed the table. Let him suffer and then die. No problem. The men agreed. No matter how powerful he is, he must die. With senior brother taking action, it's a sure win. Sun Gaofei nodded. Come, senior brother, I'll toast you a glass. Celebrate killing that bastard Xiao Yi. The king of hell also said. Isn't it a bit too early to celebrate now? Suddenly, a voice came from the door. The sudden sound made the faces of the three people who were drinking change drastically. When they turned around and saw Xiao Yi at the door, they were so surprised that they stood up from their chairs. Xiao Yi. Almost at the same time, Sun Gaofei and Yan Wang screamed. How did you find this place? Haha, are you surprised to see me? Are you surprised? Xiao Yi walked in with a smile. It's a pleasure to have friends coming from afar, wouldn't you like to invite me to sit down and have a drink? The king of hell had a bad temper. He growled, grabbed the wine bottle on the table, and smashed it at Xiao Yi. He was too lazy to think about how Xiao Yi appeared here, so he decided to destroy him first. He even thought it would be better if it was delivered to his door. Bang! Xiao Yi slapped out with his palm, and the wine bottle exploded, with broken glass flying everywhere. Don't be impulsive. Sun Gaofei stopped Yan Wang and looked at Xiao Yi. What are you doing here? I came to you to find out something. Xiao Yi walked forward slowly. Why did you install a bug in President Su's office? Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Sun Gaofei's face changed again. Was the bug discovered? Brother, he's been exposed, kill him. The king of hell yelled. Kill him first, then catch Su Yan. Catch Su Yan. Xiao Yi's eyes turned cold. It seemed that it was not as simple as he had imagined. Brother, kill him. Sun Gaofei also made a decision. Now that the matter had been exposed, Xiao Yi could not be allowed to leave alive. Is he the Xiao Yi you were talking about? He's so young, how strong can he be? The man looked at Xiao Yi and shook his head. Junior brother, you have stayed in the big city for too long and have been too comfortable, so your strength has declined. That's what senior brother said. Sun Gaofei nodded. Brother, please help and take him down. No big deal. The man nodded and walked slowly towards Xiao Yi. Kneel down, kid, and I'll give you a quick death. Swish. A cold light flew out, across the man's neck, forming a line of blood. The man didn't even have time to react. He just felt a pain in his neck and subconsciously reached out to touch it. Start warm. The next second, the blood line on his neck suddenly grew larger, as if a child's mouth opened and blood gushed out. Ah! Only then did the man react, letting out an inarticulate scream. His hands, which were covering his neck, were instantly stained red with blood. You! The man stared at Xiao Yi, his face full of fear. He wanted to say something, but couldn't. Thump. He fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then became motionless. One sword to the throat. The Long Yuan sword returned and hung above Xiao Yi's head, emitting a cold glow without a trace of blood. Give me a quick death. You don't have to kneel down for me, I will give you a quick death too. Xiao Yi looked indifferent as he looked at Sun Gaofei and Yan Wang. What about you? Do you want to have a good time too? Ah. After listening to Xiao Yi's words, Sun Gaofei and Yan Wang came to their senses, looked at the corpse in a pool of blood, and screamed in fear. Senior brother is dead. Killed by Xiao Yi's sword. They didn't see Xiao Yi's movements clearly at all. Also, where did this sword fly from? A feeling of fear erupted from the two people's hearts, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. If Xiao Yi had killed his senior brother during the fight, they would definitely not be so scared. But, the sword hanging in the air before them made it impossible for them to accept it and remain calm. It's too weird. You, who are you? Sun Gaofei's voice trembled, and the look he gave Xiao Yi was no less than that of a devil. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Xiao Yi shook his head and gently waved his right hand. The Long Yuan sword suspended in the air made a sword sound and slowly stabbed out. No, spare me, spare me. Ghost, ghost. Looking at the flying Long Yuan sword, Sun Gaofei and Yan Wang were so scared that they peed their pants and fell to the ground. Is that all your courage? Xiao Yi curled his lips and stopped the Long Yuan sword. Tell me, why did you place the bug? I have limited patience and don't want to hear a lie. You are an ancient warrior. Sun Gaofei thought of something and exclaimed. Puff. The Long Yuan sword stabbed out, piercing through Sun Gaofei's shoulder, and the tip of the sword came out from his shoulder blade. Ah! Sun Gaofei screamed. I told you, my patience is limited, you should answer my questions instead of asking me questions. Xiao Yi said lightly. Ah. I installed the bug to understand Su Yan. I want to pursue her. Sun Gaofei endured the severe pain and said loudly. Really? Xiao Yi smiled slightly, pierced Sun Gaofei's Long Yuan sword, and slowly cut his shoulder. You think I'm easy to fool? Ah, no. Sun Gaofei screamed miserably. I said, I wanted to steal the jadeite. Stealing emeralds? Yes, I installed a camera before, but it broke last week, so I used a bug as a temporary measure. There is a big safe in the lounge of her office, which contains a lot of jadeite, which is very valuable. Do you know the combination to the safe? Yes, I took the picture. Ah. I learned through eavesdropping that she was going to buy top-quality jadeite recently, so I waited for the opportunity and prepared to take action after she bought it. Sun Gaofei didn't dare not to speak out and told it all. Brother Yan Wang, you just said that you would kill me first and then capture Su Yan, what's going on? Xiao Yi looked at the King of Hell again and asked with a smile. I was just talking nonsense. The King of Hell was also frightened and said quickly. Speak, or you'll die. Xiao Yi's voice turned cold. Before, we only wanted to take Fei Cui, but then he was fired, so we wanted to kidnap Su Yan again, get some extra money, and then run away. The King of Hell trembled and dared not hide it anymore. Just for money? Xiao Yi didn't believe it. She was a stunning beauty and few men could resist her temptation. Only he can bear it. He didn't think that these two guys would not do anything after kidnapping Su Yan. That's an iceberg female president. Which man doesn't have a sense of conquest? Especially Sun Gaofei, he has been working under Su Yan, how could he not have some thoughts in his mind? For example, he pushed the female president, who was once high and mighty, down under him. Sun Gaofei and Yan Wang didn't dare to say anything. They had indeed thought about this. They kidnapped Su Yan, took the money, and then killed her. Hee. Xiao Yi looked at the two of them and suddenly smiled. But when the two of them looked at Xiao Yi's smile, they felt cold all over, as if they were in an ice cellar. No, spare me, Xiao Yi, we are just thinking about it, we haven't done it yet. Sun Gaofei knelt down and begged for mercy. If you let me go, I will leave Zhonghai immediately and never come back. It's just a thought, I haven't done it yet. But just thinking about it will kill you. Xiao Yi's tone was calm, but his smile was even colder. Fight him. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Sun Gaofei roared and was ready to fight to the death. If you don't fight, you'll die anyway. Swish. As soon as he moved, the Long Yuan sword also moved. The sword flashed. Click. Heads fell to the ground and blood gushed out like a fountain. Ah! The King of Hell screamed in horror as he saw the bloody scene before him. 3 people were drinking, and in the blink of an eye, 2 of them died tragically, leaving him alone. How could he not be afraid? Stop it. Didn't you say you were the King of Hell? You'll be able to see the real King of Hell in a little while. Xiao Yi held the Long Yuan sword and said lightly. Murder is against the law, Xiao Yi, you are still young, don't go down the path of crime. The King of Hell was so frightened that his face turned pale and he begged for mercy. Let me go, please, let me go. Haha, I've already killed 2, and you're the only one left. Xiao Yi smiled slightly and pointed the tip of the sword at the King of Hell's throat. No, no, put down your butcher knife and turn back. As long as you let me go, I promise not to call the police. The King of Hell knelt on the ground and cried. You're wrong. It should be, put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha right away. Xiao Yi corrected. Yes, yes, I will become a Buddha right now, please let me go. But I don't believe in Buddhism, and I don't want to be a Buddha. Xiao Yi shook his head. You shouldn't have any ideas about Su Yan, she is my fiancée. What? The King of Hell widened his eyes, shocked by the news. Now, can you close your eyes? After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he gently pushed the hand holding the sword forward. The extremely sharp sword tip easily pierced the King of Hell's throat. As the sword was pulled out, a bloody hole appeared and blood gushed out. Ah! The King of Hell covered his neck and stared at Xiao Yi, full of fear and resentment. He still didn't let himself go. Xiao Yi met the King of Hell's gaze with an extremely indifferent expression. They deserved to die. If he hadn't come, what would Su Yan face? Those who do evil cannot be innocent just because they have not done evil yet. Just as he said, if you think about it and have the idea, you will die. Maybe it's not a crime according to human law, but for him, it's a death penalty. Bang. The King of Hell fell to the ground, twitching, and gradually became motionless. It's a thorough plan. Not only did they install cameras and eavesdropping devices, they also arranged for Yan Wang to be Su Yan's bodyguard. If he really succeeds, then won't Su Yan be at their mercy? After Xiao Yi finished muttering to himself, he took out the corpse powder and poured it on the corpse. Soon, yellow smoke rose from the corpse and it turned into blood. After the corpse completely disappeared, Xiao Yi left, summoned the Long Yuan sword, and soared into the sky. A few minutes later, he returned to the villa and entered the guest room through the window as if he had never been out. It takes less than 20 minutes from going there to returning. How should I tell Su Yan? If I tell Sun Gaofei, she will definitely not let him go. Xiao Yi lit a cigarette and thought about it. Not to mention Sun Gaofei, given her personality, she will definitely investigate thoroughly. After finishing a cigarette, he hadn't figured out how to tell Su Yan, so he was too lazy to think about it anymore. He took a shower and fell on the bed. Guarding 2 beautiful women, but sleeping alone in the guest room. It's so hard. Xiao Yi looked at the roof. What were they doing at this moment? Are you also sleepless? In the bedroom on the 2nd floor, Su Yan lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She closed her eyes, and Xiao Yi's handsome face appeared in front of her. This made her feel a little embarrassed and annoyed. Why should she think about him? It must be because he's downstairs. There's usually no one downstairs, and now there's a man, he must be unable to sleep. Su Yan comforted herself. She didn't want to admit that this face had been imprinted in her mind and even in her heart. I am your fiancé. Do you want your grandfather to come back to life? How about trusting me once? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Taking advantage of others in distress is not the character of a gentleman. No matter how valuable it is not even 1/10,000th of yours. Xiao Yi's words echoed clearly in her ears, making her heart even more confused. Engagement. Su Yan muttered to herself, her eyes like stars in the darkness. In the next room, Wei Yuqing was also suffering from insomnia. When she closed her eyes, all she could see was Xiao Yi and the two of them rolling on the bed. I thought I would never see her again, and with the effect of alcohol, she was as passionate as fire and had many postures. But now, she met Xiao Yi again and lived under the same roof with him. When she thought of her passion and her posture, she couldn't help feeling shy. As she thought about it, Wei Yuqing felt her whole body getting hot, and her legs clamped together and twisted. The movements became more and more vigorous. No, he's Xiaoyan's fiancé. Wei Yuqing turned over and sat up, rushed into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and as the cold water splashed down, she felt the fire in her heart gradually go out. The whole night was silent and I couldn't fall asleep. When Xiao Yi woke up, there was no movement on the second floor. You haven't woken up yet. Xiao Yi looked upstairs, thought about it, and walked into the kitchen. When he finished making breakfast, Su Yan and Wei Yuqing came out of the room almost at the same time. Both of them had red eyes and looked a little haggard, obviously neither of them slept well. Sister Yuqing, didn't you get enough rest? Su Yan looked at Wei Yuqing and asked curiously. Oh, yes, that Su bastard kept calling me. I muted the phone and didn't fall asleep. Wei Yuqing frantically made excuses. What about you? Why didn't you sleep well? Oh, I got 2 pieces of top-quality jadeite yesterday. Maybe I was too excited. Su Yan also found an excuse. She would not admit that it was related to Xiao Yi. Top-grade jadeite. Xiaoyan, congratulations. Wei Yuqing smiled. With the top-grade jadeite, Qingyan Company will be able to go further, right? It's not that easy, but it does add a little more depth. Anyway, it's a good thing. If you need funding, just tell me. Good. What a smell. It smells so good. I smelled it, too. The 2 girls were talking when they came down from upstairs and saw breakfast on the dining table at a glance. Good morning, 2 beautiful ladies. Xiao Yi looked at the 2 women and smiled. The ingredients are limited, so just make do with it. The 2 girls looked at the table full of breakfast and were speechless. Isn't it already very rich? Please sit down and try the breakfast I made. Xiao Yi pulled out chairs for them. You did all this? Su Yan sat down, feeling a little unbelievable. He could actually cook. And it looks pretty good. What else? There are only 3 of us in the villa, and you were all asleep. It wasn't me who did it, but a ghost. Xiao Yi also sat down. Come, try it. After the 2 women took their first bite of breakfast, they never spoke again. It's nothing, it's just delicious. After more than 10 minutes, they wiped their mouths and looked satisfied. 3 rules, plus 1 more. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi and couldn't help but say. Add what? Xiao Yi was stunned. I want to live here and make breakfast every day in the future. Su Yan said seriously. Yes, I support this. Wei Yuqing also nodded. Xiao Yi was speechless. If he had known this would happen, he would not have shown it today. I'm paying you, so I won't let you do it for nothing. Su Yan saw Xiao Yi didn't say anything and spoke hurriedly. Do I need money? Xiao Yi asked back. Forehead. Su Yan opened his mouth. He really had no shortage of money. Okay, we're a family, money is not a big deal. Xiao Yi agreed. From now on, as long as I have time, I can cook for you not only breakfast but also dinner. Isn't there a saying? If you want to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. This also applies to women. Once they get used to the food he cooks, can they still chase him away? When the time comes, I'll have to cry and beg him to stay. Let him control you. Good. The 2 girls looked at each other and were very happy. They were in for a treat. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yi and Su Yan left first and went to the company. Didn't you sleep well last night? Was it because I wasn't around that you couldn't sleep alone? Xiao Yi was driving and glanced at Su Yan in the rearview mirror. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Su Yan had gotten used to Xiao Yi's nonsense and curled her lips. Isn't this nonsense? How can ivory come out of a dog's mouth? Xiao Yi smiled. I am your bodyguard, but now I have to be your driver. Would you consider increasing the maintenance fee? You're not short of money. It's fine if you don't pay me as a cook, but you don't pay me as a driver. You evil capitalist. I didn't expect that you cook very well. Su Yan ignored Xiao Yi's words. This guy was just talking nonsense. Haha, do you think I'm omnipotent and a treasure boy? Xiao Yi grinned. You even feel like you're not good enough for me. Don't feel inferior. You're not the first woman to feel this way. I want to vomit. Su Yan was annoyed, and even called the boy a treasure. How could he say that? In order to prevent Xiao Yi from being narcissistic again, she closed her eyes and pretended to take a nap, resting her mind and preparing for the high-level meeting in the morning. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yi stopped talking, eased the accelerator, and drove more steadily. You may speak at the high-level meeting this morning, so prepare yourself. When they arrived at the company, Su Yan said something and got out of the car. What's there to prepare for? Xiao Yi muttered and headed straight for the security department. Brother Yi. Su Kai was already waiting. When he saw Xiao Yi come in, he stood up to greet him. Come to my office and talk. Yes. When he arrived at the office, Su Kai closed the door and pulled the partition curtain. What are you doing? Xiao Yi frowned. Isn't this a secret? Su Kai said hurriedly. If you don't know, you might think we are doing something shameful in there. Xiao Yi was not happy. Pull away. Oh. Su Kai quickly opened the door and handed over the cigarette. Brother Yi, did you go to see Sun Gaofei last night? Why would I want to see him? It's late at night, wouldn't it be nice to sleep at home? Xiao Yi shook his head. Ah. Then you want the address. I started thinking about going to him, but then I realized this matter couldn't be handled privately. What should we do then? Call the police. Ah. Call the police. Yes, we are all good citizens who abide by the law. When we encounter problems, the first person we think of is our police uncles. Xiao Yi nodded. No matter what Sun Gaofei's purpose was in installing the bug, he has violated the law. The best way is to hand him over to the police. Su Kai was speechless. He really didn't expect Xiao Yi to call the police. Why that expression? What do you want to do with him? Find him and beat him up. Disable him. Or kill him? Xiao Yi asked. I won't kill him, but I can't let him off easily either. Su Kai said hurriedly. Okay, listen to me on this matter. After the meeting, go and report to CEO Su and tell him that you found Sun Gaofei. This achievement is enough for you to be a manager. Xiao Yi was smoking a cigarette. Remember, you reported this to me this morning, understand? What's the meaning? Don't ask any more questions, just do as I say. Yes, Brother Yi, what kind of meeting is this? Why don't I know about it? Oh, it's a high-level meeting. It's normal that you don't know since you are not at a high enough level. When you become a manager, you should be qualified. Brother Xie supported me. Just as Xiao Yi and Su Kai were bragging, the phone on the desk rang. Boss Xiao, Boss Su asked me to inform you to come to conference room 2 for a meeting at 9:30. Jiang Ru's voice came from the receiver. I see. Xiao Yi hung up the phone and looked at Su Kai. Where is conference room 2? Small conference room. I'll take Brother Yi there later. At 9:20, Su Kai was ready to set off. Why rush? You can go at 9:30. Isn't there a meeting at 9:30? Don't the big guys always show up last? Why should I wait for them? Let President Su wait for you too. Su Kai looked at Xiao Yi. Now that his bodyguard has become a vice president, is he getting cocky? At 9:30, Xiao Yi slowly walked out of the security department and went to the small meeting room under the leadership of Su Kai. At this time, the senior executives had already arrived in the small conference room. Even Su-Yen arrived. She glanced around, but didn't see Xiao-Yi. She frowned slightly and said, "Jiang-Ru, have you notified Xiao-Yi?" "I have already informed Vice President Xiao-Yi." Jiang-Ru was also a little panicked. Where was Xiao-Yi? "Call again." Su-Yen interrupted Jiang-Ru with a cold voice. "He is one of the protagonists today, and it's too much that he didn't come earlier." They already had issues with him being the vice president, and now they have a reason to be angry. Sure enough, a woman's voice rang out, "This Vice President Xiao doesn't even have a sense of time. I'm afraid he can't handle this important task, right?" "That's right. Ordinary employees all know that they can't be late for meetings." Someone immediately joined in. "But it's true. Vice President Xiao used to be a bodyguard. He's a rough guy, how could he understand these things?" "Who farted? Am I a rude person? Is it something an old woman like you can understand?" Along with this arrogant voice, Xiao-Yi came in from outside the door. Brother Yi is awesome. He dares to scold Manager Zhao as an old woman. But, this old woman really deserves to be scolded. Su-Kai, who was following behind, admired Xiao-Yi very much. Manager Zhao, relying on the support of Vice President Li, is usually very arrogant in the company. He is simply a tigress that everyone fears and no one dares to mess with him. Now, I've hit a wall. Su-Kai didn't plan to leave. Although he was not qualified to attend the meeting, it was also nice to listen to the excitement outside the door. "What did you say?" A woman in her 40s glared at Xiao-Yi, her face turning eggplant red with anger. "You just said I was rough." Xiao-Yi looked at the woman with a mocking look. "With your current appearance, you still want to know if I'm thick or not? You're dreaming." After listening to Xiao-Yi's words, everyone was stunned. What did he mean? Puff. Su-Kai, who was outside the door, was the first to react and burst out laughing. "Isn't Brother E too mean?" "No, that's too dirty, isn't it?" The old woman said he was a rough man, how could he be so involved in this? Gradually, the people in the conference room began to react. Although they didn't burst out laughing, they all looked strange. Even Su-Yen bit her red lips to prevent herself from laughing. "This knife is really fast." You. The woman glared at Xiao-Yi, so angry that she couldn't speak. "What are you talking about? I'm the man you'll never get." As Xiao-Yi spoke, he came to Su-Yen's side. "Sorry, something delayed me. Since Vice President Xiao is here, let's officially start our meeting today." Su-Yen swept her eyes across the room, and the conference room fell silent. Even the angry woman had to suppress her temper and dared not say anything more. "Let's talk about the company first." Su-Yen sat down. "Manager Jiang, let's start with you." "Okay, Mr. Su." Jiang Li nodded. Xiao-Yi was not very interested in the affairs of Qingyan Company and felt drowsy while listening. He really wanted to light a cigarette to wake himself up. How about going out and bragging to Su-Kai for a while and then coming back in later? Half an hour later, after the managers of each department had spoken, Su-Yen made a summary. After she finished her summary, everyone's eyes fell on Xiao-Yi's face. Is it his turn? After talking about the company, let's talk about the latest personnel appointments. I believe everyone has read the company email. Su-Yen said, looking at Xiao-Yi. Li Min, please introduce him to everyone. Yes, Mr. Su. Li Min was wondering how to introduce them. Xiao-Yi has only been in the company for 3 days. There is really no achievement to show off. It is said that on his first day, he defeated all competitors and won the position of bodyguard. Haha, let me introduce myself. Seeing Li Min's embarrassment, Xiao-Yi stood up with a smile. My name is Xiao-Yi. I became a member of Qingyan 3 days ago. I was originally a bodyguard for President Su. Being able to become the vice president was something I never dared to think about before. Humph, you still have self-awareness. The woman snorted coldly. I believe everyone must be curious about how I went from being a bodyguard to becoming a vice president in such a short time. Xiao-Yi raised his voice. Yes, why? Many people were screaming in their hearts, they were all very curious. Could it be that there really is some shameful transaction of power for sex? This guy is handsome and has a fair face, but is the Ice Queen the kind of person who keeps a gigolo? In fact, the answer is very simple, just 2 words, talent. Xiao Yi didn't mention her appearance today, as if he did, it would easily lead to misunderstanding. Isn't there a saying that goes, gold always shines? Even though I'm just applying for a bodyguard position, President Su still saw my talent. Of course, this is also because President Su has a keen eye for talent. She was able to see through my handsome appearance and find that I'm an extremely capable and talented person. Su Yan curled the corner of her mouth and asked, "Are you introducing yourself? You are bragging about yourself." The expressions of the senior executives were weirder than each other. Isn't this guy too shameless? I have always wanted to keep a low profile, but I am too outstanding. Sometimes, being too outstanding can also be a very distressing thing. Xiao Yi's bragging continued. Originally, I just wanted to be a low-key bodyguard, but President Su put a heavy burden on my shoulders. The future of Qingyan Company rests on my shoulders. I will definitely live up to President Su's trust and lead Qingyan to glory. Su Yan was speechless. You lead Qingyan to glory, why should I go? Shouldn't I be the one saying this? All the senior executives wanted to curse. From your tone, you are not the vice president, you are the boss Qingyan. From now on, everyone has to follow you, right? Especially the 3 vice presidents, they looked at us unkindly, and they showed us their power right away. What, you want us to listen to you? Qingyan's future lies not in Zhonghai, nor in China, but in the whole world. Xiao Yi was very passionate, and he started from boasting about himself and then moved on to the future of the company. By then, Zhou Xiaosheng and Zhou Xiaofu will all be little brothers. They are nothing in front of Qingyan. And everyone here will become a giant in this industry in the future, with a net worth of billions. Su Yan had a strange look on her face. The cake was drawn bigger and rounder than her. That's enough. A woman in her 50s with short hair spoke coldly. Boss Su, I don't think he is suitable to be the vice president. As soon as the woman opened her mouth, the atmosphere in the meeting room changed immediately. Vice President Li has taken action. Is this a contest between Vice President Li and President Su? The neutrals, who neither agree nor disagree with Xiao Yi becoming the vice president, all plan to watch the fun. People like Li Min, Jiang Li, and Xiao Yi who knew him were secretly worried. Vice President Li has considerable influence in the company, and President Su cannot ignore her words. Boss Su, do you want to reconsider this personnel appointment? Another vice president also spoke. He was just a bodyguard. How can he convince everyone if he suddenly becomes the vice president? We have made great contributions to the company and have worked diligently for many years to rise to our current position. What achievements can he show? That's right. I'll be the first one to disagree with him being the vice president. Old woman, no, Manager Zhao said loudly. The company has its own system. We cannot accept a bodyguard becoming the vice president out of nowhere. How will the managers of various departments and employees view this? Alas, love turns to hate. Since you can't have me, you want to destroy me, woman. Xiao Yi looked at Manager Zhao and shook his head. Shut up. Manager Zhao was furious and slammed the table. Sit down. Su Yan spoke coldly. Manager Zhao was startled and sat down quickly, glancing at Vice President Li, waiting for her next instructions. Anyone else has any comments? Tell us. Su Yan's cold gaze swept across the entire audience. Vice President Chen, you haven't expressed your opinion yet. Please speak first. I support President Su's decision. Old Chen, you can't lose your principles at this time. Vice President Li frowned. What principles? Vice President Li, right. Did you forget something? Xiao Yi suddenly spoke. What is it? Vice President Li asked subconsciously. The surname of this Qingyan company is Su, not Li. Qingyan company has not yet gone public and does not have a board of directors. Xiao Yi showed his edge. There should only be one voice in the company, and that's President Su's voice. After listening to Xiao Yi's words, Vice President Li's expression changed slightly and he looked at Su Yan. Did Xiao Yi say this himself? Or was it Su Yan who told you to do so? If it's the latter, does that mean Su Yan is going to take action against them? Xiao Yi, Qingyan Company is not my one-man show. It belongs to me and everyone. Su Yan noticed everyone's gazes and spoke in a calm tone. As for Xiao Yi's personnel appointments, I'll show you two things first, and then we can discuss it. Everyone was curious, what were they looking at? Jiang Ru. Su Yan looked at Jiang Ru. Yes, Mr. Su. Jiang Ru turned on the big screen and a projection appeared. Are you going to show your sword? That's boring. You start with a big move. I haven't had enough fun yet. Xiao Yi guessed what Su Yan was going to do and muttered to himself. He's just warming up. I have tried all the 18 postures, but I haven't used them yet. A photo of Imperial Green was projected on the big screen. Imperial Green? This big? After a brief silence, the conference room became lively. This is the first time I've seen such a large Imperial Green. How much does it cost? 8 digits, no, 9 digits. All the senior executives of Qingyan were no longer calm. Boss Su, this is. Vice President Chen looked at Su Yan with excitement. From our company. Su Yan's expression was calm and her tone was light. Keep watching. The big screen flashed, and the photo switched to show a photo of royal purple. Is this violet? No, not just any violet, it's royal purple. Royal purple, as famous as Imperial Green. Right. The scene became even more lively. Then, one gaze after another fell on Su Yan's beautiful face. Just now she said that the Imperial Green belongs to the company, so this royal purple, isn't it the same? Yes, this one too. Su Yan glanced across the room and spoke slowly. Ah. These two pieces, shouldn't they be worth at least 200 million? With these two pieces of top-quality jadeite, our company can break through the bottleneck, right? Boss Su is awesome. Even Vice President Li and others were excited. After all, if the company becomes stronger, their wealth will increase. Didn't you say that Xiao Yi is not qualified to be the vice president? Su Yan's cold voice echoed throughout the venue. The scene became quiet. Why did she suddenly mention this again? Could it be? Someone thought of something and looked at Xiao Yi with wide eyes. No, it's not possible. How could he, a bodyguard, have such channels? This kind of top-quality jade can't be bought with money. These two pieces of jade were discovered by Xiao Yi. Now, does he have the qualifications? Su Yan pointed at Xiao Yi and her voice became even colder. Listening to Su Yan's words, the conference room became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone was stunned. They looked at Xiao Yi with disbelief on their faces. What? He didn't find a channel to buy it, but figured it out. A bodyguard who also knows about raw stones. After a brief silence, discussions broke out. Those who had just opposed Xiao Yi becoming the vice president were shocked and looked very unhappy. Who would have thought that Xiao Yi would achieve such great results? Vice President Li, is he qualified to be the vice president now? Su Yan didn't intend to let them go, and asked coldly. Have. Vice President Li forced an ugly smile. Vice President Xiao is indeed a real gem. President Su has a keen eye for talent. It is me who is blind. Vice President Liu, what about you? Su Yan called out their names one by one. Vice President Xiao is young and promising, and he is really outstanding. How could Vice President Liu dare to say no? Manager Zhao. Su Yan's eyes were as sharp as knives. This old woman followed behind Vice President Li and danced the most happily. That's fine with me. Manager Zhao gritted her teeth. She knew that she couldn't get back at this situation today. I'm not asking you if you have any objections. I'm asking you to apologize to Vice President Xiao. Su Yan stared at her. Apologize? Manager Zhao's face changed again. It was not enough to force them to bow their heads, but she also had to apologize. But when she met Su Yan's cold gaze, her heart trembled. Vice President Xiao, I was wrong. You are a magnanimous person. Please don't argue with me. Haha, why would I be so ignorant as to argue with you? Xiao Yi smiled. You're not worthy. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Manager Zhao forced a fake smile. He felt that Xiao Yi didn't dare to make things too embarrassing, otherwise it would be difficult for him to survive in the company in the future. As soon as the second half of the sentence came out, her smile froze, a surge of anger rushed to her head, her eyes went dark, and she almost fell headfirst onto the conference table. Since everyone has no objection, from today on, Xiao Yi will be the vice president of Qingyan Company. I will arrange what responsibilities he will be responsible for later. Su Yan said slowly. As for these 2 pieces of jade, Vice President Chen, call the design department together for a small meeting. Is there anything else? If not, then adjourn the meeting. Yes, Mr. Su. Vice President Chen responded and gave Xiao Yi a friendly smile. Haha, Vice President Chen, please give me more guidance in the future. Xiao Yi was also very friendly and shook hands with Vice President Chen. Xiao Yi, come with me. Su Yan threw down a sentence and left the meeting room. Su Kai, who was lying at the door watching the fun, quickly stood up when he saw Su Yan coming out. Boss Su, I have something to report to you. Follow me. Su Yan walked away in her high heels, tap-ta-ta. Sisters, I just came to Qingyan Company, please give me your guidance. In the conference room, Xiao Yi looked at several beautiful executives with a smile on his face. Haha, Mr. Xiao is joking. Several beautiful executives also had smiles as beautiful as flowers. As for those who don't like me, we still have a long way to go. Xiao Yi glanced at Vice President Li and others again, showing no mercy and declaring war directly. If you want to deal with me, first consider your own value and see if it is higher than these 2 pieces of jade. Vice President Li and others looked extremely unhappy. This guy was too arrogant. Xiao Yi ignored them and after chatting and laughing with Jiang Li and the others for a while, he left the meeting room. Bang. Vice President Li slammed the table and gritted his teeth. Who does he think he is? Look at his smug look. Manager Zhao also cursed. But when their eyes fell on the royal purple on the big screen, they all fell silent. Their value is far less than these 2 pieces of jade. What does it mean that Xiao Yi was able to unearth 2 pieces of top-grade jadeite? Thinking deeply about it, they all felt powerless. Even if Su Yan opened them all up, they still had to support Xiao Yi. In the president's office, Su Yan smiled, and today she had suppressed their arrogance. There was a knock on the door, and she suppressed her smile. Come in. Xiao Yi and Su Kai came in, and the former sat down as if he had arrived at his own office. The latter was much more reserved and bowed slightly. Boss Su. About the bug. Su Yan didn't waste any words and asked directly. How do you know that? Xiao Yi was surprised. Didn't you say that this matter was handed over to Su Kai? Is there anything else you are doing here with him? Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi and said lightly. This woman is really smart. She needs to be more careful in the future, especially with Wei Yuqing. Xiao Yi muttered to himself. Tell me, what did you find out? Su Yan's voice became much colder. Who is it? Sun Gaofei. Su Kai glanced at Xiao Yi and hurriedly said. What? Sun Gaofei. Su Yan's pretty face changed slightly. Yes, this is the video, please take a look. Su Kai turned on his cell phone and placed it on the desk. After watching the video, Su Yan's face turned even colder. The security manager actually installed a bug in my office. How ironic. He is so brave. Who said it wasn't? He's such an ungrateful person. Xiao Yi nodded. What do you think should be done about this? Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi and asked. Call the police. Xiao Yi said seriously. Call the police and arrest him. What? Call the police. Su Yan was confused. This suggestion was something she had never expected. Yes, call the police. Xiao Yi nodded. He has violated the law. We must call the police to arrest him. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi's serious expression and confirmed that she had heard it correctly. He did say to call the police. You changed your sex. Sex change? Damn, I'm a man, how can I change my sex? Xiao Yi stared. No, I mean, calling the police is not in line with your character. Su Yan explained. Su Kai also nodded secretly. That's right, this is totally not Brother Yi's character. So what should I do? You will find him and give him a beating at best or cripple him at worst. Nonsense, am I that violent? I am a very gentle person, and I am best at. Okay, you're good at convincing people with reason, right? I get it. Su Yan interrupted Xiao Yi and frowned. Whether we should let him come to the company or not, we should at least find out why he installed the eavesdropping device. What if he suspects he's been exposed and doesn't answer your call? Try. After Su Yan finished speaking, she looked at Su Kai. You call him. Su Kai responded and called Sun Gaofei, but found that the call could not be connected. See, I told you that if you make a phone call, you might alert the enemy. Xiao Yi said. I'll try. Su Yan found Sun Gaofei's number and called him, but still couldn't get through. Boss Su, no matter what he did by installing the bug, it was illegal, handing him over to the police is the best option. Xiao Yi said seriously. When the time comes, the police will find out his purpose. Okay, call the police then. Seeing that she couldn't contact Sun Gaofei and was afraid that he had run away, Su Yan accepted Xiao Yi's suggestion. 10 minutes later, the police arrived, watched the video and understood the situation. Please rest assured, President Su, we will find Sun Gaofei in the shortest possible time and give you an explanation. It's troublesome. After the police left, Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi and said, we don't do anything and just wait for their news. Yes, we have to trust the police. Xiao Yi nodded. Okay, let's go. Su Yan stood up. To dissolve the stone. Wait, Mr. Su, Su Kai has made a great contribution in this matter. Listening to Xiao Yi's words, Su Kai looked excited. He must be Brother Yi after all. He will be my real brother from now on. In the afternoon, I will have the HR department make the personnel appointment and let you be the manager of the security department. Su Yan looked at Su Kai. Thank you, President Su. I will definitely live up to your trust. Su Kai said hurriedly. I don't want there to be another Sun Gaofei, understand? Su Yan's voice was cold. Please rest assured, Mr. Su. Su Kai stood up straight with a very serious attitude. From now on, the security department will be under your charge. If there is anything, I will come to you. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi again and said. Good. Xiao Yi nodded. When the three arrived at the warehouse, a woman was already waiting there. Soon, the stone-cutting master and the security guard who came to help also arrived. She is Xiaoying from the legal department. She has a confidentiality agreement in her hand. You can only enter the warehouse after you sign it. Su Yan pointed at the woman, her voice cold. Sign it. Don't tell anyone about what I saw today. If it gets out, I promise. I will sue him until he goes bankrupt. Everyone was surprised to hear Su Yan's words. They had to sign a confidentiality agreement. The stone-cutting master, in particular, frowned slightly. He said that when he came to cut stones before, there weren't so many things to do. Boss Su, The old stone cutter wanted to say something. Master Qian, after the stone is cut, you will get 200,000 yuan, and your 3 sons will get 100,000 yuan each. Su Yan interrupted him. Of course, you can also refuse and leave now. I'll sign. The old master, who originally had some opinions, agreed immediately. Su Kai, everyone who comes to help today will receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Su Yan looked at Su Kai and several security guards again and said. Su Kai was relatively calm, but several security guards were excited. A bonus of 10,000 is equivalent to 1 month's salary. Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan. This woman was really generous. No wonder she could accomplish such a big business. Those who achieve great things must be generous. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round, let alone keeping it a secret. He also knew why Su Yan asked them to sign a confidentiality agreement. If the news of a warehouse full of jadeite were to get out, there would definitely be trouble. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. A few minutes later, everyone signed the confidentiality agreement and entered the warehouse. Brother E, you really are President Su's confidant. Even Xiaoying has to sign, but you don't. Su Kai lowered his voice and gave a thumbs up. I picked all of these. Why would I sign them? Xiao Yi took out a cigarette and threw one into his mouth. Brother E is awesome, he even knows about gambling on stones. I'll take you to make a fortune someday. Su Kai hurriedly lit it for Xiao Yi. No problem. Xiao Yi came to Su Yan while smoking a cigarette. You have to be mentally prepared. What kind of mental preparation? Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. You're mistaken. There aren't many emeralds. No, every piece has jade. Xiao Yi said lightly. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi deeply. How could he be so sure? Even the most powerful stone gambling master wouldn't be so sure, right? Whether they are all jade, you will know after solving it. The stone cutter started to work, and the first stone was cut. Click. A touch of green appears. It's gone up, good luck, congratulations to President Su. Master Qian was surprised and said to Su Yan. Continue. Su Yan nodded and glanced at Xiao Yi, who looked extremely calm. Click, click, click. The raw stones are constantly being uncovered and jadeite is constantly appearing. Except for Xiao Yi and Su Yan, everyone was shocked. Is there jade in every piece? Master Qian's face trembled, and he suddenly understood why he had to sign a confidentiality agreement. He looked at the raw stones in the warehouse and his heart trembled. Aren't all of them jadeite? He has been cutting stones all his life, and he has never encountered such a crazy thing. As time goes by, 10, 20, 30. More and more jadeite was released. Su Kai and the others were no longer shocked, but rather, numb. Su Yan looked at the pieces of jade, her eyes sparkling with a strange light. What she saw was not money, but the future of the company. With this batch of jadeite, the company will definitely reach a higher level. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? I have all of them. Xiao Yi smoked a cigarette and smiled. Su Yan nodded and resisted the urge to ask him how he did it. Everyone has secrets, and she doesn't want to pry into other people's secrets. If he could, he would tell her. Is there still a raw stone market in Zhonghai? If so, I can go there with you again. Xiao Yi wanted to continue absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation. By the way, bring back some more jadeite. What if Su Yan is so happy that she pledges herself to me? Before Su Yan could answer, her cell phone rang. What? Hearing the words on the other end of the phone, Su Yan's face suddenly changed. What's wrong? Seeing Su Yan's expression, Xiao Yi asked curiously. The police called and said Sun Gaofei was dead. Su Yan held the phone, feeling a little uneasy. What? Sun Gaofei is dead. Xiao Yi pretended to be surprised. He was not surprised that the police found out that Sun Gaofei was dead. He asked Su Yan to call the police in order to put an end to the matter. Otherwise, this matter will have to be brought to Su Yan's attention later. After all, Sun Gaofei is from Qingyan Company. Now that Su Yan has taken the initiative to call the police, the problem will be much easier to solve. As for whether he can be found, it's almost impossible. He left no traces, and most importantly, he had an alibi. He went there on a flying sword, and the round trip took less than 20 minutes. When Sun Gaofei died, he was in the villa. Su Yan and Wei Yuqing can testify for him. Well, the police will come to investigate the situation later. Su Yan took a deep breath and calmed herself down. How could he die? Could he have committed suicide out of fear of punishment? Xiao Yi said casually. Committing suicide out of fear of punishment? No way. Did he know that we discovered him? But even if he knew, he couldn't have. When Su Yan said this, she suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Xiao Yi. His death has nothing to do with you, does it? How is that possible? Xiao Yi's face changed. Su Yan, please don't talk nonsense. How could his death have anything to do with me? Your reaction today is so weird. Su Yan lowered her voice. Call the police. That's not something you would do at all. No, what if I really killed him, would I let you call the police? It's possible. What a bullshit possibility, have we been together from yesterday till today? 2. Su Yan just nodded and then thought of something else. You didn't sneak out in the middle of the night. Su Yan, there is no hatred between us, right? Do you really want to put the hat of murderer on my head? Xiao Yi pretended to be angry. You want to cancel the engagement, but you don't have to send me to be shot, right? It's true that the sting of a wasp is the most poisonous, and the heart of a woman is the most poisonous. I didn't mean that. I'm glad it's not you. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Sun Gaofei's death was related to Xiao Yi. The key point is, she felt that Xiao Yi really dared to do this. Su Yan's mood was inevitably affected because of Sun Gaofei's incident. Looking at the pile of jadeite, she no longer had the previous excitement. Even though she uncovered a few more pieces of top-quality jadeite, she still felt heavy in her heart. Less than half an hour later, Jiang Ru called and said the police were looking for him. The police are here, let's go meet them. Good. Su Kai, Xiaoying, you stay here. Yes, Mr. Su. Su Yan brought Xiao Yi back to the office and met the police who came. Boss Su, this is Yu Wenjing, the deputy captain of the criminal police brigade. A policeman who had been here once before introduced. Su Yan looked at Yu Wenjing. She had heard of this name before. The #1 policewoman in Zhonghai. Today, I finally met the real person. Yu Wenjing was also looking at Su Yan. The most beautiful girl in Zhonghai. Even more famous than her title of the most beautiful policewoman in Zhonghai. It's really beautiful. Oh my goodness, this has to be an E, right? Xiao Yi, who was following behind Su Yan, looked at Yu Wenjing's chest and smacked his lips secretly. There's no way around it. When a normal man looks at a woman, the first thing he looks at is her face, and the second thing he looks at, basically, is her chest. Of course, there are also a few that fall on the legs or buttocks. It depends on personal preference. Hello, Captain Yuan, welcome to Qingyan. Su Yan stretched out her right hand. Boss Su, I'm here to find out some information. Yu Wenjing nodded and shook hands with Su Yan. Yuan. Okay, the surname is Yuan, not Yu, and the name is Wenjing. Xiao Yi muttered to himself and looked at Yu Wenjing's long legs. They were so long, straight and round. Please take a seat. I will tell you everything I know. Su Yan greeted. Jiang Ru, serve the tea. Don't bother. Yu Wenjing sat down and looked at Su Yan. Boss Su, you called the police earlier and said that Sun Gaofei had installed a bug in your office. Yes. I've watched the video, and it was indeed Sun Gaofei. Then they found Sun Gaofei's residence and found bloodstains there. After comparison, it was confirmed to be Sun Gaofei. Just based on the bloodstains, you determined he was dead. Su Yan raised her eyebrows. Maybe he was injured and left blood. In addition to the bloodstains, some human tissues were also extracted from the scene, which can prove that Sun Gaofei was killed and the murderer destroyed the body in some way. Yu Wenjing stared at Su Yan, observing her reaction. In addition to Sun Gaofei, 2 other people also died at the scene. One was Sun Gaofei's younger brother Sun Daqiang, and the other is unknown. 3 people died. Su Yan was surprised. Any clues? Not yet, so I came to find President Su to find out the situation. Where was Mr. Su last night? At home. Can anyone prove it? Why, do you suspect that I killed Sun Gaofei? Su Yan's expression turned cold. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Su. I'm just trying to understand the situation. Yu Wenjing shook her head. After all, the 2 incidents can be linked together. Finding out the cause of his death may also reveal why he installed the bug. Xiao Yi can prove it. Su Yan's expression relaxed a little and she looked at Xiao Yi. What? Xiao Yi. They were together last night. Oh my God, what big secret did I hear? Is this something I can hear? Jiang Ru, who came in to serve tea, was so startled that she spilled some of the tea. Su Yan looked at him coldly. Jiang Ru's heart trembled. He quickly lowered his head, put down his tea and walked out. Are you Xiao Yi? Yu Wenjing looked at Xiao Yi with an unfriendly tone. She had noticed his gaze just now. Where were you last night? Is your hearing bad, or your brain bad? Xiao Yi was speechless. Boss Su has already said that she is at home. I can prove it. Where do you think I am? Am I dancing in the square? Yu Wenjing's face darkened. She asked subconsciously, but she didn't expect to be scolded. Su Yan's mouth curled up slightly. This guy's mouth was really unforgiving. They say big breasts mean no brains. I didn't believe it before, but today I believe it. Xiao Yi muttered, but his voice was not small and everyone could hear it. What did you say? Yu Wenjing was angry. Sun Gaofei is dead, you should go find the murderer instead of asking nonsense here. Xiao Yi said lightly. It's just a bug. Our President Su doesn't need to kill anyone. Besides, if it really has something to do with us, will we call the police? Calling the police won't mean anything. Yu Wenjing suppressed her anger. In many cases, the murderer took the initiative to call the police to get rid of suspicion. Captain Yuwen, what do you mean? Without waiting for Xiao Yi to say anything else, Su Yan spoke coldly. If you have evidence, come and arrest him. If you don't have evidence, please leave now. Jiang Ru, show me around. Boss Su, this is a major case involving 3 lives. I hope you can cooperate with us. Yu Wenjing looked at Su Yan and said in a deep voice. Cooperating with you means making you suspicious. Su Yan's voice became even colder. I have said what I should say. If Captain Yuan doesn't believe me, then there is nothing I can do. Boss Su, you. A policeman wanted to say something but was stopped by Yu Wenjing. Since President Su has said so, we won't bother you anymore. After Yu Wenjing finished speaking, she turned and walked out. When several policemen saw Yu Wenjing leave, they did not stay any longer. After all, Su Yan's identity was not ordinary. She was the boss of a large company, not an ordinary person, and they could not do much. Etc. Suddenly, Xiao Yi spoke. Captain Yuan, if you find out the purpose of Sun Gaofei installing the bug, remember to tell us. After all, we have also reported it to the police. This is not my responsibility. Yu Wenjing left the office without looking back. Xiao Yi looked at Yu Wenjing's back, his eyes flashed. Could it be that this woman suspected something? Having big breasts doesn't necessarily mean you're brainless. Her reaction wasn't right. Do you know this policewoman? I don't know him, but I've heard of him. Su Yan shook her head. Why, are you interested in her? Somewhat. Xiao Yi didn't think much about it and said subconsciously. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Yan frowned slightly, and felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. This feeling made her feel inexplicably irritated. He was interested in another woman, so why did she react like this? Could it be that she really had some feelings for him? It's bigger than you, which is rare. That white shirt is about to burst, luckily there's a uniform on the outside. Xiao Yi said casually. Roll. Su Yan's pretty face turned cold and she felt even more unhappy. He actually compared himself with other women. Why are you so angry? Are you angry because I said you are not as big as her? Don't feel inferior to me. Your size is just right, and hers is too big. Xiao Yi said seriously. I prefer your kind, and you're prettier than her. Get out of here right now. Su Yan slammed the table. On the other side, Yu Wenjing left Qingyan Company with several policemen. Boss, why are we leaving? So what if they don't leave? If they don't cooperate, can we really take them back? Yu Wenjing said calmly. Xiao Li, I have a task for you. Check on that Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi. The man next to Su Yan. Boss, do you suspect him? Yu Wenjing nodded. She has always had a sharp intuition and has been extremely sensitive to the smell of blood since she was a child. She smelled blood from Xiao Yi. He was actually with Su Yan last night. I haven't heard that the most beautiful girl in Zhonghai has a boyfriend. Another policeman, some gossip. If this news gets out, so many men will be heartbroken. Did I bring you here to gossip? Yu Wenjing's voice turned cold. The policeman shrank his neck and dared not speak anymore. Let's go to the scene. Yu Wenjing closed her eyes. Tell me as soon as you find out Xiao Yi's background, notify Lao Lu and ask him to check it in the system. Yes. Xiao Li responded and made a phone call. 10 minutes later, his cell phone rang. Looking at Yu Wenjing, who was resting with her eyes closed, he hesitated and said, "Boss, Lao Lu said that he didn't find anything." Didn't find anything? Yu Wenjing opened her eyes. No information in the system? No. As long as they are in China, they should have the information. Xiaoli, you should start with Qingyan Company. Yes. In the warehouse, Su Kai was completely numb as he looked at the mountains of jadeite in front of him. How much is this worth? Although the imperial green and royal purple are extremely valuable, they are just 2 pieces. They are far less visually impactful than the mountains of jade in front of you. The stone-cutting machine was still running, and jadeite was continuously being cut out. Not only he was numb, but everyone in the warehouse was numb. Go turn on all the cameras in the warehouse. Su Kai thought of something and explained it. With so many jades, what if someone gets greedy and secretly hides a small piece? President Su kept him, which means he trusts him, and he must live up to this trust. By noon, only a small half of the raw stones that had been brought back had been cracked. Xiao Yi and Su Yan came over, and the latter looked at the mountain of jade with excitement in her eyes. Su Yan, I have made great contributions, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Didn't I make you the vice president? You want me to be the vice president? You obviously want me to be a knife so that you can achieve your goal of killing someone with a borrowed knife. Xiao Yi curled his lips. I just don't like exposing you. Then how do you want me to express it? Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi and asked. Tonight, I'll go to your room. Xiao Yi blushed. Shut up. Su Yan looked at his face and wanted to slap him. What are you thinking about? I mean, I'll go to your room and continue to suppress the love poison for you. Xiao Yi's expression straightened. Don't forget, you still have bugs inside you. Su Yan's face changed slightly. If Xiao Yi hadn't reminded her, she would have really forgotten about it. If it is not suppressed, it will become active. When it becomes active to a certain extent, it will really lead to sexual intercourse. Xiao Yi said in a serious tone. Don't blame me then. After work, let's find a hotel. Su Yan thought about it and whispered. She didn't want to do anything in the villa. What if Wei Yiqing saw it, wouldn't she misunderstand? You want to go get a room with me? Xiao Yi said deliberately. Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to Xiao Yi and looked at Xiao Ying. How many pieces have you solved? 3 stone-cutting machines worked together and cut 108 pieces. Xiao Ying replied. Continue in the afternoon. You take them to dinner. After Su Yan finished speaking, she turned and left. Brother Yi, you must help your brothers get rich. After Su Yan left, Su Kai came over. What kind of fortune? I have good news for you. Sun Gaofei is dead. Xiao Yi looked at Su Kai and said. What? Sun Gaofei is dead. Su Kai's eyes widened. How did he die? It seems like someone killed him. The police just came to investigate the situation. Xiao Yi said lightly. Brother Yi, it can't be you. Su Kai's face changed as he thought of something. Don't talk nonsense. I don't even have the guts to kill a chicken, so how can I dare to kill a person? Xiao Yi interrupted Su Kai. I was with President Su the whole night. How could I possibly kill Sun Gaofei? Ah. You're with Mr. Su. Su Kai was even more shocked when he heard that Sun Gaofei was dead. You. I'm Mr. Su's bodyguard. Do I have to be protected 24 hours a day? Xiao Yi took out a cigarette and threw one to Su Kai. If the police come to you to investigate the situation, you know what to say, right? Su Kai was stunned for a moment, then nodded and lit a cigarette for Xiao Yi. Brother Yi, don't worry. I just told you this morning that the bug was installed by Sun Gaofei. Hee hee. Xiao Yi smiled with satisfaction, patted Su Kai on the shoulder, and left. Su Kai looked at Xiao Yi's back and felt uneasy. Was he really the one who killed Sun Gaofei? After lunch, Xiao Yi returned to the office. Just as he was about to play a game, a message came in. 300 million has arrived. This woman really gave me 300 million. Xiao Yi was startled, then realized that it was Su Yan who turned over. He thought about it, stopped playing games, took his phone, and went straight to the president's office. I said it was a gift for you, why did you transfer the money? Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan. It's too expensive. I can't accept it. Su Yan shook her head. As I said before, I will pay you 300 million first, and then I will give you a bonus if you find the emerald later. You are insulting me with money. Xiao Yi was angry. Hasn't the 800,000 already been an insult? That's different, that's. Okay, just think of this 300 million as a maintenance fee. Su Yan interrupted Xiao Yi. Let you be the leader of the gigolo world. Well, you really are concerned about my health. Xiao Yi grinned. 300 million, and you want to smash all my clothes. I tell you, you succeeded. Su Yan was speechless. What a mess. Do you have anything to do this afternoon? Warehouse stone cutting. You are not needed over there. Come with me. What? Go to another rough stone market. No, let's go to the hotel. Ah. Get a room. Xiao Yi opened his eyes wide and covered his chest. Can't you wait to go home? You're too impatient. Shut up. Su Yan slammed the table. Go suppress the love poison. Oh, it's the love suppressant. I thought you were going to sleep with me. Xiao Yi was a little disappointed. Why do we have to go to a hotel? You can just suppress it at home at night. You have to pay for a room. I spend money. Su Yan threw down a sentence and walked outside. A few minutes later, the two drove out of the company and came to a 5-star hotel. Su Yan, wearing sunglasses, still couldn't hide her stunning beauty. When she paid the room fee, the receptionist looked at Xiao Yi differently. He brought such a beautiful woman to check into a hotel, and actually asked the woman to pay. Not a man. Well. Xiao Yi sighed, looking helpless, as if he was forced to come here. His expression stunned the receptionist. What was going on? Can't a woman be stronger than a man? Or does the rich sister have a happy ball? In an instant, the receptionist imagined a lot of plots. The two took the elevator upstairs. Su Yan kept a cold face the whole time, hiding her inner panic. This is her first time to check into a hotel with a man. Arriving at the luxury suite, Su Yan threw down a sentence and hurried to the master bedroom. I'm going to take a shower. She didn't know how to face Xiao Yi. Although it was not the first time, she felt shy when she thought of the scene last time. No, wait until you're done before you take a shower. By then you'll be all sweaty and you'll definitely need to take a shower. Xiao Yi blinked. Let's get things done first. Speak properly. Su Yan glared at Xiao Yi. What was that? What was that? He must have done it on purpose. Okay, suppress the love poison first. Xiao Yi had no choice but to take out the silver needle. Come on, go to the bedroom and take off your clothes on the bed. You are not allowed to look around, and you are not allowed to touch anything. Coming to the bedroom, Su Yan gritted her teeth and took off her coat. Last time, she was mentally prepared, and after drinking, she just went for it. But this time they were alone with each other, and she felt a little uncomfortable. I've seen what I should see, and I've touched what I should touch, let's hurry up. Xiao Yi urged. It's not in line with your character to be so timid. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Yan glared at him fiercely, made up her mind, and quickly took off her clothes, leaving only her underwear. Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan's fair skin and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. I have a suggestion. It's too troublesome to suppress it like this. Why don't we? Don't even think about it. Su Yan pulled the quilt over her seductive body. Okay, as long as you don't mind the trouble. Xiao Yi shrugged and walked to the bed. Please lift the quilt. How can I insert the needle like this? Bring it on. Su Yan gritted her teeth, lifted the quilt and closed her eyes. Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan's almost naked body and swallowed wildly. Fortunately, he had released himself the night before, otherwise he would have easily lost control today. What are you doing? Hurry up. Although Su Yan closed her eyes, her woman's intuition still made her feel Xiao Yi's gaze wandering over her. Her fair face turned red. Here I come. Xiao Yi calmed down and concentrated. The silver needle dropped and held Su Yan's wrist. Su Yan's body trembled, and she felt a warm current flowing into her body from her wrist. As the true energy flowed, the silver needles trembled. Su Yanxiang was sweating profusely, and couldn't help but make a sound. What a sin. Xiao Yi also felt extremely tortured and wanted to just pounce on him. But the gentleman persona has already been established and cannot collapse. How many more times do you need? Su Yan panted. 2 or 3 times. Xiao Yi replied. I have never understood why they would use the love spell on you. Su Yan did not answer. She used all her rationality to resist a certain impulse. This love poison did work. Especially during this suppression process, it is extremely active. She felt weak all over, her legs were twisted into a knot, the sheets beneath her were also wet. Ah. You're yelling here, I'm going to take a cold shower. Xiao Yi threw down a sentence and rushed into the bathroom. As soon as Xiao Yi left, Su Yan couldn't bear it anymore and screamed out loudly. This cry made her feel much more comfortable than holding it in. I'll push you sooner or later. In the bathroom, even with the cold water poured on him, Xiao Yi still felt scalding hot. He practiced his skills and was able to calm himself down. When he came out of the bathroom, Su Yan was still screaming, her voice a little hoarse. Is it that serious? Xiao Yi was speechless. If this really came to a head, wouldn't she have blown the roof off? But he quickly realized that it was probably the love poison that was causing the problem. He took out another silver needle and stabbed it down quickly. Ah! A high-pitched cry was heard, and Su Yan's body trembled and she fainted. No way. This can even fly. Xiao Yi glanced down and saw that there was a large wet spot on the bed sheet. He checked Su Yan's condition and felt relieved after confirming that she fainted due to excessive stimulation and sudden relaxation. Give it a kiss, it can't be in vain. Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan's beautiful face, which was white and rosy and as delicate as a baby's, and kissed her hard. A kiss to my fiancé is nothing. According to old man Su, they should have already had their wedding night. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Su Yan woke up slowly and felt relaxed all over. Now that you're done, take a shower and I'll wait for you outside. Without waiting for her to recover, Xiao Yi threw down a word and went out. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi's back, and when she thought of how she looked just now, her pretty face flushed, but her heart was slightly shaken. Just now, all she could think about was him. In the living room, Xiao Yi was smoking a cigarette, his mind distracted. Fortunately it's a sweet. I can look at it but I can't eat it. It's such a sin. Xiao Yi cursed and turned on the TV, but his eyes kept glancing towards the master bedroom. He was fantasizing that Su Yan would come out, hook her finger at him, and shout, "Good brother, come here quickly," and he would pounce on her in a moment. Unfortunately, YY is YY and reality is reality. With Su Yan's personality, it is impossible for her to do such a thing. You are so ignorant. I gave you jadeite worth 200 million yuan, and you didn't show any appreciation. With this money, you can easily buy all the clothes of any female star. Xiao Yi complained, but if Su Yan's clothes could really be smashed off, she would not be the woman he was interested in. A bell rang. Hey, Four Eyes. Xiao Yi answered the phone with a serious expression. Any news about the 10 divine artifacts? Well, Brother Yi, I'll send you the details via email. Forai's voice came from the receiver. In Zhonghai, the official forces are also investigating. It is said that it is the Donghuang Bell. Donghuang Bell. Xiao Yi's eyes flashed. Is the Donghuang Bell really in Zhonghai? Qianlong Mountain and Dongshan Island are probably the largest. In addition, not only the Chinese government, but also many foreign forces have quietly entered Zhonghai, and their target is the Donghuang Bell. Four Eyes continued. Especially the superpowers. Their strongest departments have also sent people there. Do they dare to spy on China's things? Xiao Yi's expression turned cold. Check their whereabouts. Once they come, don't leave. My brother E hates evil as much as he hates evil. Awesome. If they knew that Hades had returned, they would definitely think twice before going. Stop talking nonsense, keep your eyes on this, and notify me immediately if there is any news. Okay. After the two chatted for a few more sentences, Xiao Yi hung up the phone and opened his email. Qianlong Mountain is located in the south of Zhonghai, and Dongshan Island is located in the east of Zhonghai. I have to go and take a look sometime. Xiao Yi watched and pondered. Just as he was thinking about it, the bedroom door opened and Su Yan came out. At this moment, she had already taken a shower and put on her clothes. When she met Xiao Yi's gaze, her heart started to panic, and her pretty face became even colder. Only in this way can I hide my inner panic and shyness. It's still more attractive without clothes on in bed. Xiao Yi put away his phone, looked at Su Yan, and made a comment. She was as passionate as fire just now, which is completely different from her current iceberg state. Shut up. Su Yan almost broke down when she heard Xiao Yi's words. Walk. You spent thousands of dollars, and you're leaving now. Isn't that a bit of a waste? Xiao Yi said. If I had known this earlier, it would have been great to open a room for an hour. Have you ever seen a luxury suite with hourly rooms? I can't afford to lose that person. After Su Yan finished speaking, she walked outside. If you think it's a waste, you can stay here for one night. Xiao Yi was somewhat tempted. How about asking Wei Yiqing to stay over for a night? But after thinking about it again, I decided to give up. Not to mention that Wei Yiqing would definitely not agree. What if Su Yan suddenly gets the urge to catch the adulterer again? Isn't that the end? Wait, I think we should watch some TV before we go. When getting on the elevator, Xiao Yi suddenly said. Why? Su Yan frowned. What kind of plane was he making? The time is too short. When I check out, won't they look at me strangely? Will they think I'm not good enough? If I perform normally, it will take at least 3 hours. Xiao Yi said seriously. How about we go back and watch 2 more episodes of the TV series? Su Yan was speechless. How could this be related to this? She was too lazy to pay attention to Xiao Yi. After the elevator door opened, she walked out. Alas, my lifelong reputation has been ruined just like that. Xiao Yi sighed and followed. Soon, the two left the hotel and drove back to the company. Next time, can we not go to the hotel? It's okay if we go, we can stay a little longer. When getting off the car, Xiao Yi said righteously. Can. Su Yan thought about it and agreed. I'm going to the warehouse, are you coming? Go. The two came to the warehouse, and most of the raw stones had been cut, and the jade mountain was even bigger. Boss Su. Thank you for your hard work. Su Yan looked at Xiao Ying and Su Kai and nodded. It's not hard, it's what we should do. The two of them said hurriedly. Su Yan came to the Emerald Mountain, looked up, and her eyes flickered with a strange light. Even though Qingyan Company has been established for several years, this is the first time she has seen so much jade. Even if you went to the jade market in the past, you wouldn't see so many. When will you go again? Xiao Yi came to Su Yan and asked. As long as you want it, there is plenty of jade. Wait until we finish counting this batch of jadeite. There's no rush. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi, but still resisted the urge to ask him how he did it. If we have a chance, let's go to Myanmar. She is an ambitious woman. Since Xiao Yi can extract jadeite, the raw stone market in Zhonghai can no longer satisfy her appetite. Next, Qingyan Company will develop in great strides, go abroad and go to the world. Although there are many jades in front of you, they are far from enough. That's what I thought. Xiao Yi nodded. He also wanted to absorb more spiritual energy so as to break through the bottleneck as soon as possible and enter a new realm. Mr. Su. Jiang Ru, who had just received news about Su Yan, came to the warehouse. When she saw the mountains of jade, she was stunned. Xiaoying, give her a confidentiality agreement. Yes. Jiang Ru signed the agreement without hesitation and was shocked. Why are there so many jades? She thought of something and looked at Xiao Yi. Could it be that he had picked all of them? If so, an ordinary vice president can no longer stop him. He must be an executive vice president, the one ranked first. Vice President Li and Vice President Lu are not even worthy of carrying Brother Yi's shoes. Jiang Ru, you and Xiaoying are in charge of the jadeite here. Ask Lu Rong and the others to come over, number them, sort them out, and hand them over to me. Su Yan assigned the task. Yes, Mr. Su. Jiang Ru responded. Although these jades were not his, he felt satisfied just by touching them. Hey, Mr. Su, I'm the vice president now, do I also need a female secretary or something? Xiao Yi suddenly said. Secretary. Su Yan looked over. Any requests? White skin, beautiful face, long legs. Xiao Yi blurted out. Su Yan's face darkened. Are you looking for a secretary? Just kidding. Whatever you can do will do. Xiao Yi said embarrassedly. Jiang Ru looked at Xiao Yi. When he said, capable, did he mean anything else? How about I let Jiang Ru be your secretary? Su Yan said calmly. Jiang Ru was shocked. She couldn't do that. No, forget it, I was just joking. Xiao Yi refused. Jiang Ru was Su Yan's confidant. Wouldn't that be an extra pair of eyes if she came to be by his side? If there is any movement on his side, she must be the first to know. Jiang Ru was overthinking it. What? You still don't like me? I also have fair skin, beautiful looks and long legs. As for whether it can be done, Brother Yi is so handsome, it's not impossible to consider it. Su Yan went back to work, and Xiao Yi had nothing to do, so he stayed in the warehouse and boasted to Su Kai. Brother Yi, am I bad? After Su Kai went to help carry the raw stone, Jiang Ru came over and asked in a low voice. Very bad. What do you mean? Xiao Yi was a little confused. Just now you asked for a female secretary. President Su asked me to be your female secretary. Why did you refuse? Jiang Ru felt a little aggrieved. I don't have fair skin, beautiful face and long legs. Not only do I have fair skin, beautiful face and long legs, I also have breasts and a butt. Forehead. Listening to Jiang Ru's words, Xiao Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So it was about this matter. He wanted to say, you're not bad, but when he looked at Jiang Ru, he wanted to tease her. Boobs and butt. Where? Let me see. You are a hooligan. Jiang Ru's pretty face turned slightly red. Just looking at it makes you a hooligan. I haven't even said I'll touch it. Xiao Yi teased Jiang Ru and was in a good mood. This is much more interesting than practicing sword on Mount Buzhou. People are ignoring you. Jiang Ru didn't dare to stay any longer and left in a hurry, as if Xiao Yi would come up to her if she stayed any longer. Hey, let's talk for a while. Xiao Yi shouted. Brother Yi, I'm here to chat with you. Su Kai is back. What the hell are you talking about? How can you feel the same as talking to a grown man and a little girl? Xiao Yi was not happy. In fact, I think that apart from satisfying physiological needs, it is more enjoyable for men to play with other men. Su Kai said seriously. Really? Xiao Yi quite agreed with this statement. When it was almost time to get off work, the stone crushing machine finally stopped and all the raw stones were crushed. This is because Xiao Yi had marked the lines, so he could just solve the problem directly, which greatly shortened the time. Otherwise, it would take 3 days to finish. It is worth mentioning that 2 top-quality jadeite comparable to imperial green and royal purple were unearthed. Su Yan, who heard the news, came hurriedly, unable to hide her excitement. Calm down. There will be plenty of jades like this in the future. Xiao Yi said lightly. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi with anticipation. You will work overtime tonight to count all the jadeite and mark the serial numbers. Su Yan explained. Su Kai, you take the guard. Please rest assured, Mr. Su. I promise that there will be no problems with these jades. I will not sleep tonight and I won't even blink an eye. Su Kai, who was originally thinking about going out to celebrate, immediately issued a military order. Okay, everyone who works overtime or is on duty tonight will receive a bonus of 30,000 yuan. Su Yan was in a good mood and was also exceptionally generous. Thank you, President Su. Su Kai and others screamed. Jiang Ru, ask the finance department to transfer 500,000 yuan to Master Qian. Su Yan said again. Master Qian, remember the confidentiality agreement you signed. We are old acquaintances, and you should know me well. Don't worry, Mr. Su. We promise not to say a word. Master Qian said hurriedly. After everything was arranged, it was time to get off work. My grandpa asked us to go back and eat. Su Yan said to Xiao Yi. What do you mean your grandpa? That's our grandpa. Xiao Yi emphasized. Do you believe it or not, if I call him grandpa, he will jump for joy. Su Yan was speechless, she believed it. The two drove out of the company and headed to the Su family. Don't people in the company know your identity? Xiao Yi thought of something and asked. Have no idea. Su Yan shook her head. Few people know my identity. That's right. The Su family is the top existence in Zhonghai. They are not in the same world as most people. Only a few people in the same world know this. Xiao Yi nodded. Class barriers can block too many things. We all live in the same Zhonghai, but not in the same world. What you said is quite interesting. Su Yan glanced at Xiao Yi and said. Xiao Yi smiled and was about to say something when he suddenly frowned. We are being followed. Being followed? Where? Su Yan was startled and looked back. Those 3 black SUVs followed us after they came out of the company, and they kept getting closer and closer. Xiao Yi looked at the rearview mirror. Who are they? Could they be police officers? Su Yan thought of something and said. Probably not. Even if they suspect us and follow us, it's meaningless. Xiao Yi stepped on the accelerator. We'll soon find out who it is. The Maserati roared and quickly weaved through the traffic. 3 black off-road vehicles also increased their speed, and caught up closely. At this moment, even Su Yan noticed something unusual and her expression turned cold. Aren't you afraid? Xiao Yi noticed Su Yan's reaction and asked curiously. With you here, I have nothing to fear. Su Yan's voice was cold. Hee hee. Xiao Yi was happy. He turned the steering wheel and the Maserati left the traffic and drove towards a remote place. Squeak. There was a sharp brake sound and the Maserati stopped. I'll go ask them who they are. You wait for me in the car. Xiao Yi said as he unbuckled his seat belt. Ask. Will they tell? Su Yan said subconsciously. Haha, they can't help but say it. Xiao Yi smiled, opened the car door, got out, and looked at the 3 SUVs behind. Papa. More than a dozen men holding sticks got off the SUV and walked towards Xiao Yi with ferocious looks. Originally, they were planning to find a place with fewer cars and force the Maserati to stop. Unexpectedly, the car stopped by itself. Why did you come down here too? Hearing the noise, Xiao Yi turned his head and looked at Su Yan. Didn't I tell you to wait for me in the car? I'll come down and see what's going on. Xiao Yi was speechless. At least you said, I'm worried about you, which would have touched me. Mr. Qingyan Su, right? The leading man looked at Su Yan and his heart was moved. Isn't she too beautiful? To me. Su Yan frowned. Aren't you talking nonsense? I just came to Zhonghai, I'm kind to everyone, I don't have any enemies. If they're not coming for you, are they coming for me? Xiao Yi curled his lips. Who are you? Su Yan ignored Xiao Yi and asked in a cold voice. I won't tell you who we are. Someone asked me to tell President Su a message. This is just a small lesson. Originally I just wanted to smash the car, but now I'm interested in people too. President Su, will you have a drink with us tonight? The leading man said with a smile. I promise to finish my drink and send President Su home safely. Don't bother sending it, I'll send it. Xiao Yi spoke lightly and walked forward. I like to convince people with reason. As long as you tell me who asked you to come, I will let you leave standing. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, the leading man's smile disappeared and his expression became ferocious. Boy, are you so arrogant. Brothers, smash the car and this boy too. Don't hurt President Su, she still has to drink with us. Good. A dozen men responded and rushed towards Xiao Yi excitedly. After smashing it, I can take Su Yan out for a drink. After drinking, there must be other programs. Just thinking about it made them excited. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous noises were heard, and more than a dozen men flew out, with sticks falling to the ground. Xiao Yi put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly towards the leading man. Stop right there. If you move again, I'll beat you to death. The leading man panicked when he saw Xiao Yi getting closer. He pulled out a gun from his waist and pointed it at him. Xiao Yi looked at the black muzzle of the gun, paused, and raised his eyebrows. Su Yan's face changed. The other party actually had a gun. In trouble. She wanted to call the police, but found her cell phone in the car. Boy, you're really good at fighting. When the leading man saw that Xiao Yi didn't move, his expression became ferocious. So what if I can fight? I have a gun and can kill you in a minute. Xiao Yi was speechless. Just a broken pistol gave him so much confidence. Was he too arrogant? Go, break your legs, or I'll blow your head off. The leading man motioned for him to pick up a stick and cut off his legs. Stop bragging. With the power of this gun, it can't blow my head off. Xiao Yi said this and walked forward again. Stop right there. When the leading man saw that Xiao Yi dared to move forward, his face changed and he shouted loudly. If you move again, I'll shoot. Su Yan's heart rose to her throat and she held her breath. Xiao Yi, don't be impulsive. Don't worry, a broken gun can't hurt me. Xiao Yi turned around and smiled at Su Yan. If it hadn't happened in front of her, the Long Yuan sword would have definitely cut this guy's neck by now. Damn it, you're looking for death, I'll help you do it. The leading man was enraged and pulled the trigger hard. Bang. The gun went off. Xiao Yi's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. The bullet missed and hit the big tree next to him. The leading man was shocked. Where are the others? Before he could find Xiao Yi, his wrist suddenly tightened and there was another person in front of him. Xiao Yi grabbed the wrist holding the gun, exerted force, and with a click, the wrist broke. Ah! The leading man screamed in agony. Don't scream yet. The more painful things are still to come. Xiao Yi took the gun, pointed it at his shoulder, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Ah! The leading man screamed even louder. Tell me, who asked you to come? Xiao Yi asked calmly. Ah! The leading man was in so much pain that he couldn't hear Xiao Yi's questions clearly. Bang! Xiao Yi shot again, this time hitting his other shoulder. I'll ask you again, who asked you to come? It's Li Mingjie. The leading man heard it this time and shouted loudly. He asked me to come. Is it him? Su Yan, who was far away, looked surprised. Who is Li Mingjie? Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan. The boss of Zhongyuan Jewelry wanted to acquire Qingyan, but I rejected him. Su Yan replied. Today, he called me and asked me to think about it carefully. Because I was rejected, I'm here to teach you a lesson. Xiao Yi suddenly realized, lowered the gun and pulled the trigger again. Bang! The bullet hit his thigh, leaving a bloody hole. Don't move. If I miss and cut off your little brother, you can't blame me. Xiao Yi looked at the man who was holding his legs and screaming on the ground, and gave a kind reminder. A broken leg can be healed, but if that thing is broken, your life will be ruined. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, the leading men endured the severe pain and dared not move any more. Brother, forgive me, I was wrong. Wrong. You don't want Mr. Su to drink with you. No, no. Aren't you going to send Mr. Su home? No, no. Oh. Xiao Yi nodded and fired another shot, hitting his other thigh. Congratulations, you didn't miss. You are still a man. Ah. The leading man rolled on the ground in pain, his teeth broken. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi. Is this guy a devil? Xiao Yi threw away the gun with an empty magazine, turned around and walked towards Su Yan. Let's go, Grandpa is waiting for us to eat. Ah. Oh oh. Su Yan came to her senses. How did he manage to be so calm? What on earth has this man been through? Is the scene before him a piece of cake for him? At this moment, her curiosity about Xiao Yi became even stronger. The two men returned to the car, and the Maserati roared and drove away from the scene. What are you going to do with this Li Mingjie? Xiao Yi asked while driving. I haven't thought about it yet. How about calling the police? Su Yan said. Are you stupid? I just killed someone, and you want to call the police. Do you want to arrest Li Mingjie or me? Xiao Yi was not happy. Well, didn't you say that if you have any problems, you should go to the police? It was you who suggested calling the police in the case of Sun Gaofei. How can it be the same? Li Mingjie has someone come to teach you a lesson, so how about I arrange for him to be taught a lesson? How to teach a lesson? No more police will come to me and say that Li Mingjie was killed, right? Su Yan stared at Xiao Yi and said. Xiao Yi's heart skipped a beat. This girl still doubts herself. If he uses his own method to smash your car, I will also find someone to smash his car. It doesn't make any sense. Then cripple him and let him lie in the hospital. Have you always been this violent? Hey, I'm trying to help you solve a problem, and you actually accuse me of being violent. Xiao Yi stared. By the way, this Li Mingjie doesn't know your identity either. He doesn't deserve it yet. Su Yan said calmly. Although Zhongyuan jewelry ranks high in the industry and he is also a well-known rich man, he is nothing compared to the real wealthy families. There are no less than 10 companies under the Su family that are the size of Zhongyuan jewelry. That's right. The real great people are hiding behind the scenes and will never appear on this list or that list. Xiao Yi nodded. Tomorrow, I will call Li Mingjie to see what his attitude is. Su Yan thought about it and said. Don't rush into anything. Good. Xiao Yi didn't take it seriously, he was just a small figure. 20 minutes later, the two returned to the Su family manor. Grandpa Su and others were already waiting for them at the gate. Su Yan was surprised. Although she was very favored, she had never been treated like this before. Then, she thought of something and looked at Xiao Yi. Could he be waiting for him here? When the two got out of the car, they saw Mr. Su walking towards Xiao Yi with a smile on his face. Xiao Yi, you're back. Are you tired? Xiao Yan is really something. Why did she let you drive? Su Yan looked at her grandfather who had always loved her, with a face full of question marks. Wasn't this a bit too much? Come on, come in quickly, I have asked them to prepare the meal. Old Master Su still didn't look at Su Yan. He took Xiao Yi's hand and walked inside. Su Yan's face darkened. My goodness, I am not your granddaughter. He is your grandson. Xiao Yan, why are you still standing there? Come in. After walking a few steps, Grandpa Su finally remembered his granddaughter and greeted her. Hearing her grandfather's greeting, Su Yan's expression eased slightly. Just as she was about to catch up, she heard Mr. Su say again, come in and have a few drinks with Xiaoyi. Su Yan paused and her face darkened again. So she was just a drinking companion. Not bad, at least I greeted you. If we didn't see this guy coming, would we all be invisible? Su Mingjie said. Everyone in the Su family smiled bitterly. It was true. One by one, they had become outsiders. Xiao Yi was closer to them than their own grandson. Su Yan ignored her father and walked inside in her high heels. Arriving at the restaurant, Mr. Su asked Xiao Yi to sit next to him. "Xiao Yi, how have you been these days?" Xiao Yan is a cold-tempered girl, but she has a good heart. She shouldn't have bullied you, right? No, we get along very well. Xiao Yi glanced at Su Yan and said, "Haha, that's good. You should work hard and try to give birth to a big fat boy as soon as possible." Mr. Su's face was all smiles. "Just give birth to the child and I'll take care of him. When he grows up, I'll let him inherit the Su family's business." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the Su family members changed. Let an outsider inherit the Su family's business. Is the old man confused? Or maybe Xiao Yi gave me some kind of love potion. "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" Su Yan also noticed that the atmosphere at the dinner table had changed and couldn't help but say something. "And, how come she gave birth to a fat boy? She didn't sleep with Xiao Yi." "What did I say? Do you think I'm kidding? As long as I'm alive, I have the final say in the Su family." Mr. Su glanced across the room, his tone indifferent. The Su family members were startled. No one dared to look at the old man and they all lowered their heads. "No, my son doesn't like the Su family's little tricks." What the Su family didn't expect was that Xiao Yi refused, and spoke very arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, that's right." Mr. Su was not angry, but laughed instead. "Then the Su family's assets will be used as pocket money for him. By the way, Xiao Yi, this is Xiaoyan's dowry, the documents for the Banshan Manor, and your name is written on it." "My name?" Xiao Yi was stunned. The old man was quite generous. This manor seemed to be worth 800 million. "Yes, it's not your name. I was afraid you wouldn't feel comfortable living here. There's a check for 800 million in here, which is also a dowry. You can spend it as you like." "Mr. Su, didn't you say 200 million that day?" "Haha, I'm just worried that you won't have enough to spend. Just spend as much as you can and tell me when you're done." Mr. Su smiled. "Grandpa, are you sure this is my dowry?" Su Yan couldn't help but say. "The manor is in Xiao Yi's name and the money is given to him. What does she have to do with this? Of course, you and Xiao Yi are a family, so why bother about whose it is? Isn't yours his?" After Mr. Su finished speaking, he patted Xiao Yi's hand. "Put it away and have a few drinks with me tonight." "Good." Xiao Yi thought about it and put away all the documents. "This old man Su really treats me very well." He decided that after dinner, he would help him recuperate so that he could live a few more years. The food and drinks were served one after another and the dinner began. However, except Grandpa Su and Xiao Yi, everyone else had something on their mind. Especially Su Minghui and others, it's like chewing wax. The Su family is about to become outsiders, what are they? This old man is too partial. Some people even wondered why the old man didn't die a few days ago. He should die quickly, otherwise when Xiao Yi and Su Yan had a child, the Su family would really have the surname Xiao. There's nothing dangerous these days, right? After drinking a few glasses of wine, Mr. Su thought of something and asked. "I was followed on my way back just now." Xiao Yi said casually. "What's going on?" Mr. Su frowned. "Grandpa, just a little thing." Su Yan said hurriedly. "Don't talk, Xiao Yi, tell me, what's going on?" Mr. Su said in a deep voice. "Are you here for Xiaoyan?" "Well, she's a competitor." Xiao Yi glanced at Su Yan and explained briefly. "Zhongyuan jewelry. Ha, this Li Mingjie is so bold that he even dares to scare my granddaughter." Mr. Su slammed the table. "Boss, you handle this matter. Within 3 days, get Li Mingjie out of Zhonghai, take over Zhongyuan jewelry, and merge it into Xiaoyan's company." "Grandpa, what are you doing? We agreed that you wouldn't interfere in my affairs." Su Yan was anxious. "That's when no one is threatening your personal safety." Mr. Su had a gloomy face. "At this critical moment, I will not allow any accidents to happen." "Grandfather." Seeing that she couldn't make sense, Su Yan thought of something and looked at Xiao Yi. "Please. Xiao Yi lip-synced. Su Yan gritted her teeth and still gave a please look. She knew very well that at this table, only Xiao Yi could make Grandpa change his mind. Grandpa, please don't worry about this little thing. With me here, how can Li Mingjie hurt Xiao Yan? Xiao Yi smiled. I'll find some time to get this resolved. Okay. When Mr. Su heard Xiao Yi say this, he nodded. Then I'll trouble you. Look at what you said. Aren't we a family? Xiao Yan's money is my money, and her affairs are also my affairs. Xiao Yi said seriously. Ha ha ha, yes, yes, come on, drink. Mr. Su was very happy. An hour later, the dinner was over and Mr. Su took Xiao Yi to have tea. All of you go down and don't disturb me and Xiao Yi chatting. Su Minghui and others looked at the old man, wondering what he was talking about. They had to leave. Could it be that they are talking about how the Su family should have the surname Xiao? However, since the old man had spoken, they did not dare to stay and just left. Xiao Yan, you go down too. Grandpa Su looked at his granddaughter and said. Ah. I have to go too. Su Yan was stunned. Yes, are you staying at the Su's house tonight? Or you can go back and clean up the room and wait for Xiao Yi to come back. Mr. Su nodded. No, just chat. Su Yan was unhappy and got up and left. This girl. Old Master Su shook his head helplessly and looked at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, those two guys are dead, you don't have any thoughts, right? As people get older, their hearts become softer. I'm really scared. What if they find out who they are, what shall I do? I understand. Xiao Yi nodded. Just as he guessed, the two men were killed by the old man. But what will you do if this person doesn't cherish the opportunity and doesn't stop? How about leaving it to you? Mr. Su's expression turned cold and he spoke slowly. This not only involves my safety, but also Xiao Yan's safety. So, I will only be soft-hearted this once. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yi was stunned. Do you know why they put the love poison on Xiao Yan? Well, you've been with Xiao Yan these past few days, so you should have noticed it, right? Mr. Su smiled. Back then, the old immortal made the marriage contract partly because of this. Xiao Yi was confused. What did he realize? Because of this? What did it mean? Mr. Su, can you explain it more clearly? Why? Xiao Yi asked curiously. Huh? You didn't notice? Mr. Su was a little surprised. The old immortal said that Xiao Yan has a unique physique for dual cultivation. Practicing dual cultivation with her will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Didn't you and Xiao Yan already have sex? How could you not notice it? Bang. Xiao Yi slapped his thigh hard, making a crisp sound. Su Yan actually has a unique dual cultivation physique. What on earth had he missed? To be praised by his master as one in a million, he must be extraordinary. If I had known this would happen, I would have pushed this girl away no matter what. No, I can't let her go today. Xiao Yi, what's wrong with you? Mr. Su was startled. My legs are numb. Pat them to get the blood flowing. Xiao Yi forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Why didn't you tell me about this last time? As a grandfather, it's hard for me to talk about this kind of thing, and Xiao Yan was there at the time. Mr. Su said. I thought that if you two slept together, you would find out. If you want to practice dual cultivation, you need a dual cultivation technique. Wait for me to ask my master. Xiao Yi responded with one sentence, he couldn't say it either, Su Yan and I didn't sleep together at all. Oh, so that's how it is. I don't really understand your cultivation either. Mr. Su suddenly realized. I saw on TV that double cultivation means sleeping together. Mr. Su, she was poisoned by a love poison. Is it related to her physical condition? Xiao Yi changed the subject, otherwise he would regret it so much that he would want to slap himself twice. Fortunately, he is now living together with Su Yan, so there is definitely a chance. If it doesn't work, I'll find a way to take her down when I go back tonight. It should be. Mr. Su nodded. A month ago, I took Xiaoyan to a high-end auction and met a Master Murong. He was an ancient warrior and had set his eyes on Xiaoyan. He even came to me to propose marriage, but I rejected him. After I rejected him, he said he would definitely get Xiaoyan. I have been thinking about it these days. My death, including Xiaoyan's love goo, must have been caused by him. If I die, he will be able to get Xiaoyan. Since he is an ancient warrior, why doesn't he use force? Xiao Yi was puzzled. Law enforcers, there are a large number of law enforcers in a big city like Zhonghai, so he doesn't dare to use force in Zhonghai. My Su family is a wealthy family after all, so he doesn't dare to do anything openly. Mr. Su explained. Oh, yes, I forgot about the enforcer. Xiao Yi nodded. The law enforcers were a special official department that targeted ancient warriors. The knights use force to break the law. If the ancient warriors with powerful strength are not restrained, they will definitely bring disaster to the people. With the presence of law enforcers, ancient warriors became much more restrained, at least they dared not do anything openly. It's possible that he has colluded with someone in the Su family. If I die, this person will get the Su family, and he will get Xiaoyan. He may even have evil ambitions. He not only wants Xiaoyan, but also wants to control the Su family. Mr. Su said slowly. If this is true, cooperating with him is like seeking the skin of a tiger. Your analysis is very thorough. Xiao Yi nodded. Those two are dead, but Master Murong hasn't made any movement. Not yet, but there will definitely be some action. That's why I'm worried about Xiaoyan's safety and asked you to stay with her. Old Master Su looked at Xiao Yi with a pleading look. Xiao Yi, maybe this is related to the disaster that the old immortal mentioned. I leave Xiaoyan's safety to you. Well, I'm here, don't worry. Xiao Yi responded. Just guarding is too passive. The best defense is offense. Do you know the origin of this Mr. Murong? I don't know. Mr. Su shook his head. I'm investigating, but I haven't found anything yet. In fact, in the past 3 months, many practitioners have come to Zhonghai, and the number of official law enforcers has also increased. It seems to be related to the 10 great divine artifacts. You also know the 10 great artifacts. Xiao Yi's eyes flashed. One of the reasons why I came to Zhonghai is precisely the 10 divine artifacts. Oh. What exactly are these 10 divine weapons? I looked it up, but couldn't find out the details. After all, it's not something that should be understood in the secular world. Donghuang Bell, Pangu Axe. After listening to Xiao Yi's introduction, Mr. Su was stunned. Isn't this something from a myth? It actually exists. Master, if you have any news in this regard, please inform me in time. Xiao Yi said. Okay, I understand. Since you need it, I will send more people to investigate. We didn't investigate it seriously before. There are some things we shouldn't know. Knowing them will bring disaster rather than blessing. Mr. Su said in a deep voice. If the 10 great artifacts are really in Zhonghai, then Zhonghai will probably not be peaceful in the future. Continue to investigate Master Murong as well. Once I find him, I will deal with him. Xiao Yi said again. Only by getting rid of him can we prevent future troubles. You said tonight that you wanted to give the Su family to my son. Was that intentional? Xiao Yi thought of something and asked. In this case, someone from the Su family might be anxious, right? It was intentional and serious. Mr. Su said in a serious tone. As for someone, I have given him a chance. It depends on what he does. You are putting yourself in danger by doing this. People who have died once are not afraid anymore. By the way, speaking of dying once, there is something I want to ask you. When Mr. Su said this, he seemed a little embarrassed. I found that I seem to be able to do it again. It's working again. What do you mean? Xiao Yi was stunned. Well, it's just, in that aspect, I haven't felt anything for many years, but I've felt it in the last few days. Mr. Su said tactfully. In that aspect. Ah, you mean, ahem, you are still as good as ever. Xiao Yi coughed twice. No wonder the old man was embarrassed to say it. Ahem, Xiaoyi, do you know what's going on? Old Master Su also coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. It should be related to the elixir I used to save you. It was a sea dog pill refined by my master using 1,000-year-old sea dogs. It is a strong aphrodisiac. Hee hee, you can be considered a blessing in disguise. Congratulations on your second spring. Maybe you can even take 2 concubines. Xiao Yi was joking. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Mr. Su was overjoyed but also more embarrassed. How old is he, and why does he still have 2 concubines? But, it's not impossible to give it a try to have a second spring. Let me examine you. Xiao Yi stood up and grabbed Mr. Su's wrist. A few minutes later, he released her hand and said, "You are in good health now, so it will be no problem for you to take 2 more concubines." Old Master Su was speechless. This kid was a bit nonsensical. Old man, you put yourself in danger, so you should be more careful. Xiao Yi said this and took out a porcelain bottle. This is for you, keep it. The Maserati slowly drove out of the Su family's house, and Xiao Yi frequently looked at Su Yan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Why are you staring at me? Su Yan noticed Xiao Yi's gaze and frowned. She had just noticed that there was something wrong with the way this guy looked at her since he had a private chat with her grandfather. That look was like a hungry wolf seeing a piece of fat meat. Xiao Yan, you are so beautiful. Xiao Yi would never mention dual cultivation or anything like that. Sleeping together is such a pure thing, how could it be mixed with these things? He planned to coax Su Yan first. What if she was happy and agreed to let him sleep upstairs? Tell me something I don't know. Su Yan's voice was cold. Like, what did my grandpa talk to you about? We were talking about Master Murong. Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan. He suspected that his death was related to Master Murong. Master Murong? Is it him? Su Yan's expression turned cold. I heard that he went to my grandfather to propose marriage, but he was rejected by my grandfather. Well, your grandfather said that he is not worthy of you. Only I am worthy of you. We are a perfect match made in heaven. Xiao Yan, I think your grandfather's suggestion is good. What suggestions? Let's give birth to a big fat boy as soon as possible to inherit the Su family's business. Don't think I'm here to sleep with you. I'm actually doing this for the good of the Su family. Once our big fat boy is born, won't the people behind this be anxious? They'll definitely jump out. Oh. Su Yan sneered. The clanging sound of the abacus could probably be heard in the capital. Your grandfather told me that we must have a big fat boy before the Chinese New Year this year. Xiao Yi said again. I calculated that it's the right time to sow. If it's any later, it will be too late. Use your mouth while driving. If not, just shut it. Su Yan's voice became even colder. Xiao Yi stopped talking. Does this woman only respond to tough situations and not soft ones? How about, I dominate tonight? Once he gets hard, she might become soft, the kind that wants to be whipped. If it is really that Mr. Murong, what is my grandfather going to do? Su Yan asked. Xiao Yi said nothing and concentrated on driving. I'm asking you a question. You told me to shut up. Su Yan was so angry that she stopped talking. When they returned to the villa, Wei Yuqing heard the noise and came down from upstairs. Hey, going on a date? No, I went back to the Su family. Su Yan shook her head. How is your grandfather recovering? Next time you go back, tell me so I can go see Grandpa Su too. Wei Yuqing said. Good. After a few words of casual chatting, Su Yan and Wei Yuqing went upstairs, leaving Xiao Yi alone. Xiao Yi looked at the second floor, that was his dream place. I don't know when I can step onto the stage of my dreams and show my talents. Forget it, just bear with it for a while, it's on my plate anyway, it can't escape. Xiao Yi sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. His eyes turned cold as he thought of something. Su Yan is the dish on his plate. Who does this Mr. Murong think he is, that he dares to reach out for her? If you dare to reach for the chopsticks, I'll break your hand. Xiao Yi said to himself that when old man Su finds young Master Murong, he will go and break this guy's hand himself. While he was thinking about it, two people were plotting in a villa in the eastern suburbs. One of them was a long-haired young man with extremely gloomy eyes. Opposite him was a middle-aged man. This Xiao Yi was able to kill two of my men. His strength is not weak. The long-haired young man's voice was cold. However, if you dare to ruin my good deeds, no matter how strong you are, you must die. Mr. Murong, what are you going to do? The middle-aged man asked respectfully. I'll kill him when I'm done with my work in the next few days. The long-haired young man was none other than Master Murong. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was delighted. What about the old man? If you want to get Su Yan, the old man will definitely not agree if he is still alive. This old guy is lucky. He died and came back to life. Master Murong narrowed his eyes. Since he's alive, let him die again. This time, not only will I kill him, but I'll also make the rest of the Su family listen to you, so that you can control the Su family. Master Murong, if I can really control the Su family, I will definitely follow your lead. The middle-aged man was so ecstatic that he almost knelt down. Very good. Young Master Murong was very satisfied with his attitude. He nodded and took out two porcelain bottles. The one on the left, give it to the old man, the one on the right, give it to the others. The former is highly poisonous, anyone who gets it will die, the latter is a slow poison, and only by taking the antidote regularly can you survive. Their lives are in your hands, how dare they disobey you? I definitely wouldn't dare to do that. By then, I will be the head of the Su family. The middle-aged man took it and put it away carefully. When I become the head of the family, I will strip Su Yan naked and send her to your bed. Haha, go ahead. Master Murong smiled when he thought of Su Yan, the stunning beauty. After the middle-aged man left, his smile became more and more broad. A dual cultivation physique that is 1 in a million, a top-grade cauldron. When Big Brother comes, I will share this with him. My dear brothers, when good things come to you, they should be shared. I must get you. Fiancé. Die. Young Master Murong picked up the red wine in front of him and drank it all. At dawn, Xiao Yi got up and made breakfast. After he finished making breakfast, Su Yan and Wei Yuqing came down from upstairs. The two girls' eyes lit up when they looked at the rich breakfast. They sat down and started to eat with relish. Xiao Yi felt satisfied watching them like this. He knew he was definitely close to winning their stomachs. As long as we can capture their stomachs, why would we have to worry about capturing them? After breakfast, the three of them went out. When they arrived at the company, Su Yan went to work and Xiao Yi returned to his office. As soon as he sat down, a security guard reported that a female police officer named Yu Wenjing came to see him. Let her in. Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows. Why did this woman look for him instead of Su Yan? Soon, Yu Wenjing came in from outside. You're the only one here today. Why are you looking for me, Captain Yuan? Xiao Yi looked at Yu Wenjing. Apart from anything else, her figure and appearance were truly pleasing to the eye. It's a pity that I'm not wearing a uniform today, otherwise it would make people think even more. I came to talk to you about Sun Gaofei's death. Yu Wenjing came to the desk and looked at everything in the office. If the information I received is correct, you should have snatched this office from Sun Gaofei, right? How did I steal it? He just wanted to give it to me because it was too kind of him to refuse. Xiao Yi lit a cigarette. Also, he is only the manager of the security department. This office is not his, it belongs to Qingyan Company. His death has something to do with you. Yu Wenjing put her hands on the desk, leaned forward slightly, and stared into Xiao Yi's eyes. A feeling of oppression swept out from her and rushed towards Xiao Yi. Who are you trying to scare? Xiao Yi looked at Yu Wenjing and blew out a smoke ring. Captain Yuan, what did General Manager Su say yesterday? If you have evidence, come and arrest him. If you don't have evidence, don't scare me. I have been timid since I was a child and I can't stand being scared. It was you who killed Sun Gaofei. Yu Wenjing leaned forward even more, and the feeling of oppression became stronger. Captain Yuan, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. You will be held responsible for your wrong words. Xiao Yi was holding a cigarette. You said I killed Sun Gaofei, do you have any evidence? If not, I will sue you for defamation. Don't forget, Jingyan Company has a legal department. Yu Wenjing didn't say anything else. She stared at Xiao Yi, trying to see something from his face. But to her disappointment, Xiao Yi was smoking a cigarette, looking calm and composed, without any sign of nervousness or panic. Call. Xiao Yi blew out a smoke ring, which landed on Yu Wenjing's chest. It's really big. You're looking for death. When Yu Wenjing saw Xiao Yi's frivolous behavior, her expression turned cold and she clenched her hand on the table into a fist. Why, you are allowed to accuse me, but I am not allowed to do anything. Besides, what I said is the truth, it's really big. Xiao Yi said seriously. Just a friendly reminder, I'm Mr. Su's bodyguard, you probably can't beat me. Really? I'd like to test your skills. After Yu Wenjing finished speaking, she punched Xiao Yi. I fought back, so it doesn't count as assaulting a police officer, right? Xiao Yi leaned back to avoid Yu Wenjing's attack. No, I'm not wearing a uniform today. Show me your strength. Yu Wenjing said this, bending his elbow and striking sideways. If you say so, then I won't be polite. Wait, don't cry. Xiao Yi's right hand shot out like lightning, grabbed her wrist, and with a sudden force, threw her onto the sofa. Yu Wenjing was startled, and just as she was about to get up, Xiao Yi pounced on her and pressed her under him. Get down. Yu Wenjing's face changed, and she raised her right knee and hit Xiao Yi's crotch. Do you really need to be so cruel? Do you want me to have no descendants? Xiao Yi was angry. He clamped Yu Wenjing's legs, fastened her belt, turned her over, and made her lie on the sofa. Ah, what are you doing? Yu Wenjing struggled, feeling a little panicked. What are you doing? I'm going to spank you. Xiao Yi slapped Yu Wenjing hard on the butt. Bang. A crisp sound is heard and the touch is very elastic. Xiao Yi, you're looking for death, let me go. Yu Wenjing shouted angrily, when had she ever been treated like this? Let you go. Don't you want to test my strength? While Xiao Yi was talking, his hands were not idle, and they made several crackling sounds. He used so much force that his hands became numb, and he showed no mercy at all. This woman is too cruel. If she had hit him hard just now, he would have been childless. Xiao Yi, ah. Soon, Yu Wenjing screamed in pain. Go ahead and yell. The more you yell, the more excited I will be. Xiao Yi grinned and slapped him hard a few more times. Xiao Yi, I'm going to kill you, ah. As Yu Wenjing kept cursing, tears began to fall. She didn't want to cry, but it really was too painful. You can just talk, but you had to use your hands and feet. Do you feel better now? After Xiao Yi slapped someone more than 10 times in a row, he felt much better. Xiao Yi. No. Xiao Yi was stunned, and his raised palm stopped in midair. Are you crying already? Yu Wenjing gritted her teeth, her heart filled with humiliation. This revenge must be avenged. It seems like the blow was a bit heavy. Xiao Yi muttered and looked at her. We just agreed that this doesn't count as assaulting a police officer. It was you who wanted to compete with me, and you're not as skilled as me. Let me go. Yu Wenjing shouted angrily. Oh, sorry, I didn't see anything, please continue. Su Kai came in from outside and saw Xiao Yi pressing a woman with his hand on her butt, so he quickly backed out. He was very impressed. Brother Yi was so awesome. He had only been here for a few days and he had already captured one. Still in the office. Really good at playing. But who is this woman? I didn't see her face clearly just now, but I saw her but was very nice. If you stop doing this, I'll let you go. As Xiao Yi spoke, he touched Yu Wenjing's waist. He was afraid that this woman was carrying a gun. What if she came and got angry and shot him? Fortunately, she was traveling casually today and did not bring a gun. After Xiao Yi let go, Yu Wenjing was slow to get up from the sofa. It's nothing, my butt is so painful that I dare not move at all. What are you doing? You're not trying to scam me, are you? Xiao Yi asked when he saw Yu Wenjing didn't move. Xiao Yi, I won't let you go, I swear. Yu Wenjing glared at Xiao Yi, gritting her teeth. I have not committed any crime, nor have I committed any crime. What can you do to me? Xiao Yi didn't care. Very good, don't let me find evidence, otherwise, you're dead. Yu Wenjing gritted her teeth and slowly got up from the sofa. As soon as she sat down, she jumped up again quickly. Puff. Seeing that her butt seemed to have a spring, Xiao Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. I will definitely find evidence and send you to jail myself. Yu Wenjing suppressed his rage and limped out. Captain Yuan, are you leaving now? Have a cup of tea before you go. Xiao Yi looked at Yu Wenjing's back, with admiration flashing in his eyes. Even though it was violent, she could afford to lose. If you get beaten, even if you are not as skilled as others, don't fight back. No hurry, wait till I invite you to have tea. Yu Wenjing left without even turning back, saying something and slamming the door. Outside, Su Kai glanced at Yu Wenjing. Who is this person? She looks unfamiliar. Is she not from the company? Also, didn't you take off your pants just now? Why is she lame? Is Xiao Yi so powerful? After Yu Wenjing left the security department, Su Kai hurried into Xiao Yi's office. Brother Yi, what's going on? Who is that girl? Yu Wenjing. Yu Wenjing. What? She is the most beautiful policewoman in Zhonghai. Su Kai's eyes widened. Brother Yi, did you take her down? Take the yarn. She suspected that I killed Sun Gaofei. Xiao Yi was not happy. Ah. So what did you do just now? Su Kai frowned. That action just now was extremely ambiguous. She made a move on me, and I spanked her. Xiao Yi took out a cigarette and Su Kai lit it quickly. Weren't you in the warehouse? Why are you back? We finished the work over there. All the jade has been sealed. We're just waiting for President Su to come over. Is everything all right? Brother Yi, don't worry. I've been watching all night. As they were talking, Su Yan called. Come to my office. Pop. Without waiting for Xiao Yi to speak, the phone was hung up. Boss Su called. Please go to the warehouse and wait for us. Xiao Yi stood up and left. Yu Wenjing is looking for you. Xiao Yi just arrived at the president's office when he heard Su Yan ask. How do you know that? Xiao Yi was surprised. Don't forget whose company this is. I can't hide any movement from you. Su Yan said calmly. Oh, then how did you install the bug in your office? Xiao Yi pretended to be surprised. Su Yan's face suddenly turned dark. Can we have a good chat? What does she want you for? Su Yan changed the subject and asked in a cold voice. Nothing much, just said I'm handsome and wanted to get to know me. Xiao Yi was talking nonsense, he decided to put some pressure on Su Yan. They insisted on inviting me to have tea, but I refused. It's impossible to have tea during working hours. Should I take you to the police station for tea? Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi with a bit of mockery. Do you know what her nickname is? What's your name? Brother Yuan. Brother Yuan. Su Yan was stunned for a moment, then she reacted and glared at Xiao Yi. Can you please be serious? Yeah, serious, what's her name? Female Tyrannosaurus. It's quite violent. The nickname is well-deserved. She came to Zhonghai and solved many major cases. With her contributions, she should at least be a captain. Do you know why she didn't get promoted? Why? Reject the unspoken rules. What nonsense. It's because she's too violent. The criminals she's dealt with are basically not left intact. At the very least, their hands and feet are broken, and at the worst, they are. Su Yan didn't say anything else. What's the worst? Did she beat someone to death? Xiao Yi was curious. A year ago, a particularly serious sexual assault case occurred in Zhonghai. There were as many as 30 victims, ranging in age from 18 to 80. Su Yan said slowly. Wait, 80. Are you serious? Isn't this too strong? Xiao Yi interrupted Su Yan. It's true. If you don't believe me, you can search it online. Later, this guy was caught by Yu Wenjing, and she destroyed his tools. Su Yan's voice was cold. I heard that it was blown up by a gunshot and can't be restored. Hearing this, Xiao Yi felt a chill in his crotch and subconsciously clamped his legs together. That woman is so cruel. Compared to this, the kick I gave myself today that would cut off my family lineage was simply too merciful. I'm telling you this because I want to tell you that if you don't want to be crippled, stay away from her. Su Yan said calmly. No, are you jealous? Xiao Yi stared at Su Yan. I'm not jealous at all. Su Yan avoided Xiao Yi's gaze and refused to admit it. I'm doing this for your own good. Hee hee. Xiao Yi grinned. I feel like you're in love with me. Oh, don't be so self-indulgent. Su Yan sneered, stood up and walked out. To the warehouse. The two men came to the warehouse, and Jiang Ru, Su Kai and others quickly stepped forward and began to report. All jadeite is marked with serial numbers, photographed for archiving, and stored according to grade. Su Yan flipped through the record book and nodded, thank you for your hard work, especially those who stayed here last night. Take 2 days off and have a good rest. Thank you, Mr. Su. Everyone was very happy. Not only did they get bonuses, but they were also given holidays. President Su was so generous. A bell rang. Su Yan looked at the number, frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally picked up the phone. Come back soon, something happened to your grandfather. Su Mingyu's urgent voice came from the receiver. What? Hearing this, Su Yan's face changed drastically. What's going on? Your grandfather passed away. Impossible. Su Yan's body trembled and her eyes suddenly turned red. Grandpa was in good health and cheerful last night. How come he passed away just overnight? It's true. It happened just now. Come back quickly. Su Mingyu also started crying. Pop. Su Yan's phone fell to the ground, her vision went dark, and she almost fainted. Xiao Yi was quick to support her and asked, what's wrong? Su Kai and others also looked over. What happened? Hearing Xiao Yi's voice, Su Yan seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and squeezed his hand. Grandpa is in trouble, come back with me. Something happened to Mr. Su. Xiao Yi's eyelids twitched. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Hurry up. Su Yan pulled Xiao Yi and ran out of the warehouse, leaving Jiang Ru and the others looking at each other in bewilderment. Boom. The Maserati made a loud roar, like a wild beast, rushed out of the company and headed straight for the Su family manor. Xiao Yan, don't worry, your grandpa. Xiao Yi turned his head and found that Su Yan was in tears. Grandpa passed away. Su Yan cried. Dead. Xiao Yi frowned. Was the situation more serious than he thought? Did old man Su die again? Xiao Yi, you can save my grandfather, right? You can still bring him back to life, right? Su Yan thought of something and held Xiao Yi's arm, her face full of hope and pleading. Xiao Yan, don't get excited yet. Xiao Yi drove with one hand and held Su Yan's hand. It was icy cold, which showed how panicked, desperate and painful she was. As long as I'm here, your grandfather will be fine. Su Yan nodded vigorously, tears blurring her vision. Lost it and regained it, and now lost it again. This pain was too much for her to bear. Boom. Xiao Yi stepped on the accelerator hard, and the Maserati went even faster. Grandpa was fine last night, how could something happen to him suddenly? Gradually, Su Yan calmed down. Do you remember what he said at the dinner table? His words made someone in the Su family anxious. Xiao Yi said slowly. I didn't expect that this person was so cruel and ruthless. He took action in just one night. The child inherits the Su family's property. The Su family, who is it? Who is it? Su Yan's body trembled and her voice was cold. Grandpa was kind and gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it and tried to kill Grandpa again. Yes, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but this guy is so cruel and merciless. Xiao Yi also felt a little emotional. What a ruthless man he was. He killed his own father without blinking an eye. I must find him and make him pay the price. Su Yan clenched her fists and shouted angrily. No need to look for him. Your grandfather is dead. He will jump out. Xiao Yi stepped on the accelerator and ran through several red lights. It was supposed to be an hour's drive, but we arrived in just 20 minutes. The Maserati didn't stop, but rushed directly into the Su family manor, did a tailspin, and stopped in front of Mr. Su's residence. At this moment, quite a few people have arrived. The young people were happy when they saw Su Yan getting out of the car. The old man was dead and no one would love her anymore. Her child still wants to inherit the Su family business. Dream on. Su Yan ignored everyone and ran into Su Lao's residence in high heels. Xiao Yi followed closely behind, taking in their expressions. Today, we should be able to find the ruthless man of the Su family. He was also curious about which of the four brothers it would be. They are the most suspicious. If it was my cheap father-in-law, it would be a lot of fun. Xiao Yi muttered to himself and quickened his pace. In the room, the four brothers of the Su family and the direct descendants of the Su family have all arrived. Old Master Su was lying on the bed, his face extremely pale, without any movement. Grandfather. Su Yan rushed in and threw herself on Grandpa Su, crying. Grandpa, don't scare me, get up quickly. Grandpa, wake up. Su Yan lay on Grandpa Su's body, shaking him vigorously, tears rolling down her cheeks. Xiao Yi followed closely behind, his eyes sweeping over the four brothers of the Su family and others. Who could it be? When the four brothers of the Su family saw Xiao Yi, they had different thoughts. Except for the fourth son Su Mingyu, they all felt relieved by the death of Grandpa Su. As long as the old man is alive, no one can go against his words. He said that if the Su family had the surname Xiao in the future, they would really have the surname Xiao. Xiao Yan, don't be sad. Xiao Yi came to Su Yan. Xiao Yi, hurry up, save Grandpa, hurry up, please, save him. Su Yan quickly stood up and pleaded. Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan's tearful face and sighed in his heart. This was the first time he saw Su Yan lose her composure like this. She was aloof and had never begged anyone like this before. Okay, let me take a look first. Xiao Yi said comfortingly and grabbed Mr. Su's wrist. Su Yan kept silent, not daring to disturb him. The four brothers of the Su family also stared at Xiao Yi. Could he still bring the old man back to life? Xiao Yi took the patient's pulse and his expression gradually became serious. Old Su has been poisoned. Soon, Xiao Yi said coldly. Poisonous? Are you saying that someone poisoned Grandpa to death? Su Yan's body trembled, and she looked suddenly at the four brothers of the Su family. Who is it? Who have you killed, Grandpa? Su Yan, you are so brave to speak to your elders like this. Su Minghui shouted angrily. No matter who it is, if I find out who killed Grandpa, I will never let him go. Su Yan was not afraid at all and said through gritted teeth. Xiao Yi, the old man. Su Mingyu looked at Xiao Yi and said with concern. Alas, I was poisoned and there is no way I can recover. Xiao Yi sighed and shook his head. What do you mean? Su Yan trembled, unable to believe it. This poison has completely destroyed the old man's body functions. Even gods can't save him. Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan and said slowly. No. Impossible. Su Yan grabbed Xiao Yi's hand, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Yi, aren't you a miracle doctor? Can you save my grandfather, please? I beg you, as long as you save him, I will do anything you ask me to do. Even gods can't save him. The old man is gone. Xiao Yi shook his head. My condolences. Grandfather. Su Yan was desperate and threw herself on Grandpa Su again, crying. You can prepare for the old man's funeral now. Take out the things from last time. Xiao Yi looked at the four brothers of the Su family and said. Father. When the four brothers of the Su family heard Xiao Yi say this, their eyes turned red. As for who is sincere and who is fake, I'm afraid only they themselves know the answer. Let's have a meeting. The old man is gone, and we have to take care of some things. After a brief moment of sadness, Su Minghui said in a deep voice. Brother is right. Su Lauer nodded. You guys, stay here. Su Minghui turned around and gave an order. Everyone else, follow me. No one is allowed to leave. Su Yan, who was lying on Grandpa Su, suddenly stood up. Today, no one is allowed to leave until the murderer who killed Grandpa is found. Her pretty face was filled with anger and her eyes were cold. She wants to avenge her grandfather. Nonsense. Su Minghui's face darkened. Old Four, keep an eye on your daughter. Su Mingyu said nothing. He couldn't control his daughter. Xiao Yi, you will beat anyone who dares to leave. Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi and said coldly. Xiao Yan, the old man is gone, so let's take care of his affairs first. Xiao Yi held Su Yan's hand and said softly. The Su family cannot be without a leader for a day. There are still many things to do next. But Grandpa. We will get to the bottom of the old man's death, but for now, let's take care of his affairs. After hearing what Xiao Yi said, Su Yan looked at her grandfather and felt sad again. Su Yan, you and your grandfather have a deep relationship, so just stay with him. Su Lauer threw down a sentence and walked out first. In the blink of an eye, of the four brothers of the Su family, only Su Mingyu was left. Xiao Yan, Daddy will stay with you. Su Mingyu looked at his daughter, hesitated for a moment, and came over. Is that you? Su Yan stared at Su Mingyu and asked in a cold voice. What? Su Mingyu was stunned. She meant to ask if you killed her grandfather. Xiao Yi said lightly. How could it be me? Su Mingyu's face changed. Xiao Yan, how could I be so cruel as to kill my own father? To put it another way, why would I kill your grandfather? When your grandfather was alive, I was the fourth master of the Su family. If he died, I would not benefit from anything. No matter who is in charge, no one will take me seriously anymore. Hearing this, Su Yan withdrew her gaze. Thank you for believing in me, Dad. Seeing her like this, Su Mingyu hurriedly said. I don't believe you, but I think you are right. When Grandpa is alive, you are the fourth master of the Su family. Now that he is gone, no one will take you seriously. Su Yan said coldly. Hearing his daughter say this, Su Mingyu smiled bitterly. In her eyes, he was just a good-for-nothing waste, right? How do I check? Su Yan ignored Su Mingyu and asked Xiao Yi. Let your father stay with your grandfather. Let's go see what they talk about in the meeting. Xiao Yi thought about it and said. Maybe, there will be gains. Good. Su Yan looked at her grandfather and agreed while suppressing her grief. You guys go ahead, I'm here. Su Mingyu said hurriedly. Grandpa died in an unclear manner, and as a son, you don't want to avenge him. I despise you. Su Yan threw down a sentence and walked out. I'm already pretty good. At least I didn't intend to harm the old man. Su Mingyu muttered. You are right. Xiao Yi gave a thumbs up. You should follow Xiaoyan and protect her. Su Mingyu said to Xiao Yi. No matter what happens to the old man, your engagement is still valid. You should protect her. Xiao Yi looked strange, nodded, and chased after Su Yan. There were already many people in the reception room not far away. The three brothers of the Su family, their direct descendants, etc., have all taken their seats, discussing the affairs surrounding Mr. Su's death. Actually, there is nothing much to discuss about this matter. After all, we have experience and can just do it again according to the specifications of last time. What they want to talk about now is who will have the final say in the Su family in the future. Is there any need to talk about this? Su Minghui glanced at Su Laosan. He had only one opponent. We talked about this last time. Now that the old man is gone, I will support the Su family. Not necessarily. Su Laosan had a mocking look on his face. I think we should talk about it again. What is there to say, Brother, since the third brother said so, then tell us. Suddenly, Su Lauer interrupted Su Minghui and said. It's different now, it's different now. Last time was last time, this time is this time. Su Minghui was stunned when he heard what Su Lauer said. He was not surprised that Su Lao-san had opinions. But Su Lauer has always followed him. If he says go east, this guy dare not go west. What happened today? Could it be that this guy was bribed by Su Lao-san? But when he saw Su Lao-san's face full of surprise, he knew it was not what he thought. Brother, you want to be the future head of the Su family, right? Haha, I want to be one too. Su Lauer said with a smile. When the ancient emperors appointed a crown prince, they never said that the eldest son must be the crown prince. Why should you be the head of the family now that the old man is dead? You, what did you say? Su Minghui was shocked and angry. I want to sit on this chair, old man. After Su Lauer finished speaking, he sat down on the chair at the top in front of everyone's surprised gaze. Su Lauer, are you crazy? Su Minghui shouted angrily and was about to drag him down. This chair is for me to sit on. Am I crazy? Why, the position of the patriarch of the Su family is only for you and the third brother to covet, but not for me. Su Lauer's face darkened. I declare that from now on, I, Su Mingqiong, will have the final say in the Su family. Bang. Su Lao-san slammed the table and said, Su Lauer, why do you sit on this chair? Why? Good question. Su Lauer nodded. Is it enough for me to control your lives? When everyone heard Su Lauer's words, they were stunned. What did he mean? Hee, take a deep breath and try. Does your heart hurt like a needle prick? Su Lauer smiled. Brother, third brother, try it now. Su Minghui subconsciously took a deep breath, and suddenly his face showed pain, and he covered his heart. It hurts. Seeing this scene, Su Lao-san and others all changed their expressions. You, what did you do to me? Su Minghui stared at Su Lauer and asked in surprise. It's not what I did to you, it's what I did to everyone. Su Lauer's face was full of pride. From now on, whoever dares to disobey my words will die. Ah. Suddenly, Su Lao-san also screamed in pain and covered his heart. Seeing this, others tried it one after another, and screams of pain were heard everywhere. There were only a few people, and I didn't feel anything. But even so, they were frightened. You've tried it, right? From today on, if I let you live, you live. If I don't let you live, you have to die. Su Lauer slowly stood up and looked around the room, imitating his father's usual behavior. Did you poison the old man? Su Lao-san thought of something and exclaimed. Don't say such harsh words, and don't listen to Xiao Yi's nonsense. The old man died of old age. Su Lauer would never admit to being branded as a patricide. I just used some tricks on you. Is it you? Su Minghui was shocked and angry. Last time, and this time, were both done by you. Brother, do you treat me as your brother? Or do you treat me as your dog? Why do you always ask me to bite the third brother? Su Lauer looked at Su Minghui and asked. From now on, I will be the head of the family and you will be my dog. How about that? Su Mingqiong, you have such evil ambitions that you dare to poison our father. Su Minghui shouted angrily. Today, I will enforce the family rules. Su Minghui, did I give you face? I asked you to be my dog, but you didn't want to. Su Lauer interrupted him and his expression became ferocious. If you don't want to, then you'd better die and accompany the old man. Hearing this, Su Minghui's face changed and he felt his heart ache even more. Second uncle, fifth uncle, you are old, and your old bones can't stand the torment anymore. Su Lauer looked at the two old men. As long as you support me as the head of the family, I will give you the antidote and let you live. I support you. An old man spoke first. He didn't care who was the head of the Su family. He valued his own life more. I support that, too. Another old man also hurriedly said. He felt that since Su Lauer dared to do this in public, he must be sure of it. This poison must be real. Very good. A man who knows the times is a hero. You will surely live a long life. Su Lauer nodded with satisfaction and looked at the other direct descendants. What about you? Su Mingqiong, my heart doesn't hurt. You can't control me. I will. A middle-aged man shouted angrily. Oh, you're not here in the morning, are you? Easy. Su Lauer looked at him. Mr. Chen, I leave it to you. Within a minute, I want him to support me as the head of the family. Swish. A figure flashed in from outside and came in front of the middle-aged man. Puff. A dagger stabbed into the middle-aged man's thigh and twisted it violently. Ah. The middle-aged man screamed, couldn't stand, and fell to the ground. Phew. The figure showed no mercy and stabbed twice more. I support you, don't kill me. The middle-aged man got scared and said loudly. Humph, you won't cry until you see the coffin. If you had supported me earlier, wouldn't you have saved yourself from suffering? Su Lauer snorted coldly. Whoever objects, please stand up. Looking at the middle-aged man lying in a pool of blood, everyone, whether poisoned or not, was silent at this moment. Since there is no objection, from now on, I am the head of the Su family. I object. A cold voice came from outside. Su Yan. Su Lauer raised his head, his expression turned cold. Even your father doesn't dare to object, and you are the one who objects. You killed Grandpa. Su Yan ignored Su Lauer's words, stared at him and asked coldly. Nonsense, he died of old age, what does it have to do with me? Su Lauer said in a deep voice. Su Yan, you have no right to speak here. I'll ask you again, did you kill Grandpa? Su Yan's voice became even colder. Is there any need to ask? It must be him. Xiao Yi said lightly. Xiao Yi, get out of the Su family. Su Lauer glared at Xiao Yi. Also, take back all the Banshan manor and money that the old man mentioned. Oh. Su family, you have the final say. Yes, I have the final say in the Su family. Su Lauer puffed out his chest. I am the head of the family, and no one dares to object. Is this true? You two are not going to fight anymore. Just because he is so arrogant. Xiao Yi looked at Su Minghui and Su Laosan in surprise. Su Minghui and Su Laosan had gloomy faces. It was not that they did not want to fight, but that they did not dare to fight. What's going on? Seeing their reactions, Xiao Yi became even more curious. As soon as he and Su Yan arrived, they heard Su Lauer talking nonsense inside, saying that he wanted to be the head of the Su family. Other things, they don't know yet. He has poisoned us. Anyone who opposes him must die. Su Laosan gritted his teeth. Poison. Xiao Yi was stunned, then suddenly realized, no wonder. With a miracle doctor like me here, what poison are you afraid of? Go fight him. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Minghui and others were shocked. Can he detoxify? Su Lauer's face changed. Mr. Chen, he is Xiao Yi that Mr. Murong wants to kill, capture him. Everything was going well, he wouldn't allow Xiao Yi to ruin his plans. Is it him? Just in time, give your head to Master Murong. The man's voice was cold and he rushed towards Xiao Yi, with the dagger pointing straight at his heart. Xiao Yi dodged the dagger and punched out. Bang. The man bent his elbow to block and took a step back. No wonder they died in your hands. Even if you are at the peak of the initial stage of dark power, you can't break my golden bell cover. You are dead. Golden bell cover. Haha, I want to see how far it can cover. As soon as Xiao Yi finished speaking, he kicked out with his right leg like lightning. Bang. This time, the man failed to block the kick and was kicked in the crotch. Ah. The man screamed. Even though he had an iron vest, his crotch was still his weak spot. He felt like his balls were broken by this kick. Your golden bell cover doesn't work. It doesn't cover such a crucial part. Xiao Yi looked mocking, grabbed the man's hair and pushed him down hard. The man wanted to resist, but found that he couldn't. He could only watch Xiao Yi's knee hit him. Snap. The man's cheekbone was broken and blood splattered. He didn't even utter a scream. His eyes went dark and he fell to the ground, fainting. It's too fragile. Xiao Yi shook his head and looked at Su Lauer. When Su Lauer saw that the expert sent by Master Murong to protect him was knocked unconscious by Xiao Yi, he was so scared that his face turned pale. Is he your source of confidence? Do you think you can be so arrogant just because you have Murong the bastard backing you up? As Xiao Yi spoke, he walked towards Su Lauer. What are you going to do? Don't come over here. Su Lauer panicked and kept backing away, bumping into the chair he had just been sitting on and falling on it. But this chair did not give him any courage. It was completely different from the mood he had when he sat on it just now. He thought that today was stable. As soon as the old man died, in order to prevent Xiao Yi from bringing him back to life, he held back and did not act arrogantly. What if I get too arrogant and the old man comes back to life, then we're all doomed, right? When Xiao Yi said that he couldn't save her, he almost laughed out loud. He could finally be arrogant. He disdained to play any tricks and just laid his cards on the table. Their lives were in his hands anyway, so who would dare to object? Just as he thought, no one dared to object, and the position of head of the family was just one step away from him. Who would have thought that the accident would happen to Xiao Yi? He hates. Hand over the antidote, and I will spare your life. Xiao Yi looked down at him and said in a cold voice. After hearing Xiao Yi's words, Su Minghui and others became hopeful. Yes, they should capture Su Lauer and force him to hand over the antidote. Impossible. If I die, they will all die. Su Lauer knew very well that once he handed over the antidote, he would be finished. Haha, are you threatening me? Are you mistaken? I have no relationship with them, whether they live or die is none of my business. Xiao Yi was happy. It would be better if they died. I can let my cheap father-in-law or Su Yan become the head of the Su family. In the future, we will follow the old man's wishes and let the Su family change their surname to Xiao. As soon as these words were spoken, not only Su Lauer turned pale, but even Su Minghui and the others turned pale as well. What a cruel method. Xiao Yan, are you ready to be the head of the family? Xiao Yi turned his head and looked at Su Yan, who had a cold expression. I just want to avenge my grandfather. Su Yan said this, bent down to pick up the dagger, and walked towards Su Lauer. Su Yan, what are you doing? Su Lauer became even more panicked. Su Mingqiong, you poisoned my grandfather, today I want to avenge him. Su Yan, who had lost her mind due to hatred, stabbed Su Lauer's heart with the dagger. Xiao Yi's eyelids jumped. Is this woman serious? He was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed Su Yan's arm and stabbed the dagger into Su Lauer's shoulder. Ah! Su Lauer screamed. Why are you stopping me? Su Yan looked at Xiao Yi and said coldly. Just stab him and vent your anger. There are so many people watching. If you kill him, won't you have to pay with your life? Xiao Yi said. Grandpa is dead, I have to avenge him. Su Yan held the dagger tightly, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Who said your grandfather is dead? He is not dead. Xiao Yi shook his head. What? Not dead? Su Yan shuddered and opened her eyes wide. Didn't you say he was poisoned and even gods couldn't save him? If I say I can save him, can this guy still jump out? Xiao Yi smiled. Grandpa is really not dead. Can you save him? Su Yan was extremely excited and let go of the dagger. Xiao Yi nodded. Very good. Su Yan became even more excited and grabbed Xiao Yi's hand. Hurry, follow me to save Grandpa. No hurry, your grandfather will be fine for a while, I will deal with the current situation first. Xiao Yi said. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. I need to finish everything before your grandfather wakes up. Su Yan was startled and looked at Su Lauer. Although her grandfather was able to survive and she no longer had the intention to kill him, she was still extremely angry. I was so lucky that Grandpa didn't care about it last time and gave you a chance, but you actually poisoned me. You are really crazy. Impossible, the old man has been poisoned, he will definitely die. Su Lauer was so shocked that he forgot the severe pain and shouted in disbelief. Su Minghui and the others also looked at Xiao Yi. Was what he said true? You'd better stop caring about your father's life and death and pay more attention to your own life and death. Xiao Yi held the dagger and turned it slowly and forcefully. Will you hand over the antidote? Ah, it hurts. Su Lauer's body trembled in pain and he let out a shrill scream. I don't have the antidote. He didn't give it to me. Ah. He didn't give it to you. You are really just a dog. He uses you to control everyone in the Su family. Xiao Yi mocked. Su Minghui and the others' faces changed. No antidote. Then they were doomed, right? Pop. Xiao Yi swung his palm knife and knocked Su Lauer unconscious, then threw him to the ground and sat on the chair himself. He originally wanted to kill him, but after thinking about it, he decided to leave it to Old Man Su. If Old Man Su can't do it, he will help. Xiao Yi, can you really detoxify? Su Minghui stepped forward and asked. I can detoxify you, but why should I detoxify you? Xiao Yi played with the blood-stained dagger and said lightly. I'll give you money, please, help me get rid of the poison. Su Minghui was stunned and said quickly. Who are you insulting? Am I someone who is motivated by money? Xiao Yi frowned. Besides, do I need money? Then how can you detoxify us? Yes, isn't the old man still alive? Please detoxify us for his sake. Xiao Yan, please beg your fiancé, we are a family. Su Laosan and others were also very panicked and placed their hopes on Xiao Yi. Okay, shut up. You can let me detoxify you if you want. Xiao Yi looked around. Do you have any objections to Su Yan becoming the head of the Su family? How can she, a woman, be the head of the family? Just as Su Laosan said this, he noticed Xiao Yi's eyes that said, you're dead, and was startled, so he quickly changed the second half of the sentence. I have no objection to her being the head of the family. Su Minghui also wanted to object, but when he thought of the poison in his body, he didn't dare to. To be the head of the family, you have to be destined to be one. He and Su Laosan did not object, so no one else dared to object. Su Yan, congratulations on being elected as the head of the family with unanimous votes. Xiao Yi looked at Su Yan and smiled. Stop making trouble. Grandpa is still here, and he has the final say on who will be the head of the family. Su Yan's mind was all on the old man. When are you going to rescue Grandpa? Let's go, this is over. Xiao Yi stood up and pointed at Su Lauer and Mr. Chen. Lock them up and wait for the old man to deal with them personally. Mr. Xiao, when will you detoxify me? Su Minghui asked hurriedly. You are such an unfilial son. You only think about yourself. Of course I have to detoxify your father first. Xiao Yi was not happy. You won't die for a while, your father was poisoned. Su Minghui didn't dare to say anything more. After Xiao Yi and Su Yan left, all his anger fell on Su Lauer. You bastard, you actually dared to poison the old man, you really have evil intentions. Su Minghui cursed and kicked Su Lauer hard several times. If he hadn't poisoned her, would Xiao Yi have been able to be so arrogant in front of him? Boss, you are so blind that you can't even see his evil intentions. Su Laosan taunted. You treat him like a dog, and he doesn't treat you like a human being. Shut up. Su Minghui became even angrier. Whether it's Su Lauer or Su Yan, if they become the head of the family, you and I will end up in a bad situation. Hearing this, Su Laosan frowned, but we are poisoned, how can we compete with Xiao Yi? Third brother, once the poison is resolved, you and I have to work together. Su Minghui said in a deep voice. Even if each of us gets half of the Su family, it's better than getting nothing. Su Laosan nodded thoughtfully. On the other side, Su Mingyu, with red eyes, saw Xiao Yi and Su Yan coming back, and hurriedly wiped away his tears. Su Yan was surprised, yet also somewhat relieved. Although her father is a waste, he is still sincere to his grandfather. She would feel sad for her grandfather only if none of his 4 sons was sincere. How's it going over there? Su Mingyu asked. Xiao Yi told Su Mingyu about the situation over there. Su Mingyu was shocked and angry, and started cursing at Su Lauer. You are also poisoned. Try taking a deep breath. Ah. Su Mingyu screamed in pain and covered his heart. Don't panic. Once I revive the old man, I'll detoxify you. Xiao Yi took out the silver needle and quickly inserted it into Mr. Su's acupuncture point. Su Yan held her breath and watched hopefully. Fortunately, I gave you a life-extending pill last night, otherwise I would be dead. Xiao Yi looked at the silver needle that had turned black and felt somewhat relieved. 10 minutes later, he pulled out the silver needle. In 3 minutes at most, the old man will wake up. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Su slowly opened his eyes, looking a little confused. Grandfather. Su Yan rushed over and cried with joy. Xiao Yan. Mr. Su came to his senses, his eyes moist. He died again. Okay, Xiao Yan, don't cry anymore. Grandpa is fine now. After comforting Su Yan, Mr. Su looked at Xiao Yi with gratitude. Xiao Yi, you saved me again, thank you. Grandpa, we are a family, why are you being so polite? Xiao Yi smiled. Who is it? Mr. Su thought of something and his expression turned cold. It's your second son. Xiao Yi recounted everything that had just happened. Damn it. Old Master Su was both surprised and angry. It was not the eldest brother, but the second brother. He really didn't expect it. Grandpa, you just woke up, don't be angry. Su Yan hurried to comfort him. Forget it, forget it. I, Su Dahai, have been a great man throughout my life and have gone through many ups and downs, but I never expected that I would die at the hands of my own son. Mr. Su's face was full of bitterness. You are not dead. Xiao Yi also advised. But without you, my grave would be covered with grass. Mr. Su smiled bitterly. Where is that beast? Is he dead? No, although you asked me to help you deal with it, I think it would be better for you to deal with it yourself. By the way, the person behind him is Master Murong. Mr. Murong. Old Master Su roared angrily, full of murderous intent. I will never let him go. While they were talking, Su Minghui and others came over. When they saw Grandpa Su, they were all shocked. He was really alive. Father. Bring that beast Su Mingqiong to see me. Mr. Su said coldly. Father, don't be angry, my second brother. Su Laosan wanted to say something. Get out of here, I don't want to see you now. Old Master Su glared. Su Laosan and others shuddered in their hearts and were about to retreat. Wait, just now you all supported Su Yan to be the head of the family, right? Mr. Su thought of something and said in a deep voice. Since you all support me, I will say it in public. When I die, Su Yan will be the head of the family, and she will have the final say in the Su family. Hearing this, Su Minghui and Su Laosan turned pale. They were just discussing how to join forces to deal with Xiao Yi and Su Yan and divide the Su family equally. Now, the old man's words have dashed all their hopes. Grandpa, why are you saying this? You must live a long life. I don't want to be the head of the Su family. Su Yan was also surprised and said quickly. This matter is settled. Mr. Su's tone was firm and he would not tolerate any objection. After I deal with that beast, I will announce this matter in front of all the Su family members. A few minutes later, Su Lauer and Mr. Chen were brought in. When Su Lauer woke up and saw the old man staring at him, he was so scared that he peed his pants. Father, spare me, spare me. Brute. Old Master Su stood up and slapped him hard in the face. Father, I was wrong. With blood at the corner of his mouth, Su Lauer hugged Su Laoi's legs and cried for mercy. Please give me another chance, please. Give you a chance? Then why did you give me a chance? Old Master Su kicked Old Master Su away and shouted. If it weren't for Xiaoyi, I would have died twice. It wasn't me who did it last time. It was Master Murong who arranged for someone to do it. Tell me where he is. I met him at a villa in the eastern suburbs last night. Su Lauer dared not to speak, and cursed Master Murong in his heart. What a crappy ancient martial arts expert, even if they send someone, he can't kill Xiao Yi. A deadly poison. Nothing. Is he Mr. Murong's man? Mr. Su looked at Mr. Chen with coldness in his eyes. Pry open his mouth. I want to know everything about Master Murong. Master, leave this to me. Xiao Yi stepped forward and inserted several silver needles into Mr. Chen's body. Soon, Mr. Chen was awakened by the pain and rolled on the ground. Tell me, who is Mr. Murong? Xiao Yi looked at him. If you don't tell me, I'll make you neither live nor die. I said, he is the third son of the Huan sect, Murong Yu. Soon, Mr. Chen could no longer hold it in and spoke out. He Huan sect. Just listening to the name, it doesn't sound very serious. Xiao Yi curled his lips. I have never heard of the Huan sect either. Mr. Su frowned. Ah. I advise you to let me go, otherwise Master Murong will kill you. Mr. Chen endured the severe pain. The Huan sect is a first-rate force in the ancient martial arts world. The Su family can be destroyed with a wave of a hand. When he heard the words first-class force, Mr. Su's face changed. Although he had never heard of the Huan sect, he still knew what a first-class force meant. An absolutely terrifying existence. Is being a first-rate force so awesome? Believe it or not, I can destroy the Huan sect with a wave of my hand. Xiao Yi said lightly. Old Master Su looked at Xiao Yi and felt relieved. Yes, there was an old immortal behind him. Boy, you. Mr. Chen wanted to make a few more threats. Bang. Xiao Yi stepped on Mr. Chen's head. Although it did not explode his head, it made him bleed from all his orifices. Don't scare me. I've been a coward since I was a child. Just when Xiao Yi was about to ask where Mr. Murong was, Mr. Chen's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was the third young master calling. He thought about it and answered the phone. Xiao Yi, right. Let my people go, or I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. A cold voice came from the receiver. What are you bragging about? You have the ability to prevent me from seeing the moon tonight. When Xiao Yi heard this, he started cursing. He just can't stand people who are more pretentious and crazier than him. Xiao Yi, you're looking for death. Master Murong was furious. You bastard, dare you tell me where you are? I'll come over and kill you in a minute. Xiao Yi continued to curse. Huan sect. I'll beat you into a Huan flower. You know I am from the Huan sect, yet you still dare to do this. Do you not take me seriously, or do you not take the Huan sect seriously? Young Master Murong's voice was cold. Not only do I not take you seriously, I also don't take the Huan sect seriously. What a bullshit third young master, even if your father comes, I will beat his dog head off. The more Xiao Yi cursed, the more addicted he became. Xiao Yi. Young Master Murong's defense was obviously broken, and he roared continuously. If you dare, wait for me at Su's house. I'll come over right now and chop off your head. I'm waiting for you. If you don't come, you're a grandson. After Xiao Yi finished cursing, he hung up the phone and threw it on Mr. Chen's face. Mr. Chen was stunned. How dare he speak to the third young master like this? He is dead. I want to be civilized, but this dog scares me. Xiao Yi noticed the strange looks from Grandpa Su and others and explained. I am just trying to provoke him, otherwise he wouldn't come. I understand. Mr. Su nodded, a little worried. Xiao Yi, this Murong Yu comes from a first-rate force, so he must have strong people around him. Don't worry, old man. Just leave it to me. Xiao Yi smiled slightly and looked at Mr. Chen again. Why did you come to Zhonghai? Is it for the 10 divine artifacts? Yes. Any clues? No. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Xiao Yi said this and inserted the silver needle again. Ah. Mr. Chen screamed again. Tell me, I say. It is known that many forces have sent people here. According to reliable information, a divine weapon will be unveiled in the near future. Continue. Ah, that's all I know. Oh, then you just bear with the pain. Xiao Yi said this and looked at Su Laoer. Su Laoer noticed Xiao Yi's gaze, trembled, and urinated again. He didn't want to feel Mr. Chen's pain, it was very painful to watch. Grandpa, please, let my father go. He was just confused for a moment. At this time, voices crying and begging for mercy were heard outside. Get them out. Hearing the crying outside, Mr. Su's face darkened. Yes. Su Minghui responded, glanced at Su Lauer whose face was pale, and turned to leave. Father, I was wrong. Su Lauer knelt down and crawled over again, hugged Su Laoi's legs, and cried like rain. Bang. Old Master Su kicked him away. Wrong. Is it still useful to say you are wrong at this time? Father, I am your biological son. Su Lauer banged his head against the ground, blood gushing out. You. Old Master Su pointed at him, trembling with anger, but his ruthless heart softened a little in the end. Lock up this beast first. Soon, Su Lauer and Mr. Chen, who had fainted from the pain, were dragged out. Only Xiao Yi and Su Yan were left in the room, everyone else had been kicked out. Well, tell me, what should I do with that beast? Grandpa, even though he is a lunatic, he is still your son after all. You can give him a chance. Su Yan said softly. This little girl is quite considerate. Xiao Yi murmured in his heart. Anyone could see that it was still difficult for Mr. Su to kill his own son. Now, what he lacks is a step. Su Yan gave it. It's so crazy, so heartless. After old Master Su cursed a few words, the murderous intent in his heart weakened a little. Forget it, let's lock him up first. Even if the death penalty can be avoided, he can't escape the punishment of life. He may have been bewitched by someone, and the culprit is this Murong Yu. Xiao Yi also gave a way out. Speaking of Murong Yu, how confident are you? Old Master Su looked at Xiao Yi, a little worried. Grandpa, what does first-rate power mean? Su Yan was curious. He is very strong in the entire ancient martial arts world, and there are many masters. Old Master Su is not only worried about Xiao Yi, but also about the Su family. Before, Murong Yu was afraid of the law enforcers and did not take action openly. After what happened today, would he still be afraid? Will you do anything? Su Yan, there are so many things going on in the company, do you want to go back first? Xiao Yi suddenly said. He didn't want Su Yan to see him killing someone. I'm not going back. Su Yan refused directly. All right. Xiao Yi had no choice but to try not to make things too bloody later. Anyway, in his eyes, Murong Yu is already dead. About an hour later, Su Minghui came in a panic. Father, that Mr. Murong has brought people in. Old Master Su's expression also changed slightly and he looked at Xiao Yi. It's too slow. It took you so long to come. Xiao Yi stood up and walked out. I'll go meet them. Boss, get the Black Wind team ready. After giving instructions, Mr. Su followed with big strides. Su Minghui's heart trembled. The Black Wind team was the elite troops of the Su family and was equipped with firearms. Did the old man want to fight with young Master Murong? Outside, Xiao Yi saw Master Murong, who looked pale and had indulged in excessive sexual activities. This made him very disappointed. The Hawan sect was not any good at all. For top-level dual cultivation, shouldn't it become more powerful the more you practice? Why does this guy look like he has kidney deficiency? Don't call him Master Murong anymore, call him Master Shinshu. Who is Xiao Yi? Come and die. Young Master Shinshu shouted coldly, full of murderous intent. He ruined his plans time and again and even killed his men. Do you really think that the third young master has no temper? In a big city, you cannot attack ordinary people, otherwise you will easily be targeted by law enforcement officers. But Xiao Yi is not an ordinary person. Even if the law enforcers come, he can kill them. What are you shouting for? Isn't Grandpa here? Xiao Yi said lightly. Are you Xiao Yi? Murong Yu looked at Xiao Yi with an even colder expression. The 7 strong men behind him stared at Xiao Yi with fierce eyes, waiting for the third young master's order to kill this arrogant boy. Yes, Grandpa is Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi nodded. You bastard, you are so brave that you dare to use despicable means to try to control the Su family. Do you take the law enforcers seriously? Are you a law enforcer? Murong Yu frowned. I'm your grandpa. Xiao Yi looked amused. How dare you think about your grandma? You're looking for death. Muronyu was furious, and his handsome face became ferocious. I will kill you today. Muronyu, have I, Sudahai, ever offended you? You actually tried to harm me twice. Mr. Su spoke coldly. I will tell the law enforcers about this matter. Even if your Hawan sect is a first-rate force, you are not allowed to break the rules in the secular world. Old man, I asked you to marry my granddaughter to me, but you kept complaining and refused. If you don't die, who will die? Since Muronyu is here, he is naturally not afraid of falling out. Tell the law enforcers. Then you have to have this chance. Today, you must die. He had already made up his mind to kill all the people in the Su family who should be killed, and then find someone to take control of the Su family. At that time, they will directly put the blame on Xiao Yi and say that it was Xiao Yi who killed them. As long as he doesn't leave any evidence, law enforcement officers can't do anything to him. Hearing Murongyu's words, Mr. Su was furious. Every time he stomped his feet, the sea shook 3 times. How dare a young man be so arrogant in front of him? Even if they come from the ancient martial arts world, even if they come from a first-rate force, so what? This is Zhonghai, this is the Su family. Muronyu, are you worthy enough for me to marry you? Su Yan said coldly. You've hurt my grandfather twice, and this matter won't just end like this. The best cauldron, the taste is endless, huh? She is still a virgin. Didn't she have sex with Xiao Yi? Muronyu looked at Su Yan and suddenly showed a look of surprise. Su Yan, as long as you come with me, not only will I not touch the Su family, I will also let you become an ancient warrior and keep you young forever. How about that? Dream. Su Yan's pretty face was filled with anger. If you reject me, don't blame me for being cruel. Your grandfather must die, and your fiancé must die too. Murongyu's face darkened. I will kill them and then take you away. By then, it will be out of your control. Okay, stop bragging. This one dies, that one dies. No one is going to die today. If anyone is going to die, it has to be you. Xiao Yi was unhappy. He said this to my fiancé in front of me. How could he not take me seriously? Hey, since you didn't touch Su Yan, I'll give you an intact body. Muronyu sneered and raised his hand. Old son, kill him. Yes. A strongman responded and pounced on Xiao Yi like a tiger coming down the mountain. He was so powerful that his fists arrived before he even arrived. Xiao Yi did not dodge or evade. When his fist was about to hit his heart, he kicked out. This kick was as powerful as thunder and as fast as lightning, and it arrived first even though it was launched later. Bang. The strong man's face changed, and it was too late to dodge, and he was kicked out. Puff. The man was in the air, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and fell heavily to the ground. That's it. Xiao Yi smiled contemptuously. Muronyu and others looked at the strongman who fell to the ground, and their faces changed slightly. He was a powerful warrior at the peak of the early stage of dark energy. How could he be defeated with just one strike? But when I thought about the fact that Lao Chen also lost, I could accept it. I was careless. The strongman covered his stomach and tried to save his dignity. Lao Lu and Lao Zhong, you go ahead. Muronyu turned around and said to the 2 fat men. Yes. The 2 fat men responded and made a move to step forward. Don't bother yourself, just come together. Xiao Yi waved his hand. 1 or 2 of you, it's too much trouble, and you, Mr. Shinshu, you come too. Kidney deficiency. These 2 words made Muronyu completely furious. Since you want to die, I will help you. Come on together and kill him. 5 strong men stepped forward, leaving only an old man standing beside Muronyu. He is Muronyu's protector and a strong man in the late stage of dark energy. Xiao Yi, be careful. Su Yan couldn't help but remind her. Swish. Before Xiao Yi could respond, 5 strong men came to attack. None of them is weaker than Mr. Chen. If the 5 of them attack together, even an ordinary late-stage dark energy master would find it difficult to stop them. Xiao Yi still had a calm expression. Immortal cultivators and ancient warriors were on completely different levels. Let alone 5, even if there are 50, as long as he strikes out with his flying sword, heads will fall to the ground. But in front of so many people, especially Su Yan, there was no need to make it so bloody. The knife in old Lu's hand flashed with a cold light and chopped towards Xiao Yi's face. Obviously, this was intended to kill with one blow. Xiao Yi had dozens of ways to kill this guy, but he held back. Pop. He put his hands together and clamped the knife. Old Lu was shocked. How is it possible? You are too slow and your strength is too weak. Did your master teach you this sword technique? After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he exerted force with both hands, and with a click sound, the knife broke. Late stage of dark energy. Upon seeing this scene, the old man next to Murong Yu's eyes fixed. It is rare to see such a young person in the late stage of dark energy. Mr. Qian. Murong Yu's expression also changed. Xiao Yi was stronger than he had imagined. Go and kill him. Good. The old man nodded and walked slowly towards Xiao Yi. Although the 5 strong men were shocked, they did not stop attacking. But no one could touch the corner of Xiao Yi's clothes. Get out of the way. The old man shouted loudly, jumped up, and rushed straight to Xiao Yi's throat with his hands like eagle claws. Swish. Seeing the old man coming from the air, Xiao Yi raised his hand and the broken knife in his palm shot out. The broken knife was so fast that only a shadow remained in the air. Before the old man could react, he stabbed him in the abdomen. Ah! The old man screamed and fell from the air to the ground. Several strong men were stunned. How could this happen? Shouldn't Mr. Qian's diamond eagle claw be used to break Xiao Yi's neck? Mr. Qian. Murong Yu's face changed drastically, because old Qian was the most powerful among them. Even old Qian was injured, who could be Xiao Yi's opponent? How come he is so strong? This single blow severely injured Elder Qian. Not to mention the peak late stage of dark energy, even the great perfection of dark energy couldn't do it. Could it be that he is a powerful Hua Jin master? A thought flashed through Murong Yu's mind, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Did he hit a wall? It's your turn. Xiao Yi looked at Murong Yu and walked slowly. Aren't you going to kill me? Let me see your strength. Mr. Shinshu, what did you just shout? Who is Xiao Yi, coming here to die? Xiao Yi walked slowly, but every step seemed to be stepping on Murong Yu's heart, making him terrified. Haha, you are right, you are really here to die. Seeing Xiao Yi getting closer and closer, Murong Yu couldn't help but take a few steps back. As arrogant as Mr. Murong was just now, he is as panicked now. He regretted coming here. If he had known that Xiao Yi was a master of Hua Jin, he would have waited for his second brother to arrive before coming here. Now, none of the people brought here can be a match for Xiao Yi. He is even worse. What should I do now? Waiting online, very urgent. How dare you think about my fiancé? Who gave you the courage? Xiao Yi's voice was slightly cold, and he looked at Murong Yu as if he was a dead person. Stop him quickly. Murong Yu became even more panicked and yelled. Swish. Several strong men rushed towards Xiao Yi, and even the seriously injured old Qian endured the pain and took action. They knew very well that if the third young master died, they would not be able to survive. Hurry up, go help Xiao Yi. Su Minghui shouted. He wanted to ask Xiao Yi for something, so naturally he wanted to please him. The elite members of the Black Wind team rushed forward. Bang. Soon, several elite soldiers were knocked away and lay on the ground, their lives or deaths unknown. Everyone in the Su family took a deep breath. The elite members of the Black Wind team could definitely defeat 5, if not 1 against 10. But now when I rushed forward, I couldn't even block a single move. So strong. Thinking about Xiao Yi's performance just now, they finally had an idea. It's not that the people brought by Master Murong are too weak, but that Xiao Yi is stronger. Come back. Old Master Su spoke coldly. If the people from the Black Wind team went up, they would simply be courting death. When facing ancient warriors, the only option is to use firearms. Even for powerful ancient warriors, firearms are useless. Several strong men surrounded Xiao Yi and launched an attack. Kill him, you must kill him. Moronyu had a ferocious look on his face. Even if he had the energy of transformation, could he still stop their siege? His ferocity soon turned into astonishment and fear. Xiao Yi was seen walking forward slowly, neither fast nor slow, as if he was strolling in the garden. But no one could touch the corner of his clothes and block his attack. No one can dodge his light punch, and it is heavier than 1,000 pounds. One punch after another, all the strong men were knocked away. Third Master, run! Mr. Qian turned around and yelled. Moronyu was startled and turned around and ran. Xiao Yi looked at Moronyu's back and was not in a hurry to chase him, but looked at several strong men. You guys don't want to run. I can give you a chance. After hearing what Xiao Yi said, old Qian and the others ran away without thinking. Hee hee. Xiao Yi smiled and said, run. Once you run out of the Su family, you will die. Master, I'll go after them. Careful. Old Master Su nodded, he vaguely guessed something. Did this guy let them leave on purpose? Don't chase him. What will happen if you catch up with him? Su Yan spoke. I'm going to teach them a profound lesson, otherwise there will be trouble later. Xiao Yi said to Su Yan. You don't want them to retaliate against the Su family, do you? After hearing what Xiao Yi said, Su Yan said no more. She didn't care about revenge on the Su family, but she cared about her grandfather's life and death. Xiao Yi walked out leisurely, not looking like he was going to chase the enemy. Outside, Moronyu and his gang got into 2 cars and fled frantically. Such a young master of Hua Jin must be a genius. Sitting in the chair, Mr. Qian was holding the wound on his stomach, his face pale. Third young master, you have to inform the clan and send strong men over. Well, I must kill him. Moronyu turned around and saw that Xiao Yi didn't chase him. He suppressed his fear and gritted his teeth. So what if he has the power of transformation? He is dead. To be able to cultivate such a genius, there must be a powerful force behind it. Mr. Qian said again. No matter what force it is, our Hawan sect is not afraid of it. Moronyu clenched his fists. He doesn't dare to chase after me, he must be afraid of our Hawan sect. Old Qian nodded. Indeed, otherwise it would be difficult to explain why Xiao Yi let them go. Just as he was about to heal his wounds, he heard the strongman driving the car scream, "Look ahead." Moronyu looked up and saw Xiao Yi standing with his hands behind his back dozens of meters away. Run over him and kill him. Moronyu roared. He didn't even think about why Xiao Yi appeared in front of them. Boom. The off-road vehicle roared and slammed into Xiao Yi at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Yi looked at the SUV getting closer and closer. Without dodging, he slowly took out the Long Yuan sword. His eyes were cold as he slashed with his sword. A sword light visible to the naked eye cut through the oncoming SUV like cutting tofu. The off-road vehicle split in 2. A strongman sitting in the middle was cut in half without even reacting. Blood gushed out. Boom. The SUV crashed into the roadside, and Moronyu and others in the car were thrown out. Swish. Xiao Yi swung the sword again and swept it out. The roof of the second SUV was cut off. Also chopped off were the heads of several powerful men. Heads flew up and rolled to the ground. No, it's impossible. Moronyu fell to the ground and felt cold all over when he saw this scene. Mr. Qian standing next to him also opened his eyes wide in shock. How could this be done by an expert who has just entered the Hua Jin realm? He must be at least in the late Hua Jin realm, or even in the Great Perfection realm, right? A 20-something-year-old who has achieved great perfection in Hua Jin. What kind of power is needed to cultivate it? Even a first-rate force like the Hawan sect can't do it. Old Qian didn't dare to think any further. He only had one thought left. They were finished, and the Hawan sect was finished too. Xiao Yi held the sword and walked slowly towards Moronyu. No, don't come over here, don't come over here. Moronyu screamed in fear and shrank back using his hands and feet. I am the third son of the Hawan sect. If you kill me, the Hawan sect will not let you go. Haha, you should ask me if I will let the Hawan sect go. Xiao Yi looked down at Moronyu and smiled. Xiao Yi, don't kill me, I was wrong. I don't miss your woman anymore, I will leave Zhonghai immediately. Muronyu was extremely frightened. Please, don't kill me. Just because you are an ancient warrior and have some strength, you can do whatever you want. Xiao Yi's eyes were slightly cold. In your eyes, are the lives of ordinary people like ants. I was wrong. As long as you let me go, I am willing to compensate the Su family. Where's the antidote? Antidote? Ah, yes, everyone in the Su family has been poisoned. As long as you don't kill me, I will give you the antidote. Muronyu seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and used it as a bargaining chip to buy a chance to survive. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? Xiao Yi swung his sword and cut off Murongyu's arm. Ah. Muronyu rolled over while holding his broken arm and screaming. Don't kill me, the antidote is in my pocket, ah. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. Why didn't you just say so earlier? Xiao Yi bent down and took out the antidote and an ancient book from Murongyu's pocket. He opened it and exclaimed, wow. It was so lifelike and vivid. Not only were there postures, but also methods of dual cultivation. What's this? It is the supreme secret method of the Hawan sect. I offer it to you. Please give me a chance to live. Muronyu begged for mercy. Interesting. Xiao Yi put away the antidote and ancient books and looked at Muronyu. This kid really has some skills. Not only can it be seen that Su Yan has a unique physique for dual cultivation, but it can also be seen that she is still a virgin. Does the Hawan sect study nothing else but matters between men and women? Swish. Just as Xiao Yi was thinking about it, old Qian stood up and tried to escape. Court death. Xiao Yi's eyes turned cold, and the long yuan sword flew out, circling around old Qian. Under Muronyu's horrified gaze, he saw old Qian's head fall to the ground. Due to inertia, his body ran forward 7 or 8 steps before falling to the ground, and there was no movement. Tell me about the 10 great artifacts. I'm also interested in this. While Xiao Yi was speaking, the long yuan sword flashed, and the remaining 2 strong men were beheaded. 10 great artifacts. Muronyu covered his broken arm with his hand, his face pale. Rumor has it that the 10 great artifacts were born in Zhonghai. I was bored staying in Hawan sect, so I came here first. Seeing that Muronyu didn't know many valuable things, Xiao Yi didn't plan to waste any more words. Xiao Yi, my second brother will be here next week. If you kill me, he won't let you go. Muronyu noticed the murderous intent in Xiao Yi's eyes and hurriedly said. The Hawan sect is a first-rate force. You should know how terrifying a first-rate force is. You're about to die, and you're still trying to scare me. Xiao Yi held the long yuan sword in his hand and gently reached forward. Puff. The tip of the sword pierced Muronyu's throat and blood splattered. Ah. Muronyu covered the bloody hole on his neck, fell on his back to the ground, twitched a few times, and then became motionless. Xiao Yi bent down and took out a few porcelain bottles and a token from Muronyu. Aphrodisiac. Aphrodisiac. Are you really thinking about this all day long? After Xiao Yi identified the medicine in the porcelain bottle, he was full of contempt, and then put it into the storage magic weapon. Just as he was about to destroy the body, his cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Mr. Su. Old man. Did you catch up? We caught up with it and solved it. Mr. Su was silent, wondering what the word solved meant. After a few seconds, he asked, what else do you need me to do? Send a few guys to clean up the mess. It would be best if they had a forklift. Xiao Yi took a look at the off-road vehicle that was split in half. The body was easy to deal with, but this lump of iron was difficult to deal with. If you put it in the storage magic weapon, it will take up too much space and may not fit everywhere. There are all kinds of rare treasures inside, including dozens of tons of gold. How can we put 2 broken cars in there? Forklift. Okay, I'll send someone over right away. After Mr. Su asked for the location, he hung up the phone. Seeing that there was no one around, Xiao Yi didn't even bother to deal with the corpse. After all, there wasn't much corpse powder left, so he decided not to waste it. I need to collect some materials and add some corpse powder. This thing will be useful when I travel around the world. Xiao Yi lit a cigarette, sat on a rock, took out an ancient book and started reading. Damn, this Huan sect has something. The painting is too realistic. I have never used this posture. I hope Su Yan can let me go upstairs and give me a chance to try this posture. Just as he was getting excited and his penis was erected, several cars came roaring over. Among them, there was a truck with a forklift mounted on it. Very professional. After all, they are from a wealthy family and are very skilled at this. Xiao Yi put away the ancient book, took a close look at the bloody corpse, calmed himself down, and then stood up. Otherwise, wouldn't the people in the Su family be envious to death? Jealous to death? We are all men, why is he so majestic? Several cars stopped and more than a dozen people got out. When they saw the bloody scene, their faces turned pale. Mr. Xiao, leave this to us. The square-faced man in the lead came up to Xiao Yi and spoke in an extremely respectful tone. I'll send someone to take you back. After Xiao Yi left, someone dared to speak up. He killed them all by himself. He's too strong, isn't he? The head is already falling off, what a ruthless move. These are all acceptable, but what about these two cars? It's like cutting with a knife. Even with a cutting machine, it can't cut it like this. The elite members of the Black Wind team were shocked beyond words. The son-in-law of the Su family became even more mysterious in their eyes. Stop discussing this and just wrap it up. The square-faced man said in a deep voice. Everything was done according to the old rules. The bodies were burned and the cars were sent to the scrapyard to be crushed into discus. Yes. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. On the other side, Xiao Yi returned to the Su family manor and met old Master Su. All dead. Mr. Su poured Xiao Yi a cup of tea and asked. Xiao Yi nodded. Murong Yu was the third son of the Huan sect. If he died, I'm afraid there would be some trouble. Mr. Su was a little worried. If the enemy comes, we will fight him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. If the Huan sect dares to cause trouble, Murong Yu's fate will be theirs. Xiao Yi drank his tea and didn't care at all. Just as the two were talking, Su Yan hurried in. As soon as she came in, she looked at Xiao Yi, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was not injured. Grandpa Su noticed the worry in his granddaughter's eyes and smiled. Isn't this the result of love growing over time? Humans are emotional animals. If you spend more time together, you will naturally develop feelings. Thinking of something, he stopped smiling and said, There is something I want to ask you. Murong, you said before that Xiao Yi didn't touch you. What's the matter? Ah. Hearing the old man's words, Su Yan was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Can you believe what that guy says? It was Xiao Yi who spoke up to help. Old man, just wait to hold your great-grandson. Okay. When he heard the word great-grandson, Grandpa Su's face smiled like a chrysanthemum. Su Yan also breathed a sigh of relief, but then she felt nervous again. Where could she go to get a great-grandson for the old man? Xiao Yan, I'm already this old, and I might die someday. Please don't make me wait too long, or I'll die with regrets. Grandpa Su looked at his granddaughter and said seriously. Grandpa, what are you talking about? You will definitely live 100 years. After Su Yan finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Yi for help. Old man, with me here, it will be hard for you to die. Xiao Yi was drinking tea. Ha, okay. Old Master Su laughed. Who wants to die when you can live? Where is Murong Yu? Su Yan changed the subject, fearing that the old man would bring up the matter of his grandson again. Run away. Xiao Yi said casually. How can I catch up with 4 wheels with my 2 legs? Who would have thought that they actually drove here? Su Yan was speechless. Isn't this nonsense? You didn't drive here, but walked here. Being able to run and chase is a sign of talent. They are lucky. I will let them go this time. If they come again next time, I will break their legs. Xiao Yi said viciously. Haha, they probably won't dare to cause trouble again. Old Master Su smiled and said, since they are all dead, how can they cause trouble? After a few casual chats, Xiao Yi took out the antidote and prepared to detoxify Su Minghui and the others. Soon, Su Minghui and others arrived, looking excited. "Kneel down." Mr. Su looked at them and said in a deep voice. "Thank you, Xiao Yi, for saving my life." Ah. Su Minghui and others were a little embarrassed. They were all big shots in Zhonghai. How could they be asked to kneel down to a young man? What? Even I can kneel down to thank Xiao Yi for saving my life, but you can't. Mr. Su was angry. Thump. After hearing what the old man said, Su Minghui and the others dared not hesitate and knelt on the ground. "No, I can't bear it, old man, let them get up." Xiao Yi was talking, but he still sat there calmly. If it wasn't for the old man and Su Yan's consideration, he wouldn't even bother to save him, let alone kneel down, even if his head was broken. After getting permission from Mr. Su, Su Minghui and the others dared to stand up and looked at Xiao Yi with hopeful eyes. "This is the antidote, 1 pill per person." Xiao Yi opened the porcelain bottle and said. "Are you sure this is the antidote?" Su Laosan was a little worried. He was afraid that this kid would do something bad. "If you don't believe it, you don't have to eat it," Xiao Yi said lightly. No, that's not what I meant." Su Laosan waved his hands quickly. "I'll eat first." Su Mingyu stepped forward, took a pill and swallowed it in one gulp. "Old 4, how do you feel?" Su Minghui asked. "My heart doesn't hurt anymore." Su Mingyu took a deep breath and said in surprise. After hearing what he said, Su Minghui and others were no longer worried and stepped forward. "I think I've been poisoned too. Please give me an antidote as well," a young man said. "You?" Xiao Yi glanced at him. "Who are you?" "This is a dog," Su Minghui introduced. "Oh, I remember now. You called me a psychopath before, right?" Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows. "Poisoned? Do you think you deserve it?" "You don't deserve it. Because you can't influence your second uncle to be the head of the family at all." Hearing Xiao Yi's words, the young man felt relieved but also a little annoyed. Is he mocking himself? Get lost. Without waiting for him to say anything else, Mr. Su spoke coldly. The young man's heart trembled, and he dared not say anything more, and retreated. After Su Minghui and others were detoxified, they were driven away by Old Man Su. "Xiao Yi, you finally came back, please spend more time chatting with me." Old Master Su held Xiao Yi's hand. "Grandpa, we just came back last night." Su Yan was speechless. "One night apart feels like 3 years, isn't that possible?" Mr. Su said in a serious tone. "If I hadn't died, would you have come back?" All right, don't die, you will live a long life." Su Yan had no choice but to pour him some tea. "We'll just keep you company." "You don't need to accompany me. Just do what you need to do. Xiao Yi is here for you." Mr. Su took a sip of tea. "I really have nothing to do, so I went to water the flowers in my garden." Su Yan was angry and left. As soon as she left, Mr. Su smiled and said, "Some things are not convenient to say in front of this girl. What are you going to do with Mr. Chen?" "Just kill him." Xiao Yi said it calmly. "The master is dead, so shouldn't the subordinates follow him?" Good. A single word from the 2 men determined Mr. Chen's life or death. As for the second child, I'll lock him up first. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I just can't bear to kill him. After all, he's my own son. Yeah, I understand. It was not until after lunch that Xiao Yi and Su Yan left the Su family. On the way back, Su Yan hesitated for a long time, and finally said, "Thank you." "Haha, you just thank me verbally. No actual thanks." Xiao Yi smiled. "How about you pledge your love to me? Don't forget, your grandfather is anxious to have a great-grandson." "Impossible." Su Yan refused directly. "If you won't give me your body, then give me a kiss, how about that? 1 life, no, more than 10 lives, can't be exchanged for a kiss." Xiao Yi took a step back. "Let's talk about it later." Su Yan glanced at Xiao Yi and didn't agree, but didn't refuse either. Xiao Yi was delighted. There is a way. Just give a kiss first, and everything else will fall into place, right? Come out with me this afternoon. Su Yan was afraid that Xiao Yi would continue to pester her, so she changed the subject. Okay, where to? Xiao Yi nodded. Go visit a carving master. Carving. Emerald. Right. Okay, by the way, have you called that Li something Jia? Li Mingjie has been beaten. He doesn't admit that the person last night was sent by him. Don't admit it. Oh, just don't admit it. Xiao Yi sneered. Leave it to me. Don't be impulsive. I will find evidence and force him to admit it. When Su Yan heard him say this, she said no more. After returning to the company, Su Yan went to do her work, while Xiao Yi found Su Kai. Brother Yi, what happened to President Su this morning? Su Kai asked curiously. Her grandfather was seriously ill and has been rescued now. Xiao Yi explained casually. Oh, no wonder. Su Kai suddenly realized that it was normal for him to lose his composure since his loved one was seriously ill. Do you know Li Mingjie? He's the owner of Zhongyuan Jewelry. Xiao Yi threw a cigarette to Su Kai. Check his whereabouts. I want to see him. Ah. Su Kai's hand trembled. He looked at Xiao Yi and reminded him hesitantly. Brother Yi, he is not Sun Gaofei, you can't do anything rash. Am I a troublemaker? Don't think too much, I just want to see him. Xiao Yi said lightly. ASAP. Okay. Su Kai responded. An hour later, Maserati left the company again. Xiao Yan, are these pieces of top-quality jadeite all going to be carved by this grandmaster? On the way, Xiao Yi asked curiously. How is that possible? Su Yan shook her head. It's just luck that he agreed to carve a piece. Is he so arrogant? We pay him for the carving, but he's not happy to make more money. Xiao Yi was surprised. Given his status, he is already well off, so it is difficult to use money to get him to do anything. Su Yan said seriously. Haha, that's the same as me. I'm also not moved by money. Xiao Yi was happy. Su Yan was speechless. How could he brag about this? By the way, when you get there, don't talk nonsense. Master Chen has a bad temper. New. About half an hour later, the Maserati stopped in front of a quaint courtyard. Xiao Yi opened the trunk, took out a box of top-quality jadeite, and followed Su Yan. Boss Su, you are here. A middle-aged man came out to greet them. Hello, Mr. Zhao. After a brief greeting, the middle-aged man led the two into the yard. Before I even got close to the main hall, I heard voices coming from inside. Master Chen has guests. Su Yan asked. We have some old friends visiting. It's no problem. We can just go in. As they were talking, the three of them entered the main hall. Xiao Yi took a quick look and thought, wow, is this, enemies meeting on a narrow road? There were 7 or 8 people sitting in the main hall. Sitting on the main seat was an old man in tang suit, looking very energetic. The guests sat on both sides according to their status, drinking tea and chatting. The arrival of Su Yan and the others made the main hall a little quieter, and everyone looked over. Su Yan. The young man sitting at the last seat stood up in surprise. Hey, isn't this the boy who brings wealth? Without waiting for Su Yan to speak, Xiao Yi smiled first. Haha, it looks like I'm going to get rich again today. Qin Jin's face darkened. I'm talking to Su Yan. As a bodyguard, what qualifications do you have to interrupt me? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm no longer a bodyguard. Xiao Yi's smile remained unchanged. Come to think of it, I have to thank you grandpa and grandson for this. Those 2 pieces of top-quality jade helped me get promoted. I am now the vice president. Hearing this, not only did Qin Jin grit his teeth, but even old Qin was so angry that he almost jumped up. Su Yan glanced at Xiao Yi. This guy's mouth was really vicious. He just wanted to kill people and destroy their hearts. But, she likes it. Mr. Chen, please excuse my intrusion. Su Yan stepped forward. Haha, no need to be presumptuous, we are all acquaintances. Mr. Chen smiled. I don't need to introduce Lao Qin and the others to you, right? Yes, I have met Mr. Qin and Mr. Lu. Su Yan greeted them one by one. Old Qin had a cold face and did not respond, while the others greeted him politely. After they exchanged pleasantries, Mr. Chen said, Boss Su, I have to introduce this person to you. Yu Hangsheng, you must have heard of him. Master Yu's name is well known. Su Yan nodded. I've wanted to meet Elder Yu for a long time, but I didn't expect to meet him here today. Old Yu, this person in front of you is quite remarkable, Su Yan from Qingyan Company, CEO Su. Mr. Chen smiled. Not only is she beautiful, she is also very capable. Women are just as capable as men. So you are Su Yan. Yu Hangsheng spoke in a calm tone, picked up the tea and took a sip. Su Yan frowned slightly. Why did he have this attitude? Xiao Yi was also very unhappy. What was this old man pretending to be? Boss Su, come, let's sit down and talk. Mr. Chen also noticed something and tried to smooth things over. After Su Yan and Xiao Yi sat down, Old Chen looked at Yu Hangsheng, then at Old Qin, as if thinking about something. Of course he heard about the bet between Su Yan and Qin Ming. Yu Hangsheng has a very good relationship with Qin Ming. It is understandable that his old friend has suffered a loss at the hands of Su Yan, so his attitude is understandable. Thinking of the bet, he looked at Xiao Yi again. Could he be the young man who defeated Qin Ming? Old Chen, let's talk about our business. Give me a straight answer whether you agree or not. Yu Hangsheng said slowly without even looking at Su Yan. Well. Old Yu, in the past few years, I have been obsessed with calligraphy and painting, and rarely sculpted. Everything has become unfamiliar to me. Mr. Chen smiled bitterly. If your grandson follows me, I'm afraid he will mislead the young man. That being said, I actually declined. Yu Hangsheng frowned and glanced at the young man next to him. Old Chen, do you look down on my grandson? How could that be possible? Xiao Yu has inherited your true teachings. He is one of the best among the younger generation. Mr. Chen shook his head. When I was his age, I was nowhere near as good as him. Xiao Yan, who are they? Especially this old man, what does he do? While they were talking, Xiao Yi asked in a low voice. There are 9 great carving masters in China, Chen Minghong and Yu Hangsheng are 2 of them. Su Yan introduced. Before, I was thinking of going to Hangzhou to find him and see if I could ask him to carve a piece for me. Now it seems impossible. I just remembered that he has a good relationship with Qin Ming. Old boy. No wonder the old man treats you badly. Xiao Yi suddenly realized. Su Yan was speechless. If Qin Ming knew this name, wouldn't he be furious? There are 4 masters in the Zhonghai gambling stone world, and they are all in front of you. Oh. Just them. I wanted to spar with them the other day, but they all ran away in fear. They are nothing. Xiao Yi looked at the 3 old men and said mockingly. Yu Hangsheng seems to be making things difficult for Elder Chen. Su Yan thought about it and stood up to help. Mr. Chen, I came here this time to ask you to carve a piece of jade. Didn't you see me and Lao Chen were talking? Yu Hangsheng's face darkened and he said in a cold voice. Young people nowadays don't even know this little bit of etiquette. What's wrong with the young people? Did they eat your rice? Or did they dig up your ancestral graves? Xiao Yi had been annoyed with this old man for a long time, and when he saw him scolding Su Yan again, he started to speak harshly. Young people don't know etiquette. Young people who don't know etiquette are better than you who don't understand what people say. Isn't it obvious enough that Mr. Chen refuses? How can you be so shameless? Are you begging people to accept your grandson? After hearing what Xiao Yi said, Yu Hangsheng's face became even uglier. Bang. The young man next to him slammed the table and said angrily, Boy, how dare you talk to my grandpa? Are you his grandson? Xiao Yi looked at him and sneered. If I were you, I wouldn't have the nerve to stay here and would quickly take my grandfather away. He won't accept me, but you still insist on worshipping him. How can you be so shameless? Who are you scolding? The young man became even angrier and rolled up his sleeves. Okay, stop arguing and sit down. Old Chin spoke in a deep voice. If he didn't speak again, a fight would start. Boss Su, take good care of the people you brought with you. Yes, Mr. Chen. Su Yan glanced at Xiao Yi and signaled him to stop talking. If he offended Mr. Chen, it would be a waste of time and effort. Boss Su, I seldom carve anymore, and I won't carve for anyone just for money. Old Chen looked at Su Yan. I know why you're here. I'm afraid you'll return disappointed. Mr. Chen, without the best jade, I wouldn't dare to disturb you. Su Yan said hurriedly. Can you take a look at the jade first before you make a decision? I have seen too many jadeite in my life, but there are very few jadeite that can make my heart move now. Mr. Chen thought for a moment and said. Okay, since President Su said so, let's take a look. Xiao Yi stood up, opened the box, revealing the jade inside. When Old Qin saw the imperial green at first sight, he was so shocked that he almost fainted again. This is his imperial green, it should belong to him. Oh. Old Qin stood up, walked to the box, his eyes slightly shining. Boss Su is really generous. He actually took out 5 pieces of top-quality jadeite at once. Yu Hangxing took a quick look and was a little surprised. The value of these 5 pieces of jade was not low. Especially the royal purple one, which made him excited. This thing is rarer and more precious than imperial green. Is there anything that Mr. Chen is interested in? Su Yan asked. Haha, the rare royal purple, if it was a few years ago, I would definitely not be able to refuse it. Old Chen stroked the royal purple gently and smiled. In the past 2 years, I have rarely carved, and my requirements for jadeite have become higher. This piece of royal purple does not meet my requirements. Hearing this, Su Yan was disappointed. Was she rejected again?